Boldwood presents The Personal Shopper, written by Carmen Reid and read by Julie Maisie. The moral right of the author has been asserted. This performance is owned by Boldwood. Chapter 1. The first of Svetlana's new outfits for spring. Dress in vibrant purple, green and white, Erdem. Purple boots with rapier heels, Valentino. White cashmere coat, Altuzarra. Green handbag, Chloe. Total estimated cost, £2,800. Sexy but ladylike. Annie Valentine, senior personal shopper at the 5 floors of London retail heaven called The Store, because less is oh so much, much more, watched Svetlana Vishnevsky emerge from behind the fuchsia velvet curtain of the changing room. The silk jersey dress clung to the honed curves of the billionaire's wife, and in 3-inch heels she towered like a blonde superhuman. The effect was breathtaking, but Annie, who always exceeded her monthly commission targets, and almost always scooped the 10% bonus for highest overall sales figures, immediately read the slightly dissatisfied look on her VIP client's high-cheekboned, high-maintenance face. "Not working for you, my love?" Annie asked, unruffled. "Not channeling spring, lambs frolicking, or April in Paris?" Svetlana shook her head gravely. "Never mind, we will just keep looking," Annie replied, flicking at speed through a rail packed with sensational dresses. Chloe, Missoni, Tempoli, Gucci, Versace, many so new in they had not yet shed their plastic wrappers. She pulled out another stunning day dress and offered, "Oh, how about Erdem? This could be delicious." "We try," came Svetlana's deep-voiced reply. No one left Annie's 2 hours of personal attention in anything less than the perfect outfit. More usually perfect outfits, often blowing 3, 4, even 5 times as much as they'd planned to spend, because her advice, delivered in a down-to-earth, no-nonsense, London-born and bred accent, was so persuasively excellent. Annie shopped for her customers, for her friends, and for herself, with the ruthless zeal of a Wall Street stockbroker on her last day of probation. Nothing was too much trouble for this gold-standard professional. She scoured every glossy, downlit corner of the store for the perfect item, and she knew every department's designer collections right down to its diffusion thongs. "Just for you, mind." This bustling, tireless, working wonder could track down a coat direct from the atelier and charm grumpy Italian bootmakers into parting with the last size 41 available in that style. She could even, in a wardrobe emergency, cut a deal with the tiny out-of-town boutique that had the only other one of those dresses in your size. This afternoon's client, statuesque Svetlana, was a cherished customer. Married to one of the richest Russians in London, Svetlana was one of a select handful of shoppers entitled to a free limousine ride home, with her car full of purchases. Today, early in February, the everlasting winter sales were almost over, and the bright new spring collections were finally breaking through in shades of palest lemon, baby pink, green, green and more green, ultraviolet and sky blue. Svetlana was here to shop for the new season because she liked to be first and to have the pick of the new. For close to an hour, Annie had walked this elite customer and her personal assistant Olga round every one of the store's glittering floors. They'd begun in the dazzling cosmetics hall, where assistants had brought out compacts and samples, trilling the delights of spring's fresh new palette. While Svetlana had been lavishly made up and manicured, Olga had scathingly pronounced the shimmery nude polish almost invisible and far too expensive. "She works for him," Svetlana had whispered to Annie when Olga was out of earshot. "Who?" Annie had asked, suspecting the answer. "She works for Potato Face," Svetlana confided. Annie knew Svetlana's husband was called Igor, but Svetlana almost always used the highly unflattering nickname. "He thinks I spend too much money, and she is spying on me." "No," Annie assured her, although she could only guess at the trials and tribulations of life as a trophy wife. Potato Face was Svetlana's third and most wealthy husband, as she'd traded up spouses the way other women trade up houses. Annie had occasionally reflected that if she wanted advice on upper income bracket dating, Svetlana would undoubtedly be the woman to ask. Up the glass escalators they'd sailed, into white marble-floored designer heaven, where clothes were hung and lit as preciously as works of art, and cost as much too. Should a customer be so foolish as to display any shock at the astronomical price tags, the best sales staff would gush, "But it's such a unique piece. Fabulous quality. You'll wear it for years." The condescending ones would raise an eyebrow and ask, "Oh, too expensive for madam," in a way that made Annie want to shriek, as if you could afford it. But then the girls here did buy the clothes. They used their staff discount, maxed their plastic, and shared cramped studio flats in order to wear Westwood with Louboutins on their nights out. It made no sense, but was unmistakably glamorous. Once Svetlana had toured the new collections of her favourite designers, Yves Saint Laurent and Givenchy for dressing up, Ralph Lauren for casual, Annie had tried to entice her into some different, more colourful directions. Missoni, Valentino, Matthew Williamson. The billionaire's wife had looked mournfully through the rails. No. Well, maybe. I don't know if Igor will like it," she'd declared. "He likes sexy but ladylike, always ladylike." As if, over the 2 years they'd shopped together, Annie hadn't realised sexy but ladylike was Svetlana's mantra. Annie was not usually a fan of the indulgent and spoiled wealthy wives she regularly dressed, but she was beginning to understand that Svetlana was an exception. Svetlana's marriage was her career. Svetlana hosted bi-weekly dinners and monthly cocktail parties. She attended endless business receptions, made charming small talk for hours, always looked impeccably elegant, all for the benefit of Igor and his empire. Svetlana had staff to organise, cooks, housekeepers, cleaners and maids. She had 5 houses in 3 countries to furnish, refurbish and decorate. Clearly it was a demanding full-time job, being Mrs. Igor Vishnevsky. But as she'd confided to Annie, when Olga was again out of earshot, she was approaching 39 and in need of all the help she could get to maintain her position. Although Svetlana was tall, naturally ice-blonde and breathtaking, not to mention the mother of the gas baron's 2 sons and heirs, despite an extremely skillful midsection facelift and a perky breast enhancement straight after her second baby, her place as drop-dead gorgeous status wife was never taken for granted. Annie knew the former Miss Ukraine was working tirelessly to maintain the interest of Potato Face, enduring a gruelling daily workout with a martial arts expert, fortnightly detoxes, and all manner of other invasive beauty injections and treatments. She'd once pointed out the faint creases on her cheeks as blowjob lines, with a telling roll of the eyes. Now the curtains swished open again, and Svetlana stood before Annie with a far more satisfied expression, because she knew she was a knockout in the tight, belted Erdem. Hand on slinky hip, Svetlana considered herself studiously in the three-way mirrors before finally announcing, "I like it," which, in her serious, thoughtful manner, was the highest accolade she gave. "I don't know why I'm ever unsure about your ideas, Anar." She'd never got the hang of Annie. "You are always correct." "You need a pale coat for that dress," Annie assured her. "I have a white cashmere, knee-length, beautiful cut. I'll have it brought up along with a new Chloe just in this morning to hang off your arm." She winked at Svetlana, who, just like Annie, could never resist a soft, dreamy leather bag. Fortunately, unlike Annie, Svetlana never balked at a 4-figure price tag. Sorry to interrupt." Paula, the other personal shopper on duty today, put her head round the curtain that separated Annie's section from hers. Annie shook her head and raised her eyebrows. "Urgent?" she asked. "Your bid's been exceeded on the vintage Burberry," Paula began. Although she had primed Paula to keep an eye on the items she was bidding for on the internet today, this news wasn't important enough to justify abandoning Svetlana just as her mind was turning to new handbags. "Thanks, but don't worry about it," Annie instructed, and with a swish of 18 inches of hair extensions, painstakingly braided into tiny plaits with beads on the ends, Paula was gone. Svetlana had firmly decided on 3 evening gowns, 5 day dresses, 2 trouser suits, a coat, 4 pairs of shoes, and 2 handbags. She was debating the Valentino boots, a ball dress, and something to cheer Olga up, when Paula appeared at the curtain again. "Help," she mouthed at Annie, who gave a little sigh. Paula wasn't exactly bad at her job, she was just young, 24, inexperienced, and so obsessed with fashion that she couldn't translate what was hot into what would really suit and work for someone. She would quite happily stuff a chunky 54-year-old barrister into a jersey playsuit and studded gold mules because, wow, that is so now, so happening. Usually, Annie tried to make sure Paula's clients were of the rake-thin fashion police variety who wanted to be talked through combining a baby doll with a tulip skirt, gaucho belt, and cork wedges by an expert. But this afternoon, Annie had Svetlana, so Paula was having to look after a more ordinary new client who'd come in. "Can you excuse me for a moment?" Annie asked Svetlana, who was turning from side to side in front of the mirror, trying to decide whether the handbag in her left hand was a better match with the coat than the handbag in her right hand. "Of course." "Definitely the green," Annie pronounced, and turned to follow Paula into the cream-carpeted reception area. There, she saw Martha, very tall, slouchy, late 30s, who had turned up for her consultation in the universal uniform of a very busy stay-at-home mum/freelancer. Washed-out jeans, washed-out t-shirt, washed-out face, long hair with 4 inches of root, green gym shoes, and Martha's own personal touch, a truly diabolical grey parka. No wonder Paula had panicked. For a moment, it struck Annie that such a lack of care about your appearance, fashion, and what people might think of you was almost enviable. Then she tried to imagine how she would look without her heels, her red lipstick, her artfully applied base, and a full head of highlights, and the moment passed. "Hi, Martha, I'm Annie Valentine. Lovely to meet you." Annie treated Martha to her most reassuring smile. "Have you been looking around?" Yes. And now I'm even more worried," came Martha's reply. Annie was used to dressing all kinds of customers: rich wives, wealthy daughters, business high flyers, fashion mavens, and of course, women who'd lost or never found their fashion mojo and wanted advice. But she hadn't seen such a challenge for a while. Poor Martha had probably wandered the floors, clocked the price tags, made no sense at all of the more complicated garments, and now here she was, faced with the incredibly glamorous Paula, as lithe and elegant as a young Naomi Campbell, complete with nutcracker buns and ultraviolet talons. Although Annie looked much more approachable, she was still extremely groomed and elegant. A shimmering blonde with perfect brows, coral-coloured manicure and light tan, tastefully dressed, high-heeled and utterly convincing in her role of persuading her customers to part with extraordinary amounts of money in order to look more stylish and attractive. Martha was probably convinced she did not belong here. "You are going to have such fun with us today," Annie told her with a genuinely kind smile, then linked arms with her so she couldn't bolt. Annie actually loved clients like Martha. You had to start slowly with the most sober clothes the store had to offer. But these clients were always the most grateful and the most enduringly loyal, because Annie helped them to work out all the things a woman needed to know about her look. Ideally by 25, but definitely by 30. By then, every woman should have put in the hours in the fitting room to work out the colours, the shapes and the cuts that flattered. Round neck or V, knee length or longer, high waistband or low, shades of red and orange or blues and purples. Keeping one eye on fashion was good, but by 30, every woman should have put the fundamentals of her very own personal style in place. Great dressers also understood the importance of one standout accessory and the classic items: jeans, blazer, boots, white blouse, versatile dress, all in the style that suited them best. These were the secrets, the dressing lessons which Annie could reveal. "I love your height," Annie told Martha straight away. "Pros and cons," was Martha's reply. "Sleeves." She made a chopping motion close to her elbow. "Dress waistbands come in under my boobs," she gestured. "Don't worry, we'll work with you. Now, follow me into my boudoir." Still arm in arm with Martha, she led her to one of the cosy rooms at the heart of the personal shopping area. Annie and Martha sat down together on the fuchsia velvet sofa for a preliminary chat, while Paula hovered close by. "So, I'm guessing you have children," Annie began. "Yes, aged 6, 5, and just turned 2. "Oh my goodness, you must be busy," Annie sympathised, remembering just how hard it was to wear clean clothes at that stage, let alone coordinated, well-put-together ones. "I must be insane," was Martha's response. "And are you going back to work?" was Annie's next question, as this was usually the reason harassed toddler mothers appeared in her suite in a panic. "Yes, it's my first in-the-office job for 7 years. 3 days a week in personnel, and nothing from life before children fits. And I've no idea what people wear in offices anymore. It seems to be dresses, sparkly skirts, cropped satin trousers, perfect nails and high heels. Help," she added. "OK, well." Annie was feeling inspired because this was going to be easy, not to mention a joy, to put right. Martha was tall, still a size 12-ish, and with the right clothes, plus some care and attention, she would be transformed. "Paula is your guide today, so," Annie gave Paula a pay-attention look, "she is going to help you buy not a trouser suit, no, too courtroomy, but trousers and a pencil skirt which fit and flatter you. Then you're going to add a short, bang-up-to-date swingy jacket with a single button. Now, Martha, if possible, I'd like to steer you away from black or brown. You can have light grey, camel, navy, or go a little bold, pumpkin, sage, lilac. Choose colours that you really love, and we'll help you put it all together. Then you need to find shoes or groovy trainers that fit well and that you love. So, once you have the shoes, Annie went on explaining her formula, you're to find 3 awesome tops that all go with the trousers, jacket and the skirt. 3 is the minimum. No slacking, we make you work here. Then your final mission for today, should you choose to accept, is to find a day-to-evening dress or a raincoat that you adore. Martha and Paula nodded obediently. This way, I promise you'll be beautifully dressed for the office every single day. Obviously, if you want to look at umbrellas, boots, cardigans, sunglasses, or makeup, there was a noticeable stress on this final item. Paula can advise, but get the basics in place first. You can always come back to us. In fact, we'd love you to come back. We're a bit like the dentist. We like you in for regular checkups. Now, just one last thing, my love, then I really have to shoot back to my other client. How are you planning to style your hair for work? Annie had considered the question carefully and had decided this was the most tactful way to frame, you really need a cut and colour. Style my hair? Style? Martha repeated the word slowly as if it was foreign to her. My hair? Annie nodded encouragingly, but wasn't expecting the confession that followed. Martha gave a deep sigh, then blurted out, Believe me, I would go to the hairdressers, but every time I book an appointment, the children get head lice. Oh no. Annie, who'd once had to deal with an outbreak on her son's head, at least had some sympathy, but Paula was stepping backwards and looked as if she wanted to run from the room. Oh, I'm clear at the moment, Martha assured them, sensing the store's personal shopping staff weren't as used to talk of head lice as her mother and toddler group. Right, well, better book that haircut as soon as you can before they pop up again. OK, all set? Annie had to get back to Svetlana, no doubt about it. Off you go, you two. Shop hard and make sure I get a look at the finished result. Now what? Annie wanted to know when 20 minutes later, Paula was back in her section again. I love you, P, but I can't do your job for you. Donna's in your office? Paula whispered. Thought you'd want to know. What? This was not good news. For Annie, working at the store was in so many ways a daily joy and the perfect job for her, apart from the fact that she just could not get on with her immediate boss. And goodness knows she had tried. Team nights out, cosy lunches, being super nice, being super efficient and helpful. But Donna did not like Annie. In fact, Donna actively disliked her and found fault with her whenever she could. So now Annie tried to see as little of Donna as possible, but every now and then some sort of set-to seemed to be unavoidable. I think she's logged onto your computer, Paula warned. No doubt about it. Annie would have to go and investigate, even if it meant leaving Svetlana and Olga once again. I am so sorry, Annie told them. There's a tiny problem I have to sort out. It will just take a minute. No matter, Svetlana assured her. We are finished here. Everything is decided. We will get ready to go now. OK, I'll be right back, Annie said as she rushed out of the changing room towards the windowless matchbox of an office, which housed her desk, files, company computer, and most importantly, personal laptop, which right now was plugged into the store's internet connection and up and running on her eBay homepage. Personal shopping at the store was Annie's day job, but around it, she crammed in private at-home makeovers via her Dress to Express service. Then there was her eBay shop, Annie V's trading station, which did great business selling designer items. New, nearly new, second-hand and vintage. Where did Annie source these items? Her own heavily staffed discounted wardrobe, the store's sale rail, the bargain bins of other shops, junk shops, charity shops, other eBay auctions and sites. Annie had a saleswoman's eye for a great bargain and a profitable resale. Despite her love and deep appreciation of beautiful clothes, exquisite shoes, and all the finer things in life, Annie's circumstances meant she was on an extremely tight budget. But she had risen to this challenge and become a very skilled shopper, a hunter of bargains extraordinaire. So now she rarely bought anything at full price, and she was generous with her knowledge. Family and friends all benefited from her skills. Everyone who knew her well had a cupboard at home stuffed with tinned tomatoes, bottles of conditioner, jumbo boxes of nude hold-ups, and other goods she'd secured at knockdown rates. "Hello, Donna, how are you doing?" Annie managed a passable impersonation of a friendly greeting, but Donna just gave a curt nod in reply. "I'm sorry, we're both busy with clients in at the moment, but can I help you with anything?" Donna, who'd been retail manager of women's fashion for 5 tortuously long months now, did not take her short, bright orange nails from the keyboard. She carried on typing, eyes fixed to the screen in front of her. Despite the charming floral dress wrapped round her lithe body, Donna, dark hair scraped back from her face, still looked ready for the kill. "Annie V's trading station," she snarled. "My goodness, what a lot of items I recognise here. Isn't that one of our latest mulberry bags? And look, it's about to be sold for £150 more than its RRP. It's come at a cost from a client who's fed up with it already," Annie explained. "You know how fickle some of them are. Look, this is all totally above board, Donna. I can even show you my trading station tax returns." "Of course, I'm sure it is. There's just one slight problem, Annie." Donna turned to glare at her now, her Botoxed brow doing its best to scrunch into a stern warning. "You're doing this at work," Donna snapped, "and you've already had 2 verbal warnings from me about it." "Verbal warnings?" Annie repeated incredulously. Was Snake Woman trying to insinuate that their previous conversations about Annie's internet activity counted as official warnings? "We've had several discussions about this, yes," Annie agreed, wishing that some hard-nosed lawyer was by her side. "And I've explained to you that I'm not doing this at work. My computer is on, open at the web page. When I have the odd moment, tea break, nipping out for lunch, I have a quick look. I'm not causing my work to suffer in any way whatsoever. Why don't you look over my sales figures for this month, Donna?" Annie dared her. "There's absolutely no problem there." "It's not just about sales figures," Donna countered. "You're setting other members of staff a bad example. So, I'm giving you this." She picked up a white envelope and handed it to Annie. "It's a written warning, so we're both clear." What? The devious, scheming cow. It had been obvious to Annie from Donna's very first week in the job that she was the kind of manager who actually felt threatened by a really good member of staff, rather than supported. But much as she suspected Donna would love to be rid of her, so she could rule the roost without the slightest opposition, Annie had always thought her awe-inspiring sales power would protect her. Now, holding a written warning in her hand, she wasn't so sure. "And what about Paula?" Donna launched straight into a new line of attack. "She's obviously not pulling her weight. You have 1 more month to train her up properly for this job, or we'll have to find someone else." Considering Paula had been chosen for the position by Donna and Donna alone, this was completely unfair. But Annie had come to expect nothing less from her. The mobile beside the computer began to ring. Annie had 2 mobiles, and as this was her business phone, her heart sank as Donna snatched it up and barked, "Hello?" into the receiver. Yes. Oh, really? Well, that's very interesting. No, I'll get her to call you back. Donna clicked off the phone and glared at Annie. That was your estate agent. He wants to talk to you about an exciting new investment opportunity. I suggest you call him back when you've read your warning and finished for the day. There was no mistaking Donna's withering look. Just then, Svetlana appeared at the office door, fully 6 feet of power dressing in action. Anna, we are ready to leave, she said, demanding immediate attention. Could you arrange for everything to be taken to the back door? Olga and I will go and meet the car. Annie hurried over and kissed first Svetlana and then Olga 4 times each, the Russian way, and thanked them profusely for their visit. She was thanked profusely in return. Svetlana, as if noticing Donna for the first time, asked her, Are you Anna's boss? When Donna gave only a nod in reply, Svetlana enthused. She is wonderful, the best stylist in London, really. Be nice to her, because if she ever leaves the store, I will leave with her. Donna's expression darkened, but she did her best to force a smile. Then, in a small, carefree gesture of thanks, Svetlana handed last season's Chloe handbag to Annie with the words, I don't want it anymore, so you are to have it, Anna, for your business. I am very admiring of your enterprise. Oh, no, my love, I really couldn't, Annie began. Yes, of course, Svetlana insisted. And there's something inside for you. Special information, Anna, because it's not good to be alone for a long time. Before Annie could even say thank you, Svetlana had swept out of the personal shopper suite towards her courtesy limousine piled high with purchases and her luxury life in Mayfair. The look of genuine pain on Donna's face was a joy to behold, but it didn't stop her from snapping, What a walking cliché that woman is. Meanwhile, Annie opened the handbag, desperate to find out what it was that Svetlana had left inside for her. Chapter 2. Becca Wollstonecraft at Parents' Evening. Grey T-shirt, M&S. Pink fleece, M&S. Grey, formerly black, chinos, Gap. Grey, formerly white, underwear, M&S. Short black socks, Husbands. In misguided attempt to disguise the above, cream fake fur coat, Christmas gift 6 years ago. Total estimated cost, £220. Good God, how much? Shortly before closing time, Annie left the store with 2 luxurious handbags over one shoulder. Her own pumpkin-coloured Chloe and inside Svetlana's used handbag, carefully wrapped in a protective cloth. Over her other shoulder was an enormous tote bag filled with the day's additional treasures. 3 boxes of leftovers from the staff canteen that she and her children would have for supper. 8 bottles of Clarins facial oil, out of date. A selection of last season's Estee Lauder lipsticks. 1 pair of damaged men's trousers, bought at a snip. She'd fix them herself and sell them for a profit. Theoretically, Annie was not broke. She had a well-paid job and a healthy dose of equity in her home in an enviable part of town. But Annie scrimped and saved and bought and sold in all her waking hours, because ahead of her she saw only mountainous expenses that it would take real effort to be able to meet. She was a very unexpectedly single mother with 2 children who needed a lot of love, care, attention and funding. Donna's warning letter, which had informed Annie that she faced dismissal for any further irregular activities, had been read, then scrunched up in fury, and Annie was doing her best not to think about life without her job at the store. She was her family's sole provider. Yes, she worked very hard to supplement, in fact almost double her main income, but if Donna pushed her off the tightrope, there was no safety net for her or her children. Her mobile began to ring in a rap version of the Star Wars theme because her 9-year-old son Owen had doctored it again. On the line was her 15, nearly 16-year-old daughter Lauren. What you get at 37 if you think babies are so cute when you're 22 and madly in love. "Hi, Lauren," Annie answered. "You're reminding me, aren't you? But I haven't forgotten, honest. I'm out on the dot and I will be sitting down with your form teacher at 7:15. Honest, cross my heart and hope to die. I will not be late," Annie assured her daughter. "Promise." "And you're to get me out of the charity thing, okay?" Lauren was using her whiny voice. "Speak to Owen's teacher about that." "I'll think about it," Annie told her, not promising anything further. She trotted briskly on 2.5-inch heels towards the underground station. Annie was heading for Highgate, one of the nicest and oldest places in North London, where she lived at last. Hundreds of years ago, Highgate had begun life as a hamlet, and there were still flagstone pavements and listed Georgian houses with lumpy glass windows and sagging oak beams. Although the area was now bisected by a main road, permanently clogged with nose-to-tail traffic, Highgate still felt, she could hear the estate agent's pitch, villagey. The high street had real shops as well as a supermarket, banks and estate agents. People moved there, fell in love with the place and tended to stay, making it slightly more neighbourly than many other parts of London. Annie had always wanted to live in Highgate, despite the outrageous prices, and she'd achieved the cramped 3-bedroomed flat she shared with her 2 children through her personal property development programme. It was testament to her unflagging energy, not to mention her dislike of settling down or staying still, that she'd moved home 8 times in the past 10 years, always buying the run-down, junky places no one else wanted and using cheap tradesmen, her own basic but tireless DIY skills, and above all, her unerringly great taste to turn in a profit and move on to something just a little bit better and a little bit closer to her dream destination. Rotten carpets, mouldy bathrooms, dodgy roofs, rattling windows, rodent infestations, even the dreaded dry rot. None of these things could frighten Annie any longer. She'd lived through them all and come out on the other side with equity. In her current flat, she'd just had a fabulous, heavily discounted, limestone bathroom installed, complete with roll-top bath and steam sauna shower. Now she was preparing to sell for maximum profit and move on to the next doer-upper, even though she'd be really sorry to say goodbye to the shower. She'd be really sorry to say goodbye to this flat for many reasons, and she suspected it was going to be hard to convince the children it was a good idea. But, like it or not, they needed the money, mainly to afford the place she was headed towards right now. Heels clacking on the pavement, she walked out of Highgate Underground Station, not in the direction of her home, but towards St Vincent's, the excellent, although totally exclusive and smug, private day school her 2 children attended. Sending both her children to St Vincent's at a cost of over £3,000 a month was what kept Annie focused and motivated through her long days of wheeling, dealing, advising, buying, selling and reselling. Annie and her younger sister Dinah had been brought up in a much less inviting corner of London by a single, non-stop working mother who had sent her girls to the local primary and then the local comprehensive until they'd hit the critical age of 14. Then, chiropodist, although she preferred podiatrist, Fern had used her overtime, her savings and their natural intelligence to secure them places at the extraordinarily upmarket Francis Holland School for Girls to get their exams and a bit of polish. For Annie, Francis Holland had been the promised land, the holy grail, a fantasy school for the rich and glamorous, which for 4 glorious years she'd been allowed to join. Yes, she'd suffered a degree of taunting for living in the wrong part of town and having an accent more fresh gravel than cut glass. But mainly, she'd attracted a big fan base because she was street smart, savvy and cool, and because she knew so many, many boys. Annie had left the hallowed halls with several defining attributes: the qualifications necessary for art school, not medical school, much to Fern's disappointment, the firm conviction that if she ever had children, they'd go to a school like that from day one, no matter what the cost. And finally, perhaps most importantly, she'd learned that even if you didn't fit in, you had to be yourself, because even posh people responded so much better to down-to-earth reality than to nervous, put-on airs and graces. "Ah, Mrs. Valentine, lovely to see you. And how are we doing?" The headmaster, Mr. Ketteringham Smith, ramrod straight and severely smart, in his serious grey meet-the-parents suit, was meeting and greeting at the main door with a charming smile. "Top form, headmaster," she assured him with her best smile. "And how about you? You're looking fit." "Oh, well, am I?" He was flustered by the compliment. "Definitely. You look like you've been coaching the first 15 single-handed." This, admittedly, was going a tad far, but at least Lauren was not around to be humiliated to death by her mother flirting with the head. "Well, like to keep my hand in now and again," came his reply. She restrained herself from making a cheeky reply to this, because although there were many, many interesting men to be found wandering the corridors of St. Vincent's on a parents' evening, slightly balding Mr. Ketteringham Smith was not one of them. Annie, perhaps understandably, had a thing about dads. First of all, she'd never had much of one. Her mum had chosen to give her heart to a cargo ship captain. Cargo ship captain? The warning was in the title. Mick Mitchell was always away. Not just an hour's commute away, but on the other side of the world away, places like Hong Kong and Rio de Janeiro. The brief times he was home, he still liked to be captain, which infuriated Fern, who was used to doing everything for herself and by herself when she was without him. But it was the all-too-regular medical evidence, requiring hefty doses of antibiotics, of the other women in the other ports that finally sank his boat. Owen and Lauren's dad, Roddy Valentine, mischievous and funny, a Celtic blue-black-haired heartthrob, had been so much better at family life. But then he was an actor, away a lot, and despite his assurances, Annie had not been able to stop herself from wondering about the possibility of other women. However, nothing had prepared her for the abrupt and shocking end to her marriage. What had happened? It was a story that she didn't like to tell. It was a story that, somewhere in her head, she didn't really want to believe. She still didn't like to hear his name unexpectedly, as it made her jump. Although Roddy had left over 2.5 years ago now, she still woke up most mornings and looked across the bed for her handsome husband, momentarily convinced that it had all been a terrible dream. But somehow, she'd had to deal with it, somehow get over it, use every ounce of strength to pick herself and her 2 devastated children up and carry on. A schoolboy handed her an information sheet and she scanned it, checking the order of events and the rooms she should be heading towards. An hour and a half had been allocated for form teacher talks. Then it was into the hall for the headmaster's speech and the performances. She wondered if anyone would notice if she skipped that bit. "Annie, hello, how are you?" Becca Wollstonecraft was bounding over, a plump, curly, blonde-haired, friendly-faced mother of 4, either fabulously rich, sending 4 kids here, or fabulously broke. Annie hadn't yet figured out which, You're looking wonderful, as usual, Becca said, kissing her on the cheek. Oh, that's very sweet of you, was Annie's response. But maybe you need new glasses, babes. No, of course not. Now, that's it, Annie. I'm going to get you to make me over one of these days. Look at me. Becca gestured with her arms. I look like a bloody Labrador. Annie choked back the laugh this deserved. Not just because it was funny, but because, yes, blonde, knee-length fake fur wasn't perhaps the best look for Becca's stocky physique. Don't be silly, Annie insisted. It's cuddly and so warm. Oh, yes, well, a warm, cuddly lab then, Becca exclaimed. Right, OK. Do you do anything on a Tuesday evening? Annie asked. No, Becca replied hesitantly. Next Tuesday evening, then. Becca sounded confused. Annie had already whipped out her phone because she didn't hold with expecting people to call, they never did. You had to get them to commit while you had them right there in front of you. She tried to never leave a St. Vincent's event without netting at least one new client. Next Tuesday evening, Annie began. Around about 7, me in your wardrobe sorting you out, telling you what to keep and what to bin, explaining in detail, with pictures, what you need to buy to make sure you always look your best from now on. Becca was looking very doubtful. What do you charge? Probably just a bit more than the value of your current outfit, Annie teased. And what do you think that is? Becca looked down at her furry coat. All in, including the M&S shoes, £220, came the guess. Good God! How much? Becca seemed genuinely horrified. It'll be mates' rates, Annie assured her. We'll be all done for less than a trolley dash round the M&S food hall. Look, I'll pencil you in. What's your telephone number? And I'll phone to confirm a few days before. OK, great. Becca brightened up, obviously under the delusion that when the call came, she'd be able to play for time. But Annie put the number in her phone, knowing perfectly well that when it came to that call, she would win. Come on. Becca dived for a change of subject. I want to get Eric's teacher out of the way first. Should we go up to Godzilla's room together? Don't, Annie warned her. I'll probably shake her by the hand and call her that to her face. Lauren's, and therefore Eric's, current form teacher was the school battle axe, the kind of dragon who roared just for the sake of roaring and enjoyed sending children scurrying away in fear. Eric! Becca called to her husband. Eric Sr., a red-faced man stuffed into a pinstriped suit. This way, let's get started. Upstairs in the corridors and in the classrooms, parents were milling, looking at the artwork on the walls. Gosh, Jacinda's showing so much talent. Look at the brushstrokes. We should take her to Florence for the summer holidays. She should be inspired by the masters. Leafing through jotters and textbooks. Isaac's just brilliant at maths. Look at this. That after-school tutoring is worth every penny. Waiting for their turn to speak to the form teachers. George already thinks she's Oxbridge material. That's right, she's 12 in April. But she already reads Tolstoy. Oh, Henry's on to James Joyce. At St. Vincent's, parents were very, very interested in how their children were doing, and they never missed the opportunity for a progress report. Jill! Annie tapped the shoulder of one of the mothers, who had recently become a client of hers. Look at you, so lovely. She smiled, appreciating Jill from head to toe, taking in the caramel mac they'd bought together, the gorgeous velvet scarf tied just so, and the confident glow on Jill's face. Smiling back, Jill said, "Thank you," just as Annie had taught her. Thank you is enough, no more, oh, this old thing, or I just threw this on, or I ran backwards through a bush on my way over here, or whatever else you used to say in the past to play down compliments. After several minutes of chat, Jill whispered to Annie, "There's Tor. Tor Fleming. She's been completely shafted in the divorce. Richard's keeping the house. He gets joint custody of Angela with all the plum holiday weeks, and Tor doesn't even get an allowance. Totally shafted. I think she's going to fall apart. Look at her. No one needs you more than her, Annie. Annie followed the discreetly pointed finger to the mother of one of Lauren's classmates. Poor Tor. Her bare, exhausted face hovered above a shapeless pale blue anorak and beneath a scruffy mid-brown bob. Worst of all, Richard, tall, handsome and commanding, expensive navy blue overcoat, smart golfing umbrella to hand, was several steps ahead of her, scrutinising a painting on the wall with too much interest. They'd obviously decided to put Angela first and come to this evening together. Annie bustled forward, straight past Richard, with an effusive, "Tor, how are you? I haven't seen you for ages. You've got to come round." Soon enough, it was Annie's turn to pull up the chair opposite Lauren's form teacher, the feared 50-something super strict Miss Gordanza. After a curt hello, Miss Gordanza turned to the 3 pages of typed notes she had on her desk about Lauren, and term was only in its first half. "Well, Mrs. Valentine, there were certainly some difficulties with Lauren in the run-up to Christmas," Miss Gordanza began, adjusting her purple-framed spectacles. Difficulties was putting it mildly. Lauren and her gang of friends had egged each other on to play a series of increasingly daring and dodgy pranks throughout the winter term. Raw fish hidden in classrooms over a holiday weekend, and then the spectacular treacle-based sabotage of the school orchestra's brass instruments. The Christmas concert had come to a very sticky end. An MI5 scale investigation had followed, involving the headmaster, various teachers, Lauren, 5 of her friends, and all relevant parents. The girls had left for the holidays in disgrace. Back at school in January, a clever penance had been devised. Lauren and the others involved had been told to set up a charity fundraising group with an ambitious target, although Lauren was still trying to weasel out of the task. "She's enjoying school a lot more," Annie was telling Miss Gordanza. "She promised me a fresh new start this term, and she seems to be keeping to that. She's really into her GCSE course." Annie could hear herself gushing a lot more enthusiastically than Lauren might have. "I'll be keeping a close eye on her," Miss Gordanza said, as Annie fixated on the harsh fuchsia lipstick on the teacher's thin lips. It was the kind of pink tide line that wouldn't have dared to rub off, even at night. Probably Miss Gordanza woke up every morning to that same little pink pinched mouth. "Yes, so will I," Annie assured Godzilla. Lauren is bound to have issues because of her father's, Miss Gordanza went on awkwardly. "But I'm sure they're not beyond the control of this school." "Yes, well," Annie said gently, "I'm sure we all have issues, Miss Zanza." She thought she'd saved herself. "So many people call me that, I'm considering a name change," the teacher added, testily, without looking up again from the typed sheet. "Sorry." Annie suddenly felt mortified and about 10 years old. "Sorry, I didn't mean to. No matter. Shall we turn to Lauren's subject choices?" Owen's new form teacher was the head of music, Mr. Leon. He was a recent addition to the school staff and already very popular. Not just with the pupils, it seemed. Certain mothers had a telltale twinkle and had even been seen to blush in his presence. But Annie, who'd met him several times now, failed to see the attraction. To her, Mr. Leon was undoubtedly nice and a terribly committed teacher, but he was just a little too English eccentric. Waiting in the corridor for her turn to speak to him, Annie overheard the anxious parents ahead of her. "Marcus is astonishingly bright," the mother was informing Mr. Leon. "We want to make sure he's being stretched." "Well, unfortunately, We don't keep a rack on the premises anymore, Mrs. Gillingham, but I'll see what other ideas I can come up with," Mr. Lyon replied, provoking at first silence, then a confused titter from Mr. and Mrs. Gillingham. When her turn arrived, Annie went in to find Mr. Lyon seated on the corner of his desk, humming cheerfully. "Mrs. Valentine, come on in. All child torture suggestions gratefully received." He unfolded his arms, stood up, swept a hand through his voluminous head of hair, and waved at the 2 chairs set out for parents. St. Vincent's parents tended to come in pairs, it occurred to Annie with a pang. "So, what about the violin?" Mr. Lyon asked mysteriously, sitting down and crossing his arms again. Annie focused on him and the eclectic outfit he'd assembled for parents' evening in an effort to be smart. He'd paired mid-brown cords with solid brown leather shoes and a rustic green tweed jacket. The top button of his checked shirt was undone, and his dark knitted tie had been pulled into a tiny scrunched knot that was somehow at odds with his broad shoulders and tanned face. He looked fit and outdoorsy, as if he'd be much happier in a fleece, a beanie hat, and a pair of sensible cargo trousers, building a fire or chopping some wood. "What about the violin?" Annie repeated, wondering if she'd missed the start of this conversation. "We should get Owen playing the violin. He's doing brilliantly with the piano. He can play just about every instrument he picks up in my class. He's 9, great age to start, a very good ear. Really, very good. Plus," he rushed on, "we're desperate for new violinists coming up through the ranks. 3 will be leaving at the end of this year." She had to assume he was talking about the school orchestra. "Mr. Lyon," she began. "Ed," he interrupted. "Please, call me Ed. Mr. Lyon is terrifyingly formal." He turned away, pulled out a cotton handkerchief, and deftly caught a sneeze. "Well, bless you, Ed," she managed, followed by, "Believe me, there is no way that either of us is going to persuade Owen to take up the violin. No way. You may not have been able to discuss this fully with him." This was her way of gently introducing Owen's acute and at times crippling shyness. "But I can assure you the super cool, skateboarding, science kit blasting rapper boy that I know won't want to play something as nerdy as the violin." "I play the violin," Ed told her. "Oh, well, it's not just about stuffy concertos," he assured her, "although they are lovely. There's folk music, Irish jigs, even rock and roll." "I don't think he'll go for it, and I don't want to force him. I just think of the violin as such a personal voice, a way to express," Ed began, but Annie gently reminded him. "Owen has a perfectly lovely voice of his own. He uses it beautifully at home and when he's really comfortable with people. It's our job, everyone's job, to help him feel just as comfortable at school." "I totally agree," Ed said quickly. "But he's very good at music, and we should be encouraging that. All creative outlets are a great thing for all children," he added, brimming with enthusiasm. "Did you know that Owen speaks about 5 words a day to me, which is great progress, and I'm trying, just as gently as I can, to increase that." "What about guitar, then?" he suggested. "Guitars are cool." "I suppose so," she said carefully, worried she was going to agree to something by mistake. "Well, that's it then," Ed enthused. "Guitar lessons." "See?" Annie worried immediately about shy Owen having to cope with one-to-one lessons from a stranger. "I don't know if he'd want to have," she began. "I'd be happy to give him guitar lessons," Ed cut in. "At home, even, if that would make him feel more comfortable. In fact, I think that could be a really good idea. Seeing me, his class teacher, in a much more normal setting. It might help him to be more relaxed at school." Well, Annie wasn't entirely sure what Owen would think, but she realised this tall, tweedy man with the broad shoulders and outdoorsy face was already convinced. How had he landed at St. Vincent's, she wondered. He seemed more enthusiastic and more fun than all the rest of the teaching staff put together. She couldn't help wondering what he thought of Miss Godzilla. "Ask Owen what he thinks," Ed urged her. "Then I'll give you a call to discuss when might be a good time. Let's just arrange one lesson. Take it from there and see how it goes. Let me take your number." He clapped the pockets of his jacket, then looked on his desk for a pen and paper, as Annie took out her mobile and prepared to store his number. Once numbers had been exchanged, Ed sat down again and asked, "Right, so, and my favourite member of the Syrup Six is coming on nicely, isn't she?" Annie had no idea what he was talking about. "There weren't enough for a treacle 10, so ever since the sabotaged concert, I've thought of them as the Syrup Six. Lauren," he explained. "Oh, Lauren. Yes, she's fine, but she's really not enjoying the fundraising thing," Annie began. Ed Leon, as one of the newest staff members, had obviously been landed with every extracurricular task, including supervising the pupils' fundraising efforts. "No?" He lifted an eyebrow. "Well, she'll have to get stuck into it. This was her punishment. And anyway, I think it's good for her to get involved with the school again. She was starting to tune out on us." "Yes, you could be right. I've had an idea for the fundraising, which might make it more interesting for her," he added. "We might try and run a charity auction website. The Syrup Six will have to track down all sorts of things to flog, and there'll be a little group competition to see who can raise the most money. She'd enjoy that, wouldn't she?" Annie couldn't help smiling. As Lauren was already a budding eBay trader, this would be right up her street. "She'll love it. But keep a sharp eye on her. She's likely to get naughty just as soon as she gets bored. Keep making it tricky and interesting, or watch out." "Thank you for the advice, and I will do. I'll also put in some good words about Lauren with Miss Gordanza." In a whisper, he confided, "Miss Gordanza doesn't like many people, but she does like me. Her cheese and chorizo muffins, the best." "Cheese and chorizo?" Annie couldn't help checking. "An acquired taste." "Like Miss Gordanza." "Quite," Ed said, but suddenly looked as if he was trying hard not to laugh. "Now, how would Thursday suit you for guitar lessons?" He wasn't going to let this subject drop. Annie met his eyes and felt herself smiling back at him. She was touched at the interest he was taking in both of her children. "I have to ask Owen about this first." "Oh, yes, fair enough. Now, I suppose we should talk about his schoolwork too, shouldn't we?" "Mrs. Valentine?" With a start, Annie felt the tap on her shoulder. She was only a few steps away from a little-known side exit, sure she'd made a clean getaway from the concert. But now it appeared she'd been rumbled. Turning, she saw the tall, lean figure of the school bursar behind her. "Oh, hello, Mr. Cartledge. I'm afraid I have to leave early. Such a shame." She tapped at her wristwatch, Cartier, eBay, third hand, possibly fenced, for emphasis. "Just a very quick word, Mrs. Valentine. I was hoping to catch you." He lowered his voice. "Well, in a nutshell." With a lurch, Annie suspected she knew what was coming next. "Your direct debit for this term's fees hasn't gone through, Mrs. Valentine," Mr. Cartledge informed her. She had thought there might just be enough in the account to cover the payment, despite Christmas and despite the new bathroom, but she'd obviously been wrong. "Oh dear. Well, you do take credit cards, don't you?" Annie asked, thinking through the credit card juggle she would have to do. She knew perfectly well that 4 of her cards were dangerously close to their limits, but there was the 5th, emergency use only card. It might give her just a little bit of leeway. "We make a 1% charge for credit card payments," Mr. Cartledge said. Never mind, I think that's what I'll do, just this once. She tried to sound as cheerful as she could. No, problem, is there? No, Annie insisted, just cash flow, a funds-clearing situation, she fibbed. She'd put it on the emergency-only card and just work harder, make some extra sales in the day, find a few more home consultations, sell some more stuff on the website. It wasn't as if she hadn't juggled overdrafts and debts about like this before. For most of the time that Annie had been managing on her own, it felt fine. Most of the time she could cope. But there were occasional moments, like right now, or earlier in the day when Donna had threatened her, when she hated it, resented it, felt she couldn't possibly cope with it all on her own. At times like this, she was certain that having anyone, any partner at all, would be better than being alone. A backup, a supporter, that was all she was asking for. He didn't need to pay the mortgage, although, okay, a small contribution would be useful. Even if he was just someone to go home to. Someone to give the kind of neck rub Roddy had been so good at. Someone who could soothingly remind her, just as Roddy would have done, hey, it's only money, they print more of it every day. Once she was outside, Annie squeezed her eyes shut and then wiped carefully beneath her lower lashes. Only someone looking very, very closely would have seen the slightest of smudges there. Unzipping her handbag, she delved about inside for 2 small pieces of chewing gum. She popped them into her mouth and crunched down. Sometimes, just a little minty blast at the back of the mouth could fend off that choky, tearful feeling completely. She tied the belt of her raincoat tightly around her, pulled up the collars, then straightened her shoulders and held up her head. A stiff, shiny Valentino trench coat, even second-hand via the internet, was perfect for keeping her together and the world at bay. Okay, she resolved. She'd put Svetlana's handbag up for auction tonight, and maybe she'd act on the intriguing information the billionaire's wife had left inside. Chapter 3. Dress-down diner. Swirly blue and green above-the-knee dress, Topshop. Dark straight jeans, Gap. Soft leather rubber tread boots, Camper. Green necklace, green sparkly hair clips, Claire's Accessories. Pea green leather knee-length coat, Oxfam. Total estimated cost, £185. So, ask me where I got my coat. It could be worse, Annie's younger sister Dinah told her, as they surveyed a slimy, mildewed shower curtain dangling by 2 hooks from a flimsy rail above a bath that was possibly last cleaned in the 1990s. It could, Annie agreed loudly. If there was a large black plague-carrying rat sitting on the kitchen floor, for instance, that would be worse. Shh, Dinah urged. It was just like her to worry about what the estate agent might think. Annie was much less guarded. This was the exclusive investment opportunity she'd got out of bed early on a Sunday to view. Good grief. To rebalance her finances, she was exploring the possibility of swapping her beautiful, fully renovated home for both a doer-upper and a little buy-to-let. But if this was the quality of the doer-upper she could afford, she would have to abandon the idea. This was a gloomy basement prison, inhabited by 3, probably more, New Zealand travellers who clearly had better things to do than keep house. Every available surface was covered with wet towels, overflowing ashtrays, clothes, and empty beer cans. In the sitting room, 5 curry takeaway boxes were sitting like preschoolers in an expectant semicircle round the TV. I don't think they've been watching Grand Designs, Dinah whispered. Their landlord must be insane trying to sell it while the tenants are all here. As you can see, the estate agent continued, The lounge could benefit from a little freshening up, but there's a lot of potential." "Huh." Annie looked around the north-facing gloomy dungeon with a view of a wall. On the plus side, the little kitchen faced south, was almost sunny on a good day, and even had a minuscule strip of lawn outside it. But the bedrooms were the deciding factor. 2 small cubicles had been carved from one room with the ruthless use of plasterboard. Each had a small double bed buried beneath a tumble of clothes, towels and stuff. The rooms smelled of damp, pants and cheesy trainers. No way would she move her children in here. "It could look just so completely different if it was all right, Annie," said Dinah, in her usual touchingly positive way. The estate agent was nodding in agreement. Were they joking? In the kitchen, one of the tenants was making a fried egg sandwich, standing bravely beneath a flapping polystyrene tile that was threatening to throw itself off the ceiling at any moment. "What do you think of the flat?" Dinah asked him. "It's great," came his reply. "Obviously, we don't want anyone to buy it right now." Annie caught herself staring at his bare and bronzed pecs for a moment too long. She couldn't think when she'd last been so close to tanned man nipples. This really was a very small kitchen. "Should we go and take a look outside then?" Dinah asked. "Oh, yeah." Annie tore her eyes away. Out in the tiny garden, surrounded by tall walls on every side, Dinah's 3-year-old daughter Billy skipped in a circle, oblivious to the disappointingly poor real estate around her. Her straight shoulder-length hair, the same light brown as her mummy's, bounced on her shoulders, and she sang something under her breath. She came to a stop before her beloved Auntie Annie. The adoration was mutual. Made an attempt at crossing her chubby arms and asked, "You can still be a fisher lady if you're a princess, can't you?" "Yes, definitely." Annie didn't know what a fisher lady was, but she wasn't capable of denying this soft, round face, bright eyes and perfect pink mouth anything at all. No one else was either, which was probably something of a problem for Billy's long-term development, but no need to worry about that yet. "Well, I'm going to be a princess fisher lady when I grow up then." "What does a princess fisher lady do, my darling?" Annie bent down to make sure she didn't miss a thing. "Well," Billy began, putting her hands on her hips and leaning forward in a theatrically conspiratorial kind of way, probably copied directly from her nursery school teacher. "It's a princess, so she wears a pink dress and eats pink cakes all the time, but she also fishes, you know, with a fishing rod." "And that's what you're going to be when you grow up?" "Yes." "That is perfect. Now, I think we should go back to my place and eat croissants. How does that sound?" "Yes." Billy began to skip in her circle again. "So, ask me where I got my coat," Dinah challenged Annie on the walk back to her flat. "That's no use," Annie laughed. "Now I know you got it in cancer research or the PDSA. So how much did you pay?" She followed up immediately. "Oxfam, £30, came Dinah's completely honest reply. "Could have got it for you for less," Annie told her, but this wasn't true today. It was just a knee-jerk reaction, something she always liked to say to Dinah when they were talking about shopping. "Could not," Dinah retorted huffily. Annie and her sister Dinah, 3 years younger, had always understood each other almost perfectly. They weren't alike. They appreciated each other's differences and clicked. Always had done, ever since Annie had worked out how to scramble, carefully without stamping on the baby's head, into Dinah's cot in the morning to make her giggle. Although Dinah spent far less on clothes than Annie, she still maintained a lively, edgy style all her own and never shied away from a fashion challenge. Tank top and Bermuda shorts, sweater dress and thigh-high boots, crop top and cords, Dinah was game. There was still an element of competitive dressing between them, left over from the days when they stole tops from each other's wardrobes, fought to wear the same skirt to the same party, and cried when new dresses got ruined. "How's Carl?" Annie asked next, aware that she'd been with Dinah for almost an hour and not inquired once after her brother-in-law. But then it was a badly kept secret between the sisters that, although Annie was crazy about Billy and couldn't imagine life without weekly get-togethers with Dinah, she wasn't quite so smitten with Carl. "He's fine." Dinah sprang open one of her glittery green clips, readjusted it in her short and perky bob, then smiled. "Still waiting to hear about that project over in Hammersmith?" "Nothing else in the pipeline?" "Oh, loads. He's pitching for work all the time, but you know how competitive it is." In Annie's opinion, Dinah was one of life's true romantics. She was dreamy and sweet and softly pretty, all pale skin and rose-petalled cheeks. After many disastrous relationships, she'd finally found Carl, a soulmate, supposedly, just as kind and gentle as she was. Carl was an architect who only ever seemed to secure work on the smallest of projects, like rearranging kitchen units. And as Dinah was an occasional children's book illustrator, they lived in a tiny flat, not far from Annie's, but still a million miles from Highgate, in a state they liked to describe as impoverished bliss. It drove Annie slightly wild. She was always nagging them to be more proactive and ambitious, but it didn't make the slightest difference. Annie would ask things like, "But don't you want to do up your kitchen at some point?" Dinah, oiling some ancient French casserole dish she'd bought at Brick Lane Market for 20 pence, would answer, "Oh, but this is a real wooden cupboard." Squeak, cue cupboard door falling off hinge. "Those MDF things get worn out so quickly. This has character. I love to cook in here." The fact that her kitchen was no bigger than most people's fridges didn't seem to bother her. Annie, preoccupied with earning enough money for her family, couldn't help suggesting money-making schemes for Dinah and Carl. "Dinah, if you had a job just 3 days a week even, and if you put together a website, Carl, showcasing your best ideas. Dinah, have you tried contacting other publishers to see if they might pay better? And have you tried advertising in property magazines, Carl?" But her suggestions were gently ignored, and she suspected Dinah and Carl quite liked things the way they were. They liked not having to work too hard. They liked being at home with each other and their precious little girl. For Billy, however, Annie had great hopes. Billy was aiming high with her plans to become a princess, and she was already displaying the ferocious negotiating skills of a Washington lawyer. Billy had a shiny pink money box in which Annie encouraged her to store all the pound coins she slipped her, but that wasn't going to be enough to pay for St. Vincent's, was it? "Mummy," Billy asked now, "you know the pink fish we eat, is that a real fish? The same as the ones you catch? Do we eat real fish?" "I'm leaving that answer to you," Annie smiled, suddenly recalling Owen's devoutly vegetarian phase, aged 4. Back at Annie's flat, there was an overwhelming smell of nail polish. Lauren and her friends Greta and Susie were giving each other lavish, diamante-studded manicures and also trying to eat toast with their wet talons. Annie made the girls and Billy sit down at the kitchen table, where she spread butter and jam and cut toast into manageable pieces for the manicurists, while Dinah went in search of Owen, who was in his room hiding from the teen excitement in the kitchen. Annie's children had managed to jumble up their parents' looks and features so thoroughly that they looked very like both their mother and father, but completely unlike each other. Lauren had Roddy's thick, straight black hair, blue eyes and pale skin, as well as Annie's fine mouth, nose and long limbs. Owen had Roddy's face, but coloured with Annie's brown eyes, rumpled mousy hair and a tawnier skin. Although he might one day fill out to be muscular and sturdy like his dad, at the moment Owen was a lanky, slouchy, skinny boy. "Ask him to come through, will you?" Annie had said to Dinah, "at least for a croissant." So Owen eventually sloped in, blushed deepest pink at the sight of Lauren's 2 teen invaders, and picked a chair as far away from them as he could. Greta and Susie, being 2 of Lauren's closest friends, knew not to speak to Owen or even look in his direction, which was easy enough as he was far too young to be of any interest. After a while, he would usually calm down and chip into conversations with a few words of his own, but direct questions from non-family members were too stressful. When Annie brought his croissant over on a plate, she didn't say anything to cajole him into talking, but just massaged his slight shoulders for a few minutes, hoping to help him relax. These days, Sunday mornings were a constant problem in the Valentine household. There had once been lavish Sunday brunches with the most astonishing homemade thick and fluffy pancakes. To Annie, it wasn't so long ago that brunch had never begun before 10 because she and Roddy had always insisted on a Sunday morning lie-in after Saturday's weekly date night, when a rota of 3 babysitters took charge of Lauren and Owen while their parents went out. Didn't matter where they went out. The important thing was being out and having time together. For dinner somewhere smart if they were feeling flush. To see friends. To the cinema. Or even for fish and chips on a park bench if they were skint. Roddy whispering in her ear, "Can we go home yet? I want to do filthy things with you." Back at home, the ideal end to the evening was to lock the bedroom door and get close in the way only people who've been happily together for a long time can. "I know just what you want, and I'm so going to make you wait, and then wait, and wait some more before I finally give it to you." Roddy had never liked life to be boring, and he certainly didn't like love to be boring, so an evening in with him came with premeditation. With blindfolds, or honey, or ice cubes, maybe silky scarves, music, and always surprises. She had loved him, through and through and inside out, completely, thoroughly explored every square inch of him. No part of him had been untouched by her, unloved by her or out of bounds for her. They had once been completely and totally intimate. "We'll always have each other," he'd told her so many times. The liar. Sunday brunch had once meant happy, sleepy parents in pyjamas and Roddy making pancakes with bananas and maple syrup, or blueberries, or bacon, or even, on one occasion, Smarties. The kitchen on Sundays had once been full of sizzling butter smoke, coffee fumes, and the noise of Roddy's carefully selected seasonal tunes played loud to sing along to. For a while, after Roddy had gone, Annie had tried to keep the Sunday morning pancake tradition going on her own. But she couldn't get it right. She burnt the butter, and the pancakes came out black on the outside, raw in the middle. Or the batter went runny, and the pancakes were crepes. In desperation, she'd even tried pancake mixes, but the results were too sweet or too stodgy and provoked just as many tears as the bad home-cooked ones. But then there was the Sunday when Dinah came round and made them wonderful pancakes, taking Roddy's big, blackened cast-iron frying pan down from the shelf, washing and re-greasing it carefully. That was when a tearful Annie and her desolate children had understood that even perfect pancakes wouldn't work. What was missing was Roddy and his huge, sunny presence in their lives. So Sundays were now a careful exercise in avoidance. Lauren usually invited friends round. Owen and Annie often went out for a long early morning walk. Today, Annie brought back the new Sunday morning delicacy, butter croissants from the deli. She put them into the oven to warm, filling the room with a toasty, comforting smell. There was luscious cherry jam and Lauren's music on the stereo, pots of tea, and the busy chatter of 7 people in the kitchen. When the eating was over, Annie lured Dinah to the sitting room with the words, "Follow me, I've got something very interesting to show you." The south-facing, windows on 2 sides, 3rd-floor sitting room was an Annie makeover triumph. She'd scraped, sanded and sealed the floorboards herself. She'd reclaimed the tiled fireplace inch by inch from the paint and plaster slapped over it. Now the room was a delicate shade of green with luxurious curtains, second-hand, a slouchy sofa, small ads, and all the little touches, antique mirror, eye-catching rugs, beautifully framed photographs, which ensured her flat sales always allowed her to scale a little further up the property ladder. Dinah snuggled, feet up on the sofa, and patted for Annie to sit down beside her. "I have a new plan," Annie told her, taking a seat. "You always have a plan, Annie. Does this one involve going round another dodgy flat at 9:30 on a Sunday morning?" No, Annie assured her. "No, this plan is about giving up the dating apps." "Oh, thank God," was Dinah's reaction. "I don't know how you've managed to keep putting yourself through all those blind dates. I know you tried very hard, Annie, but I didn't think that was ever going to work." Last winter, Annie had decided that the best cure for the aching loneliness her absent husband had left in her life was maybe not to pretend that everything was fine and that she was coping just perfectly on her own, but to find someone new. She'd approached the project as she'd approach a shopping quest. She'd looked in all the places she could think of where available men were on offer, and she'd tried out many different styles. Unfortunately, finding a replacement partner was turning out to be much more difficult than finding a new pair of shoes. Although she had spent almost every single Friday night for the past 4 months on a date, Annie had to admit she was not making much progress. She had been out with 18 different men. 14 of them had been completely unsuitable, badly divorced, depressed, dumped, dysfunctional or defective, truly the end of the sale rail in the romance department. 3 had been a little more promising. Well, they'd been worth a second, even for one, a third date for closer inspection, but nothing had come of them. And then there had been the one-night wonder. Oscar, the man in a crumpled linen suit, incredibly good-looking for the dating circuit. Funny, attentive, utterly convincing, and so persuasive that she had taken advantage of the children being away for the night and invited him home. There was no hanging around waiting for Oscar to make a move. Oh, no. No sooner had she brought him in through the front door than he'd caught her wrist, spun her round, and pulled her in close, saying, "We have to kiss right now. It can't wait," in a voice not unlike Cary Grant's. He was a fabulous kisser, deliberate, practiced, delicious, and a great fit. He knew perfectly well she hadn't been this close to a man for too long, and he was there to meet that need. No doubt about it. His tongue moving against hers had felt breathtaking. She'd wanted to kiss him all night long, right there in the hallway. Of course, they'd gone to bed together. She'd expected to feel nervous, but instead found herself running up the stairs, not stopping to turn on the lights, and throwing herself on top of him. "Hello, I think I love you. What's your name again?" He'd sung in a giggly whisper against her ear, running a finger teasingly round the rim of her belly button. When he kissed her, whenever their lips had brushed together, she'd felt an electrically charged tingle. "You so want to. You do," he'd told her, moving his hand slowly up her leg again, taking big wolfish bites and licks at her mouth and neck. He'd smelled spicy, sweaty, grassy and delicious. She'd been unable to recall wanting anyone more. She realised she was ravenously hungry for him, starving. It had got much more heated, deliciously desperate, until they were naked and moving, gasping together, Annie determined to have him, make up for lost time and cram in every sensation she'd been so deprived of. Before they fell asleep, he'd held her, whispered to her, been unbelievably tender, and she had so fallen for him. But in the cool light of the morning, he'd already seemed detached, had to hurry off, and left a number which, when 3 days later she finally ventured to call, turned out to be wrong. "I'm emotionally scarred and vulnerable," she'd shouted at the receiver once she'd hung up. "It's against the rules to treat me like this, you total wanker." Her best friend, Connor, had christened Oscar the one-night wonder and tried to make a joke of him forever afterwards to ease Annie's pain as quickly as possible. Now, whenever she thought back to that little episode, she tried to remember just the good bits. And hey, Oscar had broken the ice, hadn't he? He'd been the first person she'd slept with since her husband. Not that he deserved the honour. Annie was now as expert at reading the dating profiles as she was the property ads. Successful businessman meant runs corner shop. Discreet fun was always adultery. Tall, invariably, meant giant. "You're going to meet your next Mr. Right one of these days. You're going to bump smack bang into him when you're not even looking," Dinah soothed her. "You've just got to give yourself time to let it happen." Annie gave her a sympathetic look. Her sister was touchingly sweet and naive in so many ways. Did she really think something this important could be left to chance, to fate, that she should rely on Mr. Perfecto waltzing into the store one day, setting eyes on her and declaring that she was the one? In Annie's experience, men were nothing like that. Even when they were madly in love with you, they rarely did anything about it. They had to be seduced, cajoled, reassured. In short, hunted down. Even securing Roddy, hardly one of life's shy and retiring types, had been hard work. 20-year-old Annie, wildly in love, convinced this was the man for whom she was destined, had kept a constant track of his nightlife via a friend to make sure she turned up at all the right places, accidentally looking as sensational as possible. But finally, she had landed the prize. And there's nothing in the world as wonderful as the one you've longed for, dreamed of, ached over, suddenly turning all his dazzling attention on you, full beam. The very depressing thing about blind dating was that she'd not yet met anyone who even came close. Instead of bringing Annie a sexy new life full of glamorous, hot men and sizzling romance, the hopeless encounters made her miss Roddy and every moment of comfortable, intimate married life even more. But never mind. New plan. Whenever her thoughts turned for too long to happy years in the marital bed, she shooed them away by deliberately reminding herself of Roddy's tatty tartan pyjama bottoms and farts under the duvet. When she met the next Mr. Wonderful, he would definitely not fart under the duvet. "Dinah, I haven't given up the chase, babes. I've just discovered a much better hunting ground," Annie informed her sister. "Turns out I've been trawling the bargain basements for a man when I should be looking for a really class label." With a flourish, Annie brought out the glossy brochure she'd found inside Svetlana's cast-off handbag. "One of the wealthiest wives in London gave this to me," she explained, "so it's got to be a very good idea." "Discerning Dinah's?" Dinah read aloud from the cover in a tone of disbelief. London's most exclusive dinner dating experience. Oh, Annie, I don't know. But Annie brushed her sister's reservations aside and spread out the profile pages of the dynamic, hand-selected guests who would be coming to next week's 5-course, 5-star dining experience. No more meeting crappy men in crappy bars. Annie was going in search of someone top of the range. This agency came with Svetlana's personal recommendation. I meet my second husband there. If Svetlana was now with a billionaire oil baron, surely Annie could manage a man with nice clothes, his own teeth, and a 6-figure salary. Isn't this going to be very expensive? Dinah worried. That's the point, Annie exclaimed. I could meet not just the man of my dreams, but the very wealthy man of my dreams. Dinah rolled her eyes. Annie, I think you may have watched Disney's Cinderella once too often during your formative years. This is the 21st century. Rich men do not gallop in and solve all your emotional and financial problems. They come with problems of their own, and prenups, and anyway, for goodness sake, Annie, what you're telling me is you are now looking for a rich man. There was no hiding the irritation in her voice. You know, not a nice man, or the right man, or someone you could fall in love with again, but Mr. Moneybags. No, of course I want to fall in love again, Annie insisted. Good grief. None of this will work without falling in love. But I just think I should be looking in the right kind of place for the right, really nice Mr. Moneybags. When she saw the sceptical look on Dinah's face, she added, Would it really hurt to look? The world's available men aren't divided into nice and rich, you know. There's overlap. There are some great men who aren't short of a bob or two. Would that be so bad? But the money issue will colour your judgment, Annie, Dinah protested. You'll pick a creep because he's loaded and supposedly going to solve all your problems. Well, thanks for the vote of confidence, Dinah, Annie snapped. That's really helpful. Why do you have to do this? Dinah picked up the brochure and looked as if she might throw it across the room. You'll meet someone when the time is right. Why are you trying to force it like this? Maybe the time just isn't right yet. At these words, Annie felt as if she was crumpling up inside. Her sister loved her, no doubt about that. But there were some things about Annie's situation that she just didn't get. Dinah, babes, Annie began. I need someone else in my life. You have no idea. I've got Lauren and Owen and I love them so much, but I need someone to be here for me. Someone to share the good things, the not so good things. Someone who's on my side, the way Roddy always was. I'm so sorry, Annie, Dinah said for about the 1,000,000th time, but that just didn't make it any better. I want someone... Annie's voice was quieter now, and she slumped back into the sofa. She wanted to try and explain it to her sister properly, but it was hard to do, and besides, she didn't like to admit all this need. She liked everyone, even Dinah, to think she was completely together and just perfectly fine. I want to find someone soon, Annie went on, because I just really want to get over Roddy, and I think someone else would help. I mean, pretty soon it's going to be 3 years, but I was with him for so long before that 3 years feels like nothing. I mean, I'm not sure I even fully believe it yet. So I think it's going to take another 5 years before it even begins to feel less raw. And I'm 37. I can't let all that time pass me by while I just wallow. Dinah's expression softened now to one of great sympathy. And sympathy from Dinah always made Annie feel dangerously wobbly and sad. Why did he have to die? Annie asked her sister, not for the first time. Why did he have to go and do that? As if Dinah could provide an answer. as if Dinah could somehow explain this enormous trauma. Dinah put her arms around Annie and held her tight. And just after he'd landed the soap part, Annie couldn't help adding, although her sister had heard this all before, just as things were about to get so good for us. 1 year into that job and we would have been minted and so happy. And none of these problems about school fees and paying the mortgage, none of these problems would exist. And why, Dinah? Why, oh why, didn't he have life insurance? I thought he did. I thought he'd filled in the forms and signed on the dotted line. I had no idea I could be left all alone in this mess. But never mind the mess. I just miss him. I miss him and miss him and miss him almost all of the time. I know, Dinah soothed as Annie pressed her fingers under her eyes and tried very hard to stop crying. You're doing so well, so incredibly well, Dinah added. Lauren and Owen are so lucky to have you, and of course you deserve someone else, someone amazing, just for you. I just worry about you all the time, Dinah admitted. I want you to find someone incredible, Annie, because that's what you deserve. So you mustn't settle for anyone less. And if you want to go to this dinner thing to just have a look around and see who is on offer, well, maybe you should go along and I should just shut up. Oh, Dinah, come here. Annie wrapped her sister up in a hug. I don't know what I'd do without you, she added. No, don't be silly, Dinah said, hugging her back. What would I do without you? Now, come on, let's take a look at the brochure. Dinah pulled out of the hug. I want to see all the details about your fellow discerning diners, so show. Bet you I get a great date on my first dinner, Annie challenged. And just to make light of the moment, Dinah had to add, bet you don't. Chapter 4. Discerning Dinah Annie. Rose pink strappy cocktail dress, monsoon sale. Sequined evening bag, accessorised sale. Purple suede Manolo heels, the store's sale preview day. Yellow cropped swing jacket, Valentino, eBay, used but flawless. Total estimated cost, £380. I thought we were supposed to dress up. Open the door! Annie shouted to the children from her bedroom at the top of the stairs. That'll be Mr. Leon. It was 6:45 p.m. and she was having a last-minute fret about her hair. She'd decided not to scrape her blonde locks into her usual slick ponytail for her first discerning Dinah dinner, but to wear them loose. Now that the hair was falling down about her face in the artfully artless way created by careful application of the tongs, the spray, the tongs, and then more spray, she didn't know if she liked it. She looked so different. Pretty, yes, but maybe too pretty. Curly blonde locks and a pink dress. Maybe it was too much. Despite overexposure to Cinderella at an impressionable age, she preferred herself all sharp and fashionably focused in darker shades with a sleek head. But this was dating. High-level designer dating. And wasn't she always telling clients that they had to dress not just for themselves, but also for the occasion? She pressed her pink glossed lips together, slung her yolk-yellow Valentino over her shoulders, and picked up her evening bag. Heels trip-trapping on the shiny oak stairs, she headed down to say hello to the music teacher. Ed Leon, with his hefty woolen overcoat and bright red guitar case, was filling up the entire hallway as he chatted to Lauren and Owen. Yeah, basic chords, he was telling them. So easy once you've got the guitar tuned, but tuning the guitar, really tuning her up beautifully, that's the difficult bit, a real skill. No, I'd even go as far as calling it an art. Lauren, why don't you join us? Good luck trying, Annie couldn't help thinking. Lauren had moaned and scowled from the moment Annie had come through the front door about that geek Mr. Leon coming round. "We're going to do some chords," Ed was telling Lauren in the hallway. "We might even break into a bit of 1980s retro guitar. Hey, Owen? Have a little Michelle Shocked, Billy Bragg moment. Come on, Lauren, just listen in." "Who?" was Lauren's response. Then Annie was at the bottom of the stairs, where she caught Ed looking up at her and doing a slightly obvious double take at the heels, the hair, and the dress. Definitely the dress. "Hello, Mr. Leon, great of you to come over." She smiled a welcome. "I'm leaving the three of you in peace and going out to a dinner party," she explained over his insistent, "Please call me Ed." "Okay, Ed," was Owen's response. Immediately he turned bright pink, but he was smiling, obviously pleased with himself that he'd managed to blurt something out so early into the lesson. "Owen," Annie scolded gently. "I'm not sure Mr. Leon meant—" "Oh, don't worry, it's fine," Ed cut in. "Into the sitting room," Annie directed her children. "Ed, can I have a tiny word?" She came down the last of the stairs, so she was standing beside him. He was taller than she remembered, despite her 3-inch heels. Then she said in a low voice, "We've not talked about payment for these lessons?" No, he was waving his hand. "But don't be silly," she insisted. "You've come over here, you're giving up your time to do this. You need to be paid." "Definitely not. I want to do this for Owen and, well, I do have the interests of the school orchestra at heart as well." He held up a small brown violin case that Annie hadn't noticed before. She looked at him for a moment. He had a kind face, slightly too kind. He was definitely the sort of dreamy, well-meaning person who would get himself into a situation where giving music lessons was costing him rather than making him some extra pocket money. "Now look, Ed," she told him a little firmly. "I can understand if you don't want to be paid for the lessons, but I'm giving you something in return, okay? Don't bother saying no again," she insisted when he began to shake his head. "Are you a wine man or a beer drinker?" she asked, thinking that the ancient woolly overcoat suggested wine, but the guitar was definitely screaming real ale. Ed seemed unsure and slightly taken aback at the question. "Well, both, really, but red wine probably has the edge." "So that's easy then," she told him. "1 lesson equals 2 bottles of red. Do we have a deal?" She held out her hand. He offered his, and they shook on it, his face creasing into a smile. "If you absolutely insist," he said. "Yes, I bloody do. And don't be too impressed. They won't be vintage." "Come on in then," she said, and opened the sitting room door. Ed followed her into the room. "What a nice room," was his enthusiastic response. "So much space and so very nice," he repeated. "Bet you've got one of those terrifyingly high-tech kitchens as well." "Oh, yeah," she replied with a wink. "It makes you dinner, then washes up and gives you a massage. Who needs a man?" "Very good." He nodded and began to take off his coat. Annie took it from him, noting that he wasn't in his usual tweedy schoolwear, but in very well-worn jeans and an ancient dark blue Guernsey jumper, fraying at the cuffs. A desperately unironed shirt was peeking out at the collar and hem. This was obviously Ed doing casual. "So you're heading out?" he asked. "Yes, yeah. A party, dinner thing." She didn't want to be specific about the discerning diner dating scene she was venturing into. But Lauren's acutely perceptive teen antennae flicked on, and she didn't hesitate to inform Ed, "Mum's going on another blind date?" "Well, it's not quite like that, Lauren," Annie warned her daughter with a look. "But oh no, what do you mean, not quite like that?" came Lauren's testy response. 40 single strangers are getting together for dinner tonight, and you're going to be one of them." "Well, what can I say?" Annie forced a smile onto her face and gritted her teeth. There's a first time for everything, she managed instead.
Right, said Ed.
He looked astonished, which made Annie feel slightly ridiculous and irritated.
Best of luck,
he added. I'll tell you how it goes. She tried not to snap, giving Lauren a pointed glare. Anyway, a friend of mine, Connor, will be round a little bit later on. He's babysitting because I don't like to leave them alone at night. Do I, babies? Owen made vomiting noises, while Lauren crossed her arms and scowled at her mother. Night-night, she trilled as she headed out of the door. And Ed, there's tea, coffee, cake and biscuits in the kitchen. Do not be shy. You're welcome to whatever you'd like. As Annie climbed the hotel's thickly carpeted staircase, she felt a rush of pure and unbridled optimism. This was a classy place. Nothing cheesy about it. Well, okay, maybe booking the Anne Boleyn function room hadn't been the organiser's best decision. My second wife, yes, she was beheaded, unfortunately. So sad. But there we are. That makes me single again. Maybe tonight meant no more dates via the tragic apps, no more hasty glasses of wine downed while she made her excuses to the poor bewildered souls she kept encountering. No more internet dating. Her inbox would be free of the entirely deviant fantasies of Mr. Perverted of Tampa Bay, Florida and pals. Red carpet dinner dating. This was the way to go. Yes, it was expensive, at a moment in her financial life when she really couldn't afford it, but she was looking on it as an investment, finding not just Mr. Right, but Mr. Wealthy and Right was going to be money so well spent. Anyway, this was a trial dinner. She had paid for the meal. The full subscription was due only if she signed up after tonight. Maybe she'd get lucky first time. She was feeling very lucky. How Dinah had rolled her eyes as Annie had read to her from the brochure. A gourmet dining experience with 40 hand-selected singles. Look through the guest list, Annie had urged her, handing over the profile pages studded with grainy printouts of passport-sized photos. There's a property developer, a Czech businessman, a computer entrepreneur, someone interesting from the West Country, Annie had pointed out. But Dinah had labelled each photo in her own way. Man who does DIY, Eastern European gangster, husband not over his wife, mono-browed werewolf. Stop it! Annie had ticked her off. What about him then? She'd ringed one profile. Dominic runs a garden design consultancy. He loves French wine and Cuban music. Ooh. Her eyebrows had perked up with interest. Half French. Now he is very promising. Let's see the picture. Dinah had peered at the page and grudgingly agreed that Dominic wasn't too bad. In fact, he was really quite handsome. Dark hair, hopefully his own, nice jawline and smile. Why do you think he needs a dating agency? Dinah had wondered suspiciously. Maybe he's just so busy running his consultancy he can never find the time to meet anyone, Annie mused. He is good-looking, isn't he? Now, smoothing over her dress, pulling back her shoulders and setting what she hoped was a slightly mysterious smile on her face, Annie opened the door to the Anne Boleyn room and stepped inside. At a reception table directly in front of her, an over-enthusiastic girl with a stack of name badges was gushing. Hello and welcome to Discerning Diners. Name badges? Annie hadn't expected something as functional and conferencey as name badges. But far, far worse than that was the fact that everyone Annie could see milling around in the drinks area was dressed in regulation office clothes. The men were all in grey and navy suits, the women in functional blacks and beiges. This was a sea of jackets, long-sleeved blouses and smart trousers, with not one pretty dress to be seen anywhere, let alone a strappy one. She was going to look like the divorced and desperate housewife amidst all the high-flying executive girls. So, what's your name? The super smiley blonde behind the desk wanted to know. It's Annie Valentine, and I thought we were supposed to dress up, she added in dismay. We do ask everyone to make an effort, but I'm afraid so many people come straight from work they don't have time. But you look lovely. Can I take your jacket? No, well, it was warm in the Anne Boleyn room, too warm for yellow wool gabardine with a satin lining, especially now that she was feeling the added heat of embarrassment. She could either hover round the drinks reception in the jacket, quietly sweating her makeup off, or she could be brave and breezy. Yes, I suppose so, she relented, slipping off the Valentino and exposing slim shoulder straps, bare arms, and a lot more cleavage than the event required. I'm going on to another party afterwards. Suddenly the perfect excuse, not to mention fib, sprang to mind. She would tell everyone this. Oh, and it meant she could leave early if, surely no chance of this, the evening was a horror. OK, Annie, I'll take you over to Hilary, who's going to introduce you to everyone. With Hilary at her side, Annie was whisked through a blur of faces, smiles and introductions. She recognised some names from her list. The Czech turned out to be a rather meek-looking salesman. Idris was indeed a mono-browed Welshman, though probably not a werewolf. Most disappointing of all was very, very promising Dominic, the garden designer, who was handsome, but came in at about 5'3". So Annie, in heels, was a clear 8 inches or so taller than him. When they were ushered through to dinner, she felt a little disheartened to see that the name tag on the place next to hers was Dominic's. A rather shy, bland man called Will was seated on her left, opposite a pale and nervous-looking woman called Maisie. But some sort of salvation seemed to loom in the form of Lloyd, the greying but nonetheless debonair-looking 50-something opposite her. When he smiled, introduced himself, shook hands over the table and complimented Annie on her wonderful dress, she found that her will to live seemed to be returning. But over the starter, spinach and nutmeg soup, which quiet man Will couldn't eat without splashing and slurping noisily, Annie discovered that Lucinda, the woman seated on Lloyd's left, was also very taken with him. Within minutes, it also became clear that Lucinda was very, very chatty and was going to do most of the talking at the table, imagining that she was helping everyone to mingle by going round and asking all those excruciating personal questions Annie did not want to answer. Are you divorced? How long have you been dating? What do you do for a living? As her turn to be grilled looked like it was approaching, Annie made the entirely mature decision to bolt for the loo. When she came back, she felt she should leave off Lloyd for a bit and devote some attention to Dominic so as not to be rude. The wine's nice, isn't it? She asked him, remembering his interest from the profile pages. Not bad at all, he replied, turning the bottle to read the label. I've taken the decision not to drink plonk anymore, she explained. Life's just too short. She asked him about his journey to the hotel and got an almost funny anecdote in reply. Half French, Cuban music-loving Dominic. It was obvious the French genes were strong. He was handsome in a dark and brooding kind of way, wore his shirt unbuttoned low, and would have looked at home in a Parisian cafe puffing on a gitane. He should have been very promising date material. But 8 inches. 8 inches was quite a gap to overcome. Even sitting down, his head was tilted upwards to meet her eye level, which whizzed Annie back in time to dancing with boys a whole head and neck shorter than her, making her feel like an overgrown freak. As the next course arrived, they began to talk about favourite foods, vegetables to be precise. Aubergine in a tomato ragout, he was telling her. Dwarf green beans steamed with butter. Delicious, Annie said. Dwarf, Good grief, why did she have to say dwarf? Wasn't green beans enough? Lloyd shot her a wink. By the way, that was Lloyd. Property developer, divorced, no children, large house in Wimbledon, hobbies, jazz and windsurfing. Lucinda had her uses. Have you been dinner dating long? She asked Dominic, changing direction away from miniature vegetables. A year or so, he admitted. Met any interesting people? She wondered if he'd had more luck than her. Lots of interesting people, but nothing serious. So tell me about your gardening work, she asked. This turned out to be a good question. Dominic was very enthusiastic about his job and talked with animation about the modern garden. Annie and several other diners listened closely, chipping in with questions about their own little plots, wondering if he could offer a few tips. This was one of the many sad things about getting older. With a jolt of pain, she remembered Roddy joking, "Suddenly everyone's as interested in gardens and where to score the best bedding plants as they used to be in drugs. Bird-watching no longer means checking out the hot chicks, but setting out feeding tables and encouraging the starlings. From big tits to blue tits, it's downhill all the way," had been his take on it. Annie glanced over at Will and Maisie and had a sneaking suspicion that they were in fact smouldering with passion. They kept trying to take furtive glances at each other and blushing when they got caught. If only they could pluck up the courage to say slightly more than hello. But just as she was wondering how to draw them into a conversation together, she heard Dominic tell Lucinda that he drove a minivan. At this, she turned, caught Lloyd's eye, and heard him give a snort of laughter, which he quickly suppressed by drinking a mouthful of wine. She smiled at him knowingly, feeling pleased that they had this little secret communication going. Fortunately, Dominic didn't seem to notice, and fortunately a little bell rang which turned out to mean that this course was finished, and all the women had to stand up and move 3 places to their right. To Annie's relief, this put her in Lucinda's seat, right next to Lloyd. Lloyd was a smooth and practiced discerning diner honey. He asked her about where she lived. He listened to her job description and property empire expansion plans with interest, and he kept her wineglass topped up. He looked into her eyes and said in a low voice that he'd been coming to these dinners for over 3 months now, and he'd met no one as beautiful as her. She gave this the modest giggle it deserved, and asked where he'd got his tan. He muttered something about business in Argentina and how a trip to the Caribbean made February so much more bearable. Annie felt a warm wave of sun-kissed Caribbean happiness wash over her. Her luck was so in. He was lovely. Perfect. Her hands were itching to pick up her handbag, whisk out her mobile, and commit his numbers to speed dial. "So you have children, do you?" he asked, picking up his wineglass to take a sip. "A gorgeous 15-year-old Lauren, and then my son Owen, who's 9. 15? Lloyd was trying to restrain himself from a splutter. "Well, she's my love child," Annie explained, always pleased with the "you look so much younger" effect that mentioning her 15-year-old daughter had on people. "I had her when I was 22. "You're 37? Lloyd asked. "But you look so much younger." Unfortunately, this sounded almost angry, unlike the usual compliment that revealing her age brought her. "Well, thank you," she smiled at Lloyd, but he didn't look happy. "What's the matter?" She decided it would be best to know. "My cut-off point is 33, he said coldly. 33 what? She asked, not sure what he meant. 33 years old, he retorted. My ex-wife is 34, so I'm going younger, preferably much younger. Oh. For a moment, Annie was too taken aback to say anything. Then plenty of pithy responses came to mind, like, "You sad old goat. When are you booking yourself in for a full facelift? Or, is dating a teenager so much fun?" But she reined them in and settled on a dignified, "Well, Lloyd, that's your loss. Women get so much more interesting in their 30s, not to mention expert." And now she would have to concentrate on Will, the soup-slurping Mr. Quiet. "I think Maisie really likes you," she told him in a stage whisper, after a quick preliminary chat. "You should get her number. I think you'd both get along like a house on fire." Unfortunately, this just made Will blush and clam up completely. So now Annie had no one to talk to. Time to execute Plan B and claim she had to leave early to get to her other fictional party. With a quick glance round at everyone within earshot, she announced that she was so sorry to break up the party, but she had promised to look in on another event. Exiting the table, head high in what she hoped was a dignified manner, she couldn't help taking a quick glance back to see if Lloyd had got up to follow her. Well, why not? Wasn't he desperate to know more about her? Get her number? Even if she was 37. But no, he wasn't even watching her go. His head was turned and he was deep in conversation with Lucinda, who, outrageously, had moved herself back into the chair Annie had just vacated. And now Hilary, the hostess, was chasing after her, catching up with her at the door. "How did it go? You're looking so fabulous, by the way," she gushed. "We will phone you tomorrow and ask if there's anyone you met tonight that you want to contact." "Thank you," Annie managed, although she slightly wished she was brave enough to offer the truth. A pithy, "Don't bother, what a bunch of losers." She buttoned up her jacket, fled to the first bar she could find, and gulped at an overpriced cocktail while waiting for her minicab to turn up. Not for the first time, she wondered if all the world's good guys were already taken. She thought about how long she'd been with Roddy, and how she'd never once met anyone who'd made her reconsider her choice. How had she thought she could meet a brand new life partner in a single evening? Just as she was about to slump her head down on the table in depression, she caught herself. "Come on, Annie," she told herself sternly. "You're an expert at hunting down exactly the right thing. Surely if there's a good guy out there to be found, you can find him." Chapter 5. Connor babysits. Dark blue, chunky cashmere roll neck, Armani. Slouchy indigo jeans, Nudie. White t-shirt, Paul Smith. Pink and aqua socks, Paul Smith. Tight boxers, Aussie bum. Suede bowling boots, Camper. Total estimated cost, £520. Why does no one want me? "Miss Valentine, you've been on a hot date?" The taxi driver greeted her with a grin. It was the same driver who'd taken her home from Dinah's house last Friday, Mr. Abdul Unwatcher, and his not-so-trusty Nissan Bluebird. "No, not really," she told him, followed by, "How's the exhaust?" so he didn't ask any more awkward questions. She was treated to a long monologue about feckless mechanics and the poor quality of Chinese exhausts. As she opened the door, she could hear the very, very welcome sound of Connor McCabe, the 6'3", dark-haired, devastatingly handsome actor that every woman deserved to have as a best friend, calling to her from the sitting room. "Hello there, sex bomb," he greeted her as she stepped into the room. "How was your evening?" Connor was sprawled right across the sofa, effortlessly gorgeous as always. Hair in a messy quiff, that was new, wearing rumpled jeans and a cuddly roll neck. 2 empty beer cans and a family pack of cheese and onion crisps were on the table beside him. He had the remote in one hand and a late-night chat show on low volume on the telly. "Snog," he said, holding out his arms. Annie leaned over and kissed him on the lips, feeling his arms hug her in tightly. He pulled her down onto the sofa beside him. "With or without tongues?" he joked, kissing her lips again. "I think without, what with the cheese and onion, but thanks for the offer," Annie said, coming up for air. Lovely to see you." She tucked her head against his chest, and beneath the pungent crisp breath, she could smell comforting manly scents of shaving cream, beer, and well-worn jumper. "So, how did it go?" he wanted to know. "I don't suppose you happened to meet Mr. Perfect?" "Yeah, right." She budged Connor over a bit so she was snugly sandwiched between the back of the sofa and his warm body. Ah, the comfort of a gay man. She could use his body for all the huggy, snuggly stuff without risking any kind of misunderstanding. Then she gave him the story of the evening, blow by blow, leaving in as many stupid details and silly moments as she could. When she'd finished, Connor wriggled a comforting arm around her. "I do need to find someone," she confided. "I've realised I'm paying men to touch me." "What do you mean?" "My hairdresser's a man, my chiropractor, my dentist, my doctor. It was when I realised I was really quite enjoying a breast examination that I suspected I'd turned into a dirty old woman." "Don't mess about, baby. Book yourself in for that smear test now," was Connor's advice. She dug an elbow into his ribs. "You need a hunky male personal trainer," Connor suggested, "or the suburban housewife's tried and tested favourite, a tennis coach." "Oh, I would, but not in my current economic climate." "Anyway, how were the children?" she asked. "They were fabulous," he assured her. "Lauren's still awake in her room, I think, listening to music. Owen is probably playing the guitar under his covers to impress his music guru." "You met Ed?" "Oh, yes, I like Ed. He's so enthusiastic, and that's always very attractive. Dresses like a tramp, though." "That's harsh, Annie. I'd say he exudes old-school charm." "Oh, he exudes, does he? You old lovey. How's your love life, anyway?" "Oh, same old, Connor assured her. "Absolutely nothing to report. Why does no one want me?" He pulled a tragically sad face. "So, the Manners policeman remains the most eligible bachelor in showbiz, then?" she teased. "I dunno, Connor. You're gorgeous. You're on TV. You're loaded. Maybe people are frightened by all this success. Maybe they don't want to wake up and find themselves all over the internet." "Oh, very funny." He looked up at the ceiling, and she studied his handsome profile. She'd sort of inherited Connor, as he'd been Roddy's best friend. They'd met on the set of some low-budget film in Romania. They'd been there for weeks, even though they were bit parts, first and second prints on the right or something. Together they'd had a laugh and hatched a plan to leave their noble, badly paid film and theatre careers, which didn't seem to be going anywhere, and break into the soaps. Roddy as a sexy baddie, and Connor as the handsome, wholesome boy next door. After extensive restyling by Annie, Roddy had emerged with a crew cut, stubble and black leather jacket, and had progressed from the thug in several TV dramas to the newly returned brother of somebody in EastEnders. Meanwhile, a scrubbed clean, rosy-cheeked, knitwear-clad Connor had landed the starring role in the Sunday evening nostalgia series The Manor. On the back of this, stage roles in the West End came rolling in. "How's work?" Annie asked. "Oh, darling, it's wonderful," Connor said before adding grumpily, "I'm never agreeing to go on stage again. It's bloody drudgery." "Ha! Bloody well-paid drudgery," she said, and stroked his jumper knowingly. 8-ply cashmere doesn't come cheap." "Give me telly any day. When are you coming to see me tread the boards?" "Oh, very soon," she assured him, secretly thinking that musicals, even those by Noel Coward, weren't really her thing. "Now, Connor," she began, since favours were being traded. "My gorgeous one?" She linked fingers with him. "Uh-oh," he replied. "This sounds as if it's going to be dangerous, expensive, or possibly both." "I've got a favour to ask. Actually, 2 favours." "Oh, you'll definitely have to grovel." "How do you feel about camping, the tent kind?" she added quickly. Connor pulled a face. I know everything about camping and nothing about tents. There's this male bonding, man and boy orienteering event. Men and their sons or their nephews or their friends' sons even. And Owen showed me a leaflet for it. Has been saying about 15 times a day, wouldn't that be really good fun? Doesn't that sound like a great place? And so on. You know how much camping he used to do with Roddy, and I can't think of anyone else who could take him. And it's around the time of his birthday, and I'd love him to go. It would make him so happy. Annie, Connor moaned, I can't do camping. That was totally Roddy's thing. And you definitely can't camp, probably not even for an hour. So you'll have to think of something different. How about a spa weekend? He suggested hopefully. I'd come on that. I hope you're joking. Owen is going to be 10, she reminded him. You're never too young to groom. Annie gave a sigh. Okay, I'll let you off camping. But now you have to say yes to my next request. Hit me. You know it's my mum's retirement party next month. No, I love your mum, but I don't think her retirement was flagged up on my event horizon. But, so would I be correct in thinking you're about to utter those oh-so-flattering words +1? Connor? Annie snuggled up against him. You could ask for favours in return for this. It's worth at least 2, maybe even 3, extra discount purchases from the Annie V trading station. Connor's face was brightening. Do you have any designer pants in stock? I may be able to arrange that, she said, recalling a pyramid of Calvin Klein's on 3 for 2 at TK Maxx. Hopefully, there wouldn't just be XXLs and XSSs left. Is it a big family gathering for the retirement? He wondered. Annie nodded. I don't want to go on my own. I mean, obviously, Lauren and Owen are coming, but I want someone there just for me. He stroked her hair, then let a smile break over his impressive features. Will there be aging aunties? He asked. At least 3, maybe 4. Ooh, I do like a tipsy aging auntie. That's my core fan base, you know. What about wild drunken dancing? Definitely. There's a live band, apparently, because it's a Scottish-themed ceilidh evening. In fact, she sat up and grinned at him. She had just had one of her best ideas of the day. I'm going to hire you a kilt. A kiltie? Connor grinned, revealing perfect and laser-whitened teeth. Oh, yes, Annie, yes! One of those black leather ones. Whatever turns you on, darling. A black leather kiltie with nothing underneath. In a passable Sean Connery purr, he added, Moneypenny, how can I refuse? And what will my delectable date for the evening be wearing? Now that is a very good question, Annie replied. Chapter 6. Megan's outfit for her ex-husband's wedding. Missoni dress, the store. Manolo boots, the store. Gucci bag, Gucci. Philip Treacy hat, the store. 3.5 carat emerald engagement ring, ex-husband. Cartier diamond watch, ex-husband. Asprey gold and diamond bracelet, ex-husband. Estimated cost, £220,000. I want to look everything his cheap little girlfriend is not. No! Shrieked Taylor. She yanked the 4-figure silky, frothy Matthew Williamson creation up over her head and tossed it onto the floor. No more Empire lines. I've tried on 6 now, and they all make me look fucking pregnant. Taylor, Megan warned, in knee-jerk reaction to the swearing. Annie was so exhausted she was going to have to mainline Red Bull when this ordeal was finally over. She'd already been with Taylor and her terrifying mother, Megan, for 1.5 hours. They'd booked a double session. Dressing them was like the personal shopper Olympics. Annie was always surprised when they came back to her, because she was sure these Vogue, Harper's and Net-a-Porter experts, these females, wealthy enough to shop for everything they could possibly want in the store, even groceries, knew far more about up-to-the-nanosecond fashion than she ever could. She suspected she was brought in, like the UN, to serve in a peacekeeping role when this precocious 16-year-old went frock hunting with her beautiful mama. Taylor was, like every teenage girl, a special shopping challenge. She was extraordinarily pretty, with long, flicky blonde hair and the lean, perfectly proportioned body and dewy complexion born of great genes and lashings of money. Taylor was made of fresh air, skiing holidays, summers on the beach under a layer of Factor 50, sensible boarding school food and daily workouts on the hockey pitch. Here to choose outfits for Taylor's father's remarriage, it didn't look as if they were ever going to agree because Megan wanted Taylor to wear something sweet and girly, whereas Taylor wanted the kind of dress a 30-year-old vamp would consider daring. Taylor had dismissed all suits as boring, including a gorgeous pale pink miou-miou which had inspired her to say, "Look at me, I'm Lady Penelope," and then do a really quite funny impersonation of the Thunderbirds puppet. In pale blue velvet and lace, while Megan and Annie had sighed at how divine she was, Taylor had pulled a face and gone, "Ugh, what a drip." All the cute empire lines had been tossed off in horror, and Annie was beginning to wonder what more the store could offer. "I want the black wrap, please," Taylor whined, sounding more and more like the spoiled and pampered princess she was. Megan drew herself up to full height, formidable in head-to-toe Dior, sighed and looked at Annie for backup before explaining once again. "Taylor, you cannot wear black to your father's wedding. Absolutely not. Look," she added with breathtaking bitchiness, "I don't think he should be marrying a 22-year-old Romanian gymnast either, but we can't go to the event in mourning, and that's final." Annie had to turn her mind to very sad and lonely thoughts to prevent herself from snorting with laughter at this. The hour spent finding Megan's perfect outfit for the social and emotional ordeal of attending her ex-husband's remarriage had passed satisfyingly well. Megan had come in with a wonderfully clear idea. "I want a severely smart dress. Nothing soft, nothing flouncy, nothing flared. I want perfect tailoring. I want to look everything his—" dramatic pause to deliver these words as witheringly as possible— "cheap little girlfriend is not. Sophisticated, cultured, complicated, intelligent, elegant, and grown up." Annie, with a Parisian vision of chic in her mind, had installed Megan in a changing room, then run from floor to floor, bringing her everything that could possibly comply with this description. It hadn't taken long to find the dress. Cream with an olive-coloured leaf print, narrow skirt, tight waist with a wide belt, close-cut bodice with a high ruffled neckline. "It's not soft," she'd promised Megan. "It's supremely elegant." It was also Mizoni and comfortingly extortionate. Wide three-quarter-length balloon sleeves completed the dress, so Megan could display her most extravagant gold bracelet, diamond-studded watch, and enormous emerald ring to full effect. "I want suede stiletto boots to go with this, and of course a hat," she'd instructed. These had taken longer to get exactly right, but finally a vision of ex-wife perfection with just a touch of Cruella de Vil had been created. Genius. Megan had allowed herself to smile in the mirror. Annie had stepped back to admire her handiwork. The tiny hat with long spiked pheasant feathers was breathtaking on top of Megan's angular silhouette. How did Megan look? She looked just right for an extremely beautiful, bitter brunette who was far, far from over the biggest disappointment of her life. Her marriage to Mr. fabulously wealthy bigwig had ended, and she was still devastated by her loss of status. Although, Annie couldn't help thinking, surely the jewels and the annual allowance, generous enough to make small African nations weep, must be of some comfort. She wondered if Megan had thought about finding a new husband yet, and did she dare to ask her where she was going to look? The best thing about this outfit, Megan had noted with triumph, is that, with jewellery, it will have cost him 5 times more than what the bride will be wearing. Poor little girl, she has no idea what she's in for. She'd snorted. Let's hope that Victor and his penis will be very happy. I think we need a little break, Annie suggested, as Taylor flung another dress on the floor. Why don't we go down to the vintage boutique in the basement? She risked. Taylor's response to this looked reasonable, but Megan's eyebrows were arched and twitching. Don't worry, Annie soothed. It's the store's version of vintage, which means exclusive one-offs and collector's items worth more now than when they were bought. Down in the glamorous basement floor, a section had been made over as an antique clothes shop, complete with picturesque worn wooden shelves crammed with dainty crocodile handbags, long leather gloves, feathered and furred hats. The rails were adorned with silks, lace, taffeta, chiffon, dresses with history, ghosts from parties that had been held all over the city since the 1920s and on into the 50s and 60s, even the 80s. Annie had always liked second-hand. She liked to rummage through old, and usually much better made, clothes. These were not dresses that whispered, "You shall go to the ball." These gowns had been to the ball, danced till they dropped, sipped champagne, met the man of their dreams, sneaked a cigarette or two, kissed, maybe more, and come back to tell the tale. OK, sometimes they didn't come back too pretty. A rip here, a mud mark there, or worse, a serious sweat stain, a permanent blemish on pastel silk satin. But in this department, the dresses were all in mint condition. They were hung just like the new clothes, with space around them, with respect and size tags. The walls were decked with pure silk kimonos, tiny waisted lace wedding gowns, and photographs of some of the dresses on the days so long ago when they were brand new. Bringing Megan and Taylor down here wasn't a mistake, she was relieved to see. Taylor was already flicking through the size 8s and 10s with a keen eye, and Megan was engrossed in the jewellery display where multi-stranded pearl chokers and sparkling dangling earrings competed for attention with intricate enamelled brooches. Look at this. Megan was pointing to a posy of enamelled bluebells. This is the prettiest brooch I've ever seen, and it's £30, she exclaimed, as if she hadn't realised anything could cost less than £100. Taylor, you have to have it. As Annie stood outside the pink velvet curtain of the fitting room, Taylor tried dresses on with a more serious intent than she had before. She fitted everything she tried. It was disconcerting. She had the teeny little waistline needed to squeeze into 1950s suits and 1960s prom dresses. She looked dangerously close to declaring, "This is the one," in a boat-necked, slim taffeta dress, turquoise with big silver buttons, which made her look like an old-time Hollywood starlet. "Oh, that is pretty," was Megan's verdict. "With silver shoes, maybe?" Taylor was twisting in front of the mirror, sticking out her hips, critically observing the shape of her tiny little behind, not quite 100% happy. "We've still got a few more." Annie handed over a sea blue satin Chinese-style dress, which she thought was very promising. "Oh," Taylor held it out. "Very nice. It looks a bit big, though.
Only Taylor could look at size 8 satin and worry about it being too big.
It doesn't have any stretch to it, Annie reminded her, and it can always be taken in. Taylor took it into the fitting room, and after several minutes of wriggling and wrestling with hooks and eyes, she opened the curtain with something of a flourish. What do you think? She looked at Annie first, then her mum. Annie suspected Taylor loved it, but wanted to sound them out first. How could she not love it? She looked incredible. She'd pulled her hair up into a ponytail, which suited the dress even more. It had a high mandarin collar. She'd buttoned it all the way to the top, and a row of tiny satin-covered buttons led all the way down to the knee where the dress stopped. It skimmed her body from her small chest over her tiny waist and narrow hips. The sleeves did not end at upper arm like most Chinese dresses. These, in an unusually modern way, stopped just past the elbow. It's quite like the shape of your dress, Mum, without the open neck and ruffle. Yes, Megan agreed. She seemed quite mesmerised by the effect too. To her, the dress still looked girlish and charming. To Taylor, it was dangerously sophisticated. Can you sit down in it? Annie wondered. Taylor aimed slowly for the stool in the corner of the dressing room. Yes, it's fine, she assured them. What do you think of it? Annie wanted to know. Taylor stood up and looked at herself in the mirror. She twisted and turned. She put her hands on her hips. She squinted at her rear again. Then she stood up on tiptoes to mimic the effect of heels. Finally, she declared, I love it. I don't care if I never get another penny of pocket money this year. I have to have it. Oh, and a bag and shoes to go with it, obviously. She peeped at her mamma with a wheedling little smile. Megan gave a nod. OK, back upstairs. We'll go and look at shoes. Do you still have time to help us, Annie? Annie made an excuse to pop back to her office for a few minutes, where she hoovered up her entire stash of emergency chocolate. And she'd thought choosing outfits with Lauren was hard work. She didn't want a Matthew Williamson. Lauren wanted to make sure she'd heard that bit right. Balled it up and chucked it on the floor, Annie elaborated, passing a third helping of garlic bread over to Owen, who'd already ravenously polished off everything else on his plate. No. Lauren sounded quite thrilled by this sacrilege. On the floor? Miu Miu was rejected, Marc Jacobs she wouldn't even try on. Chloe was so over. She was a nightmare. Imagine being able to afford any designer dress you could imagine, plus the bag, the shoes, and the real jewels to go with it, and being so miserable. Such a waste. Annie forked up the last rubbery mouthful and chewed. For quite a long time. She'd got home so late there hadn't been any time to shop, even in the extortionate corner shop, and she'd relied on finding something, anything, in the fridge. But the inside of the Smeg, unbelievable discount deal, but it was orange and did have a dent on the side, had been like a scene from the dating game, cold and lonely. One fat tomato, too pale and too chilled. One slice of bacon left in its greasy packet. 2 potatoes, a third of an onion wrapped in cling film, half a mini goat's cheese, possibly past its sell-by date, but also garlic, a packet of garlic bread, and yes, result, a box of eggs. Supper, Mum? Owen had come into the kitchen to ask. Looking so gangly and thin, she'd felt the urge to give him a Mars bar there and then. Spanish omelette and garlic bread, she'd announced, inspired. But the three of them knew that her omelettes were never fluffy, like diners. They were weirdly tough. Why was that? So, have you had a chance to think about what you'd like to wear to Grandma's retirement party? Annie asked Lauren, while they were on the subject of teen dress traumas. Something about Lauren's smile in response to this question made Annie slightly anxious. It was a hesitant smile, a secretive smile with a hint of triumph in there too. Uh-oh. Lauren didn't shop with her mother anymore,
which was a source of both relief and sadness to Annie. If she wanted to make herself really wistful, she would think of the hours she'd once spent with little Lauren trying on dresses at H&M, picking out pink blouses, stripy tights and spangled hair clips, Lauren pirouetting with happiness. All day long, Annie styled others, while the one person she always loved to dress found it too much pressure to go shopping with her. Since Annie and Lauren's last changing room tantrum over a 5-inch long miniskirt for school, Lauren now only shopped with other members of the Syrup Six. Annie liked that nickname. It had stuck in her mind ever since Ed had told her about it. "Have you bought something?" Annie tried to sound pleased. "Come on then, show me." But when the big reveal came, she didn't feel she'd been adequately prepared for the sheer, backless, slashed to the upper thigh, frothy black lace creation hanging on the front of Lauren's wardrobe, still with its Primark price tag proudly attached. Scratchy black nylon lace? Good grief! If Lauren went anywhere near a candle in that thing, she'd be toast. For a moment, Annie tried to imagine what Megan's response would be if Taylor wore a dress like that. Megan would probably faint or run screaming from the room, spraying pure fracas parfum all around to decontaminate herself. "Oh, well, yes," Annie began, trying to muster as much calm as she could from the torrent of maternal negativity pulsing through her brain. But it was no use. She couldn't help blurting out, "You're 15, Lauren, but you've gone straight from velvet with bows to see-through lace. Weren't we meant to have the taffeta years in between? You know, sweet, crackly taffeta dresses with netting underneath, worn with pale tights and ballet pumps." Even as Annie said it, she knew it sounded unlikely. But she'd love to see Lauren shine in bright blue, an iridescent silk that exactly matched the colour of her astonishing eyes. Annie, who had brown eyes, who had coveted Roddy from the moment he'd set his swimming pool blue eyes on her, could be overwhelmed by Lauren's eyes. Sometimes she couldn't break her gaze from them. Sometimes she couldn't do battle with the girl training this blue laser beam on her. Sometimes she had to give in completely. Lauren had sensed this weakness, of course, and in an argument she did everything she could to make eye contact with her mother. "This is the dress I want to wear," she said fiercely. "But why?" Annie asked. "Because I like it." "Why?" Annie insisted. "Because it's cool, and I think I look good in it." "Does it make you look a lot older?" "Maybe." "Do you want boys to think you're older?" "Maybe." Her arms crossed and she huffed. Annie was now tempted to shout all sorts of unhelpful, bossy mum warnings. But instead she sat down on Lauren's bed and tried to restrain herself. "I know this isn't what you want to hear, Lauren," she began, "but there's no need to be in such a rush to grow up. Honestly, take your time. You have years of growing up ahead of you. Try to enjoy every stage." Lauren just gave an exasperated sigh. Again, Annie bit her tongue. Parenting was hard work. Sometimes every minute of every day. It would be wonderful to have a less frantic schedule and be able to spend more time with Lauren and Owen, but she was doing what she had to do. When she was with her children, Annie tried to keep her tiredness and irritations at bay and make the very best of it, because she loved her son and daughter so much that sometimes it terrified her. "Why don't you put the dress on for me?" she asked. "Let me see how it looks." "No!" "Oh, please, go on. I'll be totally constructive. On my absolute best behaviour, I promise." Once Lauren was standing in front of her, hands on her slinky lace-clad hips, face in a defiant pout, Annie knew she had to proceed with caution, utmost caution, or she would never, ever be allowed to shop with Lauren again. The dress looked, well, being totally honest, looking as neutrally as possible. "Turn around, baby," she instructed. "I like the back. Your back looks lovely. You'll have to wear one of those backless bra contraptions. I've already bought one, Lauren said grumpily. And what about shoes? Lauren slipped on her wine-coloured suede slingbacks. They looked fine. Annie tried to keep her professional eye on this, not her maternal eye, which was, just like Megan's earlier today, finding it hard to move past the cleavage on display and the acre of creamy teen thigh. Lauren was willowy slim, with Roddy's pale skin and poker-straight black hair, which on Lauren hung down well below her shoulders. Did it come in any other colours? Annie wondered. Mum! Lauren warned, but then volunteered the information, navy blue and purple. And you wouldn't consider maybe... Lauren glared. Just a second, I have something that could... Annie went out of the room, took calming breaths and counted to 10. After a few minutes, she came back in with a large, overblown fake rose, almost the exact shade of Lauren's shoes. Can we try it pinned to the front? Annie asked. It's just, I'm not sure you'll want Granny's boyfriends talking to your boobs all night long, will you? A smile almost threatened to break over Lauren's face now. Annie pinned the flower in place. A little sparkly wine-coloured shrug? Would you let me treat you to something like that? Annie asked, although where she'd find that colour in the spring collections. She'd have to look second-hand. Maybe. Lauren didn't sound convinced. A little bag? Annie added. Maybe. And just maybe, she wheedled, we could pop back to the shop, as if it would be the easiest thing in the world, and just try the navy blue? Maybe, Lauren said with the teeniest smile that gave Annie the hope that her foot was in the door. She would broach the subject of sewing up the split to a more modest knee-high another day. Later that night, in front of her computer, watching her latest trading station deals close, figuring out with a red pen and calculator how much money she'd made this week and whether or not it was enough, Annie let her mind wander to her own outfit for her mum's retirement party. There were things in the wardrobe, obviously, but she wasn't sure if she wanted to wear them. She'd tried on a 4-year-old party dress in front of the full-length mirror in her bedroom, but it had brought tears to her eyes. The dress, sky blue slippy satin with vivid red poppies printed all over it, was a Roddy dress. She'd bought it for a first proper celeb event. Red carpet, cameras flashing. Not at them, of course, back then. Roddy had been a bit part. But what a fabulous night. At the party after the premiere, Roddy's eyes had popped from his head. During filming, he'd been paid £250 a week, as the production had staggered from one financial disaster to another. Actors, cameramen, production staff all leaving because they couldn't afford to work on it anymore. But come the premiere party, there was champagne on tap, lobsters piled in great lazy heaps, the star actress in a strapless cream-knit dress made of pure cashmere. The publicity budget is bigger than their entire production budget, Roddy had joked, holding both their glasses out to yet another passing waiter. His reaction to her dress had been a Roddy special. That is absolutely brilliant. Take it off immediately. Alone in front of the mirror, Annie unzipped it, let it fall to the floor. Then she angrily stuffed it back into its cloth cover. She didn't want to wear it because it provoked happy memories, and she didn't want to sell it because it provoked happy memories. She realised this wasn't very logical. But was anything about grief very logical? Never mind, she told herself, blowing her nose firmly when the tears were over. There was the rose-pink velvet dress she'd seen on eBay. She knew the label, knew the style, knew the sizing. It would definitely fit and it would be perfect. a fine silk velvet with a supple drape, fitted bodice, covered buttons, bingo wing disguising half sleeves, and a panel of lace at the front of the skirt for interest. She made the mouse clicks and found it, hovering 35 minutes from the close of bidding at £50 below a decent price. If she just held steady and waited, it could be hers. What were her reasons for buying this? She tried, for a moment, to apply a sensible argument. It would look good, and looking good and together and as if she was coping with it all was important, especially at a big family gathering. It would make her happy, and goodness knows she could do with a little more of that. And finally, this dress would have no Roddy associations, so she could quickly sell it on once she was finished with it. Although it was well past her bedtime, she went to make herself a cup of tea. Chapter 7. Fern's dazzling retirement outfit. Salmon pink and white lace jacket, John Lewis. White silk camisole, John Lewis. Long salmon pink taffeta skirt, John Lewis. Beige sensible heeled slingback sandals, John Lewis. Pale pink nail varnish, Chanel. Total estimated cost, £290. I've invited someone very interesting just for you. Woohoo! We're so hot, we're smoking. Every single one of us is going to pull tonight, especially Owen, was Connor's verdict as the party of four got out of the car and launched themselves, arm in arm as he'd insisted, across the dark, gravelled courtyard towards the country house hotel Annie's mother had chosen for her retirement party. Annie smiled proudly at her children. Lauren negotiating heels, bag, fluffy bolero, way too much purple eyeshadow, and the lace dress in navy, returned the smile a little nervously, but Owen grinned. He'd gone for a hired mini dinner suit with wing collar and red satin bow tie. Connor had helped him gel his hair into the kind of perpendicular quiff sported by junior Hollywood royalty, and he was strutting his stuff. Connor, in black leather kilt, ruffled shirt, and black leather waistcoat, looked unforgettable. 100% Highland hunk. He may have been from Lancashire, but he was dressed for the ceilidh. Now, remember, Owen, the fact that you're a man of few words is going to stand you in great stead tonight, Connor was confiding to his youngest friend. The ladies love a bit of mystery. I could really take some tips from you. I'm always saying far too much, shooting my mouth off, getting into all kinds of trouble, and that's why I am so single. Owen giggled at this. Lauren, you are a knockout, Connor assured her. Obviously, I'll have to be your bodyguard for the evening to keep the swarms of suitors at bay. Oh, ha ha, she told him, but a smile was breaking at the corners of her mouth and threatening to run away across her face. The sweetheart, Annie thought. With her hair piled up glamorously, bright lipstick and highest heels, Annie felt the soft pink velvet of her breathtaking dress stroke comfortingly against her. There were going to be many people at this party that she hadn't seen for a few years, that she hadn't seen since her sudden and devastating transformation from happily married to single mum. And she wanted to show them how together she was now, how happy, how successful, and how well she was coping. The dress was her suit of shining armour, even though she did plan to sell it on again once the party was over. Annie suspected, despite her mother's best intentions, that there would be very little talent on offer at this party, but she would keep her eyes out anyway, just in case. I've invited someone very interesting just for you, Fern had told her when they'd met up 3 days ago for a pre-party nerve-calming afternoon. Fern had had to put her outfit on yet again just to make sure she was totally happy with it. Annie had been on hand to soothe and recommend makeup. Uh-oh, was Annie's reaction to someone very interesting. I've told you, Mum, our tastes in men are a little different. Me, under 50, all their own hair, teeth and seriously solvent. You, under 80, good sense of humour, not yet incontinent. Is your fancy boy coming? She'd asked, which had caused her mother to hoot with laughter. Is he? Annie prodded. Mr. Lubkin and his Zimmer frame. Walking stick, Annie, Fern had corrected. He broke his leg hang gliding and now walks with a stick. And he's a friend. Mum, Annie had asked her next, do you ever mind that you're still on your own? I mean, you must have minded a lot when we were younger. But do you still mind? No, Fern had insisted with a smile. We're almost all on our own at some point, sweetheart. But I never wanted to be on my own, Annie had confided. This is not the way I thought my life would be. I always thought there would be someone else to share it all with. Well, Fern had gone on, I was far too busy to find someone else when you were growing up, and then I was too bossy, and now I'm too old, past it. 60 is not the same as dead, Mum, Annie had told her. To most men it is, Fern had replied. Annie had considered telling her mother, I think you missed out. You never got all the really good stuff about being a couple. She was even tempted to blurt out, I'm not fine like this. I'm not fine at all, and I don't want to be fine. Some days I feel like I'm missing an arm, like I'm hardly even alive. Instead, she'd kept quiet, but Fern had seemed to read her feelings and had soothed. You've had a very hard time, sweetheart. It will take a long time to begin to feel normal again. But you are so strong. You'll get there, I know you will. I've brought you a present. Annie had surprised her mum, handing over a wrapped, pink-ribboned box. I'm treating you, and I want you to know I paid full price, you old moo, because you're worth it. Then, in a much more serious voice, she'd added, Thank you, for everything. You've been such a help to me. At those words, they'd both had to hug very tightly and squeeze back their tears. Her mother's reaction to the pale cappuccino-coloured suede heels inside the box seemed to be very positive. She'd tried them on underneath her pink skirt. She'd looked at herself this way and that, oohed and ahed, had said many, many thank yous, and had given Annie another hug and kiss. But Annie still wasn't convinced her mother really liked them. Fern had always been a grade A dresser. Since her 20s, she'd followed the fashion rules usually ascribed to Parisians, choosing clothes that were classic, sensible, even slightly stuffy, but always supremely elegant. She lived in wool trousers, silk blouses, and little cashmere cardigans, occasionally donning a mid-calf skirt. A fabulous coat or jacket completed the classic look. Oh, and not forgetting the mock croc bag, Gucci watch, string of pearls, and weighty gold bracelet. Now that the days of scraping together school fees were long behind her, Fern, whose mission in life had once been to economise, now had a little more money to herself. She lived in a modest bungalow, but bought top-quality clothes, drove a classic Jag, and had never, ever been seen with her legs in need of a wax or with one single grey millimetre of root emerging from her blonde bob. Even when she was gardening, it was in well-cut jeans with a spanking white Joseph top, her blue hunter wellies and a trug. If I'm not wearing lipstick, you'll know I'm dead, she'd once told her daughters. Such was her dedicated work ethic, she never took a day off from looking good. This was a woman whose pyjamas, dressing gown, slippers and wash bag all coordinated. But Fern did have one fatal dressing flaw, which Annie was constantly trying to correct. Because Fern was a podiatrist, a cutter of corns, healer of cracked heels, she dealt with so much footwear-inflicted misery that she would never, ever wear pretty shoes. Even her most delicate of outfits was finished off with sensible pumps, low squared heels, or worst of all, those white, comfy slingbacks, the ones that came in an extra wide fitting and were a great favourite with Her Majesty the Queen, a woman Fern greatly admired, by the way. Annie, shocked by the beige, orthopaedic-looking things her mother was intending to wear with her party outfit, had decided the only way to persuade her otherwise was to buy the alternative footwear herself. With Connor on one arm and Owen linked to Lauren on the other, Annie went through the foyer of the swanky hotel and into the tasteful drawing room, already swarming with guests. Dinah spotted them before anyone else. "Hey, Annie, you're all here!" "Oh, Billy, look at you," Annie cooed. Billy, in pink ballet slippers and a tutu, obliged with a twirl, while Dinah rolled her eyes and explained, "Yes, you have a party dress, don't you, Billy? That we bought specially for Granny's party, but you changed your mind, didn't you? About 10 times? As for you, Annie Valentine, you are wearing a sensational new dress, you bad girl." Dinah wasn't so much teasing as disapproving. "Yeah, but I'm going to sell it on, probably tonight, so it's okay," Annie informed her. "You are not. Watch and learn," Annie said with a wink. "Is that Nick over there? She looks not bad, considering she picked that dress herself." Nick was their cousin, a lawyer who they hardly ever saw because she lived in Cornwall and was extremely busy being a lawyer. Oh, and by the way, had Nick mentioned she was a lawyer? "Come on, let's go and say hello." Dinah offered Annie a bare arm with only the merest kiss of fake tan. "She's brought her new man, Rick," Dinah whispered, and guess what? He's a lawyer. No, Nick and Rick, that's amazing, because you'll never guess, Nick's a lawyer too. As soon as Nick caught sight of Annie, she screeched a hello, holding her arms out towards her. They did their hugs, hellos, how are yous, how are the children. Then Annie was properly introduced to Nick's new man and immediately asked how they'd met. "Oh, through work," came the reply. "Aha, maybe I should retrain. Do you think I'd make a good lawyer?" Annie joked. "No," Nick told her, "but you are a wonderful shopper. Tell me about this dress. I love it, much better than this disaster." She gestured at her long-sleeved navy and silver 100% frump frock. There was no other way to describe it. Good grief. Unless Annie was actually in the shop with Nick, telling her what to buy, she got it wrong every time. "Feel." Annie held out her arm. "Feel the sleeve. Go on. Silk velvet. And isn't this just the perfect shade of salmon pink for our skin colouring babes?" Nick's fingers were rubbing against the material. "That is gorgeous. Where is it from? It looks very expensive." No, you don't, Nicky. Look at her." Annie winked at Nick's really very impressive Rick. "She'd have the clothes off my back. She was always like this, coming round to our house and stealing the stuff out of my cupboard." "I did not," Nick protested. "But I do like that dress. What do you think, Rick? Would I look nice in that or not?" Rick looked slightly uncomfortable at having to scrutinise a woman he'd only just met and imagine her dress on his girlfriend. "This is not for sale," Annie insisted. "Of course it is, Annie," Nick countered. "Everything you own is for sale, always has been, and we're exactly the same size." "Speak to me later," Annie whispered. "You might be able to persuade me once I've had a drink or two." "Mum!" Annie took in the pink and white vision, which was their mother, making a beeline for them. "You are the belle of the ball," she added, and hugged her. But then she pulled back, looked down, and saw not the suede creations she'd parted with £250 of her hard-earned cash to buy, but the bloody beige orthopaedic sandals. "Mum!" she scolded. "Oh, I can't drive the Jag in those heels, sweetheart," was her mother's explanation. "Drive the Jag?" Annie exclaimed. "I thought we'd agreed you were getting a taxi." "Oh, but I hate taxis. Such a waste of money," her mother replied. And before she could be told off further, she was swept away by a tide of new guests. Owen and Lauren were still hovering not far from Annie's side. Owen very shy in the presence of so many friends and relations. "You're going to be fine," Annie reassured him. "Annie Valentine." They pulled to a stop in front of Auntie Hilda, who had some mothballed old creation from the 1980s draped about her. This auntie was so hard of hearing now that she spoke in harsh, silence-slicing sentences, punctuated with the top volume, "What's that?" her reply to almost anything anybody said. She was Fern's aunt, Annie's great-aunt. She was acidic, rude, and wealthy, thanks to her dead husband, rather than anything she'd done, so she felt entitled to be judgmental and critical. She was also family, so was tolerated and invited. "Auntie Hilda, how are you doing?" Annie stooped to brush her lips against a powdery cheek. "You're looking nice, dear," was Hilda's verdict after a lengthy up and down, but it came with the rider, "For a change." "Ooh, and Owen here." She pulled him in with her meaty arm for a sadistically close hug. "You're so tall and handsome now, but still lost for words." "No, he's not that at all," Annie began, but Hilda chose not to hear and carried on. "Lauren? Ah, well." Annie wanted to put her arm up to defend her daughter and issue a stern, "Oh, no, you don't, you evil old trout." Fragile teenage ego in development stepped back. Feathers," Hilda remarked of Lauren's bolero in a way that conveyed her deepest disdain for plumage. Annie hoped Lauren wasn't going to say anything regrettable. "Well now," Hilda met Annie's gaze with cool blue eyes, misting with age. "And where's your husband?" Her foghorn voice boomed across the entire room. "You haven't gone and got yourself divorced as well, have you? Just like your mother? Ha ha ha!" "Where's your husband?" Annie turned the question over in her mind. She and Auntie Hilda weren't exactly close. Hilda was in her 80s. Her memory was bound to be failing. But still. But then Annie, momentarily too stunned to reply, could see Fern powering down the room towards them, cushioned orthopaedic soles assisting her naturally vigorous stride as she came to the rescue. Suddenly, Annie was very grateful her mother had chosen not to wear the 2-inch suedes. "Auntie Hilda," Fern pretended to trill with delight, "how lovely to see you." She leaned in to give the old bat a hug, while over Hilda's shoulder she winked at Annie, then pulled a gruesome face. "No one's even found you a glass of champagne yet. Follow me." So, thank you all for coming tonight and making it such a fantastic evening so far. There's going to be dancing, the bar's open till 2, so don't even think about going home early. Not even you, Frankie. Fern was closing the little speech she'd made, and the relief on her face was obvious. "Before I go, I just want to say thank you to my wonderful, fabulous girls. I'm so—" Then came the crack in the voice, which gave both of her daughters lumps in their throats. "Proud of you," she managed before sitting down abruptly. There was warm applause, and Annie might even have let a tear or two well up in the corner of her eye, except Connor touched her elbow, raised an eyebrow, and directed her to look towards a window in the corner of the room. Tucked in behind a tall, green chintz curtain was a couple snogging frantically. A white-shirted teen boy was kneading his hand vigorously on a, yikes, lacy navy breast. "Lauren?" Annie asked out loud. Connor nodded and shot her a wicked smile. It was several moments before Annie could tear her gaze from them. Who is he? She wondered. It was hard to tell from the back of his head. He still hadn't come up for air. Was he a relative? A distant cousin? Was it legal for Lauren to snog him? Snog, look at that jaw action. More like eat him alive. She mouthed the word help to Connor, but his response was to whisper back, like you never. Annie turned back to her cousin, Nick, hoping further conversation about the respective delights of Rick and their holiday to Rome would help take her mind off Lauren. And by the way, where was Owen? She hadn't seen him for ages. We're going to stay in this gorgeous little hotel not far from the Spanish Steps. Do you have any holidays planned, Annie? Nick asked. Annie thought about the school fees, the new property plan, the slow week on the trading station, and wanted to snort with laughter at the idea of blowing money on a holiday. Meeting old friends and relatives, having to explain to everyone how she was doing, feeling their eyes scan her face for any signs of weakness. This party was much more exhausting than she'd expected, and she was feeling more emotional with every passing moment. Well, we'll see, was her reply. She turned her attention to the pudding in front of her, chocolate profiteroles. Now these contained everything she had renounced for the week-long detox required to look as fabulous as possible in the pink dress. Wheat, dairy, sugar and caffeine. Suddenly, a bowl full of toxins had never looked so irresistible. She sunk in her spoon and necked down 3 big mouthfuls, barely pausing for breath. Connor, catching sight of the choux pastry demolition, took her firmly by her spoon hand. "Duty calls, Annie," he said. "They're playing our song." "Since when is The Dashing White Sergeant our song?" Annie wanted to know, bending her head to take one last lick of chocolate sauce before Connor led her onto a dance floor already lined in orderly fashion with several elderly trios. "Come on, the kiltie wants to dance, the kiltie wants to twirl. I'm fully in touch with my inner Highlander tonight and he wants to boogie." "We need a third person for this dance," Annie warned him. "A threesome? Excellent! Who shall we have? Spotted any handsome single men yet?" "Not one," she smiled, greatly cheered at the prospect of twirling across the dance floor with Connor. She'd always loved to dance at parties with Roddy. Disco, of course, but properly, with all the moves. Or salsa. The Roddy and Annie floor show had been semi-practiced and crowd-pleasing. A little bit subtle and a little bit cool, just the right side of showy. Just exactly like Roddy, in fact. Wrapped up tightly together, snaking across the dance floor, Roddy's warm hand on her bare back. Suddenly she was remembering one very hot dance session at a friend's wedding, when Roddy had twirled her by the hand off the dance floor, out of the party, and along the stairs to their room. With the lights off and the noise of chatter and laughter outside in the corridor, he'd unzipped the poppy dress and let it fall silkily to the floor. "We have to carry on just where we left off," he'd whispered into her ear. So she'd put her hands on his buttocks, her lips to his mouth, and let him salsa her all the way over to the bed. Oh, she missed him, she missed him, she missed him, and would do, forever and a day. She was all alone, and at parties nowadays she had to take her chances, along with all the other single mothers. Sometimes the best you could hope for was that someone not too dodgy or arthritic would ask you onto the dance floor and not make a total tit of themselves. Aha! Just the man! Connor had spotted Lauren's tongue boy walking past with a glass of water in his hand. "Hello there, we need you," he said, catching the boy by his wrist and spinning him in towards them, causing an arc of water to curve from the glass. "We need a threesome for this dance. This is Annie Valentine, Lauren Valentine's mother. We noticed that you'd met Lauren." "Oh, hi there," Tongue Boy mumbled. He had shoulder-length brown blonde hair and 3 earrings in one ear, not to mention his nose. He was way too cool for school and looked frighteningly like a 17 or even 18-year-old. "I can't dance to this stuff," the boy said dismissively, and that was when Annie noticed the metal stud gleaming on his tongue and shuddered. "Hey, come on, give us a chance. It'll be fun. What's your name anyway?" Connor persisted. "Seth," he mumbled unwillingly. Could he have been more huffy? "Well, never mind, this is the Dashing White Sergeant. You'll love it, it's easy," he said, and took hold of one of his hands. "Whatever," he shrugged. Connor removed the glass of water and took hold of Seth's other hand. Then they dragged him along with them. It was a memorable dance for Annie, what with Connor on one side, whooping, yee-hawing, and twirling wildly enough to give alarming flashes of dark hair, yes, under his kilt, while Seth barely raised a shuffle on her other side. Annie spotted Lauren at the edge of the dance floor, arms crossed, mouth pinched, glaring at the sight of her mother dancing with her snog boy. Lauren was clearly convinced that a CIA-style interrogation was underway, with Connor on hand to administer torture. "So, Seth, what grades did you get in your last round of exams? Do you have a serious profession in mind? Have you undergone work experience within this profession? Teenage sexuality, your prevailing ethics, attitude, morality, and most recent experiences? Please discuss." Much as Annie might have liked to ask all these questions, she managed to confine herself to a polite, "So, how do you know my mum?" but got only a mumbled, "She plays golf with my dad," in reply, before Seth broke away and headed off in the direction of Lauren's wildly enthusiastic smile. "Big trouble," Annie muttered at Connor. "Oh, come on, it's a snog," he reassured her. "No teenage relationship is going to survive the vast distance between North London and Essex." Annie headed back to her seat to see if there was a pudding bowl around to lick. Nick, still at the table, greeted her with the words, "Okay, how much do you want for the dress? But I'll have to go to the toilets with you first and try it on." So there was one reason to be cheerful. She wouldn't make a profit from Nick. That would be entirely unethical. But she'd break even, although she would miss this dress. But then along came the cheering thought. Maybe Nick would sell it back to her in a year or so. As Annie stood up, she saw nice Mr. Wilkinson approaching. Mr. Wilkinson was 49, but due to severe asthma and a limp, more like 79, and she'd once been set up with him by her mother. The dinner hadn't been a great success. Nice Mr. Wilkinson had got so nervous he'd inhaled his entire inhaler, then had a wheezing fit, and she'd ended up driving him to casualty. It was never a good sign when a date ended with medical intervention. He was wheezing and limping towards her from the other side of the room. Nevertheless, she suspected he had dancing on his mind. Oh yes, wouldn't that be lovely? They could waltz cheek to cheek and reminisce about the very nice nurse who'd booked him in that night. Lovely girl, he'd probably tell her all over again. All the way from the Philippines, you know. "I think I need to go outside now, straight away," she hissed at both Connor and Nick. "Taken up smoking?" he wondered. "Disastrous previous date approaching, due north," she explained. Connor peeked over her head. "Ooh, nasty. Take my arm and off we go then." Outside in the chilly darkness, looking through the high windows at the brightly lit fun going on, Annie felt an unwelcome moment of gloom descending on her. With her arm still through Connor's, she confided in a low voice, "You know, there are still so many times when I really, really miss Roddy." Connor leaned back against the stone wall of the hotel and looked out over the dark lawn. He nodded slowly, then turned to face her. "I still miss him too," he said. "The bastard," she added, forcing a smile. "Leaving us in the lurch like this." "Dickhead," Connor agreed. "Do you think he has any idea how furious I am with him?" "Still?" Connor wondered. "Still angry more than anything else?" "I get angrier," she confessed. As the time goes by and the kids get older, I'm much more angry with him. Bloody flaming furious." Connor paused before beginning. "I think there's a lot more I could do for you and the children." No, you're great, honestly," she assured him. "I don't know what we'd do without you." "Well, obviously there's taking Owen camping," she reminded him, hoping both to lighten this conversation and tweak at his conscience once again. "For goodness sake, woman, there are limits." He flashed one of his bright white smiles. "But I did have one idea." "Yeah? What do you think about me moving in with you?" "What?" Annie couldn't have been more surprised. But seeing the hurt look on his face, she put her hand up on his shoulder and patted him, a bit like she'd pat a beloved dog. "Connor, you are very, very sweet," she told him, "but I think you've gone a bit daft, babes." "But," he insisted, "give it some thought, Annie. You wouldn't be so lonely. You'd have me around all the time. I really love Owen and Lauren, and I'd be a father figure, a man about the house." Momentarily, Annie pictured her and Lauren discussing dresses, with Owen hanging back, totally uninterested. Then she imagined the scene with Connor earnestly discussing dresses too. Owen still totally uninterested. "God, I could even make an honest woman of you, darling, and we could get married," he added. The kilt was obviously having a very strange effect on him. "Connor, aren't you overlooking something?" She couldn't stop the smile from breaking out. "What?" "I love you," she said, "I really do, and I'm sure you love us all too. And I know that you're a bit lonely, but you and I, we're not in love, and the way you're made means we never will be," she reminded him. "Oh, but, how important is all that other stuff in the long run?" "Don't say that." She smacked his shoulder. "It's important. And if we moved in together," why were they even talking about this? It was ridiculous. "It would put other people off." "Off what?" he asked. "Off falling in love with us." "Oh, God, I've given up on that." "Well, you mustn't. Never give up, and I haven't either, thank you very much." "Ah, yes, your prince in shining armour." He sounded a little scornful. "Or should that be Shining Armani? The one who's going to whisk you off in his Bentley to enjoy a life of leisure and taking his credit card to the max?" "We can all dream," she reminded him sharply. "Anyway, putting off other lovers would be a minor inconvenience if you ask me," he added. "Marriage of convenience, more like," was her reply. He gave a little laugh. "Come on." She yanked at Connor's arm. "You're my best friend, Connor," she told him, "and that means the world, darling, it really does." "Am I interrupting something? I do hope so." A disembodied voice came from the doorway. Then a tall man stepped out into the darkness. No, Annie replied. "I take it this is the smoking section." The man held out a broad red packet of Dunhill cigarettes with one hand and a proper gold lighter. Cartier, she suspected, with the other. Both Connor and Annie shook their heads. "No thanks," she told him. "I never have, but I won't hold it against you." "That's very kind. I only smoke at parties. They make me nervous." Maybe he was another of her mother's golfing pals? Whoever he was, this man was surprisingly handsome. Lean and smart, in his soft, well-fitting dinner suit, with starchy white cuffs, gold links flashing at the buttonholes. He was upright, with a tanned face, and the kind of swept-back, sandy grey hair that put him anywhere from 40 to 60. "I'm Grey Holden." He held out his hand. "And I'm guessing that you must be Annie Valentine. I've heard so much about you." "That's right." She took his hand and felt his warm, firm touch. "Your mother told me to look out for you." "Oh, she did she?" Annie smiled, but immediately felt slightly on guard. This could be another nice Mr. Wilkinson in disguise. "Connor McCabe," Connor introduced himself. "I know," Grey told him, shaking his hand. I've seen you on TV. An honour to meet you. Connor looked close to purring, but then Annie gave him the kind of raised eyebrow look which warned him to make his excuses. I just have to go back inside for a moment, check on my, with a little wink at Annie, Armani. Is what? Gray wondered, once Connor had left them. Oh, nothing, just his idea of a joke. So, you must know my mother through the golf club? Was Annie's starter for 10. No, too busy for golf. He smiled at her, flashing teeth even whiter and straighter than Connor's. I'm her new dentist. I've taken over the Wilson and Anderson practice. Oh, right. This had to be the interesting man her mother had lined up for her tonight. Her flashy dentist. He wasn't bad. Not bad at all. Although a view of old Mr. Anderson's hairy nose poked disturbingly into her mind. I knew Mr. Anderson pretty well, she told Gray. So he's retired then? Gray nodded. Then to her surprise, he offered her his arm with the words, Can I take you back inside, Miss Valentine, and find you a fresh drink? She'd never expected such quaint old-fashioned manners to feel so charming. Half expecting him to bow or maybe click his heels next, she curled her hand into the crook of his elbow and allowed herself to be led back inside, momentarily feeling as if she was in a remake of Gone with the Wind. Such oldie-worldy courtesy suited her velvet dress perfectly. Sadly, the effect was spoiled by the sight of Nick and Dinah at one window watching and cackling. Then passing a second window, Annie spotted Owen and another boy, each holding a can of what looked like those horrible energy drinks. Well, on the one hand, Owen had made a friend, which was a good thing. He had spoken to a stranger. But on the other hand, 9 was far too young to be drinking those things. She would have to go and investigate. Chapter 8. Kuwaiti Princess Daywear. Lollipop pink suit with short skirt, Chanel. Ruffled pink, green and white blouse, Chanel. High pink suede heels, Jimmy Choo. Top to toe, jilbab, definitely not the store. Total estimated cost, £3,000. Do you have it in white? Oh, and yellow too. Annie had just finished an extended shopping session with her 2 favourite Kuwaiti princesses, who usually greeted something lovely from Chanel with the words, Do you have it in white? Oh, and yellow too, with the intention of buying all 3. Great customers to have. Now she was taking a moment of rest in her office before her next appointment. Annie's idea of a rest meant placing eBay bids on 15 different items and reapplying lipstick as she listened to the messages on her business phone. She regularly collected unwanted clothes, shoes and bags from many of her clients to sell them on, taking a little slice of commission, obviously. The clients were grateful for the pocket money, which usually part-funded their designer habit. Tonight, she'd have to take her Jeep on a London circuit of pickups and trading station deliveries. There was also a voicemail message from a woman wanting an at-home consultation. When was Annie available? Today, for the right price, was Annie's motto. She dialed the woman straight back. Annie Valentine, you're keeping me waiting, and you should know better than that. I won't have time to spend as much money with you. A familiar voice rang out from the suite. Annie left a message on the number she'd just called and hurried out to see one of her favourite customers. But Mrs. Tilly Brosnan Pilditch was not just one of Annie's favourite clients. She was a favourite creation. Mrs. BP, as Annie liked to call her, had arrived in the store's personal shopping suite on Annie's 3rd day in the job. She hadn't made an appointment, she'd just wandered in looking for help because it's terrifying out there, she'd confided. Mrs. BP wasn't even Mrs. BP back then. She was Tilly Cathcart, an art lecturer in her early 50s, not shy exactly, but reserved, as if she was watching, listening, thinking it through before joining in. When she walked in that day, she'd been dressed in self-conscious bohemian head-to-toe black, a retro astrakhan coat, big velvet beret, flat boots and long skirt. "I have a problem," she'd said, once Annie had settled her down on the sweet sofa with a cup of tea. "I'm about to get married." "Oh, congratulations," Annie had offered. "Lucky man?" "Yes, a lovely man, who is unfortunately," she'd lowered her voice to a whisper, "quite wealthy." "Oh dear," Annie had winked. "Everyone has a fault, don't they?" Tilly Cathcart had winked back, and they'd felt themselves warming to each other. "I'm trying my best to overlook it." "Good for you," Annie had encouraged. "This lovely, unfortunately quite wealthy man understands many of my anxieties about becoming his new wife, about taking part in his public life of business lunches, trips to the opera, corporate things." She'd sighed. "And he thinks they'll be helped by a great big shopping trip, by dressing expensively for the part." "But you're not so sure," Annie had suspected. "No, I'm not at all sure. I've been independent for so long, and I want to stay independent within our marriage. We've talked till we're blue in the face about what he's allowed to pay for and what he isn't allowed to pay for. I don't want to suddenly be dressed from head to toe in his money, in status symbol clothes. I can't mutate into a designer wife," she'd insisted. "I need to remain me, and he wouldn't argue with that. That's what he wants too." As Annie was to learn time and time again in her new job, it was rarely simple. It was rarely a case of enter wealthy woman, exit carrying bags and bags of expensive clothes. Dressing was always fraught with all sorts of issues, meaning and hang-ups. After Annie had heard out all of the concerns of Mrs. BP-to-be, she'd taken her on a tour of all 3 floors of women's clothing and accessories. "At which college do you teach?" Annie had asked. On hearing the answer, she'd nodded and mentioned her own time at art school. "The fashion school. Ever visited there?" she'd asked. "Oh yes, I've been to the end-of-term shows, marvelling at the creations just like everyone else." "You know, there are some amazing hats you should see." Annie had steered her in their direction. "We've taken a chance and bought them directly from a student who graduated this summer. He's done some clever little bags for us as well." And thus had begun Tilly Cathcart's transformation, not into status-laden trophy wife, but into generous patron of the arts, supporter of creative students. Mrs. BP stood before Annie today in a funky Vivienne Westwood green and red checked skirt suit they'd bought together, a magnificently arty embroidered bag, her trademark overblown beret, in olive green velvet, and wonderful red shoes which exactly matched her red lipstick. "This is going to be a long session," Mrs. BP warned Annie as they sat down together and drew up a list of her requirements. 3 years into marriage, Mrs. BP wasn't quite so uncomfortable about spending her clothing allowance. "I'm giving up suits," was the first instruction. "I want very soft, comfortable clothing, sensational pyjamas, loads of cashmere, but in lovely colours, wraps, shawls, your best slippers." "Are you going into hibernation?" Annie wondered. "Yes, that's exactly it. A spring hibernation, a rebirth, a renewal." "Aha, spa visit?" "Something like that. Come on, take me out there." Mrs. BP put her arm in Annie's. "Show me what you've got." Palest pink silk pyjamas met with Mrs. BP's approval. Then there were the embroidered sheepskin house boots that she threatened never to take off again. Teal blue cashmere jogging trousers joined the pile of possibilities, an aqua green cashmere long-sleeved top, a pale yellow cashmere dress. Mrs. BP couldn't get enough cashmere. She kept putting the woolens against her cheek and rubbing gently with her eyes closed. Oh, delicious. So cosy and soothing. During the trying-on session, it didn't escape Annie's notice that Mrs. BP had lost weight. Her slim figure was now verging on the slight. "You're the only person who needs to go to a spa to fatten up," she told her. "I hope you've picked one with sticky toffee puddings on the menu, darling. Get a little meat on your bones." Mrs. BP wasn't just shopping for herself either. She wanted birthday presents for her 2 stepdaughters. "What's happening in your life anyway?" she asked Annie as they made their way down to the accessories department. "Any news from the love life front, or is it still a no man's land?" she teased. "Now, funny you should ask about that," Annie confided. "As a matter of fact, I've met someone quite interesting." She then proceeded to give an intrigued Mrs. BP the rundown on Gray. "We talked and talked for the rest of the evening. He's promised to call and take me out to dinner. He is good-looking, charming, works as a dentist. I've got high hopes for this one," Annie enthused, "because I'm definitely ready to meet someone else. Move on. Have someone there for me again." "Of course you are." Mrs. BP smiled at her. "I can't think of anything better that could happen to you." They were standing in front of a display of the most exquisite velvet dévoré scarves, each one hand-painted, hand-embroidered, with patterns painstakingly burned into the velvet, and monumental price tags to match. "These are beautiful." Mrs. BP ran her fingers slowly over the pile. "This is just what I want for Georgina and Ellie. Pinks and pale blues for my blonde Ellie." She slithered the wide work-of-art scarf around her own neck. "Greens and gold for Georgie." "Yes, this is just right, Annie. Perfect. Then I'm going to Cartier to buy them something solid." Annie took the 2 scarves and folded them carefully. "Are you all right, Tilly, darling?" she asked finally, putting a hand on Mrs. BP's arm, intuitively worried that something was not right at all. I'm fine. I just have to spend some time in the damn hospital." Mrs. BP turned to look her directly in the face with her sharp blue eyes. "Oh, it's so boring, Annie, totally dull. I need a mastectomy, chemotherapy, and all that dreary stuff. I'm going to need a lot of interesting hats and scarves, I can tell you." She brushed away Annie's shocked look of concern with, "It's very, very early stages, and I'm going to recover, my dear. Totally, fully, 100%. Not a single question about that. I'm not even entertaining the possibility of not recovering. You think I'm exiting now, just when it's got this good?" "I know," she acknowledged Annie's slightly tearful eyes. "Now come on." She took up Annie's arm again. "There's a time for weeping and wailing and complaining about how unfair it all is, but now is not that time. Chins up and straight backs, as my mother would say. Now is the time to buy a wonderful new handbag. You're to choose. I'm leaving it entirely up to you. When I'm shuffling from home to hospital and back, I want to have Archie on one arm and something just as fabulous on the other." Chapter 9. Tour in recovery. White blouse, M&S. Deep red cardigan, M&S. Jeans, no recollection. Black boots, back of wardrobe. Black fake fur, ditto. Total estimated cost, £360. To new men and new scarves. Tor, the St. Vincent's mother Annie was holding a consultation with for free, had met Annie at the door of the family home she was about to be kicked out of and shown her into the kitchen for tea. "No, I think we better make it red wine, babes," Annie had insisted, taking a bottle from her bag. "I've made a rule never to drink by myself, though," Tor had told her, taking 2 water glasses out of the cupboard, already stripped of almost all its contents. "Good thing I came round then," was Annie's response, before she assured Tor, I think a little drinking on your own might be okay right now, for a few weeks anyway, until you've got the move behind you. You better not have packed up any of your wardrobe yet, otherwise how am I going to do my job?" Annie put her lovely golden bag down on a chair, then slipped off her soft conker-brown leather coat and long scarf to reveal a pink, orange and brown patterned dress, elegantly set off with brown suede boots. "No, the clothes are all still out," Tor insisted, taking in the many details of Annie's outfit. The tights in the same shade of orange as the dress, for instance, the necklace of golden leaves fanning out from her collarbone. She looked so together, so carefully considered. "It's still 3 weeks away," Tor continued. "I've just put away kitchen stuff, books, things that are definitely mine." After a bit of talk about Tor's new flat and her daughter Angela and how the divorce was affecting them, badly, to say the least, Tor suddenly put her glass down on the table, ran a hand through her hair in an agitated way, and blurted out, "I don't know why you're here, Annie. I don't know why I've agreed to this. I just don't think I can. I don't want to think about clothes. I don't care. I've got no money. Showing me some clever things to do with scarves is just not going to help. Not one bit." "Tor, calm down," Annie soothed, reaching out to pat her arm. "I'm so sorry about what you're going through. I am so sorry. I really do understand how you feel, honestly. I've had some pretty dark days myself." Tor looked up and met Annie's eyes. "Yes, of course you have," she said. "I'm sorry. I'm trying not to think about myself and all my problems all the time, but it's hard. I'm not a therapist," Annie continued gently, "and it could be that you should see someone like that to get you through the worst of it. God knows I probably should have. But there is something I can do, I promise. I'm here to cheer you up, to make you feel a bit better about yourself. And what's so wrong with that, hey? Come on, drink up," she instructed. "Then we're treating ourselves to a refill and heading to your wardrobe." In the bedroom, Annie took 2 bin bags out of her makeover kit bag and began to unroll and then shake them open. Tor looked at the black bags anxiously. "I wasn't planning on throwing much away," she said. "I know," Annie sounded brisk. "No one ever plans on throwing much away, but don't worry, you will. There's a lot of dead wood in a divorce wardrobe, believe me. For starters, we're going to get rid of all the unsuitable presents he gave you. You know, the expensive things that didn't fit, weren't your colour, but you didn't have the heart to exchange. You know what I'm talking about. Open your underwear drawer," Annie instructed. "Come on, pass it on out. I wish I could think of a good home for all the expensive underwear I have to get rid of. Charity shops don't want it. No one will buy it on eBay. Maybe I should be donating it to schools for their arts and craft boxes," she joked. "You know, that's a good idea." Tor was almost threatening to smile at this. She was also opening a drawer stuffed full of all the usual suspects: red and pink bras and suspenders, a tiny corset, dainty peach-coloured feathery things, quarter-cup bras for breasts the size of raisins, not Tor's ample cleavage. What was he thinking? Tor said, picking up the weenie bra and gazing at it in bewilderment. Not of me, anyway. She tossed it into Annie's bin bag. The emptied drawer seemed to have just the galvanising effect on Tor that Annie had hoped for. Soon she was opening her cupboard doors wide and ferreting about in there for anything suspect dumped on her by her soon-to-be ex. A revolting primrose yellow cashmere cardigan. "Yep, put it in the for sale bag," Annie instructed. "I'll put it on my website for you and you'll get 85% of the price paid. Sound fair?" "Sounds bloody marvellous," Tor told her. Paisley scarves, dodgy brooches, a tweedy jacket, and a scarily loud pink cocktail dress with matching bolero followed quickly. Tor rooted deeper into forgotten corners of the cupboard. Oh, God! She picked up a cardboard box, opened it, and took out a beaded, pastel-coloured wrap of sorts. Straight to eBay, Annie instructed. We don't want anything hanging about that is going to make you think of Richard and weep. Obviously, I'll make an exception for very expensive jewellery and handbags. Huh, Tor snorted and took another gulp of wine. My engagement ring was the one and only decent bit of jewellery I got from him. Ah, well, Annie said a little wistfully. I never even got an engagement ring. We were young and couldn't afford it. Do you think I should still wear it? Tor wondered, holding out her hand and the triple stone ring for inspection. On my other hand, maybe? If you love it, why not? It's your badge of honour, reminder of the better times before. Or then again, you could have the stones reset, or sell it off and buy something just for you. Tor turned back to her wardrobe and knelt in front of the shelves. Just about everything in here is utter crap, she announced, the wine now loosening up any inhibitions about this task. I don't know if I can even bear to show you most of these things. I sort of rummage around in here every day and drag something out and plonk it on. Now, this was just so heartbreakingly sad, it made Annie want to cry. Today, Tor was wearing washed-out jeans, a T-shirt with a sagging neck, and a bobbly grey fleece cardigan. Babes, Annie told Tor gently, you've got to stop with the lucky dip going on in here every morning and find some things that are going to work for you and support you. I'm not going shopping, Tor said firmly. I can't face it and I can't afford it. I totally understand. But come on, let's get it all out and see what's hiding in there. And by the way, what is this nice little collection hanging up here on the rail? She made a quick rifle through the smart black skirts and jackets, sparkly tops and silky summer dresses. Oh, you know, work clothes and dress-up things. I never wear any of those. I never go out anymore. Annie tutted and shook her head. She brought down a lovely knee-length dress and held it up against Tor. Bet you've lost weight? All the stress? She asked. Tor nodded. So think how fabulous you'd look in this now. You know, a few times a month at least, babes, you've got to dress up. Hair, makeup, shoes, the full Monty, and get out there. When Tor scoffed at this, Annie insisted. Not on the pool, my darling, just nicely turned out for a special occasion. And then you make the occasion happen. You take your daughter out for coffee at a glamorous cafe. You go to the cinema in town. You ask your friends out for a drink. Once in a while you have to dress up, treat yourself, and remember how great you can look when you want to, Annie said, remembering how much fun she'd had in that gorgeous pink dress at her mother's party. She also needed to glam up and get out more often. You have to remind yourself that life is still out there, fun is still to be had, she advised Tor. Otherwise all these beautiful things, they're just hanging here with nowhere to go. Look. She took down a turquoise silk blouse. Wear it with jeans to do the supermarket run. Wear it to work. Just don't leave it up there all alone. Tor's shoulders seemed to droop at the thought of having to make this effort. OK, work with me, Annie encouraged her. Let's get rid of the unwearables and see what's left, shall we? They spent the next 30 minutes or so sifting through Tor's daily lucky dip outfits. Everything worn, saggy, ratty and baggy hit the bin bag, including the tragic knickers and mismatched ankle socks. You do not need me to tell you that you need new underwear, Tor. You can afford new pants, OK? Everyone can afford new pants, Annie told her. Buy them online or at the supermarket if you don't want to go into a lingerie shop. Annie looked carefully through the clothes that remained and could see that there was going to be enough. Just. You need a uniform, don't you? You don't want to think about outfits every morning because you've got enough going on in your head. You're not quite ready to come shopping with me to try on swing jackets and tunics and figure out how the new season is going to work for you. Tor shook her head. But you will be soon, Annie assured her. So in the meantime, what we need is an easy uniform. Annie began to lay the remaining clothes out on the bed. I'm looking at your nice white shirts and the blue silk one and this little red cardigan here, plus the 2 woolen V-necks and these jeans which are absolutely fine, and your nifty black trousers, but please, Tor, a skirt at least twice a week, not just for work. Anyway, I'm thinking, here is the beginning of a chic French mama uniform. White shirts, ironed, she warned, are very morale-boosting, so come on, into the first outfit. Tor seemed taken aback at the request, but Annie insisted. Get on with it, I won't look. Not that there isn't anything I haven't seen before, believe me. So Tor undressed quickly, then put on the white shirt, jeans and red cardigan. Right. Annie turned her in the direction of the mirror. Feeling a little bit more together? When Tor nodded, Annie moved in and undid the shirt 1 button lower. You're not teaching at Sunday school. Now show me your jewellery box. Tor pointed to the corner of the bedroom, and Annie asked, May I? Before rummaging about inside, then returning to Tor with several long-forgotten treasures. She clipped a red and silver necklace round Tor's neck, instructed her to put on earrings. Then Annie took Tor's hairbrush from the bedside table and brushed out her scrappy bob before securing it with an elaborate silver clip she'd found in the jewellery box. Then she went into her handbag and brought out blusher and rosy lip gloss. Once this was applied, they both looked at the effect in the mirror. Better? Annie asked. Tor examined herself and nodded slowly, but she didn't seem convinced. I really do understand why you don't want to care about how you look, babes, Annie began. Sometimes, when everything's turned to crap, we want it to show on the outside too. It seems just too frivolous to care about hair and nails and colour coordinating. But the big problem is, it's not good for morale. If you hide inside a baggy grey fleece every day, believe me, it's much harder for things to get better again. Great things do not happen to people hidden inside grey fleeces. They don't land exciting new jobs or meet brilliant new friends or have amazing ideas or get invited out spontaneously. They just don't. They get greyer and fleecier. You've got to believe me here. Maybe the best piece of advice I can give you is to dress for how you want to feel again, because then it will happen more quickly. As Annie said this, she thought of all the mornings when she hadn't even wanted to get up, let alone get dressed. But she had forced herself to pick out nice things, to apply the lipstick, add the accessory and go through the motions of caring about all this until she really did care about it again. Plus, being nicely turned out had been her armour against the world, and her way of letting the children know that she was together, she was coping, and they could absolutely count on her. Annie squeezed Tor's shoulders encouragingly because she could see her eyes welling up. You're going to be fine, Tor, she assured her. This is just a divorce, not the end of the world. And in a year's time, it's going to feel like the best thing that could have happened to you. And the more you can keep it together, the easier it will be for Angela. Don't let your girl think of her dad as the man who knocked the stuffing out of her mum. Annie let Tor blow her nose while she turned her eyes in the direction of the wardrobe again. And what is this lovely coat doing hiding in here? She asked, taking out a cosy, black fake fur which looked almost brand new. And these boots? Her hand reached for the black suede mid-heels, again almost unworn. Well, they're special occasion, Tor began. Annie shook her head vigorously. No, not anymore they're not. You need all your special things around you right now, for support, she insisted, handing over the coat and boots. Tor put them both on, and now Annie could see she was more convinced. The boots gave her an extra inch or so and forced her to straighten up. Her hands sank into the soft coat pockets, and she was turning this way and that in front of the mirror, actually admiring herself slightly. "Oh, yes," Annie raved. "Now you're good to go." Tor's smile suddenly appeared, and she gave a relieved giggle, which made her seem so much younger than the weighed-down 46 or so that she was. "More wine for the lady," Annie teased. No, I need to concentrate, or I'm going to forget everything you've told me," Tor replied. Annie made her fetch a notebook and a pen, and together they wrote down all the outfits Annie had put together for her, and lots of Annie's top tips, including new underwear, lip gloss, tinted moisturiser and blusher, smile more, laugh even, cheap but glamorous sunglasses for bad eye days, always jewellery to make you sparkle. "OK, I can try," was Tor's reaction. "Clever ways with scarves," Annie scribbled down in the notebook. "Or maybe your sexy new boyfriends will teach you." "Oh, ha ha," Tor responded. "It's true, though," Annie insisted. "There will be new men, and think how exciting that's going to be. But you do need new scarves, soft velvety ones, bright cashmere ones. You need the colour and the comfort, something to snuggle up in, a buffer between you and your jackets, you and your coats, you and the world, a sprinkle of colour when you're feeling totally monochrome." Well then, Tor met her eye and smiled broadly, as if she was finally enjoying herself. "Here's to new men and new scarves." She held up her tumbler of wine. "I'll drink to that," Annie clinked glasses with her. "Have you found any new men?" Tor wondered. "Well, I'm working on that," Annie admitted, and trying to enjoy the process. When Tor's session was over, Annie buttoned herself back into her leather coat. She ran a hairbrush through her locks, applied lipstick, a little spritz of perfume, and set her shoulders back. This meant that when she was out of the front door, she was ready to face her mobile phone. She scanned all her messages, but the one she was looking for was not there. She even called her voicemail just to check. No. 9 days had passed, and elegant Dentist Gray, who had so completely charmed her at the party, had not called her, messaged her, or been in touch in any way at all. It was a total, utter bummer. With each additional day of silence, she was feeling more and more deflated. She couldn't understand it. He'd seemed so taken with her, so keen. He'd promised. He'd even put her number directly into his mobile. She wasn't sure what she was going to do now. Going back to Tor's house to rescue the grey fleece from the bin bag for herself was a tempting idea. Chapter 10. Annie's accidental date outfit: pink cardigan, whistle sail; flowered pink and camel skirt, same; camel trench coat, the trusty eBay Valentino; dreamy pink scarf, back of the cupboard; flower necklace, Topshop; new high-heeled camel T-bars; Chanel, oops, but with a staff discount, and considering the trading station resale value; cloud of Chanel's Cristal. Estimated cost £490. What are you doing here? When her phone rang later that evening, Annie jumped on it, but it wasn't Gray, it was her sister. "So, when is your date with Gray?" was the first question Dinah asked, barely able to contain her excitement. "I really liked him, Annie," she added. "He was lovely, and he just really seemed to get you and make you laugh, and I really think he's very promising. So when are you next meeting?" "Well, he's coming into town this week," Annie fudged. "So what have you arranged?" The pause that followed told Dinah all she needed to know. "What? He hasn't called?" she asked, outraged. "Oh, Annie, I can't believe it. Have you got his number? Do you think maybe you should call him? I mean, he seemed so nice. Maybe he's just—" I've thought about it, Annie cut in, and I decided it wasn't cool. I mean, it's never cool to be the one phoning to say, she put on a whiny voice, why haven't you called me? So you're not going to see him? Dinah sounded very disappointed for her. That just seems such a shame. No, I didn't say that. I have a plan, Annie confided. Uh-oh, a plan? Dinah didn't sound convinced. But then this was a crucial difference between Dinah and her older sister. Dinah liked to leave things to fate, to chance, to instinct or luck, whereas Annie liked to plan. Annie always liked to have a plan. She just thought it was better if she was in charge. The conference Gray is going to, I found out that it's at Claridge's, Annie told her. Claridge's? The name of one of the most luxurious old hotels in London seemed to take Dinah by surprise. Why would dentists book a conference at Claridge's? Are you joking? Annie countered. Have you been to the dentist lately? The prices they charge? Apparently the boundaries between cosmetic dentistry and plastic surgery are blurring. Bet Gray told you that, Dinah teased. Anyway, yes, Gray had told her that. I'm going to think up a very good, very glamorous reason for me to be at Claridge's on the same day at round about the same time. So we'll meet by accident, me looking fabulous. He'll be so completely sorry he didn't call me and the rest will be easy. It sounds a bit obvious, Dinah protested. It won't be obvious. You forget what a brilliant actress I am. Haven't I learned from the masters, Roddy and Connor? Annie, Dinah warned, and then began to list all the reasons why Annie should not get beautifully dressed up and hang out at the Claridge's bar in the hope of accidentally bumping into Gray. It was too desperate. It would look like too much of a coincidence. What if he wasn't pleased to see her, and so on? I hear what you're saying, Annie said once the list was over. And you're going to ignore it? Yep, but I'll keep you posted. You're going to embarrass yourself, her sister warned. No, Annie insisted. He'll be delighted to see me, I'm sure of it. We got on so well at the party. He's just one of those men who doesn't rush in. So he probably just needs a little push. Honestly, trust me on this. He needs some surprises in his life and some fun. He needs me. Oh, boy, Dinah sighed. Annie had never before set foot in Claridge's. Although she had left work early in a fresh and painstakingly chosen camel and pink outfit, complete with new shoes, as soon as she passed the top hat and tails footman and entered the marbled, chandeliered lobby, she felt a little unequal to the occasion. This was true early 20th century splendour. This was a hotel where women should still be wearing veiled cocktail hats and lizard skin heels, toting alligator handbags and silver cigarette cases. Only sleek black bobs, real diamonds, and thick scarlet lipstick were appropriate here. After asking directions as casually and as bravely as she could, Annie made her way to one of the most elegant bars she'd ever encountered. It was dark and snug, but the mahogany tabletops, brass lamps, glittering mirrors and glasses meant it sparkled with very expensive glamour. The seats were low-slung, comfortable leather, the tables decked with heavy glass ashtrays and flowers. There was the gentle buzz of just a select handful of guests talking quietly. Oh, this was so the perfect rendezvous. With a little pang, she wished Gray had called and that they were meeting here on purpose. It would have been absolutely perfect. Never mind, she brushed the thought aside. She was going to engineer another meeting and give him the chance to, hopefully, put things right. She approached the handsome, dark-haired barman and smiled winningly. "Hello, how are you? Quiet afternoon?" Once he'd made his reply, she asked for a gin and tonic. "A double, madam?" he wanted to know, because this was, of course, the kind of place where everything came with a possible upgrade. "No thanks, and can I have a mineral water too, please?" Once further clarification had been made as to which of the 5 available sparkling or still mineral waters she wished to drink, Annie had another question for the barman. "I just wondered if I could ask a little favour." "No problem, madam," he assured her when she'd explained what she wanted. "Please take a seat and make yourself comfortable, and I'll bring your drinks." He also brought the bill, which proved this was one of the most expensive bars in Europe, as well as one of the loveliest. But the drinks were beautiful. They sparked and fizzled from real crystal tumblers, with fresh lime slices, and so many chunky ice cubes that they went all the way down to the bottom of the glass, like the acrylic ice used in movie drinks. But Annie wasn't so lost in her admiration of the place that she didn't notice the small stream of people heading from the direction she'd carefully positioned her chair to observe. "OK." She took a steadying sip of her G&T. Time to be cool. She watched and then felt a flip of excitement as she saw Gray coming into the lobby. He looked good, better than she remembered, in a dark navy suit, crisp white shirt and navy tie with subtle polka dots. He was several inches taller than the people he was talking to and had that proud, upright posture of a confident man. A good profile, she noted once again. Nice nose, strong chin. Yes, he really was pretty good. Annie turned her head slightly to the side so she wasn't looking at him and willed him to look over. She had a backup plan in case he didn't, but it would be so much easier if he just did. Several long seconds went by. She took another slow and steady sip of her drink. Then finally, she heard her name. "Annie?" It was his voice. "Annie, is that you?" She felt the little flip in her stomach again. She turned to see him striding towards her, while the small group of men he'd been talking to hung back. "Gray! Oh, hello!" She was impressed at herself. The level of surprise versus ever so slight wariness was perfect. Yes, she wanted him to understand that she was surprised and a little pleased to see him, but also irritated by the failure to call. "Annie, what are you doing here?" he asked, adding quickly, my God, that's fantastic." He looked almost flustered. "I've been trying to call you for days, but I must have got your number wrong, and I haven't been able to get hold of your mother to—" "You could easily have found me through the store," she reminded him, not willing to fall for the old "I tried to call" chestnut. "The store!" He smacked his forehead lightly. "Of course, I've been phoning Selfridges." Ah, well, now he was forgiven. Annie smiled broadly at him. "That's very sweet of you. So is this where your conference is being held?" she asked, sounding just the right kind of surprised. He nodded. "Bit posh, innit?" she teased. "So what brings you here?" he asked, still standing but leaning towards her with both hands on the back of the chair opposite hers, which was surely very positive body language. "Well, obviously I'm stalking you," she said, an eyebrow arched. When he just smiled in response to this, she quickly corrected herself. "No, don't flatter yourself. I've got a job on here." Her voice dropping low, she elaborated, "An American actress, far too famous to actually come into the store, is upstairs in the honeymoon suite trying on a load of our clothes. And any moment now I'm going to be summoned up to help her and her stylist with the final decisions. That's why I need a quick drink, believe me." She winked at him. "Who?" He was desperate to know. "I can't tell you," she teased. "Goodness me, we've only just met. I can't let you into any state secrets." "But we're going to meet again, Annie, aren't we?" he asked, then took a quick glance back at the huddle of dentists still in the lobby waiting for him. "I'm a bit tied up right now, but could we get together for dinner later? There's something official on, but I can get out of it, and I'd love to take you out. You are looking fabulous, by the way." See? She was right. He was delighted to see her. Dinner? But no, it was time to be cool. He had not phoned, so she was not available. It had been some time, but as far as she could remember, those were the basic dating rules. "Oh, I'm going out tonight. What a shame." She didn't explain further. Let him think she was on a scorching hot date. It would do him good. At that moment, bang on cue, as previously arranged, the barman approached the table. "Madam, I'm so sorry to interrupt." No problem," she assured him. "There's a call for you from suite number 1. You're to make your way up." "Thanks," she told him with a smile. "A great tip really did buy you fabulous service here." "I have to go," she told Gray. "Wish me luck." "At least let me make sure I've got the right phone number for you, so we can set something up soon." He was almost pleading. This was excellent progress. My evenings are a bit tied up for the next week or two," she told him, just to dangle the carrot a little longer. "But how about Sunday? Would you like to meet for lunch?" "I'd love to," he told her. "Well, let's meet on Tower Bridge at 1. Sunday, then. I know a nice place round there. And here." She reached into her handbag. "This is my card. You can phone me if you're going to be late." "I won't be late," he assured her. Then as she stood up to leave for her phantom appointment at suite number 1, he leaned over and kissed her on both sides of the face, giving her a hit of sexy citrus aftershave and warm breath laced with coffee. "Is there something, on your cheek? What is that?" He brushed at her face, while her toes curled up as much as they could in tight Chanel. On the tip of his little finger was a frazzled clump of eyelash extension, which he was examining with great curiosity. She thought she'd felt something odd happening out there at the corner of her eye. The acrylic debris looked like a squashed spider. It's my new mascara," she managed. "I think I'm allergic to it or something. It's doing very strange things to my lashes. Anyway," she brushed the offensive item from his fingertip. "Thanks for telling me. Well, I'd better go." On reflection, her sachet through the lobby, past the group of dentists, and towards the grand staircase would have been so much more elegant and effective if her brand new, staggeringly high heels hadn't caused her a vicious ankle twist at the exact moment that her mobile started trilling with some funky version of the Doctor Who theme tune. "Thank you, Owen." "Dinah," she hissed into the phone, once she was safely at the top of the stairs, into a corridor and out of sight. "I said I'd phone you." Chapter 11. Silver Fox Grey's Datewear. Black lightweight wool suit, Armani. White t-shirt, Paul Smith. Thick white shirt, Gant. Black socks, Paul Smith. Boxers, Paul Smith. Black lace-up ankle boots, Oliver Sweeney. Aviator shades, Ray-Ban. Estimated cost, £890. "So, how would you make me over?" Annie leaned on the metal railing of Tower Bridge and marvelled at the great swollen gherkin building that rose up and swaggered high above all the other office blocks surrounding it. The Tower of London, once so monumental and impressive, was now squeezed underneath a skyline dominated by vast modern towers. But this was where to come and cloud watch in London. Today, grey cumulus stacks were sweeping in quickly from the west, chasing shafts of sunlight over the dark water surface. She turned to take in the view on the other side, just in time to see Gray walking briskly along on the opposite pavement. He was early too, but obviously hadn't spotted her yet. His face and gold-rimmed aviator shades were set against the frisky wind. His jacket was flapping, and he had a hand on his head as if to keep an invisible hat in place. "Hey, Gray!" she called out. For his age, he looked fit. Definitely someone who worked out, she thought, watching the wind push his t-shirt against his flat stomach. "Gray!" she called again, louder this time, as he hadn't heard her and was still marching purposefully onwards in his head-to-toe black. Giving her own outfit an automatic, anxious little smooth-over, Annie prepared to cross the road to catch up with him. For the occasion, she'd chosen a full-skirted black and white dress, black high-heeled ankle boots, and one of her key spring items, a wide-sleeved, cropped orange jacket. A lipstick that matched the orangey red of the jacket exactly had been the one special date purchase she'd allowed herself. "Gray!" Finally he turned, and his slightly surprised expression changed to a smile. "Annie, hello there." He pushed his shades up into his hair and walked over, moving straight in to give her a kiss, not on each cheek, but right on the lips, as he put a bunch of flowers into her hands. The brush of lip, hit of mint breath and spicy aftershave was altogether a very pleasant experience Annie thought she'd definitely like to repeat soon. "Flowers? Oh, thank you. You really shouldn't have," she gushed with a big smile, although the waxy white lilies were so strongly funereal that she would have quite liked to throw the bouquet off the bridge. She liked colourful, cheerful flowers, and always roses, not lilies. But never mind, she could drop those hints another day. "So," she began, "we meet on the bridge, me and the master of bridge work." "Oh, very good." He cracked a smile. "Just look at that building." He pointed to the gherkin. "Stunning." "Well, I suppose," she offered grudgingly, "if you like that sort of thing." "How was your journey into town?" she asked. "Fantastic," he enthused. "Roof down all the way. First nice day of the season for it. How about you?" She didn't think her 40 minutes spent on the underground merited such a rapturous reply. "And your children?" was his next question. "What are they up to today?" "Oh, they're busy," she told him. "Hectic schedule." Annie had arranged for Dinah to take them for lunch. Then Lauren had agreed to walk Owen up to his karate lesson and wait for him there. This meant her home was empty, so if lunch went well, she was going to invite Gray back for coffee and maybe even a little light canoodling. With small talk, lots of smiling, sizing up and eye contact, Annie held the arm he'd offered her as they crossed Tower Bridge and made their way down to Butler's Wharf, where she'd booked a table for two at a restaurant she liked. Gray kept up a pleasantly steady flow of chat, and with the anxiously excited butterflies in her stomach settling, Annie began to enjoy herself. When he asked if she'd been on many dates since your husband, she quickly cut in with, "Yes, quite a few. I like to get out in the evenings, keep busy. It's easy to get a date, you know, Gray." "For you, I'm sure it is," he offered gallantly. "But it's really not so easy to get a good one," she told him, eyebrow arching. Their table came with the riverside view she'd requested. "I love it down here on the river," she said, once the menus had been studied, the food and drinks ordered. "This is one of the oldest parts of the city, you know. This is where the first kings and queens lived, where the prisoners were kept and the pirates were hanged. This is where ships set sail, hoping to return laden down with goods from all over the world. I like to think that this," she gestured out of the window to the river beyond, "is where shopping began." It made him laugh. When the wine was poured, they clinked glasses, and he asked her to tell him more about her work. "It sounds very intriguing. Basically, you help people to shop?" He sounded a little incredulous, as if he couldn't quite believe this counted as a job. Annie had weathered this reaction plenty of times before. "It's an American concept," she told him. "America is the home of good service, after all. Think of me as a super-enhanced sales assistant. Customers book an appointment with me. We discuss what clothes they're looking for, what lifestyle and what budget they have. Then I take them through the relevant sections and departments, making suggestions until we find all the outfits they want. In short, I'm there to give my clients a happy shopping experience. I help people make great wardrobe investments, not expensive mistakes. And you're on commission? On top of my wages, yes. And you do this on a freelance basis as well. The thing you'll get to know about me, Gray, Annie teased, is that I like to keep busy. I do home consultations because they pay well and because they're such great fun. Who wouldn't love to have a good old rummage through someone else's wardrobe? I also buy and sell used designer clothes and accessories online, and I'm a trained film costume designer, believe it or not. Oh, yes, you told me when we met that you'd worked on films. Ah, the film days. She smiled, carefully prizing a large cooked prawn from its shell. My globe-trotting 20s. Roddy, me, and our surprise baby Lauren. We were always happy to go wherever the work was. France, Romania, Poland, Morocco. Wherever. Sounds incredibly glamorous, Gray said. It was, she agreed. I think I probably took it totally for granted, and I thought life would always be as simple and as much fun as it was back then. But babies grow up. They get baby brothers. Everyone has to go to nursery and then school. Suddenly you need a bigger home and a regular income. Roddy landed a good agent and then a string of good theatre jobs based in London, so we stopped travelling so much. Finally, he got his soap roll. I had my nice job at the store, and we got grounded, just like everyone else, I suppose. Before she could give too much thought to how ungrounded everything had then become, she tried to find a reason to make Gray smile. And I'll tell you one thing, it's much more fun making the not-so-beautiful look wonderful than dealing with leading ladies all the time. Everything you've ever heard about actresses is true. She exaggerated, but only slightly. They are only so talented and so supernaturally beautiful because they've sold their souls to the devil. So, how would you make me over? He challenged her, propping his chin up with his hand and giving her a look that made her suspect the intense green of the eyes leaping from his tanned face was created with tinted contact lenses. I don't think you need a stylist, she told him, hearing the flirty little purr in her voice. Oh, well, that's very nice, but we could all improve, couldn't we? Take tips from the masters. You've got very good taste, Gray. He nodded in agreement, and not just in clothes. He kept his gaze trained directly at Annie until she couldn't help giggling. So, he unfolded his hands. You should venture out. Start your own big business. How about a shop, a makeover boutique, a chain of personal dressing stores where customers can go to get much more than the usual shop assistant input? Or what about your own clothing collection? The perfect black trousers or white shirt. Annie's Essentials. I do have Annie V's trading station online. Who wants to pay staff and rates and overheads when you can create your own virtual shopfront? You're very good, he told her with a smile. Maybe I should get you to look over my business, see if you can think of any improvements. I'd be delighted. So, are you into cosmetic dentistry as well as fillings and root canals? Oh, yes, he assured her, as their plates were cleared away by an attentive waiter. Teeth straightening, veneers, dental implants, all the high-end stuff. And I might add some facial fillers to the service. I'm looking into that. I'm going over to LA in a couple of weeks to find out what's on offer from the home of cosmetic surgery. You've not had anything done, though, have you? Suddenly he was scrutinising her just a little too closely for comfort. No, she said, and it was the truth. Well, extortionately expensive face cream didn't count, did it? I'm not ruling it out, though. If I wake up one morning and makeup alone can't save me from looking like a haggard old witch, then I might just come to you to see what you can do about it. Well? She'd meant this as a cheeky, flirty comment, but now the scrutiny of her face was a little too professional for her liking. Not everyone looks as fantastic in their 30s as you do. It was his turn to purr now, she noticed. But a tiny hit, just in there, between your brows, he pointed, would work wonders. But what I'd really love to make over is your mouth. No, this wasn't sexy. Now she wanted to put her hands over her face and never part her lips again. What was wrong with her teeth exactly? They weren't perfect, but they weren't too bad either. The overcrowding on the bottom row could be cured with an invisible brace. On the top, I'd add just 2 or 3 veneers to smooth out those slightly crooked angles, then whiten everything up 2 or 3 shades. You'd be stunning. I'd give you a great rate, he offered. Well, that's very kind of you. Let me think that one over. She hesitated, feeling that somehow this date had taken something of a wrong turn. Despite the tempting offer of a discount, lying back in a dental chair with her tonsils, nasal hair and all her fillings on display, didn't strike her as the most romantic of poses. Plus, Annie was now wondering what work he'd had done. Obviously, his teeth were pearly white and perfect, but she guessed that there were other little tweaks and touch-ups that he preferred to keep secret, so she thought better not to ask. As their coffees arrived, both of them had waved away the suggestion of dessert. He turned the conversation from teeth to ask, "So you like it down here on the river?" She nodded enthusiastically. "I'm thinking of buying a rental flat down in this part of town." Aha! A budding property mogul. Her ears perked up with interest. "I've got a viewing at 3:30 if you'd like to come along. I'd certainly value your opinion." The flat was smart, if a little boxy. Maple flooring, recessed lighting, 2 small bedrooms, 2 high-tech bathrooms of glossy marble, 1 a wet room with a rain bath shower. The living area had a glitzy open-plan kitchen and big floor-to-ceiling windows, offering views of, another development. It was quickly obvious that Gray was not impressed. "That's a very small bedroom," he told the estate agent, "and the kitchen's part of the living room. I wasn't expecting that." "This is a very prestigious address," the estate agent argued. "Excellent for shopping, eating out, and you're so close to the city. Only a 10-minute walk over the bridge to the tube." Clearly, wherever Gray lived, he was getting a much better deal than this. But he lived out of town. He was a burbs man, probably the proud owner of a driveway, a front lawn, and French windows to his very own back garden. This was city living. More luxury, less square footage. And clearly it was a shock to the system. "What did you think?" he asked Annie once they were outside again. "Complete rip-off," she informed him confidently. "Don't touch it with a barge pole." "And what makes you so knowledgeable?" he asked, casually draping an arm over her shoulders, where it sat comfortably, if a little self-consciously. "Well, if you offer to drive me home, I could tell you all about my successful scramble up the London property ladder," she said, imagining the two of them cozied up together on her big white sofa. "It's a deal," he agreed, "but only if you promise to invite me in." "No problem," she said, trying to stifle the delighted grin that was threatening to break out across her face. As he opened the passenger's door so she could climb aboard his sleek, low-slung silver Merc convertible, she surveyed the black leather seats, high-tech dashboard, and the suave gentleman in the driver's seat. I could get used to this, she thought. Chapter 12. Lauren at home. Black vest top, Miss Selfridge. Black jeans, Evisu via eBay. Black nail varnish, Rimmel. Black eyeliner, Chanel. Black mood, Model's Own. Estimated cost, £75. Duh. As Annie pushed open her flat door, she wasn't exactly thrilled to hear the sound of the television in Lauren's room and the noise of the kettle coming to the boil in the kitchen. "Lauren," she called into the hallway, "I thought you were at karate with Owen." Lauren, in head-to-toe clinging black, appeared in the kitchen doorway. "He didn't want to go," she said grumpily, "and I couldn't make him." No, well, right. Annie tried to keep her annoyance under control. She loved her children dearly and was fiercely proud and protective of them. She had very little experience in this area, but she knew that the meeting of children with prospective boyfriends was something that had to be carefully managed, not just sprung on everyone because of the potentially explosive emotions. "Well, now you have a chance to say hello to my friend Gray." With these words, Annie ushered Gray in through the door as Lauren's mouth opened and forgot to shut. "Hello there, Lauren." Gray offered a hand for her to shake. "I remember seeing you at your grandmother's party, but you were a little busy." Lauren blushed, shook Gray's hand, and managed to mumble hello. "Come into the sitting room," Annie offered. "I'll just go and dig Owen out of his room, but he's a little shy," she reminded Gray in a quiet voice. He nodded with understanding. Owen waved at Gray from the doorway, then fled back to his room. Annie left it at that. She was trying to enjoy Gray's many compliments about her home, rather than worry too much about how her children were going to react to him and vice versa. "Should we go into the kitchen and make some coffee?" she asked. "Yes, definitely." Gray got up from the sofa arm he'd perched on. Annie was just thinking she'd like to push him backwards into the cushions and rumple him quite a lot, but the presence of children made that impossible. At the kitchen table, Lauren was chewing at the skin round her nails and messaging frantically. "Everything okay?" Annie wondered. "Yeah, fine, everything's fine," Lauren answered, not breaking eye contact with the screen. "Hopefully you can play a little nice just for me," Annie whispered at her just before Gray was in earshot. "Duh," came the great grudging sigh. Once the kettle was on for coffee, Annie felt an unusual desire to play domestic goddess. She set out cups, saucers, cake plates, and shook almond biscuits out of the packet. The milk went into a little blue jug, sugar into a matching bowl. She warmed the rarely used cafetiere before adding the ground coffee she'd unearthed at the back of a cupboard. Then she asked Owen and Lauren to sit at the table to meet Gray properly. "I hear you're both at St. Vincent's," was Gray's icebreaker, once he was settled into his chair. But the question didn't go down so well. Lauren scowled, rolled her eyes, and came out with, "God-awful place, I absolutely hate it." "No, you don't," Annie said with her most patient smile. "Tell Gray about the fundraising website. They're hoping to make £10,000 for charity by the end of the summer." Lauren pulled a face, but then her phone buzzed and she pounced on it, eyes lighting up. Gray and Annie watched with some fascination as Owen picked up 4 biscuits and crammed them all into his mouth, forcing his lips to part as he crunched down on them. "Of course, we won't be at St. Vincent's for long," Lauren fired out, and Annie wondered what on earth was coming next. "Mum's totally broke, and we'll either have to sell our home or leave school." "Or both," Owen added for emphasis, spraying crumbs across the tablecloth. Annie felt absolutely mortified and horrified that her children had somehow picked this up when she thought she'd been carefully hiding the financial reality from them. But despite her shock and embarrassment, she also managed to feel proud for a moment that Owen had actually spoken 2 words despite the presence of a stranger. Just a few months ago, this would never have happened. Well, she could feel herself blushing, but she smiled at Gray and twisted her coffee cup round in her hands. It's really nothing like that. But you said, Lauren began, I may have to free up a little equity, she breezed, seeing what she read as concern in Gray's face. But St. Vincent's is a great school. They're both going to be there for many years to come. She shot a look at Lauren, who slumped melodramatically over her phone. The phone Annie would, right at this moment, like to rip from her daughter's hands and toss out of the window. Then the landline began to ring, and to Annie's surprise, Owen stood up and ran out of the room to answer it. He picked up, said, "Hello," in a very calm-sounding voice, and then carried on something resembling a normal conversation. This was highly unusual. "Oh, yeah, that's cool," she overheard. There followed, this Wednesday. "Mum!" came the shout. "Yes," she answered. "Are we doing anything on Wednesday evening?" Annie flicked mentally through the following week's family schedule. Sunday karate, Tuesday Billy babysit, Thursday swimming lessons, Wednesday? Was anything planned for Wednesday? Annie glanced at Gray in case he wanted to jump in with a suggestion. Helicopter trip to Paris for rooftop dinner, perhaps? No, he wasn't saying anything. "No," she said finally, "I don't think we're doing anything, but why? Who?" Owen didn't answer her. He was back on the phone. "Wednesday's fine." "Great. So 7? This was positively chatty and quite startling for Annie. "OK, cool. Yep. See you tomorrow, sir. OK." "Who was that?" Annie asked as soon as Owen came back into the kitchen, although the "sir" at the end of the call had been a good clue. "Ed," Owen replied. "Mr. Leon?" "Yeah." There was a pause, and Annie thought the presence of Gray was going to silence Owen once again, but instead she watched as he took a breath or two to calm himself, the way he'd been taught to do but rarely remembered. Then he continued, only stumbling over the odd word. "There's this singer, Patrick Wolf, and he's doing an acoustic thing at the National Theatre. Ed said he'd get tickets for us. It's going to be cool." "All of us?" Annie wondered. "You, me, Lauren." "Oh, no," came the groan from Lauren. Patrick Wolf wasn't registering on Annie's radar. She looked at Lauren to see if she could spot any signs of recognition there. "Yeah, I've heard of him," said Lauren in tones of terminal boredom. "Don't you want to go?" Annie asked her. "Oh, yeah, well, Ed is not very cool, but Patrick Wolf is OK." Although there was still coffee left in his cup, Gray looked at his watch, stainless steel Tag Heuer, and announced his imminent departure. Annie suspected he still wasn't over the "mum's totally broke" comment, and she would have to do something to remedy this situation, or she wasn't going to see him again for dust. As he got up, she ushered him through into the sitting room, saying she wanted to show him something. "Take a look at that building over there." She pointed it out from her window. "Now that is really worth investing in." Her tone was cosy and confidential now. "Lovely part of town, great views, good school catchment area, right on the tube. It will rent like a dream. I happen to know that the developer is not in any danger of going down the tube, but he's stretched and desperately needs money coming in to finish the project off. I'm absolutely certain that he'd take a very low bid on a 2-bedroom flat, so long as you were willing to pay a big deposit up front before the place was even finished. I would be investing in that right now. Except, as my children have so helpfully explained," she tried to make light of it, "I'm not exactly so flexibly liquid at the moment." What a great tip. To her relief, Gray was purring again. "I'll look into it," he added. And by the way, what are you doing next weekend? He was standing very close to her, and she could not deny the burst of energy, even excitement, this was causing. Well, let me see. There's the shopping trip to buy gags for Lauren and Owen. But otherwise... Chapter 13. Ed dressing for the occasion. Yellow polo shirt, drawer. Red polo shirt, drawer. Green tweed jacket, can't remember. Baggy khakis, Army and Navy stores. Heavy boots, same. Estimated cost, £45. Music always gives me an appetite. There you are, were Ed's opening words as Annie, Lauren and Owen arrived wet and bedraggled at the doors to the concert hall. They were 20 minutes late, and now there was barely time to say hello because the performance was just about to begin. "I'm so sorry, Ed," Annie began. "It's taken us ages. We got totally lost out there and it's pouring." This wasn't entirely untrue. There had been some confusion about directions, but she decided she'd bypass an explanation about the enormous Lauren row that had really held them up. Just your standard mother-teenage daughter, you're not going out like that argument, which had, of course, escalated to great, hurtful, all-encompassing insults being tossed around at random. "Lauren, you're such a total cow, I hate you. Annie, you're just a spoiled brat, and I'm not buying you anything ever again. This time I mean it," and so on. Owen had quietly put on his shoes and anorak. Then he'd gone to stand by the door, headphones in, music cranked up, foot tapping to the rhythm, as he'd waited for the storm to blow over. The sight of him had taken the wind out of Annie's sails. "Right, Lauren, that's it, I'm done," she'd announced in the coolest voice she could summon. "Just put on the sparkly boob tube, skinny jeans and platform boots if you want. I'm not saying another word about it, just make sure..." See, she was already saying another word about it, but she couldn't resist. "Make sure you've got something waterproof on top, because it's definitely going to rain." There. Words her own father could have been saying to her 20 years ago. He'd barely been around enough for her to remember many of his words of supposed wisdom, but she could definitely recall the nagging. "Put something warm over that or you'll freeze." But then, wasn't this the most totally irritating thing about parenthood? Just as you came to appreciate how caring and sensible some of your parents' advice had been, that's when your very own little teenage spawn was throwing it all back in your face, exactly as you'd done too. Annie sometimes understood Lauren too perfectly, felt her pain, felt her burning desire for the boots and tight jeans and cleavage display, felt her outraged injustice. And sometimes Annie couldn't decide which side she was on, parent or child. So this was how it was. She usually ranted, but then relented. Her children could ultimately do as they wanted, but at least they would know how she felt about it. She'd been tempted to grab her phone and take a quick photo of Lauren's outfit to torment her with in about 3 months' time, when this look was so over. "We're going out with your teacher," she'd reminded her daughter. "I don't think we're likely to bump into the living god that is Seth, are we?" In the concert hall, they had to squeeze past 20 people or so to get into their seats. Ed leading the way, then Lauren, Owen, and finally Annie. During the performance, Annie kept catching sight of Ed's face appearing over the top of teen boobs, hoiked up in a padded bra underneath a boob tube. They were listening to a song about a teenager falling in love. Another time, Annie might have loved this song, all haunting and melodic, but instead she felt her world view shift a little uncomfortably. Was Lauren attracted to Ed? Despite her cool disdain, maybe she had a little crush. That wouldn't be so surprising. Any teacher slightly more attractive than Frankenstein could usually be guaranteed a decent pupil fan base. But she looked over at the two of them again more closely. Did Ed have any sort of thing for Lauren? Just the thought of this made little prickles of anxiety stand up on the back of her neck. Lauren was at that tricky teen age. She looked older than she was, and tonight she looked lovely, sexy even, but hopefully she didn't have much of a clue about the admiring glances she was attracting. But not from Ed, surely. Annie turned her head and watched the two of them to see if there was any sort of, a look, a nudge, some communication between them. Ed was leaning forward, totally wrapped up in the performance. Lauren was scratching at her bare arm in a slightly distracted way. There was nothing obvious. She'd give it a few minutes, then try again. The next time she looked, Ed turned his head and looked not at Lauren and her teen boob tube, but at Annie. She felt caught out and gave an automatic little smile, which he returned with something much broader and kinder. He tilted his head in the direction of the music and raised his eyebrows as if to ask her, "Is this okay? Are you enjoying it?" And she nodded enthusiastically back. "You've got to come to the cafe with me," Ed insisted when the performance was over. "It's fantastic, honestly, and I bet you've not had time to eat." This was true. Then he gave one of his sneezes and took a big cotton handkerchief from her pocket to blow his nose. "Still not over your cold?" Annie asked. "Not really," came from the depths of the hanky. "Think I'm allergic to London," he added when the hanky was out of the way. It was a self-service cafe, so they got their plastic trays and stood in line. Despite Ed's rave review, Annie didn't feel tempted by any of the main courses on offer, so decided to go for lentil soup with a roll. She watched Lauren make the same choice, while Owen plumped for an open sandwich with prawns, lettuce, and pink mayonnaise sprinkled with cayenne pepper. Annie decided not to intervene and just offered up a silent prayer that there was nothing nasty lurking in the seafood. While Ed got caught up in the ordering process for a hot meal, Annie paid for her family's food and drinks and went to find a table for 4. As they sat down, she wondered if, like her, the children were registering the empty 4th seat. The 4th chair was usually something she would quickly move away to another table, so that it wasn't staring at them, glaring with emptiness as they ate. But tonight there would be a 4th person. The 4th chair would be filled. Annie could feel herself relaxing at the prospect. Tonight it wasn't just her and the children, and the constant effort of trying to put their missing person out of their minds. Tonight Ed would sit in the 4th chair, and they would be able to relax and enjoy being out. When Ed joined them, his tray was laden. He had a steaming plate of steak and kidney pie with mashed potatoes, a separate dish of vegetables, an orange juice, a glass of red wine, and a side dish of bread and butter. "God, I love the food here," he announced, settling himself into the seat. "I'm absolutely starving. Music always gives me an appetite. Don't you agree, Owen?" Owen, midway through a prawny mouthful, nodded in smiley agreement. If Ed had noticed that no one else had such a big meal in front of them, he didn't draw attention to it, and he certainly didn't feel shy about it. He was tucking in with an enthusiasm bordering on the alarming. When his plate was a little emptier and he could turn his attention to the business of conversation, he focused on the children, very interested to know what they thought of the music. Owen gave it a rave review, and Ed even managed to coax some words of enthusiasm from Lauren. Annie could see he was a natural at his job, because he treated children as interesting equals, was brimful of enthusiasm, and was clearly an all-round nice guy, if a touch eccentric. She couldn't get over his strange and random wardrobe choices, but then children liked eccentric, didn't they? "Yes, that was very clever," he was telling Lauren, "and I don't think it was based on any more than 3 different piano chords. You could probably teach yourself that in 10 minutes. "Really?" Lauren was close to sounding impressed. "But obviously I'm not sure if it's going to be appropriate for me to teach you a song about falling in love with your teacher," he pointed out. When Lauren made a groaning sound, both Ed and Owen laughed, and Annie felt her last little anxieties around this melt away. If he was just going to come out and joke about it like this, then there couldn't be anything to worry about, could there? She could put her mind to rest. Ed was chewing vigorously again, loading up the next forkful, trying to balance 2 green beans on top of it. "Do you go to many concerts?" Annie asked him, then wished she'd left it a few moments. Ed's mouth was full and he was doing the sound of someone about to answer, just as soon as they'd swallowed down enough to be able to talk coherently. Annie wondered where he put it all. He had a squarish build, with broad shoulders and long legs, but he didn't give the impression of being at all chubby, although under the monumentally baggy khaki trousers and hairy tweed jacket chosen for tonight, it was hard to tell. And why had green tweed been paired with a double layer of red and yellow polo shirts? Annie wondered. Was he in some sort of competition for worst-dressed man in London? There was no consistency to his look. It was skinny cords one week, over baggy trews the next. He probably shopped at Oxfam, but not in the caring and considered style of diner. "I try and do 2 a week," came Ed's answer finally. "No preference, all types of things." He waved his knife and fork expansively, and she saw Lauren dodge slightly to avoid being sprayed. "The cheap seats at the big operas, folk and classical here and at the Barbican, jazz nights, dodgy gigs in pubs. I just like to see the action, hear what's going on. What about you people? What kind of things do you like to go to?" Before Annie could even consider her answer, Owen shook his head and said sadly, "We never go to anything like this. It's the first time I've been out in ages." "That's not true, Owen," Annie was quick to deny, but she couldn't help smiling because she'd never seen Owen so at home with someone from outside the immediate family and friends circle. Her son had been 6 when his dad had died, and the debilitating shyness had set in almost immediately. Despite all sorts of expert advice and opinion, there had been little real improvement until Ed had become his teacher last year. Now Owen seemed to be coming on in leaps and bounds, flourishing. She would have to take Ed aside and thank him for his help. "Yes, it is," Owen retorted. "We go out," Annie insisted. But the more she tried to think of an example to prove Owen wrong, the more she couldn't. Plenty of memorable family outings with Roddy were filling her mind, but her and the children, at a concert, at a play or something. "Help me out, Lauren," she said. "We go to the cinema a lot," Lauren reminded Owen. "We go to diners, Connors, we visit friends, we went to Granny's party, but we don't do the concert, theatre, art gallery thing hardly at all." "Well, you have to," Ed told them. "You have to get out there." He looked at them all in turn, so Annie didn't feel as if she was being singled out for criticism. Rub shoulders with the world, find out what's going down. This was met with smiles from both Lauren and Owen, even though they always shuddered and rolled their eyes if Annie dared to use this phrase. "So you're more a cinema person?" He directed this at Annie as he used a thickly buttered roll to mop up the last of the gravy from his plate. "I suppose so," Annie replied. "And what kind of films do you like?" "Oh, stylish films," she told him, "with lovely clothes, beautiful people and beautiful settings. A touch of romance, and there always has to be something to make me laugh. I like a great story with a happy ending. But I don't mind a bit of art house, high-minded stuff as well." Ed was nodding vigorously. "Just no horror," Annie told him. "I don't do horror. And I tend to give heavy, tragic subjects a bit of a miss as well." She found there was quite enough heavy tragedy in real life without having to sit through any cinema versions. "I love comedies," he confided. "Love them. And I love good music in films, but films of musicals, well, Unless they were made before 1960, forget it. Although there was a Tina Turner biopic. That wasn't bad at all. Oh, I remember that. Annie smiled. It was good. I love her music. Now, pudding. He smiled at Owen and Lauren in turn. The pudding is sensational here, Ed enthused, and it's my treat. No, really. He raised a hand against Annie's objections, both to eating pudding and having Ed pay for it. I won't take no for an answer. He returned to the table, his tray loaded with 4 bowls of some sort of crumble, dripping with cream, a calorific disaster. Ah, was Ed's benediction over the plateful before he sank his spoon in. Like it? He asked Owen, who was already wolfing down his 3rd or 4th spoonful. Oh, yeah, came Owen's answer through a full mouth. This is the best crumble I've ever had. What's in it? The small spoonful Annie had taken was just hitting her taste buds, so she was too late to save Owen. Rhubarb, came Ed's reply. Annie could only watch, hoping he'd be fine. Hadn't he just declared this was the best crumble he'd ever eaten? Which, yes, had dented her pride slightly, although she'd be the first to admit she wasn't exactly gifted in the kitchen department. Owen stopped chewing and began to change colour. Pink first, then red, then a deep purple-tinged scarlet. He's not allergic? Ed asked anxiously, dropping his spoon. Annie shook her head and explained. Only in his mind. Owen, you're going to be fine, she soothed, reaching to pat Owen's hand. It's delicious. You just said it was delicious. But Lauren couldn't resist. I don't think so, she teased. Rhubarb, Owen. Rhubarb. Lauren, Annie hissed. Scarlet, Owen made choky, gagging noises before a soggy lump of the offending crumble landed unceremoniously back in his bowl. Now it was Annie's turn to blush. But Ed, entirely unruffled, sprang into action. Oh dear, oh dear. He got a little closer to the bowl so he could scrutinise the remains. No need to panic. I'm so sorry, Owen. I didn't know about your dislike of this fruit. Or is it, in fact, a vegetable? Anyway, he quickly filled Owen's glass with water from Annie's bottle. Have a little sip of water, and let me take that away. He stood up and whisked the offending bowlful out of sight. When he got back to the table, Ed was determined to put the abashed Owen back at ease. Did you know there is a great long list of foods that have exactly the same effect on the Queen? He asked Owen. Oh, yes, he added without waiting for an answer. If she's eating away from home, or one of her many homes, the list gets sent out in advance. Then all the dishes are personally inspected by her footman before they get to her, just to make sure she doesn't barf at a state banquet while she's sitting between the President of Russia and the King of Swaziland. A teacher talking about the Queen barfing was enough to make Owen smile, despite the unfortunate rhubarb incident. So if you could draw up a list of your hate foods, Owen, and pass it on to me, I'd be most grateful, and then maybe I could act as your personal taster, you know? Check out your food before it gets to you, Ed picked up his spoon, once again ready to tackle his bowl of the crumble everyone else had lost their appetite for. I would enjoy being a personal taster. 2 dinners, 3, 4... When Owen had exited to the loo, assuring his mum that yes, he was completely fine, Ed told Annie, I've been a teacher for 9 years now. If there's any regurgitating, vomiting, fainting, losing control of bladder, or any other bodily functions to be done in public, I'm your man. Well, that's very reassuring, Annie told him. You know, I have to thank you for all your help with Owen. He's really thriving at school now, and you handled the rhubarb situation so well. Better than I would have. No problem, honestly. Ed was threatening to blush. Now, shall I get the tube back to Highgate with you charming people? See you safely to your door? No, don't go out of your way. We'll be absolutely fine. Well, I'm headed in that direction, honestly, so it's no trouble. Annie couldn't help returning the warm smile he was giving her. This has been really nice, she told him, despite the rhubarb. Yes, it has. We should definitely do it again soon. Yes, we'd all like that. Then, just as she was thinking how very charming he was, he plucked a vibrant yellow cagoule from his backpack, pulled it over his head, and, although they were still indoors, put the hood up and pulled the toggles tight so that his face was framed with scrunched yellow nylon. This gave Annie something close to a rhubarb moment of her own. Oh, Ed! She couldn't stop herself. Not the hood indoors, babes. Tight yellow is a difficult look for anyone to pull off. Oh, right. He undid the toggles and pulled the hood down again. Better? Definitely. But Annie's mind was already thinking ahead. The cagoule had given her an idea. Chapter 14. Science Kit Owen. Grey T-shirt, Asda. Enormous jeans, Gap sale. Belt, St Vincent's Uniform Shop. Socks, Asda. Very well-equipped science kit, Connor. Total estimated cost, £60. I think there's a slight problem. It turned out that Ed lived in Highgate too, a grimy little abode, he told her, so he insisted on walking them home, and Annie, in turn, insisted he come in for a coffee. Even if she hadn't had something she wanted to ask him, she wouldn't have liked the thought of sending him straight back to a grimy little abode without something in the way of thanks. So, although it was getting late, she guided him into the kitchen while her children splintered off to their rooms. There's something I want to show you. Just give me a minute, Owen told Ed cheerily. Owen, Annie warned, it's time for teeth brushing and pyjamas. Annie put the kettle on, then made a quick check on her messages and her eBays at the kitchen table while she chatted to Ed. As she poured hot water over the instant coffee plonked into the bottom of 2 large mugs, her mobile rang. To Ed's bemusement, she seemed to be taking an emergency call of the wardrobe variety. Ruby, darling, of course I can come tomorrow evening. Not tonight, though. No, it's a bit late. And, yeah, we'll look through the cupboards and we will find something. No, of course not. What about the black and white one that we bought together last month? No? Well, yes, my love. I'll see you tomorrow, and I promise there's no need to panic. As she talked, Annie brandished a bottle of brandy and made tipping gestures to ask if Ed wanted some in his coffee. He gave her the thumbs up, so she slugged a little into both mugs. OK, nighty-night then, Rubes. Bye, she said, and put down the phone. I didn't realise you were on call, Ed teased as she placed the mugs on the table and pulled up a chair. Oh yeah, 24/7, she told him. A wardrobe emergency can strike at any time, she said, and took her first sip of coffee, curling her hands round the mug. Ah, that's good. The brandy takes the edge off the caffeine. You'll sleep better, she explained, running her hands through her hair and suddenly feeling that even a lorry load of coffee wouldn't stop her from sleeping tonight. Or you could try decaf, Ed said. That would be no fun. No, he agreed. So how long have you lived round here then? Annie asked, able to properly meet his eyes again now that the offending cagoule had been taken off and put back into his backpack. Oh, ages, Ed replied, but off and on. My mum bought her place here years and years ago, and I used it as a base whenever I needed to. I've only been here full-time for 1.5 years. Mum got ill. I took the job at St Vincent's so I could move in and look after her. Oh, and how's she getting on? Was Annie's next question. Ed didn't need to reply to this question. She saw the answer at once in the sad smile that crossed his face. That apologetic, sorry this is going to hurt us both expression. I'm afraid she died, last August, in the school holidays. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Ed. That's very sad," Annie said, a tumble of memories around her own loss filling her mind. "No, don't worry, honestly." Ed tailed off and took a mouthful of coffee. "And how are you coping?" Annie asked, full of concern for him now. "Well, I'm, just getting on with things." He leaned back in his chair and pushed a hand through his woolly hair before continuing. "Hannah, that's my sister, and we were looking after Mum full-time at the end, which was fine. It was what we all wanted, but it was pretty hard going. Plus, my Italian girlfriend left me and went back to Italy. My rubbish car got nicked. The usual everything goes wrong all at once kind of thing." "Oh dear, that's awful," Annie sympathised. "Obviously, we miss her. We miss her a lot." Annie heard the involuntary swallow that this caused him, and she felt a lump building in her own throat. It was just so hard to lose the people closest to you and to try to carry on living without them, especially at first, when every single day felt overwhelming. "But," he went on with a note of strained cheerfulness, "I'm trying to focus on how nice it is to be back out here again. Back teaching, getting out again, meeting new people." He nodded, as if in her direction. "It's very nice to be taking part in life again." "How old was your mum?" Annie asked gently. Owen's head popped round the corner of the kitchen door with the words, "Can Ed come to my room for a minute? There's something I want to show him." "Hang on a minute, Owen," Annie told him. The head disappeared. She turned her attention back to Ed and he replied, "Mum was 59, 4 weeks from her 60th birthday. It was so sad, really, very sad." He let out a sigh and turned his attention to his coffee cup. "I'm very sorry," Annie said once again. "Yes, I know you've had your own," he began carefully, but Annie decided this whole conversation could probably do with a more cheerful turn. "Oh, don't get me started on that, my love," she said briskly, "or we'll have to polish off the whole of the brandy bottle to drown our sorrows. Now, I have a favour to ask you." "Really?" He looked immediately cheered. "That's a complete coincidence, because I have a favour to ask you." "You don't." "I do. It's a little bizarre, though," he admitted. "Wait till you hear mine, Ed. It's really bizarre." "I think you should go first," she offered. "No, you," he replied. "No, definitely you." "Well, I was just wondering," he began, "if you'd consider, if it's not too much." This request was turning him slightly pink. "I just thought, since it is the kind of thing you—" Owen's head popped up at the door again. "Ed, could you come and see—" "Just a minute," Annie cut him off and he backed out again. "Ed," she reassured him, "it's okay, we're all friends here, just spit it out." She wondered what on earth was coming next. "Boston, USA, job interview. Well, not job, exactly, paid research, for a term, into the roots of rhythm and blues." She scrunched her eyebrows and tried to make sense of this. What was he talking about? "I'm desperate to go. I was supposed to go last year, but because of poor old Mum, so there, you see?" And that's where the request ended, although she did not see it all. Boston? His mother? What? "I need a suit," he clarified. "A proper, decent suit that will stand up to an interview with American academics." Ah, the fog was clearing. "I need not just the suit. I need the whole outfit. Quite the thing. I think Americans take all that pretty seriously, don't they? And anyway, I have no clue. But you're always so wonderfully wonderful." He waved his hand in her direction and seemed to be taking in the happy pairing of red lipstick, red Topshop jacket, black ankle boots and Dries Van Noten skirt. "And you work in that scary place, so I thought you'll know all about this. You'll be just the right person to help me." There. He looked really very embarrassed about it. Bizarre request. "What's yours?" Wonderfully wonderful. He was a case, this man, no doubt about it.
I'd be happy to help you find a suit, Ed, she assured him. It would be no problem at all. I do this every day and it would be a pleasure. You tell me when you're free and I'll book you an appointment. Now, she hesitated, feeling a slight embarrassment of her own creeping up. I know you like to camp. Have you heard of the Man and Boy Orienteering Weekend by any chance? Heard of it? My friend Clyde runs it. It's brilliant, came Ed's answer. I'm desperate to take my nephew, Sid, but he's only 6. Does Owen want to go? Ed guessed straight away. Are you looking for someone to go with him? Because I am definitely your man. You know, so long as you're okay with that. He backed down quickly. And obviously, so long as Owen... She waved away his reservations and told him that she would, of course, check Owen was happy with the idea, but he was certain to be delighted. What tog rating is his sleeping bag? Ed asked, along with a stream of other incomprehensible questions. It's just if he has a thick one, we could bivouac. We could do without the tent altogether. Spend the night under the stars. Really bivvy down with nature. Provided it's dry, of course, although the modern bag can cope with a stiff shower or two. Annie was partly quite charmed by Ed's enthusiasm and partly convinced that he was quite bonkers, but definitely nice bonkers. And definitely the right person to accompany Owen, and maybe anyone on a camping trip. Annie had been thinking campsite with hot showers, a restaurant, possibly even tourist board stars, but Ed wanted to sleep under the stars. Owen would probably love that. Owen's got all the details, she told him. Maps, plans and projects. He's been thinking about this for weeks, and he'll love talking to someone else about it. Someone who can make out one end of a compass from another. What is Owen up to anyway? He wasn't wearing his pyjamas, was he? Owen? Annie called in the direction of the hall. How's your dentist? Ed asked, all of a sudden, taking her by surprise. In response to her raised eyebrows, he explained, Owen told me about him. Oh, well, he's not my dentist. It's early days, very early, she said. And to be honest, I'd forgotten how stressful the whole dating, getting to know someone thing is. Trying to say and do the right thing all the time. God, it's exhausting. Tonight has been lovely, fun, and so relaxing. Ed held up his coffee mug to her in a toast salute. To relaxing fun, he said. Lauren slouched into the kitchen and crumpled melodramatically into a chair, head slumping to the table. Why won't he answer his phone? Lauren wailed, obviously so stricken that she wasn't even embarrassed to be mentioning this in front of a teacher. I'm sure there's a perfectly good reason, Annie soothed. Maybe he's run out of charge. Please stop worrying about it. Although secretly she suspected Seth was not phoning or messaging as often as he had before on purpose. She wasn't sure whether to be relieved about this or worried. Gray, on the other hand, was phoning very regularly and had already lined up their next intriguing meeting. Mum, I think there's a slight problem in here, came the sound of Owen's voice. With a lurch, Annie thought she detected a note of fear in those words. As she got up from her chair, there was a bang. Not a loud, startling bang, but a sort of whoosh that climaxed in a surprising thud. She rushed for Owen's room, Ed on her heels. Pulling his door ajar, she registered the strong, smoky smell, quite like bitter, burnt toast. Owen, she called out, are you okay? I had a problem, he said shakily, coming to the doorway to meet her. I mean, it's fine now. Fine, but a bit messy. Annie stepped inside, where the sight took her completely by surprise. Owen had a desk propped against the back wall of his room. It was usually stacked with half-read books, scribbled and scrunched papers, blunt pencils, empty crisp packets, the bits and pieces of Owen's busy, messy life. But tonight, it looked as if he had built a bonfire there, and the desktop was now strewn with the charcoal remnants of whatever had been in the bonfire. Even more alarming was the huge sooty black scorch mark that covered the white wall from desk to ceiling.
"Oh my God," was Annie's first reaction. "What on earth?" Then she spotted the science kit box upturned, contents scattered across the floor of the room. "Owen, you're not supposed to get that out when Connor's not around," she snapped. "I know, but I was a bit bored and I wanted to show—" He tailed off, but it was obvious he'd wanted to show Ed one of the experiments from the kit. "And what happened?" she asked, more relieved than annoyed. "I can't believe this was supposed to be the end result." She gestured to the blackened wall. "What were you trying to do? Build the indoor atomic bomb?" "I went a bit off plan." Owen shrugged and looked at his feet. "Off plan? Off the planet, more like. You're lucky you didn't take out an eye, my darling, or burn down the house." "It was quite scary when it went off," he admitted, letting out a nervous giggle. There was a big glass of water, full to the brim, standing in the middle of the floor. Annie pointed at it questioningly. "That was on standby, but then I worried water might make it worse." Knowing the chemical mixture would be wasted on his mother, Owen looked over at Ed, who'd come to the door too, and explained what he'd used. It was indeed lost on Annie, but Ed gave a whistle. "You took a risk there, Owen," he said. "That could have been very nasty. And water? Water would have... well, never mind," he decided, seeing the look on Annie's face. "No science kits without a grown-up, and that is final," Annie told Owen. "Anyway, you should be in bed and we'll worry about how to clean the wall tomorrow." After she'd tucked Owen into his bed, she headed back to the kitchen, where Ed was bringing out his cagoule and getting ready to leave. "It's been a really nice evening, even if it ended with a bang," he told her with a smile. "Oh, very funny. Right, when are we booking you in for your suit fitting? And why don't we make sure we get you a new rain jacket while we're at it?" She had a suspicion that with a bit of care and attention, Ed could scrub up quite well, and this was definitely a makeover she was looking forward to. Chapter 15. The Funky Paramedic. Green boiler suit, but worn, top off, arms tied round the waist, NHS. Skimpy white vest top, Primark. Deep tan, surfing in Fuerteventura. Leather and shell choker, stall in Fuerteventura. Hiking boots, Tizo. Blonde hair in plaits. Estimated cost, £28. A romantic moment gone wrong here then? After the Tower Bridge date, Gray had taken Annie out for lunch again at a glamorous high-end restaurant with attentive waiters and truly superb food and wine. As he'd ordered the wine, made menu suggestions for her, and later swept up the bill with his platinum card, debit, not credit, she'd noticed, she'd found him very attractive. He was absolutely the suave, witty grown-up she was sure she wanted. Strolling along the streets of Knightsbridge afterwards with his arm tucked around her, Annie had felt a wave of happiness wash over her. This felt like the beginning of real togetherness, closeness. At last she was beginning to allow herself to think that she might just have found a person that she could, maybe, share her life with once again. They'd looked in furniture shop windows, and he'd wanted to know her opinion on everything. "Now, I like that white chair, the big leather one over there, but what do you think? Too showy for a home?" Every time they'd agreed on something, she'd felt a small internal yes, and in her mind a little domestic fantasy of being Gray's stay-at-home wife had cranked up. La la la, she would wear dresses all the time, because he'd complimented her on her legs, and of course they'd always be freshly waxed, because she would have so much time to pamper herself. She would learn to cook, beautifully, from scratch every day, and be able to lavish her undivided attention on Gray and her children. When her family was out, she would housekeep, ironing sheets with lavender water, folding fluffy towels, baking bread and keeping the kind of kitchen where matching tea towels, tablecloths and oven gloves are all fresh and fragrant and changed every day. La la la. There would be no more house renovating, no more moving, no more dealing with Donna the total bitch. Life would be peachy. Realistically, she suspected that she would miss her clients, the new season hustling, the thrill of making an unexpected £300 and so many other aspects of her current life. But still, folding fluffy towels, getting waxed and manicured, and allowing someone else to worry about the big stuff would surely be lovely for a little bit. Having just agreed with her that the sofa in the window of the Conran shop was far superior to anything else they'd seen the length of the street, Gray had wrapped both arms around her and said, "Annie, I think I'm going to have to kiss you. I hope that's okay." The formality of the request had caused her to tease, "Well, depends what your kissing's like. Shall we see?" He'd moved in with a careful lip-on-lip kiss, and then, on her cue, lips had parted and a hesitant exploration had begun. Very minty breath, but the moves needed a little practice, was Annie's first thought. Who was she to talk, though? She felt horribly out of practice herself. The kiss didn't go on for long, and she was aware of the carefulness. For instance, a full 6 inches apart at the hip had been maintained at all times. Maybe Gray, being 14 years older than her, was going to be very formal and measured about wooing her. There would be no getting swept away with your passions here. He was too grown up. They were both testing the waters and cautious about the decisions ahead. But she liked his old-fashioned charm. Gray was like a suitor from a 1940s movie. He was courteous, always in a suit and cufflinks, always close-shaven, smelling just the right side of citrusy. He was the serious man she was beginning to think she wanted. "So, what are you doing tomorrow?" he'd asked after a second, slightly more intimate kiss. "Nothing I can't get out of. If it's for a very good reason," she decided to answer. "Why don't you come and have lunch at my house?" "I'd love to," she told him, wondering how to bribe Lauren to look after Owen and Dinah to supervise Lauren. They kissed again, and this time Annie wrapped her arms around Gray's waist and pulled him in close. They would finally be alone and undisturbed in a private place tomorrow. She hoped he had a lot more than lunch on his mind, because she certainly did. When they broke off from the kiss, she looked at his face closely. He still had great bone structure, but must have been utterly gorgeous when he was younger. Maybe it was hard for him to grow middle-aged and lose that power over people that extremely good-looking people have. That might explain the green contact lenses, perfect teeth, and just slightly odd-looking hair. It was a little too coppery and too smooth. But she had run her hands through it several times and was certain that Owen and Lauren were wrong. He didn't deserve the nickname Rug Boy. Just before noon the next Sunday, Annie climbed into her Jeep, fully briefed with directions from Gray, and set off to find his home in a bijou Essex village. She was depilated, exfoliated, moisturised and fragrant from top to toe. All 20 nails were manicured and painted. Her underwear was luxuriously fancy. She was wearing stockings, and her teeth were flossed. She even had condoms stashed in a zip-up compartment of her handbag, and she was as ready for seduction as she was ever going to be. She cranked up the car radio and drove, singing along, with the windows down a little to recreate the breezy convertible effect she was getting used to. After 40 minutes of driving, the scrappy retail parks, mega bowl complexes and car sales showrooms gave way to something more definitely resembling countryside. The sky was cloudless, the landscape spring's fresh bright green, and Annie felt her mood lift and soar, The traffic on the M25 was good, and her car zipped along in the fast lane. As she drew nearer to Gray's village, she called him up on the in-car mobile. "Hello, sexy suburban man," she greeted him. "I'm on the outskirts of your village, so you'll have to talk me through the final turns." "This is not a suburb," he insisted. "Upper Ploxley is the most expensive village in Essex." "Gray, I'm driving through a housing estate," she countered. "Anyway, I hope you've got the wine on ice." "Champagne, my dear, champagne." "Ooh, even better." Though in all honesty, she wasn't wild about the stuff and would prefer a chilled glass of rosé any day. "Have you brought your swimsuit?" he asked. He hadn't explained why she needed a swimsuit, had only said wait and see. She suspected a small kidney, maybe heart-shaped outdoor pool. But it better be bloody well heated. It was only April. Not exactly skinny-dipping weather. "That must be you now, coming down the road in your small armoured tank," he joked. "I'm the White House, third on your left." She indicated, made the left turn, and slid the Jeep into a short driveway before an impressive 1970s boxy glass and concrete construction, painted bright white. It was so neat, was her first impression. Every piece of gravel was raked into place on a driveway that bordered a smooth, green crew cut of lawn. Crisp white blinds came halfway down the windows of the house, and even the plants inside the window boxes, 2 doorway tubs and little strip of border, were standing to attention against a background of flawless brown earth. Gray was already at the front door. "What a lovely house," she said immediately as she climbed out of the Jeep. "Your garden is so immaculate. You must be at it all the time." "I use a weekly gardening service." He batted the compliment away. "They're really good." Of course he did. "Come here." He waved her over. "I'm so glad you could come." He waited until she'd stepped inside to give her one of his careful kisses. "Come on in," he said, breaking off. "I want to show you round." Much as she wanted to untuck his white shirt from his blue chinos and mess him up a bit, she was desperate to look round too. Desperate to glean all the clues she could, not just about Gray, but also, very importantly, about his estranged wife. Annie felt sure that the taste stamped all over this expensive 1970s home would not, in fact, be Gray's, but much more intriguingly, Marilyn's. Gray did not like to talk about Marilyn. All Annie had been able to find out had come from her own, fairly blunt questioning. The ongoing divorce was not exactly a happy one. "She'd made my life extremely miserable by the end," Gray had told Annie over their second date lunch. "Now we're fighting over every little detail. Sometimes I would just like to let her have what she wants and be done with it. Start again, start over. An all-new, Marilyn-free life. But then I remind myself that she never did anything. She never had a job. We didn't have children. All she did was spend my money, and now she wants to be left with half of all the things she spent my money on and half of the home she didn't contribute 1 penny towards." Staying at home to bake for Gray, with the crisp and shiny oven gloves, had suddenly not looked quite so rosy to Annie. "My lawyer has prepared a more than generous clean break settlement for her, and she's still refusing to take it," Gray had added angrily. "She's upping the stakes all the time, wanting a little slice of this, part of that, a share in my business. She's not prepared to go with any dignity." They'd been married for 5 years. Marilyn, originally called Tracy, she'd changed it by deed poll, he'd told her just a little cattily, had been with him from the age of 34 until she was 40. Apparently the neurotic dread with which she'd approached her 40th birthday had been the final straw that tipped their marriage into irretrievable breakdown. "You know, 40, it's just a number. Get over it," I'd tell her. But she acted as if she was going to die on the day. not reach her 5th decade. You seem so much more relaxed, Gray had told her, about life in general. Marilyn was in a frenzy about everything, from which colour to paint her fingernails to how to arrange the plant pots at the front door. It was totally exhausting. I'm not 40 yet, Annie had warned him. It could all change. But to Annie's slight disappointment, there didn't seem to be any clue to Marilyn left in Gray's home now. Well, unless her taste had been very masculine, but it looked as if he'd completely redecorated since she'd gone. There was a huge, dark brown leather sofa in the calm, bright sitting room, and one of those swooping chrome lamps embedded in a marble plinth. On the floor was a rug made of plaited leather and a great fluffy sheepskin-covered beanbag. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the neat front garden, and a wide opening in the back wall led through to a dazzling slate and stainless steel kitchen, divided from the back garden by another huge window. Wow, she kept telling him, this is amazing. He was such a gadget man. He showed her how the blinds slid down by remote control, how the kitchen back wall moved up like an electrically powered garage door, so that on warm days the room could be transformed to an outdoor space. Now, let me show you the roof terrace, was the way Gray framed his invitation to upstairs. Annie got a peek of his grey and white, neat as a hotel suite master bedroom on the way past the door, but he carried on to the roof terrace, the highlight of the house tour. Out on the terrace, surrounded by dark wooden decking, tall shrubs in pots and ornamental marble bowls, was a generous 2-metre-wide jacuzzi. It's a bit of fun, isn't it? Gray said, unlocking the glass windows so they could go out. It's heated, obviously. I worried it was a bit too James Bond, but now I'm a total convert. Sitting out here, glass of wine in one hand, watching the sunset. Believe me, it's lovely. Maybe we'll do that later, he added gently. Oh, bollocks to later, she announced, only partly because staying here too late was going to cause her a total childcare headache. Let's get into the water and work up an appetite for lunch. She reached for him, and as they kissed, she began to unbutton his shirt. But to her disappointment, he broke off, took a step backwards and told her, "There's a big dressing gown and towels for you in here." Then he opened the door to his spare room and ushered her in. "I'll see you out there in a few minutes." Well, it wasn't the giggly stripping off and jumping in stark naked she'd envisaged. But then this was Gray's old-fashioned charm, wasn't it? The reserve she'd seen in him and found so likeable. Annie took her clothes off in the neutral hotel-like room. There was even a cushion on the immaculate bed that matched the fabric of the curtains. She hated that. No one should ever do that. Bet that was a Tracy-turned-Marilyn touch. She pulled on her red with white polka dots swimsuit and hoiked herself into it. It was a glamorous 1950s style with a hefty 40% lycra. No swimsuit should come with less. With its eye-distracting dots and elastic cling, this baby did almost as much for her as a corset and was worth every penny she'd spent on it. Now, if she'd just thought to buy the matching Joan Collins sarong and wide-brimmed straw hat. But then it was April out there. The thick dressing gown was probably a much better idea. Just for good measure, from her handbag, she slid 2 flesh-coloured silicone breast enhancers and stuffed them underneath her boobs in the swimsuit cups. Oh yes, that was better. Check out that enhanced cleavage. How could Gray resist? Maybe one day she'd treat herself to a boob job. Stick 2 fingers up to the forces of gravity. She looked herself over in the mirror, readjusted her ponytail, and reapplied the red lipstick chosen to match the swimsuit exactly. What a dish, even if she had to say it herself. Stepping out into the hall, Annie saw that the roof terrace door was open, the jacuzzi was bubbling fiercely, but Gray was not there and his bedroom door was shut. Never mind, she would get him first. She walked out onto the decking, feeling the smooth wood beneath her feet. A toe test assured her that the water was bathtub warm, so she let her dressing gown fall to the deck and slipped into the pool. Oh, delicious. There was a comfortable curved bench beneath the surface, so she could sit and look up at the sky as her body was pummeled with surprisingly vigorous jets of water. She threw her head back, tits out, and waited for Gray to catch her looking utterly irresistible. But long minutes passed, and there was still no sign of him. Her neck was stiffening, so she relaxed the pose, and her eyes fell on the stacked pyramid of large black marble balls between the potted palms. Surely this was another Tracy Marilyn thing? No man went into a shop and came out with marble balls. Now she remembered being in a design shop with Roddy and asking his opinion about this type of decoration. "If you're buying marble balls, it means you have far too much money," had been his pithy verdict. "Then again," he'd added, "maybe it means you have balls of marble." What was keeping Gray? She must have been in the water on her own for at least 10 minutes now. Maybe he was showering, applying a fresh coat of aftershave. And what would he look like naked? She couldn't help wondering. He would be lean, quite muscular and tanned, she suspected. But as he was almost at the 50 mark, there would probably be those telltale age signs. Slightly shrunken buttocks, little baggy wrinkles at the armpit, elbow and knees, skin not clinging quite so firmly to the muscles. Okay, no need to panic. On a whim, she reached over and wondered if she could actually lift one of the marble balls. Good grief, it was much heavier than she'd expected. The great chunk of slippery stone wobbled between her damp palms. She felt it slip just slightly and panicked that she was about to drop it to the bottom of the pool, where it would cause a crack and thousands of pounds worth of damage. She tightened her grip and quickly tried to put it back into the pile. But the marble ornaments had been stacked with far more skill than she'd appreciated, and the ball she returned was still for only a moment before it rolled off, taking down several other balls with it, in a loud, cracking tumble. For solid marble, they rolled away at a surprising rate in 3 different directions, which didn't say much for the skills of the joiner who'd done the decking. Annie leapt out of the pool to herd them. She had 2 of the balls under control and was bending over trying to reassemble the pile when she heard Gray asking, "How's the water?" Peering over her shoulder, she saw him swathed in a dressing gown at the terrace door, balancing a small tray with a bottle of champagne and 2 delicate glasses. Oh, for goodness sake. Now, instead of finding her in the pool looking fabulous with a come-hither smile upon her face, he was subjected to a full-on rear-end view as she wrestled with the slippery marble monstrosities. "Oh dear, has something happened?" he asked. No, nothing, no damage done," she rushed to assure him, and turned quickly to get her bum out of the spotlight. The marbles. They've been rolling about a bit." She spotted the 3rd and knelt down gracefully this time to pick it up. "Here, let me help you with that," Gray insisted, setting the tray down on the deck. He put his hands out to take the ball from her, but misjudged the distance and made direct contact with her enhanced and bouncy swimming costume cleavage. He jerked his hands back in surprise, which was a mistake, as Annie had now let go of the ball, thinking Gray had a grip on it. It crashed down, landing mercilessly onto Gray's toes. "Ah!" he cried out, understandably, and instinctively brought his knee up so that, hopping slightly, he could clutch at the mashed toes. But this was another error, as his foot skidded on the now wet decking, and for a moment he sort of wobbled in mid-air, arms flailing, Annie registering with horror the look of shock and alarm on his face. "Gray!" She called out, but the moment for warning him had passed. With a splintering, shattering crash, he went down backwards, falling straight back into the tray of champagne glasses and knocking himself out cold. "Gray! Crap! Bloody crap! Gray!" was Annie's cool, collected response. Her first thought was that her rearranging of the ornaments had killed him. It was Ms. Scarlet's swimsuit on the decking with the marble ball. "Gray?" She crouched down beside him. His head had crunched down into one of the glasses. The overturned bottle had rolled away and was now glugging its contents into the jacuzzi. She'd always wanted to try a champagne jacuzzi, but this was obviously not the moment. His lips were white, which didn't strike her as a good sign, and there was definitely blood oozing from the back of his head. But there was also breath coming from his nose, so she let her panic subside slightly. What was she supposed to do? Nothing she'd ever learned about first aid, from watching Casualty, came to mind. Maybe she should splash him with a little water? She leaned over to the pool, scooped up a handful of water, and dripped it over his temple. It ran off his forehead and into his hair. She couldn't help taking just a nanosecond to scrutinise his hair, now that she had the opportunity. Leaning in, she took a closer look and satisfied herself once and for all that Gray didn't wear a toupee. It was all natural, but he did use hair dye. There was just the tiniest millimetre or so of grey root visible on inspection. Fair enough, he liked to look good. But anyway, she had to get on and do something to help him. She decided to roll him gently onto his side. The recovery position, wasn't it? Then she'd phone for an ambulance. As she began to pull him over, she saw that his head was bleeding at the back from all the shards of glass embedded in it. Nothing looked too terrible, but they definitely needed medical assistance. Once Gray was in position, on his side, a fold of his dressing gown fell open to reveal a fresh surprise. Was that a... Could that really be... One part fascinated, one part horrified, Annie moved her head a little closer to examine this new development. There was no mistaking it. Poking up from the thick white cloth of the dressing gown was a rigid pink erection. That wasn't right, was it? You couldn't be unconscious and have a boner like that. Could you? She wanted to touch it, to make sure it was real, but it looked real enough, pointing at the potted palms, solid as a tent pole. This could not be a natural phenomenon, could it? No, Gray must have taken something. One of those products everyone found adverts for in their spam folder. Viagra, Cialis, or the like. Gray gave just the slightest of groans, and Annie quickly got to her feet. It wouldn't do to get caught examining a man's penis while he was unconscious. No, that wouldn't look good at all. His eyes were still closed, so she ran to find her mobile, snatching it from her handbag as it started ringing. "Yes? Mum!" "Lauren, I can't." "Mum! Owen's being really, really annoying. Lauren, I have to go. Gray has..." "God!" Lauren screamed. "Gray this, Gray that. Who cares about your stupid boyfriend? I'm not babysitting for you any longer. I'm going out. Owen can just wait in for Dinah." "Lauren, give Dinah a call, please. I have to use the phone now. Please, Lauren, please. Don't leave Owen at home on his own. He might play with the science kit and blow the entire place up," she pleaded. A huge, martyred teenage sigh came back down the line at her. Then Lauren hung up. Annie could not worry about Lauren and Owen. Right now she had to dial 999. She was back on the roof terrace, trying to put her folded dressing gown underneath Gray's head, when he came round. He jerked his head up too quickly and almost passed out again. Annie was trying to explain what had happened, but it was taking some time to sink in. "What do you mean? Hit my head?" he asked in a voice that sounded a little slurred. "You've had a fall? Please, just stay still. There's an ambulance on its way." "An ambulance?" There was no ignoring the bone. It was still there, long and pink, poking well clear of his dressing gown. She shifted position a little to get away from it. "Gray, you've been unconscious. You've got pieces of glass in your head. You need to go to hospital." He lay still, absorbing this information. "Oh, God," he groaned. "This wasn't supposed to happen." I know, she soothed. "Don't worry about it." Annie had just spotted her towel and was about to throw it over his middle to stop him from noticing the embarrassing little situation going on down there. But then came a much deeper groan and the pulling up of his knees and rearranging of his dressing gown as he realised. "Oh, Jesus," he exclaimed, and curled himself fetally around the unforgiving, undisguisable bone. "Hey, don't worry about that. I'm flattered," Annie joked, trying to put him at ease. "Would you like a drink of water?" He just closed his eyes and groaned again. "Look, Gray, if it makes you feel any better, I've got chicken fillets in my swimsuit." He opened his eyes and looked at her in bewilderment. She reached down the front of her costume and matter-of-factly pulled out one of her silicone breast enhancers, wibbling it in front of his face. "Viagra for girls," she assured him. "At our age," she added chummily, "we need all the help we can get." He just groaned again. It took a little time, but when the ambulance crew arrived, it included Brenda, a visual feast from Tasmania, deeply tanned, tomboyish, and gorgeous. She, at least, perked Gray up slightly. "A romantic moment gone wrong here, then." She summed up the scene, surveying the bubbling jacuzzi, Annie still in glamourpuss swimsuit, and poleaxed tent pole Gray. The other crew member spoke into his radio. "Middle-aged male, champagne glass injuries to the scalp, injury by a spherical marble ornament to the left foot, suspected concussion and a possible Viagra reaction. Yes, I am in Upper Ploxley." How did you guess? He did, at least, try to keep the chuckle from his voice. "Could you pack a bag for your boyfriend?" they asked Annie, in case they need to keep him in overnight. Gray, what do you want me to get for you, and where will I find it?" she had to ask, causing more stifled sniggering from the ambulance crew. When the bag was packed, Gray was finally carried out on a stretcher with the weight of 3 towels over his middle in an attempt to keep the bone, not to mention the neighbours' curiosity, at bay. Once they'd all left, Annie switched off the jacuzzi, swept the broken glass from the decking, drank down the mouthful or so of champagne left in the bottle, locked the terrace doors, changed out of her swimsuit, and after a little walk round the kitchen and sitting room, exited the house, pulling the front door shut behind her. Back in Annie's Jeep, she sat in the driver's seat for a few moments to consider the events of the afternoon. Things had not exactly gone to plan. She wondered if she should have accompanied Gray to hospital, even though he told her not to. She wondered if she would ever hear from him again. She'd get in touch first, make sure that somehow they did pick up again from here. It was an accident. These things happen. But why today? Was her next thought. Finally, Annie had to give in and allowed herself to do the one thing she hadn't been able to do ever since the marble boulder had slipped from Gray's grip. She began to rock with laughter. Oh my God, it was so ridiculous. It was all so ridiculous, was how she summed it up the following evening when Connor came round to wheedle every last detail from her. "That's the best story I've heard all month," was Connor's verdict. "Your new man has marble balls and a rod of iron. When do I get to meet him?" Chapter 16. New Improved Martha. Orange, red and white dress, Issa. Slouchy brown boots, Miu Miu. Caramel tote, Chloe. Estimated cost, £1,400. don't you think I'm now comedy lady on stilts tall? Paula led Martha Cooper into the personal shopping suite for her second visit with the words, "Wow, I can't believe it's really you." Annie, who was trying to fit in several quick computer bids and her stone-cold latte, not to mention arrange a delivery of flowers to Gray recuperating at home, took her feet off her desk and began to clap. "Oh, yes, very good," she told Martha, who was smiling from ear to ear. The mum, who turned up in old jeans and a parka, now stood before them in the sharp trousers and swing jacket she'd bought on her first visit, nicely grunged down with a pair of green jimmies. But the biggest change was the healthy makeup-assisted glow on her face, plus the hair. The lank, overgrown mop had been transformed into a tousled, tonged, caramel-coloured mane. "Delicious," Annie declared. "Just look at you, good enough to eat." "Are you back at work now?" Martha nodded. "So you've returned to us to spend lots of your new lolly, haven't you?" "Oh, yes, I want a raincoat," Martha said with a grin, "and probably a dress, and maybe some boots, and possibly a bag." "Oh, you are so in the right place, babes. And it's me looking after you this afternoon. I hope that's okay. Right, follow me. We'll do a little tour of the shop floor, then bring back a bundle of things for you to try." After a speed search of the collections that Annie thought would work for Martha, they were back in the suite. A vibrant orange and red issue dress with high-heeled boots and a fabulous bag were the choices Annie was nudging Martha towards. The dress was beautiful on. Although it was patterned, it wasn't floral, because, as Martha had warned Annie, a tall girl in big flowers is a sofa. Annie had agreed straight away. Unfortunately, the high-heeled brown slouchy boots, which went so brilliantly with the dress, seemed to be a problem for Martha. "I know everything looks better with heels," she began, "but don't you think I'm now comedy lady on stilts tall?" "No," Annie assured her. But, well, she was about 6'4" in those boots, which was a little scary. It also made the dress look oddly short. "There's no use telling me how tall the supermodels are. I don't want to be the tallest thing in a room, bar the column holding up the ceiling, and—" she gave the slightly confused hand gestures which Annie had seen in so many clients before. "I just don't think this is really you," Annie jumped in. "Too smart, too dressy, too much, too soon. Sorry, I'm rushing you here. Okay, let's take a breath. Let's simplify. We like the dress, agreed? So maybe we need to style it down, not up. And we need to bring you down too, don't we?" She disappeared off onto the shop floor again and came back with several accessories. The dress was tried on again, but this time with a white vest underneath and flat gold pumps. "Oh, yes, so much better," was Martha's verdict. Then Annie handed over the killer accessory, the power bag, which would ensure that even if Martha turned up at her office in the unspeakable parka, she would still have a shred of cred, a Chloe tote bag. Big, astronomically expensive, in a go-with-everything tan leather. No, Martha didn't even want to hold it. "It comes in 6 different colours," Annie wheedled. "Just give it a spin, girl. Get it onto your arm. It won't bite." Annie handed it over and was too fascinated to see what Martha would think of herself with a bit of 4-figured kit in the crook of her elbow, to notice Donna stalking into the suite. Martha was holding the bag this way and that, staring back at her reflection. "I have a handbag morality," she explained. I draw the line at £200. You should be able to get a fantastic bag for no more than £200. When I see price tags above that, I just think, this is madness. I can't walk about with a month's salary slung from my shoulder, inviting muggers from far and wide to have a go. I certainly can't carry my packed lunch in it, or baby wipes or beakers. OK. Well, then you know where you have to shop. Where? Martha wondered. At eBay, came Annie's advice. You could probably get this bag for £200 on eBay, but you would have to accept that it was a fake. Hopefully the kind of clever fake that even I might be pushed to spot. Or then again, downstairs we have wipe-clean, PVC, all-Achille bags, very popular with the yummy mummy. But I love you in that bag, she added. Annie did not see Donna stalking out of the suite with an expression on her face that was hard to read, part sour, part satisfied. The bag is absolutely stunning, babes. Annie took it back from Martha and held it out for her to admire. An investment, no doubt about it. But no pressure. I've got 3 lovely raincoats here for you to try on while you think about the bag. Orange, great with that dress, or classic light beige, or maybe both. Annie, stop, Martha joked. You are so good. You are very, very bad. I'm going for a strong, sobering coffee before I decide about the bag. Maybe I'll buy a fake, like you said. It's just not the same though, babes. You'll always know. Yeah, but if I buy the real one, my husband will always know and kill me. But you're back at work, Annie wheedled. There have to be some compensations. Coffee first, Martha insisted. I'll buy the dress, the flats, probably a raincoat too, but I need coffee for the bag decision. OK, Annie smiled at her. You know where we are. Annie heard the swish of the metal bead curtains at the entrance to the suite parting. Then Ed Leon was standing there, looking out of place and a little sheepish. Sorry, am I a bit, early? He looked as if he was in danger of walking out again. No, take a seat over here, Annie instructed. I just have to sell this nice lady a raincoat, then I'm all yours, she told him. Right, OK, I'll sit tight. When Martha had paid for the purchases she was certain about and gone for her bag decider coffee, Annie was able to turn her attention to Ed, who was perched, a little nervously, in skinny cords on the suite sofa. So, she said, settling down beside him, today we're not going to mention school or violins or rhubarb crumble. She gave him a little wink at this. Today you're going to tell me all about your tailoring requirements. I've decided it might need to be more than a suit. Maybe we're looking at a top-to-toe overhaul, he admitted. He'd chosen a navy blue jacket today, instead of his typical tweed, maybe in the spirit of dressing up and making an effort. But the jacket looked worn out, and it wasn't a good fit. Where do you usually shop? She wondered. Oh, he shrugged his shoulders. Here and there, was all he could manage. The high street? Annie wondered. Well, the Swedish shop, is it? H&M? And what's that place? Like a Japanese Gap. Uniqlo? Annie guessed. Yes, that's the one. Then there's the Highgate Cancer Research Shop, once in a while. I've made some quality finds there. Annie gave a melodramatic eye roll, which prompted Ed to ask, You're not impressed, are you? It's OK, you're here now, she told him, teasing slightly. And this is where I begin to convince you of the merits of investment dressing. I have a whole investment dressing lecture, if you'd like to hear it. Ed leaned back in the sofa, crossed his ankle over his knee, tricky in those cords, surely, and said, I'd like to hear any lecture of yours very much. In the cool and quiet menswear department, Annie assembled suits, shirts and ties for Ed, while he was held hostage, stripped to his underwear in the changing room. When she was back with a stacked rail for him to try on, he appeared at his curtain in a pair of vibrant purple boxer shorts and short red socks, giving Annie a view of his unexpectedly muscular stomach and legs. "Wow, you work out." She tried to keep the surprise from her voice. "No," he protested. "You look pretty fit." She justified her remark. "I do some of the rugby coaching, keeps the gut at bay," was his reply. "Okay." Annie handed over the first of her selections. "Let's get started." In every one of the suit, shirt and tie ensembles, Ed would step out and Annie would give a businesslike appraisal. Shoulders too broad or too tight, jacket too long, trousers too tight. He was proving a difficult figure to fit. Finally, a deep navy blue suit, matched with pale pink shirt and blue tie, ticked every box in Annie's checklist. "Goodness," was Ed's verdict as he walked around the shop floor a little, then surveyed himself in the full-length mirror. "Look at that. Old Ketteringham Smith won't recognise me. I hardly recognise myself. Just wait till I get my hair cut. Then all traces of the old Ed Leon will be erased. I'll have to reintroduce myself on Facebook." Annie was looking at him closely, professionally. There was no denying that the jacket shoulders were a perfect fit, that the straight trousers brought his legs into better proportion, that pink and blue were a good colour combination for him. He had bright blue eyes, summer sky blue, and she'd not noticed that until she'd held shirts up to his face to check for colour matching. He also had rosy cheeks and very pink lips. These details hadn't come into such sharp focus before. Before the blue suit and pink shirt tie effect, she'd seen only Ed's woolly hair, the bushy eyebrows and all this baggy tweed. "Haircut?" she asked, not sounding convinced. "Yep, short back and sides. I'm taking this very seriously. Do you have any idea how much I'd like to go to Boston?" She tried to imagine how his hair would look short. He'd be certain to go to a £5 a pop barber who'd massacre it. So she told him firmly, no, definitely no haircut. And you know what? This wasn't exactly good business, but she felt she had to say it. "I don't think you should buy this suit either, Ed, because it's just not you. In fact, it's so not you that I'm really not sure what I was thinking." Just as Martha had looked great in the high-heeled boots, so Ed looked good in the suit. Really, she'd been quite taken aback with how good he looked. But it was as if she'd extinguished everything that was Ed. Everything that was sparky and quirky about Ed was buried, now that she'd put him into this regulation dark blue suit, teamed with the required pink shirt and plain tie. How was anyone going to know the slightest thing about him in this outfit? How were they going to know that he could play 10 different stringed instruments, or that he had a folk and blues LP collection to rival any New Orleans DJs? Worst of all, although he was smiling, he looked uncomfortable. He kept tugging his cuffs and smoothing his lapels. The stiff black shoes he had on his feet weren't helping either. They seemed to weigh him down. He'd had a funny, lolloping spring to his step before, a bounciness that went with his mad hair. She checked her watch. 5:10. She could slip out early, and there were other places. "I think what we need is to try somewhere else. Come on." Her instructions were brisk. "Put your clothes back on and we'll head out." He raised his eyebrows questioningly. "What? I've never been in and out of so many outfits in my life. What's wrong with this suit? I quite like it. I look professional. Together, I look like someone who is all set for an interview." But Annie was frowning, and her eyes were firmly on the suit, and she wasn't happy with it at all. So he pulled the plush velvet curtain of the changing room closed and began to undress and redress all over again. From one of the store's side exits, which just happened to be overlooked by Donna's office, they set off in the direction of Jermyn Street to an enormous corner building entirely devoted to the fitting out of gentlemen. Once they were inside, Annie instructed Ed, "We'll just wander for a little. Tell me if anything catches your eye." She loved this traditional shop. It was living, breathing proof of the very different way men and women approached clothes. Whereas women wanted to know what was new and what was now and didn't care what it was made of, how it was sewn, how tight or ill-fitting it was, men wanted the familiar, the hard-wearing, the long-lasting, the comfortable and the practical. The difference always struck Annie most at black tie events, when men wore beautiful suits they could put on month after month, year after year, and which made them look fantastic, but also kept them warm in the winter and allowed them to enjoy the food to the full. Whereas women flitted like butterflies in wonderful, chilly creations they couldn't sit in, let alone eat in, only intended, like Cinderella's dress, to last until the stroke of midnight. In this shop, there were socks in cotton, wool or cashmere blends, available in 3 leg lengths, 8 different sizes and 20 different colours. There were racks filled with the kind of suits and overcoats that would last for the next 20 years and beyond. The ties didn't just come in a multi-hued rainbow of colours, they came in different widths, different silks, different weaves and different weights. There were scarves, gloves and hats, waistcoats, button-down shirts, winged collar shirts, cutaway collars, half cutaways, Windsor cutaways. Only the sober, quietly spoken male assistants could possibly know the full range of collars available here. "If Sir requires any assistance, he should not hesitate to ask," came the gentle instruction from one of the impeccably dressed staff. "Yes, right," was Ed's slightly tense reply. Sensing he was out of his depth now, Annie stepped in and directed him towards the long rails packed with tweed jackets. "Have a look through." She was running her hand along their rough cloth. "See if anything jumps out at you." There was a small check in beige and brown, with an accent of maroon that she homed in on, pulling the jacket out with its hanger. "Like this, maybe?" she wondered. "Nice," he agreed. "Very nice." Then put his hands on something way too yellowy, with a bold black check. "I dunno," she warned him. "I'd worry about frightening the police horses." "You might be right." Together they picked out jackets and toning checked shirts and soft moleskin trousers. She let him rifle through every tie, engaging the salesman in earnest tie discussion. Long minutes passed as they discussed knot count and the superiority of the traditional English worsted. In and out of the changing room Ed went, as Annie checked everything over for fit, for colour and proportion. The blinds were being drawn on the shop windows, the tills were closing down, but still their salesman insisted, "No trouble, sir, take your time. One must have the right apparel. Seize the day." Finally, Ed and his stylist were finished. Their work was done, and their creation was complete. Even the salesman, George, as they'd come to know him, admired the effect. "A touch of eccentricity, but very pleasing, sir." Ed stood before them smartly and appropriately dressed, but also still totally Ed. Brilliant. Annie finally allowed herself to relax and smile at her handiwork. Ed was in the beige, brown and maroon tweed jacket, the very first one Annie had picked out. A country check shirt underneath that was white with a pale brown thread. A very thin, finest spun, silk golden tie with ducks flying upside down was tied into his trademark tight knot. Most striking of all were the close-cut, bright maroon moleskin trousers. Very rock and roll star retires to the country estate, Annie had thought. The long trouser legs rumpled against softest caramel suede, punched brogue boots, and on top of this was a short beige mac with a green padded lining and a scarf. Sober beige wool on one side, crazy maroon, gold and orange paisley on the other, with long, silky orange fringing. The ensemble broke all of Annie's rules. Few things matched. Well, okay, the maroons and the beiges matched, just enough to hold it all together, but it still looked fantastic. Ed was going to buy 2 more checked shirts, a maroon tie and a pair of beige moleskins on Annie's instruction, to make sure he had plenty of different ways to wear the jacket. He was also going to be investing in another pair of glasses, tortoiseshell frames, and a new messenger bag, she had informed him. Turning to look himself over in the mirror, he told her, "You're really good at this, you know. Almost as good as George here." George acknowledged this with a nod and smile. "Have you ever thought about doing this for a living?" Ed teased. "I mean, I look just like myself, but much better." He'd wow the panel. He'd definitely get the post. She just knew it. "Ed," she made eye contact with his reflection. "You're hot, baby." Ed began to blush, then didn't seem to be able to stop. "Steady on," she instructed him. "George, I think you might have to loosen his tie." Annie's phone, buried in the depths of her bag, began to ring. When she dug it out and answered, she heard Gray's voice on the other end of the line. "Annie, what beautiful flowers," he purred. "You shouldn't have. You really shouldn't have. If anyone should be sending flowers, it should be me. Now, how am I going to make up to you for that fiasco on Sunday?" "Oh, Gray, hello. Well, I'm sure I can think of a few ways." Ed was obviously tired of the shopping session. As she made the arrangements for her next meeting with Gray, he went back into the changing room and pulled the curtain shut behind him. Chapter 17. Connor's friend, Henrik. Bright pink polo shirt, Ralph Lauren. Jeans, Paul Smith. Top stitched loafers, Office. Estimated cost, £220. "Hey, Connor, my man, you've made my day." Now, we know all about the trip to Casualty with the tent pole. Connor was leaning over the table, talking quietly as Annie and Dinah moved their heads closer to catch what he was saying. But the million-dollar question, what Dinah and I are gagging to know is, have you and the dentist done the deed yet? We know you went to his place again last weekend, Annie. So come on, time to confess. How was he? Does he have an impressive instrument? Annie laughed as Dinah ticked Connor off. "Hey, this is an old-fashioned romance. It's progressing nicely, slowly, in a ladylike and gentlemanly way. Keep your overactive sex drive out of it." Connor just snorted. Their first courses arrived, delivered by a waiter with a quite Parisian level of rudeness. "The soup," he snapped, and dumped the dish in front of Connor so that the liquid slopped over the edges of the bowl. Annie was not sure about this restaurant. It was in its first week and had been opened by friends of Connor's who'd had the novel idea of combining a hairdressing salon with a restaurant. As you walked in, there were chairs and smart white linen-covered tables ready for diners, but on a raised platform beyond were mirrors, wash basins, and all the accoutrements of a hair salon. It didn't really make for a happy combination. Annie could not imagine wanting to be spotted in a head full of highlight foils by people eating their lunch, nor would she want to eat in a place filled with the smell of bleach, with hair clippings on the loose. "Do you dare me to tell the waiter there's a hair in my soup?" Connor whispered at them. But this plan was thwarted by the appearance at their table of one of the owners. "Hey, Connor, my man, you've made my day," came the greeting from the tall, very blonde, tight pink T-shirted guy now hovering over their table. "Henrik." Connor greeted him like a long-lost friend, standing up to give him a big hug. "This place is great," he gushed. Henrik wanted to know what Connor and his guests thought of the food, the decor, the venue, everything. All three told him as many complimentary and flattering things as possible, until finally he went away, promising the chef would be out to meet them later. So come on, Connor urged Annie. Cough. Last weekend, it's Sunday afternoon, you arrive at Gray's house for lunch and take us from there. Okay. Gray was looking good, she relented. He'd obviously made a full recovery from the jacuzzi incident. Wearing? Dinah asked, suppressing a smirk. Black, Annie replied. Black jeans, black shirt, black leather flip-flops. And can I just say he has really nice feet? Connor was impressed with the detail. And how's his hair, real or rug? It's just hair dye, Annie replied a little coolly. I've already told you that. Never mind. Anyway, Annie gets the hots for Mr. Grecian 2000. Excellent, Connor noted. So, did you get down to it straight away, or was there alcohol involved first? You don't have to tell him, Dinah insisted. Yes, you do, Connor insisted. We're family. Think of all we've done for you. We deserve to know about Annie's first shag since the one-night wonder. When both Dinah and Connor collapsed with laughter at the mention of that guy, Annie told them, no regrets, still dream about that, which made Connor whoop. So we had lunch, Annie continued. Gray made seafood risotto with champagne. He cooked with the Tattinger. Connor looked impressed. Then we ate and talked and drank the rest of the bottle. Connor prompted, scraping up the last mouthful of soup from the bottom of his bowl. And then, were you ready for some dental work? An intricate mouth examination? Dinah dug her elbow into his ribs, sharply. We went to the sofa, steady. Annie put her hand over her wineglass so Connor couldn't top it up any further, and it got nicely steamy. She'd liked Gray's kisses. They were very minty and probing. The black leather sofa had been a little slippery, though. She'd kept having to put an arm down on the floor to keep them both from sliding off, and this had been distracting. Gray's careful questioning, "Can I undo this? Would that be okay with you?" had been a mixture of charming and annoying. But the prospect of undoing his perfectly ironed black Hugo Boss shirt and running her tongue along the fragrant, freshly showered tanned skin beneath had begun to make her feel pleasantly hot and bothered. Opening one button at a time, she'd discovered that his nipples were small and his chest smooth and hairless. "And did ya?" Connor asked. "Kinda," Annie replied. "Kinda? Does that mean the Viagra let him down?" Connor cut to the chase. "No," Annie insisted. "They've worked out a new dose for him at the hospital, which won't make him dizzy. Believe me, it's quite impressive." "Oh, yeah," Connor encouraged. "Like a ramrod," Annie added. "You lucky girl. Maybe you should introduce us." Connor couldn't help himself. There was a pause, and even Dinah looked as if she was quite interested in hearing the rest now. "So, were you ramrodded?" Connor asked. No. It was all a bit too much too soon. I ducked out," Annie confessed. Did she want Connor to know the nitty-gritty? That making use of the shiny sofa surface, she'd slid herself out of Gray's heated kissing and towards his navel. "You went oral on the dentist, didn't you?" came Connor's merciless question. "I'm not answering," she told him. "Did he ask you to open wide?" he teased, paying no attention to the waiter who was dumping their main courses in front of them now. "Behave, Connor," Dinah warned, because it didn't look as if Annie was enjoying this. "It was a bit confusing," Annie confided. "There I was, convinced I was desperate to have sex with the guy, desperate to have sex full stop. But when the moment came, it was too big a step to take all at once." Annie tried to explain herself, but really she wasn't quite sure if that was right. She'd had no qualms in bed with the one-night wonder, had she? She'd been carried away by him. in a way that Gray hadn't managed. But this was early days, she kept telling herself. Stop panicking. How did he react? Dinah asked. He was fine, charming, very grateful, Annie told them. I bet he was, said Connor, and Annie felt her cheeky smile return. And afterwards, Connor prompted. It was nice. We snuggled on the sofa, and we were able to talk about things. He's a really good guy, you know. I wish you two would give him a break. One thing he said was that he really missed having a wife. His wife? Dinah checked. No, a wife. Annie had asked Gray the same question. No, definitely not missing my wife, he'd told her. She was so difficult to live with. But someone to come home to, someone to share even the very small things with. I miss that. His fingers had found hers, and he'd squeezed her hand tightly. I miss that too, she'd told him. Obviously, I have the children, and they are fantastic. Don't know what I'd do without them. But being part of a couple, sharing your life, it's very special, she'd said, feeling nervous that she'd overexposed herself. But Gray had just nodded and squeezed her hand again. We got into his rooftop jacuzzi, she told Connor and Dinah. Nice, said Dinah. Left the ornaments in peace this time? Naked or costumes? Connor asked. Costumes, I told you he's very gentlemanly and very proper. Then he drove me home, but we made a bit of a detour via the shops. This sounds good, was Connor's comment. It was good, Annie agreed. He bought me a very nice pair of shoes. Show, said Dinah. Annie lifted a foot up in the air. All her waking hours since Sunday had been spent with her feet in these adorable pointy pumps, palest, biscuity gold leather with just a hint of glitter to them. Nice. Marc Jacobs, Dinah guessed. Mew Mew. Annie gazed at them fondly. They were just so pretty, girlish, ready to party, light-hearted, and Gray had been very good at shoe shopping. He seemed to understand why shoes were such a tonic, because you were never too fat for shoes. You'd never crept up a shoe size without noticing. They came in a box, wrapped in tissue paper, all pristine and unbroken. Oh, said Connor, stroking the shoe. Carl could really learn from this man, Dinah. How? Dinah asked a little sharply. For Mew Mew, you'd probably do some very filthy things. Carl doesn't need to buy me anything, Dinah huffed, but quickly followed it with, but if Gray wants to treat Annie, that's lovely. Now we're asking you about your new man, she told him, because for 3 whole weeks now, surely a record, Connor had had a boyfriend he was crazily excited about. And you will not be spared, she added. Connor looked at them in a blissed-out kind of way, then tugged up his white T-shirt. Right across his rippling stomach, from hip bone to armpit, was a fine red line, intermittent, as if caused by a slim chain rather than a cord. There were also deep red pinch marks on either side of his rosy nipples, and a brand-new, raw-looking metal stud in his navel. It's love, definitely love, Connor said. Where would you like me to start? Dinah let out a little scream before saying, It's okay, we're fine, really. Connor got hold of his wineglass and held it up. Dinah did likewise. Then Annie too. To falling in love, Connor offered. Annie was sitting, feet up, on the big sofa, holding a vast bowl of popcorn, with Owen curled up on one side of her and Lauren on the other. The 2 takeaway pizza boxes were on the floor in front of them, and all 3 were in their pyjamas because it was Tuesday night, DVD night. Whenever possible on Tuesdays, the 3 of them snuggled up together for a pizza and an evening of giggling through something hilarious. When the phone began to ring, Annie leaned forward, but Lauren instructed her, "Leave it. This is a really good bit. I don't want to pause it." "No, you don't have to," Annie insisted. "But I think I better—" "Mum," Lauren complained, "don't. I'll have to move my feet. I'll get all uncomfortable." "Lauren," Annie stood up, pushing Lauren's legs away from her lap. "I won't be long." Lauren didn't reply. Owen stayed glued to the screen, so Annie hurried out of the room to take the call in her bedroom before it was too late. "Hello there, lovely to hear your voice." It was Gray. She lay back on her bed to enjoy the chat, listening with interest to what had been going on in the dental world today. After she'd shared her news, they began to plan their next meeting. "I'd like to see a lot more of you," Gray purred. "A lot more." Annie's attention was distracted by Lauren coming into the room. "Are you on your own?" Gray was asking. "No, not anymore." "Now that is a shame," came his reply. "I was wanting to have a private chat with you, very private." No mistaking the sauciness in his voice. That kind of phone call. "Sounds very interesting," she told him. "I think I'm definitely going to phone you back later." "I'll look forward to it." "How's your auction website going these days?" Annie asked Lauren, who was still hovering by the door. Neutral questions were best when Lauren was sulky. "Great. You should check it out sometime. We have stuff even you'd consider buying," came the offhand reply. "That was the dentist, wasn't it?" Lauren said next, throwing herself over the available space on her mother's silky lilac bed. "It was Gray, yes, Lauren," Annie said pointedly, and smoothed her hand over the head that was now lying level with her elbow. Lauren gave a deep sigh and admitted, "I don't like your boyfriend, but I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt." "Well, that's very kind of you. I'm trying to do the same for your boyfriend." Annie tried to leave it there, but then several moments later felt the irritated need to ask, "What don't you like about Gray?" "Well, his name for a start," Lauren told her. "You do know he's called Gary, really, don't you?" Oh, this was a blow. Much as she'd suspected Gray was too suave to be a real first name, she hadn't suspected quite so mundane a reality. Gary? "How do you know?" Annie wondered, a little suspicious that Lauren had made this up. "Gran told me." "When?" "When I asked her." Annie would check with her mum, find out her source. Maybe it was a guess. "He's just a bit full of himself, don't you think?" Lauren added, scratching one bare foot with the black-painted toenails of the other. "He's a successful man. He's proud of himself and he has a certain confidence," Annie told her. "Don't say full of himself because that sounds nasty, and really, I think he's really interesting. I mean, I don't know him well, but I'm interested in getting to know him better." Lauren's sulky response was the inevitable, "He's not the same as Dad, though, is he?" "No," Annie told her gently. "Absolutely no one is ever going to be the same as your dad. But I think it would be okay for me to give someone else, someone like Gray, just a bit of a chance, don't you think?" This almost made Lauren smile. "Someone rich," Lauren interpreted. Annie turned to her daughter so she could speak to her eye to eye. "Lauren, darling, I've talked and joked a lot about finding Mr. Right and finding a rich Mr. Right, but really it's just chat. Don't pay attention to it. Really, the most important thing for me is to find someone who will care. Not just about me, but about you and Owen too." And it was true. It really was true, Annie thought. Of course that was the most important thing. But Lauren could not know about all the money struggles she and Roddy had endured over the years. That's why she was determined that she would find a wonderful and caring person to be with. But he would also come with the security, the self-assurance of being a man with a decent career and a bit of money behind him. She'd made that decision and she wasn't going to move from it. I can't see what you like about him, though. Lauren looked properly sulky now. Her arms were crossed so tightly over her black vest top that her many silver wrist chains and bangles must have been digging into her skin. He's handsome, he's caring, he's interesting. I like to talk to him, Annie said. He's got really good taste. We have lots of things in common. None of this was convincing Lauren, who was staring straight ahead. He makes me feel interesting too, and appreciated, Annie added, unlike some people I could mention. He's so old, came Lauren's scornful response. And this doesn't exactly sound like passionate love. No, it's not. Annie was trying not to raise her voice. I'm not expecting that. I'd be happy with something a bit more comfortable and companionable. You still have to sleep with him, though, came Lauren's retort. Wonder if he'll take his wig off. Have you had sex with him yet? Annie felt a surprisingly powerful flash of anger at this and snapped back. He doesn't have a wig. And how would you feel if I asked you a question like that? She regretted it immediately. This wasn't the way she'd rehearsed the close and confiding mother and daughter chats she'd been mentally preparing for ever since Seth had come onto the scene. Lauren offered a scornful scowl in response to this. Look, Annie began, trying to find the reasonable, friendly voice she knew she should be using. I haven't slept with Gray, but if I do, it will be for all the right reasons. Ditto, Lauren said. 15 is too young for sex, Lauren. Annie tried to keep her tone friendly and encouraging. She couldn't believe that she was already discussing the very real possibility of her little girl. Well, they'd had all sorts of sex talks before in the past, but they'd been so much more abstract, much easier to deal with. Annie was trying to reason with her instinctive desire to shout out, "No, don't do this. It's too soon, for you and for me." Did I ask for advice? The pale little face beside her was pointy, facing away, and closed off from her for the moment. I'd be so happy if you came to me for advice, Lauren, and I will try to be as open-minded about it as I can be, Annie told her as calmly as she could. But really, she felt as if she'd just aged about 5 years. After a burning silence, Lauren decided to air a different sore point. Why do we have to sell this flat, Mum? I don't want to move. I don't want to be living in some grotty dump all over again with rotten carpets and a hideous toilet and a horrible bedroom. I don't want to do it. And this isn't just any old flat. This was our home with Dad, she burst out. Doesn't that mean anything to you? Don't you think me and Owen might like to stay in our family home? All you can think about is yourself and how to earn more money for yourself. I don't think that's very fair, Lauren, Annie warned. I have to look after you both on my own, and it's very expensive. Yeah, well, but you're very expensive too. With that, Lauren got up, flung open the white door of Annie's fitted wardrobe, and pushed all the clothes on the rail over to one side. Lauren. Annie's warning not to go any further was clear now, but Lauren began flicking through the hangers one by one. Gucci, she read from the label of the first top. Valentino, Westwood, Diane von Furstenberg, McQueen, Smith, Westwood, Whistles, Karen Millen. You were slumming it that week. And back to Gucci. My God, this one's Chanel. Do I have to go on, or do you get my point? Lauren? Annie could barely contain her fury at this little lecture. All kinds of emotions were competing in her mind now. Yes, she did have lovely clothes. She had to dress smartly for work, and she got a great discount. But sometimes she did spend too much. But a lovely outfit made her feel together, as if she could cope. Why was Lauren so determined to make Annie out to be a bad person, when Annie only wanted good things for her children, only wanted them to be very happy? You know how hard I work, and you know where I work," Annie began. "You know I get a great deal on all the clothes I buy, and that I have to dress smartly for the store. Yes, it might make sense to sell the flat, just to be practical, just to make sure there's plenty of money in the bank to pay for the great school I send you to, which you are so determined not to appreciate." And suddenly Annie felt tired and angry, and the need to vent overrode the need to be careful and measured. "Maybe one of these days you should try working hard too. No one's going to give you great exam results because you're cool, Lauren. You get out what you put in, and maybe it's about time you understood that." A furious, "Huh," came back from Lauren. "And I suppose you're planning to solve all your problems by marrying Mr. Rich Dentist, are you?" "Please shut up now," Annie shot back. "I've been on some dates with Gray, and I like him. Who said anything about him being rich? I haven't asked to see his bank accounts. And who has said one word about marriage? Don't you think that maybe you're being really rude?" "I'm not moving out of here," Lauren shouted at her. "You can't make me. I'm not leaving this flat, and that is final. I'd rather leave school." "Oh, you would you? Well, that's fine." With that, Lauren stormed to the bedroom door, slammed it shut behind her, and shouted, "I'm getting out of here." Annie stayed on her bed, heart pounding, furious that she'd allowed herself to get so angry. She knew the rules with teenagers. They pushed your buttons, they wanted arguments, and to test your boundaries, and she was supposed to be the adult, not join in. 20 minutes or so later, when a bit of vigorous nail filing had calmed her down slightly, she decided to go out of the bedroom to see what was happening. In the sitting room, Owen had turned off the TV, tidied away the pizza and popcorn debris, and was reading on the sofa. "Hey, Owen," she ran her fingers over his hair. "You're a star for clearing up. I'm really sorry about all that. We spoiled the film, we spoiled the evening, and we shouldn't have done all that shouting." "I know," Owen said. He didn't look up from his book. "Mum?" "Yes?" "Did you know that jellyfish have been on the planet for 530 million years? "Well, babes, that could be because you can't eat them, you can't burn them, you can't wear them, and you definitely can't make them into shoes." "Is Lauren in her room?" "No, she went out," came the reply. "What? What do you mean she went out? Out of the flat?" "Yeah." "When?" "Not long after the fight." "Did she say where she was going?" "She didn't say anything." "Why didn't you tell me?" "You sounded scary," was Owen's answer to this, and now Annie felt like the worst parent in the world. She hurried to the telephone, dialed Lauren's number, and got straight through to voicemail. "Lauren, please don't be angry. Phone me and let me know where you are." Clunk. She put the phone down and began the ring round of all the home numbers of Lauren's friends. An hour later, Annie was almost in tears. Despite the soothing words of the 6 parents she'd spoken to, she was panicking about her daughter. "She'll be fine," Lauren's friend Greta's mother had assured her. "Greta did this a few weeks ago, stormed off to someone's house and didn't come back for hours, just to scare me. There isn't any big problem, is there?" "No," Annie had assured her. "I don't think so. It was just one of those stupid arguments." "Could she have gone to her boyfriend's?" Greta's mother asked. "He lives in Essex. She'd have had to go to the station, catch a train." "I don't know," Annie admitted. "I don't have his number, his mobile. I don't even know his surname. I'll see if I can find out, and if Greta hears anything at all, I'll phone you, okay? Try not to worry too much." But when Annie put the phone down after leaving another message on Lauren's mobile, she realised she was scared and flooded with guilt. It was 11:40 p.m. when the phone rang. Annie snatched it up with a hopeful, "Hello?" "You're alone now, aren't you?" came the husky voice. "I'm alone too, and I can't stop thinking about you and all the things I'd like to do with you." "Great, now's not a good time," she told him briskly. "Sorry, Lauren's gone out without permission, and I'm waiting for her to phone and tell me she's okay." "Oh." There was a pause. "Sorry," she repeated. "Can I speak to you tomorrow?" "Yeah, no problem." He hung up abruptly. If Gray never called again, it would be Lauren's fault. And wouldn't Lauren be pleased? Annie felt a surge of anger. Had she been this unsupportive about Seth? But that was so different. Seth was 17, far too old for a 15-year-old. Lauren had to be with Seth now, didn't she? It was well after midnight when the phone rang again, and Annie, sitting wide awake in bed, anxiously picking at her nail polish, shot out her hand to pick up the receiver. "Lauren, for God's sake," she began. Came a male voice. "Gray, not now," she snapped. "Hello, my name's Matthew Lawrence," the voice informed her. "I'm sorry to phone you so late at night. It's about Lauren." "Oh?" Annie felt nothing but blind fear, mind racing with all the terrible things that could have happened to Lauren. "I'm Seth's dad, and she's here with us," Matthew continued calmly. "Oh, thank God for that." The tight squeeze on Annie's heart began to loosen just slightly. I'm sorry this is so late. I didn't know she was here because I've been out. She was upstairs with Seth and they've fallen asleep in front of the TV," he added, although this wasn't allaying Annie's fears about underage teen sex one little bit. "I've woken her up and told her to give you a call, but, she doesn't want to." There was no denying the embarrassment in his voice as he said this. "I gather you've had a row." "Oh." Annie was suddenly trying very hard not to cry. "Anyway, I told her I would phone to let you know she's safe. She can spend the night here if that's okay with you. She can sleep in my daughter Libby's room," he added quickly. "I'm so sorry about this," Annie began. "Oh, honestly, Mrs. Valentine, Seth's our third, and we've seen it all before." There was no mistaking the loud sniffle Annie now made down the phone. "It'll all blow over," Seth's father assured her. "I can give her a lift into London early tomorrow morning. She should make it to school in time." "Are you sure? I don't want to put you out." "No, it's fine," he replied. "She's only 15, Annie heard herself blurting out. "I don't even know if Seth knows that." "Well, I'll make sure he does. And don't worry, we'll look after her." There was nothing more Annie could do other than trust this kind parental voice on the other end of the line and wish Seth's father good night. When the call was over, she turned her face into her pillow and let out the long, hard sobs that had been building all night. How did anyone manage to parent on their own? How did anyone do it? She didn't know if she could. Every single one of those parents she'd spoken to tonight seemed to know much more about it than she did. She was sure that she needed a hand, but she had no idea who to ask. Chapter 18. Annie Goes Yachting. White cropped jeans, Tesco. Red boatneck top, Joseph. Red and white plimsolls, La Redoux. Red, white and black scarf tied into ponytail, Tyrac. Thin black raincoat, Miss Selfridge. Estimated cost, £110. "Does anyone have a plastic bag? Quickly!" Gray came to pick the three of them up in his car, his beautiful new red Mercedes with a fold-down roof, bright red upholstery and a black dashboard studded with dials. Annie wasn't sure what was wrong with the silver one he'd traded in, but apparently every year for the last decade he'd upgraded his car. Must be an irrepressible male urge, just like the one for a new handbag, only so much, much more expensive. Since Lauren's runaway stunt, Gray and Annie had decided he should make a concerted effort to get to know her children better, and as the two attempts to go out for cosy lunches and little excursions round town hadn't gone so well, Owen silent and Lauren sullen, Gray had made a bold new plan for a day trip. "A friend of mine has a yacht," he'd announced. "He's offered to take us all out for a day, as soon as the weather's good." "Ever been yachting, Annie?" he'd wanted to know, adding, "It's fantastic. Blasts the cobwebs away. Might even get a little boat of my own one of these days." Despite her father's seafaring background, Annie could not recall setting foot on a boat, bar a rowing trip round the Serpentine in Hyde Park, or grim ferry rides from London to Calais and back. But yachting sounded fantastic. It sounded like suns sparkling on the water, gin and tonics fizzing on deck, and everyone clad in Purcell white Ralph Lauren. Now that April was well underway, the better weather had arrived, and along with it, Gray's yachting day trip. His car swept into their Highgate Street early one morning, and he came up to the flat laden with flowers for Annie and Lauren and an oversized slab of chocolate for Owen. "You mustn't always think you have to bring us presents," Annie ticked him off. "Shush," he told her. "There are many things you can tell me off for, but this isn't one of them." "Owen," she warned, "don't even think about eating any of that before we get into the car. Go put it in your room." It took some time to load up the Mercedes. Annie had 3 big cool bags full of picnic stuff and the holdall of spare clothes and shoes that Gray had instructed her to take. It can get very wet on board a yacht. "Oh, really?" she'd responded, as cheekily as she could, because since the leather sofa moment, there had been very little frolicking with Gray, and she'd decided she would have to take the matter in hand and do some seducing of her own. "Why don't you let me make you dinner at my house after the yachting trip? Stay over with me." "Well," his eyebrows had raised. Once the car was packed, Annie was buckled into the passenger seat and Lauren and Owen were installed more than comfortably in the back, Gray, in a stunning gesture of child-friendliness, had decided to take the option of the built-in back seat screens, so they just needed to agree on a film to watch, put their headphones on and enjoy. Although Gray had insisted the children take their shoes off, so as not to dirty the carpet or the backs of the front seat, which Annie had found a little over the top, it had obviously pained him to take the polythene covers off the passenger seats and let mere mortals sit on them. "Lauren," he was now asking awkwardly, "I don't want any eating in the car, if that's okay." "It's just gum," Lauren snapped. "Well, I'm sorry, I hope you don't mind, but could you take it out? Just in case it somehow by accident lands on the carpet?" He did ask very nicely, but the sigh it provoked showed how annoyed Lauren was. For a moment, Annie couldn't decide who she should ask to back down, but the thought that he'd installed back seat screens just for her children clinched it. "Lauren," she growled. Once the offending gum had been deposited, they set off. "Shame about the drizzle," Gray told her as they made their way through the streets, heading for the motorway out of town. "Otherwise, we could have had the roof down and fresh air." "Don't know how much fresh air there is in North London," she reminded him. "You should think about moving to the country," was his reply. "Clean air, greenery, much more space." A light-hearted debate broke out between them as they batted about the pros and cons. Annie felt an undercurrent of excitement because she wondered if he was sounding her out, if he had in mind asking her to move out to the Essex countryside with him one of these days. What would she do if he asked her? As she argued playfully with him against long-distance commuting, even in a stunning car like this, she tried to give some thought to her answer. Mainly, she couldn't help feeling it was too soon. He wasn't divorced yet. She didn't know him very well. Her children didn't know him at all. They needed more time. That's what she would tell him if he asked. They needed weeks, no, months, of getting to know one another better. The M25 was clogged with traffic, even this early on a Saturday morning, so their progress was slow and jerky. But finally, they got on to the M11, and Gray was able to move up through the gears and nose his red beauty into the fast lane, where she belonged. "Mum, I'm feeling a bit dizzy," was the first warning to come from Owen. "Oh dear." Annie looked over at him. He looked fine. Maybe the back seat screen wasn't such a great idea. He'd had the odd bout of travel sickness in the past, but it had all settled down now. "Maybe you should switch your screen off and just lean back in the seat for a while," she suggested. "Is he okay?" Gray asked. "He looks fine," she assured him. 10 minutes later, when Owen told her he really wasn't feeling great, Annie was spurred into action by the sight of him. His face was white, with an unmistakable green tinge to the edges, and there was a faint moustache of sweat on his upper lip. He was going to puke. No doubt about it. Sitting bolt upright now, she instructed Gray to pull over just as soon as you can. But they were on a 3-lane motorway, in the fast lane. She could see it would take time. "Does anyone have a plastic bag? Quickly! Lauren? Anything at all?" She was in such a panic about Gray's new car seats that it crossed her mind to dump out the contents of her handbag and let Owen use that. But it was vintage mulberry with a tartan lining. Surely that had to be much more difficult to clean than car upholstery. Annie and, of course, Roddy had learned how to drive in a travel sickness crisis as smoothly as possible, without any sudden movements or any unnecessary braking. But Gray swooped the car into the middle lane, which made Owen puke down his T-shirt. Gray then made a panicky lunge for the slow lane, causing Owen to vomit harder, all the way down to his knees. As for the abrupt ABS-induced halt on the hard shoulder, well, Owen bravely tried to cup his hands to contain it, but it overflowed, splatting all over the crisp red seat beside him. Defeated, Owen let his hands drop, and 2 puddles of vomit dripped to the seat, then down his trouser legs and onto the dense black carpet. "Oh, holy sugar," Annie managed to restrain herself. A strained expression was pulled tight across Gray's face. She couldn't decide if it was a smile or a grimace. Maybe it was a grimace, trying to pretend it was a smile. "Don't worry," she said to both Owen and Gray. "I'll deal with this. It'll be fine. We'll get as much off here as we can, but we might have to stop at the service station ahead." Gray just nodded. "Yes, okay, whatever you need to do," he said, sounding in pain. Annie shot her blackest look at Lauren, who'd begun to have a giggling fit. With cars and lorries whizzing past her so fast they shook the car as they passed, Annie opened Owen's door and surveyed the damage. He'd obviously made serious inroads into the slab of chocolate, as the vomit wasn't just chocolate-coloured, it smelled sweet and sticky too. Oh dear, Owen. Seeing his pale, damp face, she couldn't possibly be angry with him. But with just a small packet of pocket tissues in her handbag, it was difficult to know what she could do in the face of this violent eruption. She got Owen out of the car and away from the road, where she helped him change into his spare clothes, even though this did involve him standing by a motorway in just his pants, briefly. She dabbed hopelessly at the enormous brown stains on the back seat with her tissues. Vomit staining was bad enough, but chocolate-flavoured vomit staining? She had no idea if this would ever come out. She'd once owned a pair of cream Yves Saint Laurent trousers that had taken a chocolate hit. They'd been rushed to intensive care at London's top dry cleaners, but even then. The next 40 minutes of the drive were a tad tense. Instead of smelling like new, the car stank of spew. Owen still felt very bad. He was curled in his seat, groaning into one of the 6 plastic bags secured for him at the service station, and every so often, Lauren's attempts to giggle-stifle would fail in a snotty explosion. "I'm sorry to be just a little ticked off." Gray tried to justify his barely contained fury. "I was just looking forward to showing the new car to John." Ah, the man with the 30-foot interior-designed yacht they were on their way to meet. Annie understood now. A bit of man-to-man size comparing had been in the offing. Once they finally arrived at their seaside destination, there was every sign that the mood was going to change. The drizzle cleared, the sea sparkled, the yacht bobbed jauntily up and down on the water, desperate to play, and John appeared in top-to-toe white with a sailor's cap and a sunburnt face. He was utterly charming about the new car, even though he wasn't allowed to examine the interior. But unfortunately, Owen still felt horrible and refused point-blank to set foot on a boat. "I'm so sorry, but I think Owen and I will have to sit this one out." Annie, almost sick herself, but with regret, told a dumbfounded Gray and Lauren. Her daughter and Gray looked at each other in undisguised confusion, neither one feeling they could just come out and say, "I'm not going with you," without her. Annie managed to persuade Gray that she should take the keys to the car and find a valeting service in the little town once Owen had recovered. In fact, once everyone had adjusted to the new turn of events, the day went extremely well. Annie and Owen spent hours walking along the beach, talking, throwing stones into the water, finding shells, enjoying each other's company, then sitting on a sunny wall and eating ice creams together. "Look on the bright side, darling. At least there won't be lumps if you throw up on the way home." Lauren and Gray came back from the yacht trip glowing with excitement and happily comfortable in one another's company. Jim, of the Washaway Valet, had not flinched from the stains on the Mercedes' back seat. No, he'd claimed it was an honour to work on a car so showroom new. He'd managed to turn the deep brown marks into something much more biscuity, and he'd used a fine internal cleansing mist to disguise the nostril-clogging stench. Owen was put in the front seat on the way home, just about covered in plastic bags, and the journey passed without incident. Back at home, Owen ate a small supper, then went to bed early, worn out by the efforts of the day. Lauren left before dinner, in a great full of the joys of yachting mood, for her friend Susie's house for a pre-arranged sleepover. So Annie and Gray ate alone together, a gourmet curry meal for two that Annie had bought specially, and several glasses of wine. There was a scented candle burning in her room, and the string of extremely flattering pale pink flower lights looped above the bed was already switched on. Annie had a sleepover of her own in mind. Kissing in the kitchen led to kissing in the bedroom. Gray's cheeks were warm and dry, still salty from the sea. As she licked his neck and began to unbutton his shirt, he excused himself, and once he was gone, Annie whipped off her clothes and brought out the brand-new lilac satin knickers and bra she'd selected for this little scene, then tied a silky matching kimono on top. Her legs and bikini line were newly done. Her room smelled delicious. There was moody jazz on the stereo. She applied lip gloss and arranged herself attractively across her bed, waiting for the good time she was determined would follow. And waited. And waited. Once a full 15 minutes had passed, she got up and went out into the hallway. Although she thought Gray might be trying to slip in one of his many showers, no sound was coming from the bathroom. "Gray," she asked, tapping lightly on the door, "is everything all right?" "Yes, well," came a hesitant, slightly strained reply. "Not really." "Are you okay? Can you come out?" she wondered, really hoping this wasn't another Viagra incident. There was a deep sigh. Then she heard Gray's footsteps coming towards her. He undid the lock and put his head round the door, but for several moments just looked at her as if he wasn't sure what to say. "It's okay," she assured him. "If you don't want to talk about it, don't worry." "I forgot my medication. You know, the love drug." He hurried the words out, trying to make a little joke of it, but still looked tense. Oh God, this was about the Viagra. He'd obviously been in here searching his overnight bag 10 times over and maybe trying to get things started on his own. They'd had a little chat about the Viagra recently, and he'd assured her it was more of a psychological prop than a physical necessity. "You're fine," she told him, reaching out to take hold of his hand. "Just come into the bedroom with me and we'll play." Not long afterwards, Annie found herself lying back, with her head hanging from the bed and an extremely willing, able and raring-to-go Gray on top of her. But other thoughts kept crowding into her mind to distract her from fully taking part. She remembered lying right here, but with Roddy. And then her next thought, reading that women should hang their heads from the bed during orgasm because it made the experience more extreme. She was trying to decide if this was because the blood rush was speeded up or slowed down. But anyway, back to the man at hand. He was looking very pleased with himself and definitely wanted to put the non-medically enhanced bone to good use. But, looking up at her very own familiar ceiling, headboard and pink fairy lights, she knew she definitely didn't want to do this here, on what was once her marital bed. No, definitely not. But Gray was keen. Well, no wonder. She was wearing satin, a smile, and murmuring, "Oh, yes, yes," to him. So how to get them off the bed before this got too involved? She began to pull slightly against him, down towards the floor. Her bed had a satiny bedspread, so once she'd begun the slide, it was easy to keep it going. Already her head was touching the carpet. Now her neck and shoulders were following. "Whoa, where are you going?" Gray asked, still holding on and sliding with her. Her elbows took her weight, and as she giggled at him, her hips and legs followed a little too quickly as she brought both herself and her would-be lover down onto the floor with a thud. The angle of Gray's body surf to the floor was much steeper than hers, and as his hands were behind her back, he couldn't put them out to save himself. He hit the carpet chin first and gave a cry of pain. "Whoops, I'm sorry." She was still giggling, but Gray was lying face down on the floor, groaning slightly. "Are you okay?" she asked, worried now. Were all her romantic encounters with Gray going to end with a 999 call? He put his hand against the small of his back. "I'm back," he gasped. "It's seized. I'm going to have to get you to roll me over." She did, but to the slightly concerning soundtrack of Gray going, "Ah!" over the moody jazz. Once he was on his back, he raised his right knee slowly and painfully, finally managing to pull it towards his chest, where he held it tight, and began to rock from side to side. Whatever ardour Annie may have had for Gray, it was a little quenched at the sight of this. He made the "ah" sound again. Then finally there was a look of relief on his face. He stood up and walked gingerly, not to mention butt naked, in a semicircle. He was limping slightly, but declared, "Don't worry, it'll settle down." Annie put on her kimono and went in search of wine, deciding it was time for a civilized glass under the covers. She didn't want to risk killing him with a further love-making attempt. Snuggled up under the covers together, relaxed by the wine, they were close to sleep when Gray said, "Annie, I'm taking a risk. I know we've only been seeing each other for 6 weeks or so, but we're grown-ups. I think we both know what we want." He paused, then came right out and asked, "Why don't you move in with me? Give me a proper trial period. Nothing ventured, nothing gained." She was glad he was cuddled in behind her, talking into her neck, so that he couldn't see the look of astonishment cross her face at this suggestion. "I've got a big house," he added. "I'm rattling around in it. Why don't you move in, the three of you? Please, at least tell me you'll consider it." There was a long, long pause as all sorts of arguments, thoughts and emotions raced through her mind. Move in with him? Her, Lauren and Owen? Move to Essex? Commute to school? Commute to the store? Live in his lovely house? With him? For weeks she had thought this was what she wanted, but now that it was on offer, she wasn't so sure. Lauren and Owen would not want to do this. It was too much change. But Gray was offering a trial period. They could pack a few bags and just try. Would that be so bad? She thought of Lauren's excited face as she came off the yacht. Maybe it could work out really well, both for her and her children. Finally, after several swallows, listening to the nervously shallow breathing Gray was making as he awaited her reply, she told him, "That is a very kind, very generous offer, Gray, it really is. You're just going to have to give me some time to think about this." Chapter 19. Footballer's wife in spring. Black tight top, D&G. Boyfriend cut jeans, Sass & Bide. Black strappy wedges, Gucci. Black raincoat, Burberry Prawsome. Gold bag, Balenciaga. Huge black shades, Chanel. Estimated cost, £2,700. Black so slimming, innit? Look, babes, it's spring. And I know spring is hard to get right in London, but it is our duty to try, were Annie's words of encouragement to Danny as she arrived at the changing room door with another armful of clothes. Danny, yes, with a double I, was 20, the luscious, obviously, blonde, predictably, girlfriend of a Chelsea FC midfielder with, according to Wag Bible Heat, £4,000 of pocket money a week to spend on herself. Although at the rate Danny was burning her cash, £4,000 a week wouldn't be enough, and she'd soon be asking her 23-year-old lover boy for a raise. "So long as I keep him very happy, he pays up and keeps me very happy," she'd cheerfully confided. Danny had not yet realised that owning 10 Louis Vuitton handbags is not 10 times as thrilling as owning one. This was the third week in a row she'd been in for a personal shopping session, and although she spent lashings of money, Annie's enthusiasm for her was waning. A big part of the problem was that the magazines and influencer feeds Danny had been so keen to appear in had now started to poke fun at her. Horribly unflattering photographs were appearing along with snide captions. "Danny shows off another £3,000 outfit. On her, it still looks cheap." Despite Danny's pleas to Annie that she wanted to look a bit classy, right? She'd so far turned all of Annie's suggestions down and was drawn like a moth to the gold, the glittering, the sequined, and the spangly. And on her surgically enhanced E-cups, well, the result wasn't elegant. Danny had recently taken to squeezing her voluptuous self into tight black in an effort to counteract the cheap accusations, and because, in her words, "black so slimming, innit?" But Annie's pet hate was clients who dressed in monochrome. Plus, it was spring. "Yeah, but it's not like it's actually warm out there," Danny insisted, plump pink lips pouting. "I mean, if we moved to Milan this year because Jakey is talking to someone about a transfer, that'll be different. But in London..." Annie wondered for a moment if there was a tabloid newspaper she should ring with the Jakey transfer information, but then it was her job to be discreet, even if her customers weren't. "I know spring is unpredictable here," Annie replied. "One minute it's blazing hot and everyone's dying a death in their woolen trousers and coats. The next minute, just as you've changed into a dress, it's chucking it down and there's a wind from Siberia howling round your legs. But your spring-summer wardrobe plan cannot be black. It just can't," she insisted. "You've got to blossom, Danny. You've got to be in tune with the seasons. I've brought a beautiful pale green raincoat down for you and some gorgeous new handbags in lemon and in pink. I've got pale blue jeans, pink jeans, violet jeans. I've got demure little blouses, Mazzoni, Paul and Joe, which are sexy, but not so in your face. I've got 3/4-sleeved Prada cocktail dresses, and I think platform-heeled loafer-style shoes for you, my darling, for day wear at least. The thing about always having your pedicure on display is that it's just not elegant. I know you have a driver to take you everywhere, Danny love, but you're always getting photographed with your tits and your toes hanging out. So true, Danny laughed. I love cleavage, toe and boob. Come on then, pass me the coat. With her inch-long pink nails, she attempted to tie the belt round her waist. With all my clients, babes, it's easy to get people to pile on the layers and dress dark for autumn and winter, Annie told her. But nobody wants to lighten and brighten up for spring because we think it's never going to happen. Then the first hot days are a fashion disaster. Sparkly sandals and raincoats, dark trousers with vests, summer skirts with black boots. It's horrible. As Annie finished her lecture, she began to wonder if she was just talking about clothes. The words suddenly had another meaning for her. Maybe she was caught in the 25-degree heat of Gray's sunshine in her emotional equivalent of thick jeans and a black jumper. Was she ready to go to the next stage with Gray? Should she be ready? Was she holding herself back? She'd been on her own for nearly 3 years now. No one could accuse her of not leaving enough time. She hadn't been with Gray for long, but as he'd said, they were grown-ups. They knew what they wanted. They didn't need to play games. Maybe they should just move to the next stage. It took another hour of concerted effort, but Danny finally headed Tilwards with 2 tasteful dresses, 2 blouses, 3 pairs of coloured jeans, new shoes, a new bag and the raincoat. Annie wondered whether she should risk advising this lucrative new client to also change hair salons and slash her daily dose of bronzing gel. "I'm so sorry, can you just give me 2 minutes?" she asked her next customer, who was already waiting on the sofa. "Have a little wander out on the shop floor and I will join you there, or I can send someone along with tea, coffee or mineral water." The woman decided to head for the shop floor, and Annie made straight for her office, closing the door tightly behind her. In front of her laptop, she made her quick email and website checks. 3 great offers had come in on trading station items. Buoyed by this, she clicked over to Lauren's school charity website to see what her daughter's fundraising gang had managed to get hold of this week. Just as Ed had suspected, Lauren and her friends loved running the auction website and had begged, wheedled and hustled all sorts of goodies to flog on it. Meanwhile, Annie opened her mobile and speed-dialed Gray. "Hello there, girlfriend," he answered. "Having a moment off, thinking about me?" "Yes, I was. I was thinking about you. Where are you? Have you got a minute, or are you about to excavate a root canal?" "I always have a minute for you," he assured her. "I'm in the car. You're on hands-free." "I'm a bloody hands-full, babes. You should be warned." She took a deep breath and then began. "I've been thinking about what you said. You know, the big question." She paused, and so did Gray. "Have you talked to Owen and Lauren about it?" he wondered, which was the right thing to ask. Annie felt a surge of affection for him because he'd thought to ask about her children's opinion before he heard her own. "I've not had a big discussion with them, to be honest," she told him. "I've been trying to sort out my own thoughts about it all, but I've mentioned it as a possibility. They're, well, I think curious is the best word. They've not said yes, they've not said no. I think we might need to persuade them that we think it's a good idea. If we do think it's a good idea," she added quickly. "They'll have a long commute to school, but they might want to give it a go." "My offer stands, Annie," was Gray's response to this. "You and your children are very, very welcome to come and live with me, even on a trial basis. I think it could be rather wonderful." With the mobile clamped so tightly to her head that her ear was beginning to throb, Annie took another steadying breath before telling him, "OK, Gray, I'll have to talk it over with Lauren and Owen, but I'm thinking we should give it a whirl. Incredible, he said. And thank you. When the call was over, Annie looked again at the school charity website on her screen. Good grief! One parent had obviously been a very generous donor. That really was this season's brand new with tags Marc Jacobs handbag with serial number for sale on Lauren's charity website. The top bid was £120 and the deal was closing at the end of the day. She speed-dialed Lauren and left a message on her phone. Babes, I've just put in £200 for your handbag, but tell me if I need more to get it. I'll sell it for you on my site and give your charity the extra money. You should get $450 for that bag at the very, very least, if it's genuine. Call me. Then her phone rang and she saw it was Owen. Everything okay, Owen? She asked before he'd even said hello. Yes, I just wanted to tell you. He was breathless. My God, what's the matter? Are you okay? Yes, it's just I've been picked. I auditioned, it was so scary, but I've been picked for the school show. To do what? Annie was horribly aware that she'd kept her client waiting nearly a full 10 minutes by now, and she never, ever did that. But the client would have to wait just a few moments longer. A guitar solo and a song. Owen didn't need to say another thing. The happiness that beamed from those words was so radiant, she could feel the warmth of it down the line. That's just fantastic, she told him. A solo, I can't believe it. This was how far he'd come, her little boy, the boy who last year only spoke 6 words at school in an entire term. I am so, so proud of you, that's amazing. I was proud of you anyway, Owen, she added. I think you're just fab. Arriving home just after 7:30 p.m, Annie saw a notice warning that the lift was out of order, so with the last burst of physical energy she had left for the day, she took the stairs up to the 3rd floor. She walked quickly, taking the treads at a steady pace. Just as she approached the top of the last flight of stairs, the stairwell door burst open and there was Ed. Oh, hello, Ed. I was hoping to catch you, she greeted him. She knew this was guitar lesson day, but had thought he might already have left. Oh, Mrs. Annie, are you surviving without the lift? Yeah, but I try and do the stairs once a day anyway. There was a slight breathlessness to her voice now. Keeps my bum at the top of my legs where I'd like it to stay. Right. Well, he seemed at a loss to know what to add to that and clasped his hands tightly together in front of him. Owen, they exclaimed together. Fantastic news about Owen, Ed said next. I was waiting to speak to you about that, but I thought you must have been held up. I know, I'm later than usual, but he phoned to tell me. Singing with the guitar? Solo? She wanted to check she'd understood it right. Yes, not a whole song. He does the first verse, then the group join in, but still. Ed smiled at her before adding, I worried it might be too much too soon, but his reaction is so positive that I think he'll be fine. And he did the audition brilliantly, put himself up for it, nothing to do with me. Thank you, Ed. Annie had made it up to his level now. Thank you so much. But don't be modest, it's all down to you, no question about it. You've been the best thing that's happened to Owen for a long time, and I'm thrilled for him. She gave Ed a broad smile and wondered how she could show her gratitude. Yes, Ed was a little tweedy, maybe even nerdy, but he was so kind, and he'd taken her shy and wobbly son under his wing for no reason other than he seemed to really like Owen and wanted to help him progress. Brimming with appreciation, Annie opened her arms and threw Ed a generous hug and a kiss on the cheek. The effect of this on Ed was unexpected. At first he seemed completely startled, but then he hugged her back, kissed her cheek too, and turning his head slightly, he sought her mouth. And before she could think it through, their lips had brushed together and then they seemed to be kissing. Her lips were pressed against his arms were tightly around her back, her mouth was feeling for more, and yes, there did definitely seem to be kissing going on. She felt the prickle of stubble at the corner of his mouth. Her hands moved underneath his jacket down to the small of his back. Her tongue ventured past his teeth. There she found a reassuringly warm, tinged with coffee taste. He was very satisfyingly kissable. Yes, definitely very kissable. Owen's class teacher's hand was on her arse. There may have been a raincoat, a skirt, tights, and a pair of knickers to go, but Ed had definitely moved his hand onto her derriere. Annie would have quite liked to have stopped for a moment to assess the situation. Probably this was not ideal. In fact, it was totally off track. It could even have something to do with telling Gray this afternoon that she was going to move in with him. Surely this was a reaction, a strange and unexpected reaction. But there was no chance of stopping to think for even a moment because she was enjoying this so much. Her toes were curling in her boots, there was a hungry tingle starting up in the very pit of her stomach, and it was threatening to get warmer, hungrier, tinglier, and to spread. Her hands had pulled up his shirt and were now against the very soft, warm skin at his sides. How had this happened? She was in the process of undressing the poor man in the stairwell. Ed was squeezing at her bottom in a particularly fascinating way. She did not want him to stop, but he really should stop. Finally, she broke off from the intense exploration of his mouth and briefly leaned her head against his shoulder. But she found she wanted his mouth again, the warmth of it, the way his tongue moving against hers made her body tingle spread. So then they were kissing again, with urgency. Her fingers wound into his tangly hair. His hands, behind her back, pulled her closer towards him. When she realised her hand was on the smooth leather of his belt, sliding along towards the buckle with intent, she opened her eyes. She pulled out of the kiss and took a small step backwards. His eyes seemed a darker blue now, his lips not just full and pink but also damp. But he wasn't blushing. He was smiling at her, and suddenly she could see that he was much, much better looking than she'd noticed before. Now she got a glimpse of what all the fuss was with the St. Vincent's mothers and Ed. He was genuinely hot. When he didn't have a yellow cagoule tied around his head, obviously. Ed, she said, trying to keep her voice as level as she could, and making a small adjustment to the angle of the beret she was wearing. Yep, blame the red beret. I think we may have overstepped the parent-teacher relationship here. Completely, was his reply. His eyes were still on hers, and he smiled again. I'm sorry, but I have to go, she said abruptly, suddenly not wanting to be in this situation at all. For goodness sake, she'd just agreed to move in with Gray. What was she playing at? Did she want to sabotage the new happiness she was so sure was just around the corner? As quickly as she could, not looking back, not giving him any reason to think she might want him to follow or call after her, or in fact do anything at all, she hurried past him, out of the stairwell door, pulling it firmly shut behind her. Because really, anything else would be far too complicated. Chapter 20. Donna on the Warpath. Red and white tunic, Anna Sui. Linen trousers, Whistles. White heels, Gucci. Gold tassel necklace, vintage Ericsson Beeman. Estimated cost, £730. Flouncing round here like you own the place. Fern had a wedding to go to. Annie's mother always had weddings to go to. As soon as the summer loomed, she was in need of one new wedding outfit, or at least new accessories to refresh older wedding outfits. Annie never went to weddings anymore. Her friends had either been married for years or had no intention of ever marrying. Annie went to divorce mop-ups rather than wedding celebrations, whereas Fern had a busy schedule of remarriages and the weddings of her friends' children at least 3, sometimes even 5 or 6 times a year. Fern was that woman of a certain age in a wonderful hat who propped up a wedding, who could be counted on to give an expensive gift from the gift list, not something radical and alternative, who would look good in the church and good in the photos, without in any way upstaging the bride, bridesmaids, or more likely, the bride and groom's mothers. She was a moral support guest, who understood her role as part of the glamorous backdrop. She was your classic third guest on the left, who enjoyed every wedding she attended. "I'm not shopping in your shop," she'd instructed Annie on the phone. "Even with your discount, the prices are absolutely ridiculous. John Lewis, Annie, that's where we'll go. I want something beige." Before Annie could groan in response, Fern added, "I've got this sensational hat, cocoa straw, with a wonderful cream gardenia. You want to smell it, it's so lifelike. A beige jacket will be just the thing." But alas, John Lewis was a disaster. Just office clothes. Fern had sniffed at the selection. Black and white, white and black, black stripes, black spots, geometrics. Where's the fun in that? And so brutal on the complexion. Annie's mother was a faded brunette. She'd once had creamy skin, auburn brown hair and sumptuous brown eyes, so she'd never liked black. She'd always set herself off in plum, fuchsia, red, cream and dusty greens. As she'd gone grey, she'd also begun to highlight with caramel blonde. The colour change had demanded new lipsticks and new colours. Plum had been replaced by burgundy and rust, fuchsia with rose pink, red with pale orange. Fern had an enviable understanding of which colours suited her. Most of the people Annie dressed had never got to grips with colour and wondered why they always looked so washed out or so flushed. As Annie shopped with her mother, she enjoyed another admirable trait. Her mother never once uttered the words, "I look so," insert derogatory word, bad, fat, stumpy, frumpy. You name it, Annie had heard it. In this. No, with Fern it was always reversed. The garment was to blame. "Annie, look how badly they've cut the back," or "These seams don't sit well at all. The shoulders are a disaster. This colour does nothing for me." It was another message Annie tried to impart to her more timid, understated shoppers. Blame the clothes, not yourself. Let's find the right thing, the cut and the colour that does you justice. And if it's still not right, you know what? We'll get it altered. Her mother pulled back the curtain and came out onto the shop floor in a beautiful creamy beige suit. A very simple cut, nipped-in jacket, no lapels, a just-below-the-knee panelled skirt. She would wear her hat, the inevitable hideous sandals, a pink rose corsage and a ruffle-necked blouse underneath. Maybe the blouse in pink? She wondered out loud. Or cocoa, so as not to be too matchy. What do you think? Cocoa or creamy something to highlight the gardenia? Fern contemplated herself carefully in the mirror, taking in all the angles. Handbag? Annie wondered. The little brown alligator. You know, the second-hand shop one you gave me? It's a treasure. It goes with everything. Annie felt the nice glow of giving the right gift. Oh, I met the dentist's wife, you know. Marilyn, Fern said all of a sudden. Oh, right, yes. Annie tried to sound as casual as possible, but could not have been more interested. She'd still not even seen a photograph of Marilyn, but imagined her as this impossibly slim, fragile Jackie O type creature, so weak with hunger and fraught with mental torture that she rarely had the energy to get off the sofa for anything other than a taxi ride to the shops. Because you've been out with Gray a few times, haven't you? Fern was still studying her reflection. Yeah. Annie had not exactly kept her mother up to speed with the rapid developments on the Gray front. Why? Maybe because she didn't want another opinion on it. Her own vacillations and Dinah's strident, "You're going to do what? You're moving to Essex? Are you out of your mind?" were quite enough to be getting on with. Well, Marilyn did not have one good thing to say about him. Fern forged ahead. And you have to admit, Annie, Gray may be charming, but he is a pernickety fusspot. These are good qualities in a dentist, but not necessarily in a man. I know I invited him to that party for you, but with hindsight, I'm not sure he's the right... Anyway, Marilyn was terribly upset. She'd always assumed Gray was going to sell their house and split the proceeds with her. In fact, she has Ronald on the case, so you can be sure she'll be getting as much as she possibly can. Lawyer Ronald was another family friend. In fact, Fern went to their youngest daughter's wedding just last year. So Gray's decided not to sell, Annie prompted her. According to Marilyn, Gray has told Ronald he has a new partner. It's serious. They're getting married just as soon as the divorce is through, and he's moving this person into the house as soon as possible. So he's claiming he needs the house because this new person has children. It's his asset. He's paid for it. He's keeping it. Well, he has a point. Annie decided to wade in on behalf of Gray. Marilyn has no children and has never worked. Well, he's not exactly planning to leave her destitute, I'm sure, Annie said quickly, not to make it seem as if she had too much insider information on the case. No, I'm sure there will be a generous settlement. Gray's a wealthy man. You've no idea how much money there is to be made in dentistry. It's not just fillings, you know. It's veneers, implants, bleaching. People are going quite crazily American about their teeth. There was a moment's pause, and Annie was just about to take that deep breath and tell her mother that she was Gray's new woman, that she was seriously considering the move to Gray's rooftop jacuzzied corner of Essex, when her mother added, "Of course, Ronald, whom I met at dinner the other week at Eloise's, you know, the Clarks, wonderful cook, really superb food, although pumpkin risotto as a starter is not my absolute favourite, bit heavy. So, Ronald," Annie reminded her, sensing the danger of having to hear Eloise's entire menu for the night. Yes, Ronald is convinced it's a scam by Gray. Move some poor woman in to keep the house, then ditch her again. I thought you said he was a charming man. Annie could barely contain her outrage. Well, people do get funny about money, though, don't they? Always brings out the worst in everyone, arguing about money. So what do you think? Annie wondered. You know him fairly well, don't you? Oh, God knows. I've not seen him for months. I'm overdue a checkup, in fact. Maybe I'll book in and try and hear it from the horse's mouth. Move some poor woman in, keep the house, then ditch her. Just the thought of this happening, just the thought of people thinking it might happen. Annie felt totally riled. Mum, it's me, Annie blurted out. It's us. We're the ones who are moving in with Gray. What? Fern exclaimed, looking astonished at this news. Good grief! Why haven't you told me anything about this? Last I heard, you were meeting him for lunch, and then you went quiet about him, so I didn't like to ask. Annie, darling, isn't this a bit soon? I mean, you have to think about the children. Fern sat down abruptly on the changing room stool. But of course I'm thinking about the children. A big part of the reason I'm doing this is for them. We could all have an interesting life with him. He really wants to try and work it out with us all. But you know, this is a trial period. We're planning to move in for a month or so and see how it goes. Her mother did not look impressed. Is he serious, though, love? You don't think he's doing this for the money? She asked. For Annie, it was almost something of a relief for Fern to be asking if Gray was doing this for the money, not her. No, of course I don't. Maybe he's a bit desperate for the company. Maybe he's not enjoying life on his own and is speeding things along for that reason. But you know, we get on very well, came Annie's reply. What Annie didn't tell her independent, alone-living mother was how much she wanted the company too. The best thing about moving in with Gray was that she would no longer be the only adult in the household. Once again, she would have someone to wrap up with at night, someone right there next to her when she woke up every morning. There would be someone to sit and open a bottle of wine with, someone to really talk to. She would no longer, every day, have to cope and battle and try to pretend that everything was just fantastic and that she was getting along fine. If she moved in with Gray, she would have someone else there to help her through. She would have backup, a security net. Her children would no longer have to rely on just her. Right now, these reasons were more important to her than anything else. Back at the store after shopping with her mother, Annie was hardly pleased to be told on arrival at the personal shopping suite that Donna wanted to see her. She climbed the escalator and tried not to worry too much about what Donna might have to say to her today. Like it or not, she was still Donna's very best sales assistant, and that had to count for something. She knocked on Donna's office door and was asked to come in. One look at Donna's sucking on a sour plum face, and she felt her heart sink. This wasn't going to go well. She just knew it. "You've been taking the store's customers to other shops," Donna began. Before Annie could even get one word in, Donna continued, "Don't even bother trying to deny it. Apparently, you were doing a consultation in John Lewis this morning during time you're employed by the store." "I had a couple of hours off this morning to meet my mum," Annie defended herself. "She's shopped in John Lewis since I was knee-high. I'm not going to stop her now." Undeterred, Donna carried on. "I've seen you leave our shop with customers so you can take them somewhere else. I've seen you, Annie. I saw you leave with a male customer who bought nothing in the menswear department and head off for Jermyn Street." For a moment Annie was confused. Then it dawned on her that Donna must have seen her leaving with Ed. "But that was—" she began, not sure what she was going to say next. A special case? An eccentric individual who could find nothing right here? It was a slightly lunatic defence. Even she could see that. But Donna wasn't stopping to listen. "Although you're in possession of a written warning from me, you're constantly advising people to shop elsewhere. I heard you telling one woman to get her dresses at Topshop and buy her Chloe bag on eBay." Like this was the worst crime in the world. Like Donna had never, ever snapped up a little bargain here or there, as if she'd only ever bought every single item, including her toilet paper, at the store. "You can't sack me for any of these things," Annie told her, still standing, hackles up, more than ready to fight. "No," Donna said, leaning forward in her chair now, eyes locking onto Annie's. "But I can sack you for theft." "Theft?" Annie almost laughed. "I'd like to see you try. I've never stolen anything in my entire life, not even a grape from the greengrocer's." "Oh, really?" There was something so ominously catty about this that Annie could only suspect Donna had something on her. But what? She had never, ever stolen anything. Donna picked a sheet of paper up from her desk, and as it was handed over to her, Annie had a bad feeling. "Recognise this?" Donna asked. It was a printout of a computer page. The image was faint, but Annie could make out a digital photograph of a handbag, a Marc Jacobs handbag, BNWT, and a serial number. It was the one she'd bought from Lauren's website and had sold on the trading station for £490 last week. Annie felt a lurching sensation in her stomach. "Thanks to the serial number you've displayed so nicely here," the note of triumph in Donna's voice was unbearable, "I can tell you that this bag was stolen from our accessories department on the 18th of February. Maybe you'd like to explain how you ended up selling it?" "I did not steal it, Donna." That much Annie could say, but her mind raced as she tried to work out what explanation she could offer. The bag had come from Lauren and Lauren's friends, the Syrup Six, who were in quite enough trouble at school. Running the charity website had been their last chance to make good. if it came out they'd been auctioning off stolen goods or actually stealing them, had one of the Syrup Six dared to come into the store and walk off with a top designer handbag, that would mean police involvement and instant expulsion. Although Annie was certain Lauren would not have stolen the bag, maybe she'd be expelled too for knowing it was stolen and playing a part in the sales team. The thing that was just so utterly infuriating was that usually Annie checked everything she sold as scrupulously as she could. She could count on one hand the number of fakes she'd flogged on by mistake. But this bag, of course she'd seen straight away it was genuine, and she'd assumed, assume and be damned, that some incredibly rich pupil or their incredibly rich parent had made a little retail mistake and decided to be generous and offload it for charity. It hadn't crossed her mind that the bag could be stolen, and from her own shop. And oh God, there was nothing she could tell Donna now without landing Lauren and her friends in huge trouble. And even then, Donna might suggest that she'd put the girls up to it or helped them. Annie considered the rumours that would stir up at St. Vincent's. Lauren's mother had stolen an expensive bag from her shop to put on the charity website. It was all horrible. I had no idea the bag was stolen. I never, ever knowingly sell stolen items, Annie told Donna. I can't explain to you how I got that bag because someone who couldn't have known about it would get into trouble, she continued. I did not steal it, Donna. At least show me you believe that. Annie could feel her heartbeat rising and prickles of anxious sweat breaking out. This was horrible. Awful. Donna just kept her gaze trained on Annie's face. There was a Roman expression, wasn't there? To fall on your sword? Annie saw that her moment of sword falling had arrived, completely out of the blue. She was going to have to leave, right now, without a fuss, and cave in to Donna completely. Even though Donna's sales figures for the next few months would be on the floor, she wouldn't care because she'd be rid of the one person who consistently dared to stand up to her. Annie would have to leave her white-walled, pink-sofaed suite, her daily dose of rubbing shoulders with Yves Saint Laurent workmanship, Paul Smith tailoring, and multi-Missoni colours. Even worse, she would have to leave the store's staff, Avril, Delia, Paula, Janie in accounts. There would be no more weekly happy hour sessions, no more staff discount, no more sale rail bargains, no more Tupperware boxes from the staff canteen. I'll get my things. Annie's voice was so husky she barely recognised it. Donna just nodded. It was only sinking in for Annie that, if she were to leave in disgrace, there'd be no payoff, no severance pay. She might not even be paid for the rest of the month. You have to give me references, Annie exclaimed, feeling a wave of panic. You can't put me down as leaving for theft. I'll never get another job, and you know, Donna, you know that I would never, ever have done something like this. Everything I get from the store I pay for, fair and square. Does HR know about this? She asked anxiously. There was almost a smile playing about Donna's lips. I suppose I could tell HR you left for personal reasons. A personality clash, maybe? Well, that wouldn't be a lie, would it? Annie retorted. Then, as something of the enormity of losing her job of 6 years, when she was the sole provider for her children, began to dawn on her, she suddenly found herself appealing. You can't do this, Donna. Are you really going to sack me? I'm your best sales assistant. Couldn't you at least give me time to find something somewhere else? I've got my children's school fees to pay. Oh, yes, Annie, my heart bleeds, Donna snapped. No, I've had enough of you, flouncing round here like you own the place, like the store owes you a living, like everyone should be constantly doing you a favour, giving you a discount, letting you claim all the damaged goods and sell them right under our noses because we should all feel so sorry for you, just because your husband... She broke off abruptly, and the rest of her words hung in the air. "Donna," Annie said, pulling herself up straight and feeling her fight and her fire return with those words. "I may be many things and wrong in many ways, but at least I'm not a heartless, ruthless bitch like you." She could, of course, have thought to phone Gray first, but instead she phoned the man who'd been her first port of call for several years now. "You've been what?" was Connor's astonished response. "OK, sweetheart, you know the drill. Name the drinking establishment of your choice and I can be there within the hour." Chapter 21. Gray at home. Pink V-neck golfing sweater, Pringle. Beige chinos, Gant. White t-shirt, Gap. Crested velvet slippers, Jermyn Street. Estimated cost £270. But they're comfortable. Gray's immaculate house was not looking quite so good these days. His hotel-tidy master bedroom was lined with the racks and stacks of clothes, accessories and items currently for sale on the new and improved Annie V trading station. His once super-orderly walk-in wardrobe was crammed as Annie's many, many belongings fought with his for shelf and rail space. His guest bedrooms had become home to Owen and all his paraphernalia, most of it still in cardboard boxes, and Lauren and her endless clothes, makeup, electronic clutter, and currently atrocious teen tantrums. Several things had gone wrong at once for Lauren. Seth had finally snipped off their budding romance, plus her allowance had been severely docked for her part in fencing the stolen bag, which had cost Annie her job at the store. Susie's boyfriend? The bag came from Susie's dodgy boyfriend? Annie had shrieked at her. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't it cross your mind that there might be something not right about it? Boyfriends don't just show up with £600 bags. I thought it was from some loaded St. Vincent's mum. It was obvious from Lauren's long face and even longer sulks that she missed Highgate, especially the regular after-school visits to friends. Having a friend over was now a weekend-only event involving an overnight stay. "Give it a chance here," Annie kept urging her. "You'll meet some people. Maybe you should join the tennis club. You love tennis." But suggestions like this were met with slammed doors and shouts of, "It's okay for you, but what about us?" At least Owen seemed fine, but then he'd always liked the company of his family and himself best. He was playing the guitar a lot, listening to music, and could sometimes be found sitting in the big apple tree in Gray's garden. Annie suspected that Gray was finding family life something of a dramatic change. He had never experienced noise or mess on a scale like this. Because it was currently the Easter holidays, the children were always around and underfoot when he came back from work. He stumbled about his home, tripping over new piles of stuff in unexpected places. He found his sofa already occupied, his huge TV screen blaring out endless reruns of Friends, his jacuzzi filled with 3 embarrassingly nubile teenage girls, his kitchen utterly devoid of anything edible, although it was now stacked with Annie's new cash-and-carry treasures, industrial-sized boxes of cling film and tinfoil, 80 rolls of kitchen towel, 1,000 bin bags. Annie hadn't even had much time to spend with him, as she was hustling, either on her mobile, at her computer, or out again, making another round of house calls, consultations, drop-offs or pick-ups. Ever since she'd left the store, Annie had woken up every morning ready to hustle. Within 4 days, her flat had been stripped of everything personal, redecorated with the vigorous application of Dulux once, and she and the children had moved to Gray's, while tenants paying top dollar had moved in. With her mortgage payments covered, Annie had turned her attention to earning enough money to keep the children at St. Vincent's and her family with the monthly income she was accustomed to. This meant a rapid expansion of the trading station and her own dress-to-express makeover and personal shopping service. Already things weren't looking too bad. She was learning that Gray's corner of Essex was ripe with well-heeled women who hadn't the slightest clue how to accessorise and weren't shy about recommending her services to all their friends. The only downside to drumming up all this business was that Gray didn't seem to like it very much. "You know, Annie, I don't really want you to work so hard," he was telling her again, one evening over a glass of red wine, as they sought sanctuary out on the garden terrace from the noisy goings-on in the sitting room. Several days ago, he'd suggested she become his PA. Now he was bringing the subject up again. "You could help me with my admin, keep track of all my meetings, appointments," he said. "It won't keep you as busy as you are now, so you'll be around a lot more, for me and your children. Obviously, I'll keep on my secretary at work, and I'll pay you." Of course, the idea of not working so hard was appealing, but did she want to work for Gray? Would that be a good plan? There were quite enough teething problems, arguments about food on the sofa last nights, and using a spoon for the jam this morning's, without Annie risking a move into Gray's work life and being told off for not doing things quite the way he wanted there as well. "I'll have to think about it," she said. And ever practical, she felt it was important to ask, "What would you pay me anyway?" When he came up with a figure, she graced it with a surprised, "What?" followed by, "How do you expect me and mine to survive on that?" "Well," Gray was flustered, taken aback by her reaction. "Now that you live with me, there are lots of things you won't have to pay for. I don't expect you to pay anything towards the house. I'm happy to pay the bills, the groceries. This is money just for you." "My pin money?" she'd asked with more than a touch of sarcasm. "Well, that's a bit old-fashioned," he replied. "Gray," Annie cut him off, "don't misunderstand me. It's lovely that you're well off and that you want to help us out. But I have always supported myself and the children, and often Roddy too, when his parts were few and far between, and poxy little production companies took months to pay. Relying on you to pay for us and to give me a tax-deductible little allowance is out of the question." She drained her glass, set it down on the table between them, and wondered at herself. But wasn't this the kind of arrangement that she'd wanted? And now that he was offering to look after her, she found she couldn't possibly give up her independence. What was the matter with her? Maybe he was just rushing things. Maybe if he asked her this question in a year's time, her answer would be different. Maybe, in need of a change of subject, he then asked, "Are you doing much tomorrow?" "I've got a home consultation in the morning, but I'm not too busy after that. I'll just be at my day job, buying and selling." With a smile, she added, "I'm a stockbroker of used commodities. Like my job description? Anyway, why? Have you got something planned for tomorrow?" "I've invited my parents round. I said I'd check with you first, obviously." "For drinks?" "Well, no, I think I might have said dinner." Annie had not yet met Gray's parents, although she'd heard plenty about them. They were in their early 80s, but apparently this had not dimmed their sharp opinions, pointed criticism of, and interminable stream of advice to their precious one and only son. They were very fond of Marilyn. He had warned her earlier. "I'm afraid moving you three in has put them in a huff. It's going to take some time to talk them round." Now, obviously, they had been talked round, and were to meet over a civilised dinner, which Annie was to provide, presumably, as Gray had a full day's work ahead of him. "Why don't we all go out for dinner?" she suggested. "Well, I just thought for Lauren and Owen's sake. They can go off and do their own thing, won't have to sit and listen to us talk all evening." He had a point. If it's a problem. Hadn't Gray noticed that she couldn't cook? Hadn't he realised that most of her meals came in a plastic tray with a wrapper, ready to be heated in the microwave? No, it's not a problem, she insisted, wondering in which removals box one of her 3 barely touched cookbooks might be found, and what kind of simple but nevertheless impressive dish could be served up for 6. "I'll go and phone them then," Gray asked. "They're looking forward to meeting you." "Oh, yes, I bet they are. Are you feeling cold?" she wondered. "Why don't we go inside?" Such was Gray's horror of the mess and mayhem going on in his sitting room that he replied, No, I'm fine, but I can bring you out a jacket if you like." The next day, Annie didn't make it back to Gray's house until after 2 p.m, much later than she'd intended, considering his parents were due at 7. The home consultation had been long and involved. A woman in her 50s who had found it very hard to see beyond navy blue, and even harder to see beyond her, admittedly substantial but hardly disastrous, thighs and hips. "I don't have any tricks to disguise hips," Annie had informed her. "That's not my thing, darling. What we want to do is bring your lovely blue eyes to the fore, your shapely calves and wrists, not to mention your beautiful peachy skin. And when we've done all that, you'll find the hips quieten right down." After the consultation, Annie had rushed over to one of her latest suppliers to secure her trump card for tonight. So now, laid out across the back seat of the Jeep, carefully wrapped in many layers of damp newspaper, was a whopping great fish. In her regular trips to the cash and carries of Essex, her endless quest for trade suppliers, discount outlets and bargains, she'd made quite a few new friends. One of them, a pop-up fishmonger, had supplied tonight's centrepiece at a superb price, an enormous wild Scottish salmon. The beast was so long and so heavy she'd barely been able to wrestle it into the back seat. The plan was to make new potatoes, a lovely salad, hollandaise sauce, if Dinah was available to talk her through it step by step on the telephone, then strawberries, cream and meringues to follow. She would start on the meringues just as soon as she got back. She would keep calm. She had a full 4 hours ahead of her. It was simple enough, nothing too complicated. There was plenty of time for everything to turn out fine. What could go wrong? "Jesus! Owen, could you have made any more mess? Where's Lauren?" was Annie's reaction on surveying the state of the front room, strewn with crisp packets, computer bits, wires, boxes, socks, sheet music and whatever else. How much longer were the holidays going to go on for? She couldn't help asking herself. "In her room, crying," came Owen's reply. "What now?" "Nothing, just the same as usual. Seth, I'll never love anyone as much as you." Whoa, he mocked. "Stop it, that's a bit mean. Can you please start clearing up in here? Gray's parents are coming for dinner, remember? I'd better go and talk to her." It took 30 vital minutes to talk Lauren from blotchy-faced misery into some sort of useful state. There, babes. You will start to feel better really soon, I promise. I know everyone says it, but there really are so many other lovely boys out there, and young hearts do mend quickly. I promise you, in a couple of weeks you're going to be over him. And in exasperation, when that didn't work, "He was far too old for you. Boys that age are just totally unreliable. And anyway, he was covered in acne, even on his back, probably." And finally, losing all patience, "I'm sorry, but I don't care anymore. You'll just have to blow your nose, bring your tissues, and come and help me downstairs." At last, Annie had Lauren employed in the house along with Owen, hoovering, plumping cushions, cunningly disguising packing boxes with tablecloths and throws. With a great deal of concentration, Annie managed to separate 12 eggs, whites into one bowl for the meringues, yolks into another for the hollandaise. Then her mobile rang, and she was very surprised to hear her former store client, Svetlana, on the line. In a few breathless sentences, the former Miss Ukraine spelled out the crisis going on in her life. Potato-faced Igor, who had doubtless cheated on her in the past, had now inevitably met someone much younger, much more beautiful and willing, so he had filed for divorce. But the billionaire gas baron, with an eye towards safeguarding every penny of his fortune, had filed in Russia, leaving Svetlana convinced she was going to get nothing. "I am phoning all my Russian friends. They are putting me into a panic," Svetlana was blurting into Annie's ear. "I think I must phone an English friend, and I think of you." Annie couldn't help but be flattered by this elevation in status from stylist to friend, although it didn't say much about the multiculturalism of Svetlana's inner circle. "Darling, you've got to calm down," Annie said as soothingly as she could. "You live in London. Your children were both born here, right?" "Yes, at the Portlands, yes. So I'm pretty sure your boys are British citizens, and I'm certain he can't mess you about. He can't divorce you in Russia. I'm sure you can make sure it goes through the British courts. But his fortune, his estate is Russian, all in Russia," Svetlana went on, her voice rising. "He can hide things, hide everything from the courts. He's told me this before, Anna. If I don't agree, I'm going to lose everything. He will threaten to take the boys away." "Svetlana, calm down, darling." Svetlana had Annie's full attention now. The bowls of separated eggs had been completely forgotten. "This is not a Dostoevsky novel." Somewhere up there, her late Francis Holland English teacher was smiling. "Babes, you live in a 16-bedroomed mansion in Mayfair. Igor would have a job hiding that, and that house alone would probably see you comfortably all the way through retirement." There was a pause while Annie thought hard about what Svetlana needed to do next. Suddenly, it was obvious. "You know what?" she began. "I know someone who has been through a very nasty divorce with big money at stake. I'm sure I can ask her which lawyer you need, so keep your phone close and I'll come back to you just as soon as I can." It had occurred to Annie before just how powerful the women who formed her client base at the store could be, and she had all of their mobiles on speed dial in order to inform them at the press of a button when something new and perfect for them came in. Aha! And here was the number of the very glamorous 40-something whose monumental divorce settlement had made headlines. Now she would just explain Svetlana's situation, get the name of the QC who had done the business, and call her Ukrainian friend straight back. "Hi, Megan. How are you? Yes, it's Annie Valentine, not of the store anymore. I hope you can help me with something." When Annie got back on the line to Svetlana, she was in for a surprise. "Got a pen and paper, babes?" she asked. "His name is Harry Roscoff of Roscoff, Barry and Moss. How will you pay for him?" It had never occurred to Annie that Svetlana would have no money of her own, that Potato Face would already have cut off her allowance precisely so she couldn't cruise the streets of London in her chauffeured Bentley in search of expert legal advice. "You've no money?" Annie asked incredulously. "Not one penny." Once this had taken its moment or two to sink in, and Annie had promised herself right there and then to never give up her independence, she issued the following instructions. "Okay, darling, here's what you have to do. You fill up a big suitcase with some of the things in your wardrobe you don't want anymore. The more bags, boots, shoes and labels, the better. Then you tell me where I come to collect it from you, and I will turn it into cash. I'll sell everything for the best possible rates, and absolutely not one penny of commission, babes. I'm doing this one for you." Now she didn't envy Svetlana her army of staff, her gilded lifestyle and her utter dependency on a total arsehole quite so much. When she'd hung up, a glance at the clock caused Annie to swear and ram the slightly runny meringue mix into the oven, set the timer and begin to hunt round the still unfamiliar kitchen for a pot to cook the fish in. "Dinah, why haven't I been able to get you on the phone for 20 minutes? Help!" "What's the matter?" Dinah exclaimed, totally panicked by an emergency call from her sister. "I need you here. I can't cope. I can't do this on my own. I've only got 2 hours left." "Annie, what are you talking about?" "I have to make dinner for Gray's parents, and it's a total cock-up. Everything's going wrong." "Okay." Dinah breathed something of a sigh of relief. "Talk me through it." The bloody, blinking hollandaise had curdled. Annie was going to have to go out again in the car in search of more eggs, and the cream she'd forgotten. There was no pot in the entire house big enough for the fish, but Dinah was assuring her that salmon could be cooked in the dishwasher. "The dishwasher?" Annie did not sound convinced. "Yes, provided you've got enough tin foil, but you always do." "No, yeah, I have no more eggs and no more cream, but I have enough bloody tinfoil to build the tin bloody man and his entire tin family." "That's my girl. You just put it on the hottest wash for 35 minutes, and you must make sure there's no powder in the dispenser, obviously." It sounded simple enough. "Will you talk me through the sauce on the phone when I get back with the eggs?" "Where are you? I can hear music." "I'm in the Rialto, hiding from the builders. I've got half an hour before I get Billy from ballet." Because the strangest thing had happened to Dinah and Carl just as soon as Annie had left London. Dinah had been offered the part-time job, doing admin at an art college she'd always said she never wanted, and Carl had gone out and landed himself a major contract. Now, believe it or not, Dinah was having a new kitchen installed. "Oh, how's the Rialto?" Suddenly Annie felt a swoop of longing for the bustling Italian cafe she and Dinah liked best for coffee. "Oh, you know, same old, same old. The bacon got left in the grill, so it's pretty smoky today. What do you do in Upper Ploxley for coffee?" "DIY," was Annie's gloomy reply. "Cafe culture has not made it this far east, sadly." "Bugger! Damn!" "Charming," Dinah commented. "I've just realised that bleeping noise is the oven. Bollocks! My meringues! Call you later." "Eat and mess, remember, Annie," were Dinah's parting words. "If your meringues are rubbish, scrunch them up with the strawberries and cream and call it eat and mess." The meringues looked a little over-toasted, and they'd merged, become as one. She had a baking tray entirely covered in one great big sandy brown, slightly crispy meringue. "Never mind. Eat and mess," she told herself, as she scratched and scraped large chunks into a bowl. Mix with cream, loads of strawberries, and Bob's your uncle. She loaded up the dishwasher, put in the powder, and turned it on, so she could empty it out later, all ready for the wrapped fish. Then she rushed out to get eggs and cream. Back into the Jeep, back down the road, through the 8 junctions and 3 sets of traffic lights, into the mega supermarket, right down the aisles, locate eggs and cream, also buy more wine, party nibbles, and other things to make the basket leaden heavy. As she bowled the Jeep back through the roads, 8 junctions and 3 sets of traffic lights, she considered the convenience of life in Highgate. There, she'd have sent Owen out for eggs and cream, and he'd have been back in under 5 minutes. It was already approaching 5:30 p.m. as she stepped back into Gray's house to the sound of Connor calling out a hello from the kitchen. "Connor? What the bloody hell are you doing here?" were her first words as she emerged from the bear hug he treated her to. "Just passing, well, filming, not a million miles away," he managed through a full mouth. He swallowed, then turned to pick up the glass of wine on the table behind him and swilled it down. Gorgeous," he said. "You've made yourself at home," Annie said. "That's not anything too fancy, is it?" She turned the wine bottle and saw a new-looking Spanish label. No, fortunately, Connor hadn't broken into Gray's vintage French burgundies, or whatever they were, all neatly stacked from floor to ceiling in the pantry. "Yep, Owen is an excellent host." Connor gave her son, who was seated at the table with an empty bowl in front of him, a hearty pat on the back. "So, what's for dinner? You're quite the little suburban Nigella these days. I am very impressed," he teased, and she was tempted to punch him. "You can't stay for dinner," Annie told him. "Gray's parents are coming. I'm meeting them for the first time and I'm totally stressed." Connor's reaction was to sit down, put his long legs up on the kitchen table, fold his arms behind his head, and utter the challenge, "Just try and make me leave, babes. Just try and make me." Owen giggled as Annie told Connor, "You can stay for a bit, but by 7 you are out of here." "Come on, I'll help break the ice." "Shut up, will you? I have to get on. Owen, you do the salad. Connor, scrub the potatoes, and I'll think about it. I have to phone Dinah about the sauce again." The next hour did not go happily. As Annie tried to make hollandaise again, Connor snuck up behind her and asked her heavy questions quietly. "How's it working out?" "It's fine. We're settling in. I think it's going to work out really well." "Uh-huh. Fine. Well." Then he whispered into her ear, "And how's it going in the bedroom?" and made several pelvic thrusts against her hip for emphasis. Unfortunately, he chose the moment she was carefully pouring a spoonful of vinegar into the sauce. "Jesus, Connor!" She tried to spoon the vinegar overflow out of the bowl as quickly as she could. "It's fine, thank you," she snapped. "I'm not talking about it right now. I'm busy." "Oh, touchy. Another fine from Annie." Then, in a suddenly serious voice, he added, "He's got to be right, Annie. Absolutely no one says you have to settle." "Go away, Connor," she growled. "I can't have this conversation now. Open the dishwasher and check my fish." "What?" Connor opened the machine and let a cloud of scalding steam into the kitchen as Annie pulled back the fridge door to bring out her meringue mess and beaten cream. "Smells lovely and lemony," Connor commented. "Lemony? What?" Just as it was dawning on Annie that maybe she should have double-checked the powder drawer hadn't jammed shut on the last wash, only to open and tip soap over her salmon, she also spotted the meringue bowl, totally empty, standing by the kitchen sink. "Where the bloody hell am I?" "Connor! Did you and Owen eat the meringues?" she shouted. "The scrapings, the leftovers. I told Owen those had to be—" Connor broke off. He could tell by Annie's face that it hadn't been a bowl full of scrapings they'd wolfed down. "They were very good," he said sheepishly. "Ah!" She ran at him, but at the last minute veered to the dishwasher, which stank of lemony, bleachy dishwasher powder. "Ah!" she cried again, only for Gray to walk in, still in his raincoat, and ask what was the matter. And "Hello, Connor, is it? Very nice to meet you, and could he smell fish? Didn't she remember his father was allergic to fish?" Annie ran out of the kitchen and into her bedroom where, in a melodramatically Lauren-like style, she threw herself across the bed, right on top of the chic red and white Marc by Marc Jacobs dress she'd laid out for tonight, and began to sob noisily. It wasn't just that she was exhausted, or a crappy cook, or that she'd washed the salmon instead of cooking it, or that she'd completely forgotten about the fish allergy. There was something else. She was frightened. For the past few days, she had been trying to suppress the worry, but now it was bubbling up uncontrollably. She was frightened that she'd made a mistake. She was beginning to suspect that she didn't like Upper Ploxley, didn't like suburban Essex life, and all the endless trips across junctions and down the M11, ferrying grumpy children to school. And then there was Gray. It was only when she'd moved in that she'd got a sense of how set in his ways he was, how, dare she use the word, old and old-fashioned he seemed to her and the children. He wore shabby purple velvet slippers round the house, but they're comfortable, and wouldn't listen to her protestations about them. Although he looked dapper in a suit and tie, In his preferred golfing V-neck and chinos, he didn't. He looked boring. He liked to read the actual old-fashioned newspaper, undisturbed from cover to cover, taking a full 2 hours over it. The children bugged him. They made too much noise for him, too much mess. They required too much of her time and attention. He was used to a pampering wife who kept a neat house, had meals on the table, and who ironed and fussed over him. Maybe he was missing his life with Marilyn. Maybe he was sorry, too. Maybe he was wondering what the hell he'd got into. Maybe Fern's worst fears were true. Maybe Annie was being used as a tactic in the divorce battle. Annie found herself regularly replaying Roddy, the early days, in her mind, to try and remember if she'd felt all the same worries then, too. Had she experienced the same feelings of claustrophobia and uncertainty when she and Roddy had first moved in together? Now, when she thought back to that time, she remembered only delirious happiness, painting their tiny bedroom sexy pink, Roddy nursing her through appalling morning sickness because she got pregnant so soon, buying baby grows and baby shoes, spending entire evenings entwined on the sofa, listening to each other's music collections with mock disgust and debating baby names. But maybe she had been just as unsure, she kept telling herself. There must have been some moments of doubt. But she'd been so young. Nothing mattered so much when you were young. The stakes were not so high. You could give someone a whirl. You could back out and walk away. Well, okay, maybe Lauren would have made that more tricky, but still. Now there was no denying that she'd made a great, big, important decision which affected both her and her children's lives, and she'd made it quickly. It was all very well saying it's a trial period and let's give things a whirl, but now she felt that she couldn't just walk away. She had to be a grown-up and give it a real, considered chance. In the kitchen, Gray made the mistake of telling Lauren, Owen and Connor that he'd better go upstairs to see if I can calm this tantrum down. This caused Lauren to jump up and shout, "No! No, you will not go up to my mum. How dare you call it a tantrum? Maybe if you hadn't asked your parents round on a day when my mum's working, just expecting her to cook for you, all like some sort of housekeeper. She can't cook. Haven't you noticed that? Haven't you worked out the slightest thing about her?" "Lauren," Connor intervened, "I think you're being a bit—" "But look at him," Lauren raged. "He doesn't do anything for himself. He's the most unreconstructed, chauvinist pig I've ever met. He just wants to turn Mum into his housewife." "Lauren, that is not true," Gray insisted, riled by the accusation. "I think you should stop, right now." "I'm going up to her," Lauren stormed. "You can just keep away." With that, she rushed out of the room. Connor and Owen looked at each other in the ensuing silence. Owen shrugged his shoulders. It was hardly the first time Lauren had shot her mouth off. "Why don't you have a glass of wine?" Connor said amiably. "Then probably best if you cancel your parents for tonight. Don't worry about all this. I'm sure it'll blow over. Teenagers, not the easiest of people." He tried to sympathise. Gray let out a deep sigh, pulled up a chair and turned the bottle of wine towards him. His face grew several shades paler. "For God's sake," he exclaimed, "that's my Dominio de Pingus 1996. When Connor's face failed to register any recognition, Gray spluttered, "Very rare Spanish, £300 a bottle, with excellent investment potential." "Oh, sorry about that." Connor hung his head apologetically. Then, reaching for a fresh glass, he added, "I think you'd better have some." Chapter 22. Annie back in town. Orangey red linen dress, Joseph Sale. Beige Mac, the trusty Valentino. large orange leather tote, Cochinelle on eBay. Caramel heels, the Chanel's for morale. Orangey red lipstick, MAC. Estimated cost £390. I suppose we're all having some teething problems. Annie walked down the charming flagstoned pavement of one of her favourite Highgate streets. Smartly painted fences, enclosed gardens brimming with lilac and buddleia. Almost all of the 3-storey Georgian houses had been beautifully and expensively renovated. Lime mortar pointing restored, old wooden windows and doors repaired, fresh coats of historically appropriate paint applied, tasteful window boxes attached. To buy a whole house on this street, several million, she reckoned, which is why most were carved up into bijou flats. It was still her property dream to own a house, and not just a flat in Highgate. But maybe it would have to be something a little smaller than one of these. Just 2 stories and a garden would be fine. She wasn't greedy. Number 39 was not a house that had been renovated yet. The paint was flaking, the stonework was grubby, and parts of the fence had rotted away. Absent landlord, she guessed, or maybe a landlord down on his luck. But still, it was undoubtedly a beautiful old house. She was collecting Owen from his music lesson, which was being held at Ed's place. She'd been told to follow the garden path round to the back of the house where the entrance to the basement flat could be found, 39B. Through the overgrown garden she went, damp flower stalks and shrub branches whipping at her legs as she negotiated the mossy path. The black door was flaking paint, and all the windows needed not just repainting but cleaning too. She pressed hard on the buzzer, and after a few moments, Ed appeared at the door. Hello. She was a little surprised at how nice it was to see him again, now that everything in her life was different and new and unsettled. She felt strangely nostalgic for the many cosy little chats they'd shared back at her flat. Hello, Annie. He smiled at her warmly. Come on in. She was ushered into a cramped hallway and shuffled past a rack stuffed with coats, anoraks, walking boots, shoes and Wellingtons, to follow him into a tiny, low-ceilinged kitchen, also crammed to bursting. She took in the overflow of pots, pans, jars rammed with utensils, piles of newspaper, a small table overwhelmed with a burden of books, pens and papers, as Ed made her feel welcome. I hope you don't have to rush off. Owen's getting on great, and maybe you'd like a cup of tea? His words were punctuated with a gentle sneeze or two, smaller than the ones he used to startle them with. Now that Ed could no longer swing round to their address, the new music lesson arrangement was that Owen would go home with Ed after school on Thursdays, and Annie would pick him up at 7 p.m. But because she'd been held up several times and had had to send Dinah, this was her first visit to Ed's home. Tea would be great, thanks, Annie told him, so he filled a hob-top kettle and set it onto the ring of an elderly but spotless cooker. Come on, I'll take you through, he offered. The sitting room was reached by way of a tiny corridor lined with bookshelves so packed that books were stacked double thickness and also piled up on the floor. She found the sitting room surprisingly charming. It was painted a deep, dusky pink, with curtains and a sofa that were of a faded but elegant floral pattern. Some tartan rugs had been thrown about to cosy things up a little, and the fireplace looked as if it had been used recently. There was another packed bookcase, a small piano, and Annie could imagine Ed lost in his music here in front of the fire. Hi, Owen, she called to her son, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, a guitar cradled between his knees. Listen to this, was his response, and he strummed her a complicated-sounding chord sequence. Brilliant, she told him, still taking in the room around her. The upright piano, 3 guitars, and a framed collection of concert posters were the kind of belongings Annie might have expected Ed to have. The beautiful oil painting of a woman in a vivid yellow dress was more of a surprise. The little ornaments and porcelain figurines on the mantelpiece and windowsills were also out of keeping, and Annie was guessing that these were some of his mother's belongings. The low ceiling above their heads dipped slightly in the middle. For how many decades had it been like that, she wondered? There was no denying the character of the place, even if it was a little dark and gloomy and in serious need of fresh paint. The doors all hung at a wonky angle, the floor squeaked, and if she were to drop a marble, she suspected it would roll right towards the fireplace. As Owen played on, Ed came in bearing a tray with 2 mugs, teaspoons, a teapot, and a little jug of milk. Very civilised. "Please take a seat," he insisted, and as she settled herself into a saggy armchair, her amateur property developer's eye fell on the buckled skirting board and the peeling sheet of wallpaper working itself away from it. Turning her head, she surveyed the rest of the stretch of skirting board, also buckled with blistering paint and peeling paper above. "Looks like you've got damp," she told him. "Oh." Ed settled on the sofa close to Owen's feet. "These old places," he waved a biscuit in the air, "always have a touch of something." "No, Ed." Annie lifted the flap of wallpaper and saw across the back of it, and the wall, as she'd suspected, a plume of black mould. "You've got damp and a serious mould situation, and..." With perfect timing, Ed gave one of his spectacular sneezes, so she could tell him very convincingly, "You're allergic to it. Most people would be." "You're joking," he said, and he came over to look at the paper she was holding up. He sneezed again as soon as he was up close. Owen came too and declared the situation gross, but nevertheless went on to tell Ed in detail all about the dry rot fruiting body that had been discovered in the basement of their previous home. "It was orangey brown and huge and mushroomy and alive. It looked like it had just come down from outer space and was about to evolve into another life form," he told them in an excited voice, a smile on his face, eyes twinkly with mischief. "That's just lovely, Owen," Ed joked. "Maybe you'd like to come into my coal hole and we'll see if we can find something like that down there." "Yeah." "Right, well, maybe next week." Owen's face fell, so Ed cheered him up with the request, "Would you like to see if you can find Hoover and Dyson in the garden for me?" "My cats," he said in response to Annie's raised eyebrows. Once Owen was out of the back door and into the garden, Ed poured the tea and began a little awkwardly, "There's something I need to talk to you about." Annie felt just a flicker of nervousness. She looked at this increasingly familiar, yet still quite unknown man, and couldn't help but remember kissing, well, make that snogging, him in the stairwell. Neither of them had ever referred to that incident, and she'd not given it a thought since it had happened. Well, not really, but now her toes were tightly curled at the thought of him bringing it up. Was he going to mention it? She wasn't sure what he was about to say. He sat forward, elbows resting on his knees, and looked directly at her, terribly seriously. "How's it going in Upper Ploxley?" he asked. "It's fine," she replied. "Good," she added quickly, but then followed this up with, "Well, the commuting's a bit of a pain, but we're getting used to it." He didn't make any reply but kept on looking at her. She felt compelled to fill the silence between them. "I suppose we're all having some teething problems," she said. "We're getting used to things and finding our feet, but I think it's going to work out for the best." "Do you?" he asked, still very serious, still looking straight at her. All she could think about was their kiss, and suddenly she was the one who felt she had to mention it. "Look, Ed, if this is about that day in the stairwell," she stumbled. "I didn't mean anything by it. I don't want you to get the wrong idea. I was just very excited about Owen and his solo, and I got carried away. I'm very happy with Gray," she said with emphasis. Ed's face seemed to cloud over. She'd tried to clear the air, but her words seemed to have had the opposite effect. He looked almost angry. "I wasn't going to talk about that," he said, making her want to kick herself hard. "I just thought I should tell you, in case you hadn't noticed, that Owen isn't very happy. He's stopped speaking in class, and judging by how well his guitar playing is coming along, he must be in his room practicing for hours every day. I'm delighted when pupils practice, but I don't think that amount of time on his own can be very good for him." For a moment, Annie was so taken aback she didn't know what to say. Had she overlooked Owen? He'd seemed to settle into Gray's home quite well, compared with Lauren, but if he was back to not talking in class again, that was a big setback. "Oh, no, I didn't know about that," she said. "Maybe this move was just a bit soon," Ed said, and she felt a spark of annoyance. That was a bit much. "Don't think that I don't worry about the children, because I do," she insisted. "I worry about them all the time. I only want what's best for them, and I really hope this could work for us all." "I'm sorry," Ed replied, which took the wind out of her sails a little. "I'm helping Owen as much as I can," she added. "I hadn't realised what was going on at school. You were right to tell me about that." His head was bowed and he was rubbing his hands together, agitated by this conversation. "Well, maybe this isn't my business either," he began, not looking up at her. "But I think you would want to know that there's about £2,000 missing from the school's charity fundraising account. I haven't spoken to Lauren and her friends about it yet, but obviously I'm going to have to." £2,000? Annie repeated in astonishment. "How much is in the account?" "There's over 8,000 left, but there have been 3 withdrawals that have added up to £2,000. Only Lauren and one other girl are able to make withdrawals," he told her gravely. "Oh no," was Annie's stunned reaction. Immediately she wondered what Lauren was planning to do with the money. Run away? This was her first panicky thought. "Ed, can you give me the chance to speak to Lauren about this first?" Annie asked. "She's just being so difficult at the moment. She doesn't like it at Gray's. Her boyfriend's dumped her, she's missing her friends, and now it looks like she's done something totally out of order. But can you just let me find out what she knows about it? And if she's got £2,000 on her, she could just run off," were the words Annie didn't add. "Right, well," Ed stood up. "I'll see Owen at the weekend then?" He was referring to the long-planned camping expedition. Annie got up too and felt awkward now that Ed had landed all these difficulties on her. "I will understand if you don't want to do the trip anymore," she told him. He looked at her with surprise. "Why wouldn't I want to do it? Owen would be gutted." She smiled at him, so grateful that he understood this. Chapter 23. Owen's camping pyjamas. Socks, Asda. Pants, Asda. Jogging bottoms, Asda. Long sleeve top, Gap sale. Estimated cost £12. Yep, too many beans. Owen was uncomfortable in his sleeping bag. He felt too hot, too tight, and too bundled up. Also, his right thumb, carefully wrapped in a clean plaster, was starting to throb. Opening a family-sized tin of beans with his penknife turned out to have been a bad idea. The tin had opened easily enough, but the knife had left a cruelly jagged edge, which had ripped his thumb open as he was tipping the beans out into the pot. For a few moments, Owen hadn't registered the pain, and his blood had dripped noiselessly down onto the beans. But as soon as he'd uttered his first "ow," Ed, on cooking duty at the camp along with 2 dads and 4 other boys, had sprung into action. The cut had quickly been assessed, cleaned with disinfectant wipes, and held up high to stem the blood flow. Once the plaster had been expertly applied and soothing words administered, they'd both gone back to the gas stove to check over the beans. There was a small but unmistakable puddle of blood sitting on top of them. "Do you think we should throw them out?" Owen had asked. No, Ed had heartily assured him. Of course not, as long as they get a good boil. Extra iron for everyone. He made several jokes about it to jolly Owen along. "Bloody great beans. I'm bloody hungry. These are going to be bloody delicious," and so on. But the cut finger had been Owen's 3rd injury of the day, and he was beginning to feel like the klutz of the camp. During the stick whittling session, he'd accidentally whittled his left index finger, so now he had a plaster on both hands. Dry stone dike building hadn't gone much better. He'd struggled with the stone, which was too heavy, and it had slipped from his hands and landed on his toe. "Never mind," Ed had assured him when he was assessing the damage to a tearful Owen. "You're going to have a really cool black toenail. Very Ozzy Osbourne." Ed had sat next to him at supper, chatting with him and some of the other boys, telling jokes, playing some of the clever word games he was so good at. When Owen's yawns had come thick and fast, Ed had suggested he head for his sleeping bag in one of the boys' tents. This is where Owen, overdressed in socks, pants, jogging bottoms and a long-sleeved t-shirt, now wriggled uncomfortably. On one side of his stomach, there was a slightly sore patch. Too many beans, he suspected. Then he found he couldn't help thinking about his dad, who was a cheerful and extrovert farter, who'd had about 50 different words for the process, Owen's favourites being humming and letting off steam. And he was thinking about the other thing and worrying quite a lot more. He'd thought he'd be able to keep it to himself, make it his own little project, but now he wasn't so sure. Then he saw Ed, in cord trousers and a frazzled old stripy pyjama top, coming into the tent with an old-fashioned storm lantern in one hand and one of Owen's books in the other. "Thought you might want this," he said, crouching down beside Owen's sleeping bag and handing over the book. "How are you doing? Comfy?" He looked around. There were 3 other boys in the other corner of this big Boy Scout-sized tent. "Do you think you'll get any sleep, or will it be ghost stories all night long?" "Don't know," Owen said. "But you're not sleepy yet?" "No, not yet," Owen told him, then promptly gave a huge yawn. "You're warm enough, though?" Ed asked. Yeah, fine." Something about Owen's slightly pained face made Ed ask, "Sore tummy?" When this got a nod, he suggested, "Too many beans, maybe?" "Yeah, too many beans." "I'm sure everyone in here will understand if you need to release a little," he raised an eyebrow, "pressure. Just keep your bag pulled tight." This made Owen grin, and he suddenly found himself telling Ed, "The maps that I made for this trip, the special walk that I'd planned along Even Ridge, I've forgotten to bring them. I left them on my bed." "It's okay," Ed assured him, surprised to see such an anxious look on Owen's face. "We'll buy an ordnance survey first thing in the morning and plot it out with that." "Yeah, well, but the thing is," Owen continued, "I'm worried my mum or my sister will find them." "Now, why would you worry about that?" Ed asked with a puzzled look. "Well, you see, the thing is..." Owen made a long pause, but Ed gave him such a reassuring look that in a tense little burst of words, Owen began to explain. "It's about my dad." it wasn't nearly as hard to tell someone as he'd expected. Ed listened carefully, asked just a question or two, then told Owen he should try and get off to sleep now, and he could have another think about it all in the morning. Chapter 24. Lauren goes outdoors. Fuchsia ripped t-shirt, Camden Market, pale grey skater trousers, Quicksilver Sale, silver parka, Topshop, fuchsia trainers, Rocket Dog, estimated cost £110. There's no way I can tell you about it. Mum! There was an unusual note of urgency to Lauren's voice as she walked into Gray's kitchen, clad in skimpy pink pyjamas and holding out several sheets of paper. What is it? Annie, still in her dressing gown, uncurled her newly painted fingernails from the mug of coffee she was enjoying in front of the large sunny window. It's 8:15. What are you doing up so early? She asked as Lauren handed her the pages covered with Owen's cramped handwriting and intricately detailed pencil drawings. Trying to find my headphones, but Owen must have taken them, Lauren snapped. Lauren liked to wire up for sound first thing on a Saturday morning, then dive back under the duvet for at least another hour or two. Annie leafed through the pages but couldn't see what was exciting her daughter so much. These are Owen's little maps and drawings of the campsite he's at with Ed, she said. The plans were so detailed and so careful, each with a little compass drawn in it at the top. She could picture Owen sitting at the kitchen table, hunched over them, tongue poking slightly from the corner of his mouth. She felt the wave of worry about him break over her again, the same feeling she'd had as he climbed into the dodgy little hatchback Ed had turned up in. Borrowed from a friend, apparently. It hadn't occurred to Annie that Ed didn't own a car until the trip was in the final stages of preparation. She'd watched as Owen had settled into the front passenger's seat and snapped his belt into place. Her eyes had moved all over the body of the well-worn Ford Fiesta as she tried not to dwell on the fact that it probably didn't have a passenger airbag or side impact bars or even ABS brakes. Plus, they'd taken so much stuff that the boot was packed to capacity. Would Ed even be able to see out of the back window? Ed, already dressed to hike in muddy blue waterproof trousers and walking boots, seemed to catch wind of her anxiety. And as he'd opened the driver's door and prepared to get inside, he'd assured her, "I'm a very boring, careful driver. I don't want you to worry about that, okay? Not for a moment. I'll take very good care of him, won't I, Owen?" Then he'd given her a wink to lighten the moment. "Goodbye, Owen." She'd gone round to her son's side of the car and tried not to wave and smile too frantically. "Did you have any idea where they were going?" Lauren now asked her accusingly as Annie continued to look at the drawings. "Of course I know where they are. They've gone to the Black Mountains." "And do you know where that is?" "It's in Wales." "Yeah, the bit otherwise known as the Brecon Beacons." Annie could feel her heart rate speed up at these words. "This map," Lauren began, but Annie's eyes had now picked out the words, Even Ridge, in tiny writing, running along one of the contours Owen had copied onto his plan. "Oh my God," she exclaimed. Even Ridge was known for only one reason in their family. It was Roddy's place. "Don't you get it?" Lauren was almost shouting the words at her. "Owen wants to visit Dad's—" Annie cut her off, her voice now urgent too. "Why does he want to do that?" she asked. But she already knew of this deep-seated wish of Owen's. He had asked her to take him many times before, and she had always assured him they would go, the three of them would travel there together as a family, when they were all ready. What she'd really meant was when she was ready, and she was not. She didn't even like to think about when she might be able to face that trip, and had put Owen's request so far to the back of her mind that she had succeeded in forgetting about it altogether. But clearly Owen was determined to go and had hatched this clever little plan all on his own. She was certain Ed could have had nothing to do with it. Annie snatched up the kitchen phone and punched in the number of the mobile Owen had with him. Ed, of course, infuriatingly did not have a mobile. "I'm not a brain surgeon," he'd informed her. "Nobody will ever need to contact me that urgently." But now she did. She heard her own voice coming down the line at her because Owen had never changed the message. "Hi, it's Annie. I can't take your call right now." "Owen, it's Mum," she began her message. "Everything's okay. I'm just coming to be with you too. Okay, darling? Please phone me straight away." As soon as she'd hung up, she told Lauren, "Get dressed, darling. We have to go there. If Owen's going to do this today, he needs us to be there with him." Lauren didn't argue, even though Annie knew she'd planned to spend the day in London with her school friends. And Annie hadn't forgotten that there was another conversation she had to have with her daughter. Gray came downstairs for breakfast, just as Annie, fully dressed and all set to head off with Lauren, was about to wake him and explain what was happening. "There's a problem with Owen," Annie told him. "Lauren and I have to head up there and be with him." "Is he okay?" Gray asked, double-checking the wrap and cord tension of his dressing gown at the sight of Lauren in the hallway. He's not hurt. It's nothing medical," Annie assured him. "Look, we really have to go. Do you mind if I explain it all to you later?" "Right. Well," Gray looked grumpy about this. "I'll have a quiet little day to myself, will I? Maybe I'll do some tidying up in this pigsty of a home." "I'm very sorry, Gray. I was going to spend some time on that." Annie shrugged her shoulders apologetically. There was a lot of stuff lying about everywhere, and it belonged to Owen, to Lauren, and to her. Gray couldn't be blamed for even one stray cup. Mess somehow looked much messier in Gray's house. There was something about the open-plan minimalism that just didn't go well with family life. There was no room for anything. Maybe they needed extra rails, shelves, shoe racks and storage boxes. Maybe a trip to IKEA would solve everything. "Perhaps if I search hard enough, Lauren," Gray said pointedly, "I'll come across the 2 boxes of medicine that are currently missing from my supplies." "What?" Annie and her daughter chorused together. "Yes, that's right." Gray was still several steps above them on the stairs, his face clearly furious, but trying to do an impression of calm. 1 box of 50 Valium tablets, 1 box of 50 temazepam, both missing from my locked office cabinet. A nice little earner for somebody. "Do you know anything about this?" Annie snapped at Lauren. She shook her head emphatically, not taking her eyes from Gray. "Gray, if there's a problem with my children, you come and talk to me about it first," Annie told him, now furious too. "Don't just go about making completely unfounded accusations." "But we know Lauren's dishonest," he exclaimed. "Didn't she cost you your job? And the way she's been behaving the past few weeks, it wouldn't surprise me one bit to find out she's on drugs." This was too much for Annie. She took Lauren by the arm and hustled her out of the front door, giving it a great dramatic slam for good measure. Once they were in the Jeep, she revved the engine hard and roared out of the driveway, creating 2 deep ruts in Gray's neatly raked gravel. No words passed between mother and daughter until they were miles out of Upper Ploxley and on the motorway heading west. Then finally, Annie asked first about the dental drugs, to which she got an emphatic, "I don't know anything about that, I promise." Then she began her inquiry into the missing £2,000. At first she was met with silence. Lauren turned her head, folded her arms and stared out of the passenger's window at the passing scenery. After a long pause, she asked her mother a question in return. "How do you know about that?" "Ed told me." "Ed? How does he know?" "He checked the charity's bank account. The money's been taken out. It's not rocket science, Lauren." "I didn't think he ever looked." Annie let this completely incriminating remark pass without comment. She kept her eyes on the road, drove steadily, and waited. "There's no way I can tell you about it," Lauren said slowly. "No way." "Of course there is," Annie said gently, although she could feel her heartbeat accelerate with fear. "I'm your mum. I care about you more than anyone else in the world does. No matter what's going on, you can tell me and I will always, always help you." Then Lauren began to sob. And Annie felt properly frightened. Lauren had obviously done something terrible, or something terrible had happened. Wild thoughts raced through Annie's mind. An abortion, gambling, drugs, guilt that she hadn't paid close enough attention to her stroppy and difficult, but nevertheless fragile, about to turn 16-year-old, was coursing through Annie's veins. "Lauren, whatever it is, you're here with me, you're safe, and I'm going to look after you, whatever it is," Annie assured her. "It was for Susie," the words began in between tears. "She's in such a mess. Her parents have split up and her boyfriend's a total... He's just a druggie, Mum. No other word for it." Annie was nodding encouragingly, but her grip on the steering wheel was knuckle white. "She was just doing it at the weekends," Lauren went on, "but it got to her. She started bringing stuff into school. She's such a mess. We kept telling her to split up with him and get some help." Annie moved the Jeep over into the slow lane so she could give Lauren's story better attention. "She persuaded us to lend her money from the fund. She said she needed it to get treatment and she'd get it back from her dad as soon as he was back in the country. We all think, she's taken the money and spent it with her boyfriend. She's never going to ask her dad now, and I've no idea how we're going to get it back, and..." Her voice raised to a desperate crescendo. "We're all going to get expelled once this comes out." The sobbing broke out anew. Although this was a problem, Annie couldn't help breathing something of a sigh of relief that, for Lauren at least, it wasn't as awful as Annie had imagined. "Lauren," Annie began, "don't worry, okay? Try not to worry. I wish you'd told me sooner." "You've been so busy with Gray," came the accusation. "I am never, ever too busy for you, okay?" Annie looked over at her daughter. "But we will sort this out." "Blimey," she added several moments later. "There's never a dull moment, is there?" "Mum," Lauren asked, wiping her face and looking over at the person she now wished she'd confided in weeks ago, "are we going to carry on living with Gray?" Annie, looking straight ahead, nudging the Jeep back over into the fast lane and putting it up into 6th gear, let out a deep sigh before confiding, "No, babes, and I'm so sorry. I thought he was going to be really good for all of us. I wouldn't have put you through another move if I hadn't thought it was the best thing to do. I'm so sorry." "We'll have to move again," Lauren pointed out. "I know. Where to?" Lauren wondered, knowing full well that they couldn't go back to their flat for months. "I'm working on that," Annie told her, and began to chew her lip. "We'll go back to town, though, definitely. God, I can't stand Upper Ploxley," she added with feeling. "Where am I supposed to go for a coffee, let alone a nice pair of shoes?" Lauren giggled at this, which made Annie feel slightly better about the decisions ahead. Chapter 25. Annie Outdoors. Maroon cagoule, village shop. Maroon waterproof trousers, village shop. Navy hiking boots, village shop. Estimated cost £70. I just can't. Lauren tried and failed to reach Owen on the mobile as the Jeep ate up the miles between them. Close to 2 hours had passed when Annie exited the motorway and, using the map they'd bought at a service station, began to navigate the smaller, twisty roads that led to the campsite. The towns and red-roofed housing estates had fallen away now, and they'd entered gentle green countryside. First of all, farms with patchwork fields, and then the roll of hills began. It was damp weather. The highest peaks had wispy cloud clinging to their summits, and the smell of fresh, moss-scented air was coming in through the Jeep's heating system. Annie wanted to know if Lauren was all right about a visit to Even Ridge. If Owen's ready to go there, or if he's already been there, then I want to go there too, came the quiet reply. Yes, Annie thought to herself. Maybe that was exactly the right way to think about it. If Owen was ready, maybe they should take his lead and try to be ready too. Maybe she was never going to want to see this place, but if her children thought it might help, she would have to go and do this with them, for them. After a little while, Lauren asked, "Mum, it's okay to be nervous, isn't it?" "Yes, of course it's okay to be nervous," Annie assured her. "I'm absolutely terrified." Soon the Jeep was moving slowly through the high street of the small town closest to the campsite as Lauren tried to decipher Owen's map. They'd decided to look for Ed and Owen at the campsite first, then, if there was no sign of them, head on to Even Ridge by themselves. As they turned left into a little side street that led to the site, Lauren shouted, "Over there! I think that's Owen!" Sure enough, walking in front of them, recognisable by his anorak and slouched shoulders, was Owen, and just behind him, recognisable by his nest of hair, was Ed. Annie sped up a little to get ahead of them and then pulled up. Moments later, she and Lauren were on the pavement, standing in front of the surprised campers. "Mum?" Owen looked astonished. "What are you doing here?" Annie looked from Owen to Ed and back again. "We were just on our way to the phone box," Ed began. "Owen was going to speak to you." And with those words, Annie sensed that Ed knew about Owen's plans and was going to make sure she was consulted first. She felt some relief at that. "Is something wrong with your phone?" Annie asked her son. "No reception," Ed answered, a picture of calm. "Owen, don't you think it would have been a good idea to tell me about your plan before you left home?" Annie asked, but her voice was gentle, so Owen would know he wasn't in trouble. "What plan?" Owen replied, trying for just one moment longer to avoid the inevitable showdown he'd been dreading ever since Ed had told him, kindly but firmly, that no, he couldn't possibly take him up to Even Ridge without his mother's full permission and blessing. Annie took Owen's drawings out of the back pocket of her trousers and held them out to him. "I knew you'd say no," Owen burst out. "I wasn't going to tell Ed either. And I have. And now it's all ruined." His face was suddenly pale, with a bright spot of red in each cheek. Annie knew this meant he was very upset or very angry, maybe both. "I should be allowed to see Dad's place if I want to," he added in a surprisingly loud voice. "I haven't driven all this way to tell you no," Annie said. Then, knowing she wasn't ready, but that somehow she would need to find the courage, she said, "Lauren and I came because if it's so important to you to go, then we'll go with you." Annie saw Owen's shoulders loosen a little, and for a moment she thought he was going to cry, and that made her think she would cry too. "What about scones? Tea and cream scones?" Ed chipped in, putting a comforting hand on Owen's shoulder. "It's still too misty to do any serious hill walking, but it looks like it's going to clear up nicely, so in the meantime, I think we should hide out at Edna's Tea Corner, over there. The cakes in the window look sensational," he added cheerfully. At that moment, all three Valentines felt deeply grateful for Ed's tension-breaking enthusiasm for home baking. Annie looked at herself in the mirror with undisguised horror. "An anorak! An anorak!" she repeated. "I don't do anoraks." especially, she thought to herself, when they are maroon cagoules paired with horror of horrors, maroon waterproof trousers tucked into, this can't be happening, hiking boots. The whole outfit was available for £70. Double discount day special in the town's little outward-bound clothing shop. Her children were giggling. Ed had one arm folded across his woolly jumpered chest. The other was propped up as, chin in hand, blue eyes twinkly, he scrutinised her a little too carefully. "Oh, now that is so you," he said, displaying a hitherto undiscovered talent for wicked imitation. "Brings out the colour in your cheeks, wouldn't you say, Lauren?" Lauren's giggles grew louder. "And the trousers in this season's oxblood red, they coordinate perfectly," he added. "Who'd have thought of putting those two together? That is so very clever." Annie couldn't decide whether to laugh at him or hit him. "Do I have to wear this? All of it?" she pleaded once again. He nodded his head. "Oh, yes, strictly necessary. I'm going to insist you put the hood up and tie it tightly round your face as well." "But we're just walking up a hill," she tried one last time. He shook his head and told her, "You need proper kit." "Mum, you look fine," Lauren encouraged her, although Annie couldn't help feeling this was a barefaced lie. Maroon? Why did the only things left on the bargain rail, in her size, have to be maroon? The colour she'd overdosed on in those fashion wilderness years between the ages of 13 and 15. Ed had broken the fashion news to her gently, after the teas had been drunk and an impressive amount of Edna's home baking consumed. "If we're going to go up Even Ridge, Annie, then you'll have to get waterproofs and a pair of walking boots." Although Lauren had left the house in an unusually sensible outfit, Annie had dressed for a day's window shopping in a short belted mac and leather trainers. But obviously that wasn't going to do. To her horror, Ed had explained that in this drizzly wet, she'd need waterproofs to stay dry and basic hiking boots for grip. Couldn't they just have made a nod or two to passing trends? She wondered aloud. Skinny trouser bottoms? Colours from this century's palette? "It's practical," Ed told her. "It's criminal," she insisted. She pulled the maroon hood on and tied the drawstring tight round her face so that she peered out like an owl. "I can't. I just can't." She made one final protest. Chapter 26. Ed up a hill. Navy blue waterproof trousers, Tizo. Ancient hiking boots, Army and Navy stores. 2 long-sleeve t-shirts, vintage. Yellow Gore-Tex anorak, Tizo. Small waterproof backpack, Tizo. Estimated cost £160. Let's try and enjoy the ride. The walk towards Even Ridge began straight after the purchase of the maroon waterproofs, once Ed had satisfied himself that every single person definitely wanted to go, and that they were all absolutely sure they wanted him to come with them. "Of course we want you to come," Annie insisted. "You'll show us the way and you'll—" She almost said, "look after us," but stopped herself and went with, "keep us right." But she realised at that moment how much she did want the calm and reassuring presence of Ed. He would look after them and keep them right. There was some chatter at the start, but it was of the nervous rather than the cheerful kind. 20 minutes or so into the climb, the talk dried up, and the four were walking along in silence, in single file, concentrating on the narrow, steadily rising path. Annie found herself thinking hard in the quiet. Ed had showed them on the map the way the ridged path curved right along the face of the hill, moving slowly up to the summit and then bringing walkers back down by a different route. "It's about 2.5 hours walk, all in," he'd told them. "Do you know roughly where we're aiming for?" he'd asked. Annie had shaken her head in reply to this, but told him, I don't think it's far from the top." "OK, fine." Ed had smiled at them encouragingly as he'd pulled up the zip on his neon yellow jacket. "We'll just put one foot in front of the other. Keep going, and let's try to enjoy the ride." A gentle grey drizzle was still blanking out both sky and sun and wrapping itself all around them. Within 15 minutes of starting the walk, Annie felt damp everywhere. Her face was running with drizzly wet. Her body, underneath the waterproof outfit, was clammy. Suddenly, Gore-Tex wasn't looking like such a bad investment. She watched her feet moving for a while, clumpy in the brand-new hiking boots. Put one foot in front of the other, as Ed had instructed. She tried to concentrate hard on this rather than think too much about where they were heading. It wasn't a difficult walk. The path was about 1 metre wide and stony. It was damp in places, but only slightly slippery. As they got higher, every so often she lifted her head to take in the view, which was much more pleasant than she'd expected. As the drizzle began to lift, she could make out calm green hills and valleys stretching out ahead of them. Where sunlight had broken through clouds in the distance, roads, cars and windows gleamed gold. She was also on the lookout for some clue that they were in the right place, although she had no idea what this clue was going to be. She had expected to feel very anxious up here, panicky even, so close to Roddy, about to see the place where... But she was surprised to find that a sense of calm had come over her. The act of walking was helping. As she walked on and gradually up, she felt a growing sense of purpose. She looked back at Owen and Lauren and wondered what they were thinking. Owen broke into a jog. He quickly pulled up level with her, then flashed her a smile before passing. "Are you going to be first to the top?" she asked him, cheered by the irrepressible fun he was managing to squeeze from this. "Definitely," he called back over his shoulder. His red anorak was unzipped and flapped in the wind behind him as he jogged on ahead. She automatically wanted to call out to him, "Be careful," but she didn't because she didn't want to sound fussy. They had been walking for about 50 minutes and seemed to be making good time towards the summit, when Owen, 80 feet or so ahead of her, called out urgently, "Mum! Mum, come and look at this!" Annie, Lauren and Ed hurried up the pathway to reach him and followed his pointing finger to a colourful bundle propped next to a large grey boulder. The side of the hill was much steeper here, so if they wanted to take a closer look, they would have to scramble carefully down the grass to get to the rock that was about 15 feet below the path. "Owen," Annie called out to steady her son, who'd already left the path and was crawling his way down backwards, hands, knees and toe caps in the grass for grip. "I think you'll be okay," Ed reassured her, climbing down from the path himself and holding out a hand to Lauren, who clearly wanted to join them. "It's grassy, but I don't think it'll be too slippery." So all four of them moved, sliding and crawling, down the steep bank towards the stone. Annie, hands pressed hard into the wet grass as she tried to slow her descent, wondered how on earth she'd got herself into this, and how would they ever get back up? And maybe this wasn't the right place or anything to do with Roddy. By the time she made it down to the boulder, the colourful bundle had come into focus as a weather-beaten bunch of flowers. Owen had picked it up, and as Lauren scrutinised the wrapping paper, Ed stood at a distance, not wanting to intrude. "Can I have a look?" Annie asked, and Owen put the wet bundle into her hands. About 10 days ago or so, this had been a sensational bunch of flowers. The significance of the date did not pass her by. These had once been fat pink and orange roses, prettily arranged with evergreen branches. The smart cellophane was shredded in places, but Annie could make out a London WC1 postcode. She was certain this had something to do with Roddy, At the inquest, it had been stated that no other serious accident had happened on Even Ridge in living memory, unless there had been something since, of course. Lauren pointed down into the flower stems. "Look, there's a card." Annie peeled back the wrapper and brought out a small silver envelope. For a moment she didn't know if she dared. What if this was something she didn't know about, shouldn't know about? What if it was private to Roddy, or even to do with someone else entirely? But Owen and Lauren were crowding close and urging her on, so she pulled out a tiny white card, no more than 2 inches long. Scribbled over the front and back in a handwriting she recognised were the words, "The 3rd anniversary, my friend. 3 whole years without you. I just hope, wherever you are, that you have some idea of how much we all miss you." Annie stared at the card, but the words were blurring. "Who's it from?" Owen wanted to know. "It's from Connor, isn't it?" Lauren asked. Annie just nodded and thought of Connor travelling out here, walking all this way with flowers in his hand and not breathing a word of it to her. That day, on the anniversary, he'd phoned her in the evening to ask if she'd got through it okay. She could feel her tears fall. "Yes, I think so," she managed. "Did Daddy fall off the path and hit his head here?" Owen asked in that clear, factual, small person way that might actually break her heart. "Yes." Her voice was down to a husky whisper. "He was so unlucky, babes. So very, very unlucky." Unlucky. This was the way she chose to describe it now. There was nothing to be gained from thinking about whether it was fair or unfair. But she had only come to realise this after long and pointless hours raging about how unfair it had been. She tucked the card into the flowers, then carefully placed the bunch back at the foot of the stone, deeply moved by Connor's gesture. Now she suspected they were going to have to do the thing she'd been dreading halfway up a hillside with the odd passerby to see them. They were going to have to huddle together and cry. With her nose pressed into the top of Lauren's head, with Owen tucked in against her cagoule, they cried together. She thought at first she would just have a short cry, a let it out, blow nose, then move back to the path sort of thing. She thought she had to be strong for the children and hold it together. They're the ones who are really, really upset, and they need me to keep it together here. But she began to feel horrible, big, wrenching sobs bursting from her lungs, and she couldn't do anything to stop them. Roddy was not away on location, as she so often tried to fool herself. He was gone. He wasn't ever going to come back to them. Her mobile was never again going to flash with his number. He was never going to be in the doorway, back from a trip, laden down with presents for them all, and she was never, ever going to wake up in the morning and find that this nightmare was over and he was safely back home beside her. Standing here on this hillside, at the very place for the first time, it was as if she at last understood that he was dead. And it hurt so much, so intensely that she didn't know if she could stand the pain. She was struggling for breath, struggling to stand. Lauren and Owen's father, her lovely husband Roddy, had been fatally injured on this walk, right here on Even Ridge. A freak fall, apparently, so everyone involved in the accident had told her at the time. Accidental death was the coroner's final verdict. As if the words freak fall could have happened to anyone, had made it any easier to bear. In fact, she often thought it made it much harder. If Roddy had set off that weekend to scale an alpine glacier, she might have been more prepared for a terrible accident. But he'd left with 3 of his mates for a beer drinking and hill walking weekend. "It'll be much more about beers than hills, I can tell you that," he'd joked as he'd flung his overnight bag into the boot of Connor's car. After a big night out and a little bit hungover, Roddy and his friends had set off for a pick-me-up jaunt to the top of Even Ridge. Close to the summit, Roddy had stumbled, lost his footing and fallen. He'd rolled down this steep bit of hill and should have come to a laughing standstill just a few metres away and dusted himself down. But his misfortune had been to hit his head hard enough against this boulder right here to cause a massive brain hemorrhage. A helicopter had been scrambled and he'd been airlifted to the nearest intensive care unit, but he'd never regained consciousness and after several days on life support he'd died. Annie could wish and wish all she liked that he'd died immediately. But the reality of Roddy's death had been a battery of extensive tests and then the devastating news that he was brain dead. His family and his closest friends had all come to visit. They had talked to him and held him and told him things they wished they'd told him so much more often when he could still have heard. They'd cried over him, touched him, kissed him, curled up in bed beside him. Until finally Annie, fully conscious, vaguely wondering why she was not entitled to pain relief, an anaesthetic or at the very least gas and air, had signed the forms. With Lauren and Owen in the fiercest embrace of Fern next door, with her own arms too tight around the waist of Roddy's mother, Penny, Annie had watched the nurses quietly and sensitively switch off the machines, take out the tubes, unhook the drips and remove the needles. With his wife holding one hand, his mother clinging to the other, it had taken Roddy several excruciatingly long minutes to die. The moment she knew it had happened, Annie had felt a dreadful physical snap. Something inside her had broken irreparably. She had sat with him, gripping his hand for almost 2 hours afterwards, so lost and so shocked she hadn't even noticed Penny leave the room. Until someone, specially trained, had come in to talk her through what happened next. What happened next, it turned out, was on a par with a big family wedding, except she had just a week to get it organised. There were hundreds of phone calls to make, flowers, church, selection books, catalogues, relatives, both liked and disliked, to deal with. There were daily arrivals of more flowers, more cards, and still more phone calls to make, and the endlessly ringing phone to answer, like a permanent ringing in her ears. After all that, after all the noise and the bustle and the deadlines and the plans and preparations and the great rush and swell of emotion on the day, after that came the most deafening silence. Annie's days and evenings became totally silent. She undressed in silence. She went to bed in silence. She woke up in silence. Whole weekends passed in silence. She could talk to her children, she could hear her children, she could put on the television, the radio, play music loudly, she could phone her mother, visit her sister. It didn't make any difference. All she could hear, for months on end, was the silence in her life where before there had been Roddy. Now that she was here on the hillside, now that she could see that the slope she and their children had just scrambled down had killed Roddy, she realised how furious she was, how outraged, how totally livid she was about this. How dare this stupid, innocuous bit of ground, this hard, grey, useless stone, how dare they take Roddy away from them? How dare they? She kicked furiously against the stone. How dare they? How dare they? Annie realised she was saying it aloud over and over again. She was squeezing Lauren and Owen too tightly, could feel them both pushing slightly against her. She let go of them and sat down heavily on the ground, hearing the weird scrunch of the waterproofs underneath her. She cried and cried, didn't care now that Lauren and Owen had stopped crying, didn't care whether anyone on the path up there was looking down at them, or what Ed, the outsider, was making of it all. She howled. She keened. She wiped at her streaming nose uselessly with the sleeve of the cagoule. Now there was a shiny patch of snot on her waterproof sleeve, but she didn't care. She didn't care about anything. Not the school fees, not the flat, not grey, not what was in fashion or out, or who looked good in what. She cared about nothing but these two dear, dear people standing looking distraught in front of her, and the fact that this stupid, bloody, useless, heartless, mindless lump of grey stone had taken away their dad, the man who had loved them most in the whole world. I don't care, I just don't care. She realised she was repeating the new phrase over and over, in between gulps and choking, snot-laden sobs. Then there was an arm round her shoulders. Not Lauren's soft, comforting one, or Owen's light arm, which just made it from one of her shoulders to the other, and no more. No, this was a heavy arm, holding her tight. With her eyes shut, she briefly leaned her head on the shoulder the arm was attached to, and felt supported enough to cry more. Cry hard, really hard. Cry with some intention of crying herself out. Because she realised she was going to have to cry about something else too now. How much she missed her job. All day long, she caught herself thinking about little things happening at the store, about unpeeling the polythene from the new season's arrivals, about the excitement of the first day of the bright pink 50% off tickets, walking past racks of new shoes, inhaling the smell of unbroken leather. She missed the flow of women in through her suite every day, the transformations in front of the mirror, even tidying up at the end of the day, seeing the place in the dimness of the night half-lights. She missed it all so much. She liked the fact that this solid arm and shoulder didn't come with words. It didn't say, there, or it's going to be okay, or don't cry, or shush now. It was just there, holding her shoulders tightly, and giving her heavy head a place to rest for long enough to catch her breath again, to grope for the sides in this pool of grief, and begin to pull herself up out of the water for a little bit. Eyes closed, head still leaning, she waited for the heavy breaths and gulps, the rasping feeling in her lungs to die down. After a long time, she felt able to open her swollen eyes again. Slowly, she released herself from the grip of the arm and she stood up. When she could manage the words, she said, "I'm really sorry," to Ed, the owner of the arm. "No need to be. I totally understand," he said gently. "Where are the children?" she asked, surprised to see they were no longer around. "They've gone on to the top of the hill. Do you feel ready to walk up after them?" When she nodded in reply to this, but looked anxiously at the steep slope they'd have to scramble up to get back onto the path, Ed held out his hand and told her, "Don't worry, I've got you." She took hold of the hand offered and let him pull her up the steep slope. Up ahead, on the summit of the hill, she could see Lauren and Owen standing close together, pointing out what they could see in the distance. When Annie finally got up beside them, she looked out over the wide, open view with them, ruffled Owen's overgrown hair and asked him, "What do you think of this?" Eyes fixed on the distance, he slipped his hand into hers and told her, "Thanks, Mum. I always wanted to finish Daddy's walk for him." When Lauren heard this, she told her brother in a voice close to a whisper, "That's really nice, Owen. I never thought of it like that. I'm glad you brought us." Chapter 27. Spare clothes Annie. Worn-out jeans, Ed. Belt, hers. Tennis socks, Ed. White boxers, Ed. Navy blue sweatshirt, Ed. Estimated cost, nothing. "I'm bloody soaked." "Are you okay?" Ed had asked Annie with concern, as she'd scrambled to her feet after a backwards on her bottom skid down a substantial chunk of hill in the torrential rain that had accompanied them all the way down. The smooth, waterproof trousers had tobogganed her furiously over several fierce dips, bumps and tufts, until bruised and winded she'd skidded to a standstill. The force of the slide had split the trousers in two and caused her anorak to ride up, wetting all her clothes underneath. "I'm fine," she told the little crowd of 3 around her. "But I'm bloody soaked." "Don't worry," Ed had assured her. "I've got some spare things in my tent." Spare things from Ed? She'd worried about that all the way down the rest of the hill. Back at the campsite, Ed's tent had collapsed under the weight of the downpour. A handful of boys and their dads were taking down one of the big tents before it did the same. "I think we might call it a day," one of the dads called out to Ed as they walked past. "Forecast is for heavy rain." Nevertheless, Ed managed to fish out his hold-all from the jumble of tent fabric, sleeping bags and assorted belongings, and told Annie to take whatever she needed. In the dank toilet and shower block, she undid the zip on the ancient sports bag and looked inside. Chaos. She felt in gingerly, but at least it seemed to be a clean sort of chaos. The dirty pants and socks she'd feared must have been tucked away somewhere else. She pulled out a pair of faded jeans, which were going to be too wide and too long, but there was nothing else in the trouser department. A white t-shirt, wafting washing powder, although it was saggy and almost threadbare, and a worn-out, frayed-at-the-edges sweatshirt were the items she decided would have to do for her top half. She'd need those socks and boxers too. Should she risk wearing Ed's boxers? They did look scrupulously clean. She scrambled out of her wet clothes and into the dry ones as quickly as she could, trying not to look at the cold room around her, walls damp to the touch with a persistent dripping sound. She used her belt to hitch up the trousers, bunching up the denim, then rolled up the trouser cuffs. In the pocket of her wet trousers was her phone, which began to ring and flash with her mother's number. "Mum! Hello, how are you?" "Where are you, Annie?" "I'm with Owen and Lauren and their music teacher," she began. "Owen was at this campsite and it's right beside the hill where Roddy fell." She talked Fern through the journey they'd just made. "Oh my goodness," was Fern's reaction. "Are you okay?" "Yes," Annie assured her. "We're fine. It was—" She paused. "I think it was a good thing to do. The children got a lot out of it." "Oh, Annie, I'm so sorry." "How are you? What are you phoning me for at 3 on a Saturday afternoon anyway?" Annie wondered. "I've just seen Gray," Fern told her, "but maybe now isn't the time to tell you about this." She paused. "What do you mean?" "Do you know where he is?" Fern asked her. "Not really. He said he was having a quiet day at home, tidying our messes, but he might go out. Why? Where have you seen him?" "Well, maybe you should phone him up, sweetheart. See if he tells you that he's in a cosy little booth at Le Pont d'Or, having a 3-course meal and 2 bottles of wine with his—" Annie could hear the irritation in Fern's voice now. "Wife, Marilyn," she added. "Really?" Annie could hardly believe it. "You've just seen them there?" "Yes, went in to meet Nettie for a lunchtime special. That's all I can afford in Le Pont d'Or. And only when I was leaving did I see them. I'd love to be mistaken. Maybe there's a completely innocent reason for it, but there we are." As soon as Annie had hung up on Fern, she dialed Gray's number. She felt slightly caught out when he answered straight away. "Hi." "Hi." "How's it going?" He wanted to know. "Where did you rush off to? Is everything okay with Owen?" He sounded so concerned that for a moment she thought her mother must have been wrong. Gray was surely at home, waiting for her to call him. She felt a pang of guilt that she hadn't phoned him earlier. He must have been worrying about them. "Everything's fine, really. Are you still at home?" she asked. "No, I couldn't face all the tidying up, so I headed into town." Southend? She asked. Yeah, I gave John a call and we met up for lunch. John? You know, Yachty John. We had a bit of a blowout at the Pont d'Or. Very nice it was too. I'm just heading out of the gents to settle the bill. That's great. Sorry, babes, I've got to go, was all Annie could manage in response to this. Speak to you later. When do you think you'll be back? He asked. Sorry, no idea yet. OK, speak soon. She hung up abruptly. Bloody hell. It was one thing for her to decide that moving in with Gray had been a mistake. It was something else for him to be sneaking off to see his soon-to-be ex-wife behind her back. She opened the makeup section of her handbag and took out her hairbrush and a new lipstick. After brushing carefully through her wet hair, she tied it up tightly and took several minutes to apply the lipstick perfectly. Like a soldier in a combat zone, she never let rough times get in the way of a bit of grooming or shoe polishing. That would be bad for morale. Unfortunately, she had to pull her soggy walking boots back on and the wet cagoule because the stair-rod rain had not eased. Out on the campsite, she located Ed's tent, which had been pulled back to rights, and guessed that her children were inside with him. Opening the tent flap, she saw the three of them sitting on rolled sleeping bags, backs hunched against the nylon sides, listening to the pelt of rain. She crawled in, trying to avoid putting her hand into the wet mud on the crackling plastic floor of the tent. Pull up a sleeping bag. Ed moved from his seat and sat on the floor, so Annie inched in a crouching position over to the bag and perched her bum on it, grateful for the slight warmth it radiated. Casting a glance round at the quiet, thoughtful faces surrounding her, she raised her voice to be heard above the drumming raindrops to say, Well, here we are. Everyone okay? When they all nodded, she couldn't help adding, This is fun, isn't it? I hadn't realised how much fun camping could be. Although Lauren and Owen giggled, Ed was the first to speak. Owen, do you want to do another night under canvas? He asked. Or should we think about packing up and doing this another time when it's not so wet? Totally up to you, he added. Once the four of them had tossed about the pros and cons of staying or going and decided to go, there came an unexpected offer. Can I make you all supper tonight at my place? Yes? He waved away Annie's protests, although she was wondering whether she could face going back to Gray tonight, having to have the row about his Lauren accusations and his expensive lunch on top of the day she'd already had. It's the least I can do, honestly. No trouble at all, Ed was insisting. Well, I'll have to do something with all the beans I bought for this trip. Annie hoped this was a joke. Cross-legged on the floor, Annie was contemplating her row of letters with as much concentration as she could manage with a third glass of wine in her hand. KLJWKIU. Impossible. The sadistic Scrabble sack had landed her with a hand that couldn't be played. Ed had somehow managed to feed them all from his tiny kitchen. The potatoes baked in the microwave had taken a surprisingly long time. I'm used to making just one, Ed had flustered. I forgot it would take 4 times as long. When they were finally served up, they were a bit dry and chewy, and they came with baked beans, grated cheddar cheese, and, inexplicably, tin sardines. But Annie and her children were so starvingly hungry after the walk, the rain, and the long drive back that they ate every mouthful from the plates on their knees in the sitting room, causing Ed to scratch his head, look around his cupboards for something else, then declare he was going to make scones. Annie had been sceptical, expecting little cremated lumps to emerge from his oven, but instead they came out beautifully, and Ed was totally redeemed. After dinner, he'd opened wine and settled them all into his sitting room, stoking up the fire which the damp and chilly May evening seemed to require. Annie was now looking at her row of letters again, despondently, before glancing up to see Owen laying the word Zenith downright across the triple letter and triple word score boxes, earning himself about 1,000 points. Owen, she groaned, you don't even know what zenith means. A summit or peak, just like the one we reached today, came Owen's reply, a little thickly, as he tried to talk through a mouthful of chocolate biscuits he'd just scooped from the dish on the low table they were playing at. Are you trying to argue with my budding junior Scrabble champion here? Ed asked, as he coolly placed 3 tiles down, extending 2 words and creating a third, collecting about 10,000 points in the process. We never play Scrabble, she said, as if that wasn't obvious from her pathetic 3-letter offering so far. How did you learn to play, Owen? Ed's Scrabble Club at school, came the short, chocolatey response. Wednesday lunchtimes, Ed explained. He's never mentioned it. I ask Owen about school constantly, she explained, but I probably only know about 15% of what goes on there. It's best that way, believe me, came Lauren's comment from the sofa. At Annie's insistence, Lauren had had a private, slightly shamefaced conversation in the kitchen with Ed, in which she'd explained enough about the missing funds and what she would do to get them back, for Ed to feel that he didn't have to take the matter up officially. Lauren had opted out of the Scrabble. No, not exactly my thing, and was now rummaging through a pile of heavy books stacked up against the sofa. Those are my sisters, Ed explained. She used to be into all sorts of arty stuff, but I seem to have landed up with most of it. This wasn't really a surprise. Ed's flat was the kind of place where stuff landed, never to escape again. Where does your sister live? Annie asked, curious to learn a little more. In London, came the response, but perhaps because Ed was focused on the Scrabble, no further information was offered. But you didn't grow up in London, did you? She prompted, noticing S&T on the board and putting her new tiles in front to make the word resist. But this only netted her about 8 points. Mum, that is feeble. Owen didn't spare her. No, we grew up all over the place. Dad was in the army, came Ed's reply to her question. Home sweet home for me was boarding school. Seriously, he added when she laughed. Scooping up a big handful of biscuits, he told them how he was sent to boarding school the week after his 7th birthday. It seems so barbaric now, but that was the norm. All the army kids went. We left on the plane together, went off to our various schools, then met up again on the plane home at the end of term. When they all looked at him with various shades of surprise, he added, I don't really remember being homesick. Maybe I was too young, but my mum was totally traumatised, especially later. When Hannah's son, Sid, started school, Mum kept telling me, I sent you away when you were hardly any older than him. There should have been a law against it. She thought I was institutionalised. What do you mean? Annie was smiling and keen to hear more. Well, but apart from my time at uni, I've never really left school. I've been teaching at boarding schools for most of my adult life. St Vincent's, a day school, is a real departure, believe me. I have my own home, well, Mum's old home. I have to shop and cook for myself and clean. These are big steps. Then remembering, he added, Oh yes, there was another attempt to break free when I was in this travelling band. Owen looked up at him with something approaching awe. But I must have missed the custard and steamed pudding too much, he said, making them laugh. Come September, I feel a real longing for the smell of fresh radiator paint and newly kicked up rugby pitches. It's sad. He shook his head at himself. Very sad, but true. But you're getting over it, she reminded him. I'm trying to. But there's something so appealing about boarding schools, though, especially the remote ones. I've worked in schools in the middle of nowhere, so you're in this special, very close community. You get to know people very well. You don't have to worry about all the things other people have to worry about. The bell rings, the next part of the day arrives, meals are served on the dot. Clearly a big attraction, Annie teased. You never have to shop for anything, ever. There are cupboards all over the school with everything you need. Food, stationery. Clothes? She wondered. You can always raid the lost property box. Find an abandoned old rugby shirt. This is really explaining a lot about you. Annie was smiling at him over her wine glass. And what about your dad? She asked. Did he pass away before your mum? She heard Owen give a little sigh before Ed began, as if Owen already knew the answer. My poor old dad got himself killed when we were teenagers. Occupational hazard of being in the army, obviously. I'm so sorry, Annie offered. I was just about to sit my O-levels. My sister and I flew out to my mum. Then after a few days we flew back to school again and life carried on as normal. See, that's the thing about boarding schools. These enormous shocks can happen, but you're totally buffered. My daily life was just the same as if nothing had happened. I don't know if that's very healthy, Lauren informed him, and Annie felt a little glow of pride. Lauren sounded so mature, and as if she was approving of the way her own father's death had been handled. No, he shook his head. Maybe that's why Mum dying was such a blow. I had some catching up to do. Decades of boarding school, the recent loss of his mum. As Ed opened up about himself, Annie began to have real understanding and sympathy for what he was going through. When she took herself off to his bathroom, which had one of those highly unsatisfactory electric shower over the bath arrangements, she saw a bar of soap on the sink, worn down to a sliver hardly bigger than a thumbnail. Presumably this was the kind of thing Ed would have found in one of those cupboards at boarding school. She felt a pang of protectiveness towards him. Back in the sitting room, when she settled down to her Scrabble tiles again, she found that Ed had switched seats. He'd come down off the sofa and had pulled up an old corduroy beanbag next to her cushion. You're wasting your time trying to cheat off me, she teased. Who says I need to cheat? He asked, tipping his tiles out into his hand and using them to change her resist into irresistible. He caught her eye and gave such a tiny quirk with his eyebrow that she wasn't sure if she'd seen it or not. 2 more rounds of the game were played, with Owen and Ed in an increasingly competitive battle, while Annie trailed hundreds of points behind. Secretly, she was bursting with pride at her son. When did he get so clever, she wondered. Ed seemed to be trying to lose, as his final offerings, Dreamy and Date, didn't seem up to his usual standard at all. Suddenly a shrill alarm clock sounded in the room, and Ed leapt to his feet. Is that your bedtime bell, Ed? Lauren asked, which made them all laugh. No, got to let the cats out, Ed explained, clearly embarrassed he'd been so startled. When they laughed even more at his explanation, he felt he had to elaborate. If I'm playing the guitar or something, hours can go by and they've not been out and... Don't cats let themselves out? Haven't you got a cat flap? Owen wanted to know. Oh no, not my cats, they're too lazy. I have to chase them out, he confided. So, you're all heading back to Essex now? He asked, when Annie saw to her surprise that it was close to midnight, and announced that they really would have to go, although she was tired and too cosy and comfortable here. No, not after this much wine, she reminded him. We're going to stay with Connor. I spoke to him earlier. We'll get a taxi there. And now she was going to have to turn her attention to the difficult phone call ahead of her. Already there were voicemail messages and 5 missed calls from Gray. Annie and family, was Connor's greeting as he held open his front door for them. Looking straight at Annie, with undisguised sympathy for the long and gruelling day he knew she'd had, he added, Come on in, my lovelies, I've been expecting you. We've been up Daddy's hill, Lauren told him. Yeah. Connor smoothed her hair with his hand. I heard. We love you, Connor, Annie told him as he held her tightly. Chapter 28. Hector in Love with Connor. Organic cords, Howie's. Eco-slogan t-shirt, Howie's. Two-strap vegan sandals, Birkenstock. Sheer black net boxers, La Redoux. Estimated cost £180. Darlings, isn't it a wonderful evening? Annie left her children in Connor's care and drove alone to Essex through quiet Sunday morning traffic to face Gray. All the way there, she convinced herself it wouldn't be a big problem. It wouldn't be so hard. But on arrival at Gray's house, at the sight of his tragically apologetic face at the open front door, she realised nothing about this would be easy. Gray kissed her gently on the cheek, touching her shoulder as he did, and showed her in. He'd been tidying, that was obvious. The sitting room had been almost restored to the immaculate minimalism of her first visit. Immediately he offered coffee, and she followed him through into the kitchen, where the taps gleamed and surfaces sparkled in a way they'd never done while she was in residence. While the coffee was brewing, he began with a string of apologies. He was sorry he'd been so grumpy and difficult to live with. He was finding it hard to adjust to having so many people living in his home. But he promised he was getting used to the idea, and he was enjoying so much about it. Honestly, he assured her. His dazzling chrome machine chuffed and glugged in the background as he went on. Although personally, Annie liked strong coffee made in a 20-quid cafetiere or even instant if she was in a hurry. What was wrong with instant anyway, especially the first cup from a new jar? I found the boxes of Valium and temazepam, Gray told her, shamefaced, under a pile of stuff in the sitting room. I must have put them down, then something went on top, then something else. Anyway, I owe Lauren an apology. You do, Annie agreed, a big one. You can't go around making accusations like that. You have to tread carefully with children, build up their confidence and their trust, not take great swipes at them like that. I'm so sorry. He sighed. The sound of coffee trickling into dainty white cups began. I'm going to do much better at all of this, I promise you, he said, and squeezed her hands. Now Annie's big, bold decision to tell him goodbye, pack up some of their things and leave him wasn't so certain. It didn't feel so clear-cut. He wasn't a bad person. He saw what had gone wrong, didn't he? And he wanted to try for them. This was a man who had a lot to offer. She looked out through the windows into the big garden where green branches were swaying in the gentle breeze, and she imagined Lauren on a sun lounger, reading, or Owen digging up earth to conduct a biological experiment. In London, they didn't even have a garden. They had window boxes and trips to the park. Gray set her coffee before her and poured in just the right amount of milk without asking, which struck her as a caring thing to do. Then he turned and opened a cupboard, but instead of bringing out a packet of biscuits, he came back with a small, leather-covered box, which he held out to her. No prizes for guessing what was in there, she told herself, taking a deep and steadying breath. Wordlessly, she took the box from him and carefully opened the lid. From the dark velvet bed inside, a bright white diamond, oval, marquise cut, shone back at her. At least 1 carat, she estimated, maybe even 1.2. Very, very white and clear. She couldn't help but turn the box slightly to catch the light and make the stones sparkle. It was absolutely breathtaking. She'd waited all her adult life for a ring like this. Roddy's promised to her when she turned 30, didn't happen then. Well, maybe when the big job landed, didn't happen then. Well, maybe with the profits of the next house move, didn't happen then. The day never came. It turned out to be too hard to lash out hard-earned money on a diamond once they had children and a mortgage. Oh, my God, she managed finally in a low and breathy voice. Gray's eyes were trained on her face, waiting for the smile to break through and the overwhelming yes of renewed commitment to come. Instead, Annie asked, "What about Marilyn?" Before he could make any excuse or fresh fib or cover-up, she added simply, "I know you saw her yesterday." And with those words, she wondered when he had bought the ring. Before seeing his wife? Afterwards? Today at some early morning fabulous diamond store? Or in the days before the big row? It seemed important to know. A splutter emerged from Gray in response to her question. "Marilyn, well," he stammered, "she wanted to talk about the divorce and how things were going with me. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to think—" "There's never any need to lie to me about anything, I hope," Annie told him calmly. "If you lie and I find out, then I'm going to think all sorts of things. Right now, I'm thinking your ex-wife wanted to talk, so you took her for a cosy lunch at Le Pont d'Or? Then you offer me a big, stunning diamond? This is strange behaviour, Gray. This is a man who's maybe not sure what he wants." Something about his flickering gaze. It went from her to his coffee cup to the ring box in her hand and back to her, made her decision clear to her once again. Carefully, she closed the box on the breathtaking, once-in-a-lifetime diamond and placed it gently down on the table. Then she slid it slowly back towards him. Feeling tears of regret pricking at the back of her eyes, she told him, "I'm sorry, Gray. I'm really sorry, but we're not going to work out." Catching the gasp these words seemed to have provoked at the back of her throat, she added, "We need someone for the three of us, someone to take us all on. You'll be really good for someone else, maybe even Marilyn." The tears were slipping freely down her cheeks now. "But you're not the one for us. I'm sorry." He hung his head at these words, and may even have been squeezing back some tears of his own. Annie swiped at her cheeks, then took several tissues from the box Gray was holding out for her and blew her nose. After several moments, she felt together enough to ask, "You will get a refund on that ring, won't you? You didn't buy it off a dodgy internet site?" "Don't worry, I'll get a refund," he told her before putting his hand on her arm and asking if she was absolutely sure. Wouldn't she like some time to think this over? "No, this is the right thing," she assured him. "It's hard to do, but still the right thing." "Bloody hell," she added after a moment's pause. "Packing again?" "Where are you going to go?" he asked. "Your flat's rented out for another 4 months, I know." "Well," she'd worked through a plan on the way up the motorway. "We'll stay at Connor's till I've hustled up a deposit. Then I mortgage myself to the hilt and buy the place in need of a makeover I was planning to get anyway. So it'll be fine," she assured him. "You don't have a job right now, Annie," he reminded her. "That's never stopped me before," she told him firmly. "You can stay here as long as you need to," Gray offered, maybe in some last hope that he'd be able to persuade her to stay, or maybe because he felt guilty. No, I think it's best we go. I might have to leave some boxes here for a bit, just till we get sorted, but I'll load up now with whatever I can." She stood up, leaving both the coffee and the diamond untouched on the table. Such a shame, she couldn't help thinking. But you weren't allowed to take the ring and then leave, were you? "Strong drink is required," was Connor's verdict when Annie arrived back at his place, looking pale and tired, laden down with most of her and her children's possessions. "Is that your answer to everything?" she wondered. In what situations does strong drink not work? He wondered back. She, Connor, and his boyfriend Hector got a little tipsy on the fizzy wine he'd blagged from some photo shoot, and all shared giant man-sized pizzas with Lauren and Owen. Annie hadn't realised, until she, her children, and most of their belongings had arrived, that Hector was now a live-in fixture at Connor's. Staying at Connor's place could only be a very short-term solution. Tipsy on the fizz and conscious that Annie might not want to talk about Gray or moving or not being able to go home or the general chaos, Connor and Hector drummed up enthusiasm for a ruthless card game with truth or dare as the consequence of failure. It involved Connor having to reveal who he'd first dated, a girl, of course, back in the days before he knew he was gay, and Hector having to lean out of the window and shout, "Darlings, isn't it a wonderful evening?" Lauren, who under no circumstances was choosing truth, chose dare, and had to promise she would go to school in the morning with her shirt tucked in, her cardigan done all the way up, and her hair in plaits. Owen had no problem with imitating 5 different farmyard animals on the balcony. And then finally it was Annie's turn. "Truth, truth," Connor chanted. "We want to know everything." "No way," was Annie's response. "Oh, it'll all come out in the wash anyway, eventually. Cover your ears, Owen, Lauren." In a whisper, she added, "Yes, he wasn't any great shakes in bed. You already know that, though, don't you?" Connor nodded, while Owen added, "I heard that." "Anyway, dare. I choose dare. Go on. Bet you can't think of anything I'm scared to do." "I ain't scared of anything now, Connor McCabe." A slow, cunning smile began to spread across Connor's face. "Ho! There is nothing I like more than a challenge. Right, Annie Valentine. Here is your dare, if you dare." "Of course I'll dare," she said, feeling fearless. Connor paused for a moment for dramatic effect. "You have to kiss again the last person you kissed passionately." "Ha!" she laughed. "Well, that's impossible. I've broken off with Gray. Roddy's unavailable." No, my girl," Connor interrupted. "I don't mean them." Annie looked at him blankly. "Can't think?" he asked. "No idea what you're talking about," she insisted. "Oh, not the one-night wonder. Just a little snog," she added quickly, seeing the surprise on Lauren's face. "I heard that," Owen repeated. No, not him. "I'm going to tell you a little story, Annie," Connor began. "One afternoon, I took the tube up to Highgate to see my friends Annie, Lauren and Owen. When I arrived at their lovely little mansion block, the lift was out of action, so I swung open the heavy door at the foot of the stairs and began my climb up." In full dramatic mode now, with voice modulation and eye-rolling in the style of a murder mystery narrator, Connor went on. "I was wearing rubber-soled shoes, and as I climbed up, noticing how noiseless they were against the beautiful stone steps, I thought I heard your voice high up in the stairwell above me. Yes, it was definitely you, and you were talking to someone. Is it starting to come back now?" Annie made no reply, so he went on. "Yes, you were talking. Then all of a sudden there was total silence. I sped up, taking the steps 2 at a time, wondering what was happening, and that's when I got a glimpse of you, 1 flight above me, totally entangled with someone else. The kiss went on and on and on. Do you remember now?" Annie was starting to look a little strange, slightly too pale, but with a pink flush across her cheeks. I tiptoed as quietly as I could back down the staircase so that I didn't interrupt anything. Then I waited for a few minutes. Imagine my surprise when, tripping down the stairs with a great spring in his step, came— "That's enough, utter nonsense, Connor." Annie stopped him. "What a complete fantasist you are." She looked over at her children, who were glued to Connor with expectation. "Who?" asked Lauren. "All I'm saying," Connor looked squarely at Annie, "is that if you want to stay here any longer, you better go and kiss that man again. That's my dare." "Huh," Annie huffed. She couldn't understand why this was making her so angry. That kiss had been nothing, but she couldn't explain why it had happened. And now someone else knew, which was unbelievably infuriating. And she just felt so het up. She didn't want anyone to know, and she didn't want anyone to make fun of Ed. "I need to go to bed," she said, and with that she picked herself up from the sofa and headed towards the door. But then she turned and added angrily, "Here's my dare to you, Connor McCabe. Come out properly, for God's sake. Don't fudge it in the interviews anymore. Be loud and be proud." It was really childish, but she slammed the door hard behind her. Chapter 29. Annie in action. Pale grey and silver striped trousers, toast sale, crisp white wrap blouse, big collars and cuffs, last year's Max Mara, shiny silver and turquoise neck cuff, Camden Market, pale caramel shoes, Chanel, light red nail varnish, Chanel, light red lipstick, Chanel, tight ponytail. Estimated cost, don't even think about it. It's a waste of money to economise on yourself. It was close to 1:30 a.m, but Annie was still hunched over her laptop, putting the finishing touches to the introductory paragraphs on her new Annie V trading station web pages. This was the largest amount of goods she'd ever tried to sell, but she was hoping to raise money just as quickly as she could. She and her children could only spend a few weeks with the actor boys at most, and she wasn't quite ready to accept a family loan, although it was nice to know it had been offered. "Annie, I'm your cousin," Nick had insisted when she'd called. "I'm also a lawyer, in case you hadn't noticed. I can lend you the money for a flat deposit, or to rent somewhere else for a while." "Annie, if you need any help financially," Fern had begun. "We have more money now. You could easily borrow some," was Dinah's offer. But no, Annie had to try to get there on her own first. Now she just needed to finalise her sales pitch because she had amassed an enormous pile of first-class stuff to sell. She had scoured second-hand shops and sale rails across London, plus she had approached every client she could think of and offered to sell on their cast-offs for commission. "Hello, girls," her website note began as usual. "Do I have some fabulous, fabulous things in store for you today? It's the online equivalent of opening day at the Harrods sale. There's going to be tussling and handbags at dawn. Put your very best bids in, girls. Nothing will be left on the shelf. Today, I am bringing you the property of one Russian fashion maven, Svetlana's divorce fighting fund. Several wealthy young ladies, the Syrup Six's prized personal possessions, rustled up to plug the hole in the charity account. A footballer's BFF. Danny was ridding her life of bling after another bitching in heat. An unbowed divorcee. Megan had been talked into selling off some of the clothes from her married years. A lady of the arts. These were very special things. Mrs. BP, recovering nicely and determined to live life to the full, had handed over designer labels, expensive classics, several collectible handbags, and wouldn't hear of taking a penny for them. Not now, and not in the future. "Annie, I can help you. I want to help you, so be a good girl now and let me help." As well as the treasures unearthed for you this week by me, your very own online personal shopper. As I said before, girls, do not hang about. Grab yourself a bargain. Remember always that it's a waste of money to economise on yourself. I think Coco Chanel said that. Keep it coming. Love you all. Annie V. Kiss, 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 kiss. Annie pressed the return button, and the words were live. Her room at Connor's house was crammed to bursting with boxes of things she still had to photograph and post before she went to bed, and it was nearly 2 a.m, and she had an early start. Her ring round of all her former The Store clients to tell them she was now freelance and could shop with them anywhere in London, and by the way, did they have any old things they wanted to sell through her, had resulted in 12 appointments for the week ahead. Somehow, she would also have to squeeze in attendance at Lauren and Owen's Speech Day. Speech Day was a major event at St. Vincent's. It was held 2 days before the end of term, and even the most stressed and frantically busy London parent pulled out all the stops in order to attend. This was St. Vincent's on parade. Every pupil was scrubbed and combed, the lawns were freshly mown, every one of the building's Victorian windows washed. Even the gold lettering beaming down from the walls of the impressive assembly hall looked freshly polished. Annie had persuaded Dinah to come with her, and they were both in knee-length dresses with bold prints and fashionable cuts. Annie, TK Maxx, Dinah, Marc Jacobs, full price. I could have got that for you for less. I don't care. They had Pastel Max folded over their arms, Annie, Primark, Dinah, Jigsaw. Carried nice bags and wore smart shoes. It was that kind of event. Think chic summer wedding, but no corsage or hat, Annie had instructed. Settled into the middle of a row, not too far from the front, Annie and her sister watched the prizes being handed out. Athletics, cricket, tennis, badminton, French, German, history, English, maths, science, Latin, Greek, music, house cup for this, house cup for that, chess, debating, dominoes, tiddlywinks. It went on forever. Dinah sighed and rolled her eyes in disapproval. But finally, it was time for Lauren and the other members of the Syrup Six to cross the stage and hand over a cheque for £11,000 to Mr. Ketteringham Smith. 2 days ago, Annie had written the girls a cheque for £800, the money raised by the sale of their stuff on her website. The other £1,200 had come from Susie's father, who had now been brought fully up to speed with his daughter's personal problems. "Lauren looks adorable," Dinah whispered in Annie's ear. And it was true. On speech day, senior girls were allowed to wear dresses, and Lauren had chosen a short-sleeved, white cotton, floaty, puffy number with cornflowers strewn about it. When in doubt, pick out your eye colouring with your clothes, a classic Annie rule. Lauren's hair was tied back loosely with strands flying as she walked shyly across the stage to enthusiastic applause. Annie felt a fresh rush of pride in her daughter. Now it was time for the musical performance, so Annie's stomach clenched a little with anticipation. The school orchestra struck up and played a medley of jaunty and unusual numbers, all Ed's choice, no doubt. She was pleased to see that he was conducting the young musicians in one of the outfits they'd chosen on their shopping trip. With a great clumping of heavy black shoes on wood, the school choir filed on stage, then a much smaller group of musicians in front of them, 2 violin players, a drummer, and finally Owen, clutching his guitar, looking small and skinny way up there on stage. Annie could see he was pale with anxiety. Her stomach knots pulled tighter. She could feel her throat drying, so she gave a concerted swallow. Her hand felt for Dinah's, and she gave it a nervous squeeze. Dinah squeezed back. Ed glanced behind him and gave the audience a smile. It was a confidently reassuring kind of smile, which made Annie feel much better. He was going to be right there, standing in front of the performers. Owen would look at Ed and remember to breathe, and his solo bit would happen and be over, and Annie would be clapping before she knew it. It was going to be okay. The music began. Verse 1, then the chorus, then the strummed solo guitar intro to verse 2, and then Owen's solo. If Annie had thought it would go quickly, she was wrong. Time slowed to a standstill, and every one of Owen's notes hung and wavered in the air for her. Every one of his breaths between notes seemed to take an entire minute. It was as if he could only sing if she willed it to happen. She never breathed once during the entire verse, as his clear voice sailed over the crowd, then his lone guitar chords followed, and finally the choir and other musicians joined in. Owen was still singing, but now there was a delighted flush of pink and a smile trying to run away all over his face. Annie let out a great sigh of relief and an irrepressible smile of her own broke out. Wasn't he amazing? She sought Ed out in the crush of parents and staff jockeying for cream teas afterwards. I don't know if I can ever thank you enough, Annie told him, squeezing his arm. Ed, balancing teacup, saucer, and a tiny plate overloaded with scones and cream, gave one of those generous smiles of his that seemed to relax and reassure her and warm her right to the soles of her feet. He did so well, Ed told her, and Lauren too, collecting her prize, all that money hiccup put right. Oh well, let's not go there. Annie gave him a gentle nudge. This is my sister Dinah, by the way. Annie introduced her. Dinah, meet Lauren and Owen's music teacher, Ed Leon. Hello, Ed said. Lovely to meet you, and yes, I can see the family resemblance. One of the reasons Ed is looking so on form today, Annie told Dinah, is that he let me go shopping with him. Really? This seemed to surprise her sister. She's very good, Ed told Dinah, but I'll probably be paying off that bill for another 5 years. Dinah laughed and had to add, but she convinced you it was an investment, right? You have to watch her, though, because investment shopping seems to come round about 5 times a year. So, when are you heading to Boston? Annie asked, adding for Dinah's benefit. Ed's very clever. He's got a placement at Harvard to study American folk music. Wow, Dinah told him. That sounds amazing. Day after tomorrow, he told them, looking a little anxious at the prospect. First day of the school holidays, I'm away. Day after tomorrow? Good grief. So we should be saying our goodbyes then, Annie said with a smile. Well, yes, I suppose so. He sounded uncertain. I hope you have a wonderful time. Really fantastic. She met his eyes and held them for a moment. You deserve this, Ed. Enjoy it. Thank you so much for all your help with Owen and Lauren, and we'll look forward to hearing all about it when you get back. As she leaned over his full hands and gave him a kiss on the cheek, she suddenly felt a blush and a burst of confusion come over her as she remembered that other kiss on the stairwell, and Ed holding her tight when she had cried her heart out on the hillside. She owed him a proper tight hug. She owed him so much thanks for everything he'd done for them, so cheerfully and naturally. She wanted to tell him they would miss him. But before she could say anything else, there was a call of, "Ah, Mr. Leon, there you are," and he was claimed by another parent. Annie turned back to Dinah and tried to soothe her ruffled feelings. Great talent spotting venue, Annie, Dinah joked with her sister. We should circle the room, picking off all the handsome single dads for you. Annie, although she'd dressed up and made up with extreme care and attention for the afternoon, wasn't at all keen. Annie! This excited cry came from Tor, who was standing right in front of her. Tor, who'd once been a very sad divorcee in a grey fleece, was now smiling brightly in a lovely summer dress and heels. Yes, Tor, with pink nail varnish and lip gloss. Tor looking slightly unrecognisable. Wow, was Annie's first reaction, quickly followed by, good girl. She asked about Tor's new home, about how Angela was getting on, and then she couldn't help asking, new job? Tor shook her head. Greatly improved love life? Tor shook her head again and confided, just new scarves, Annie. Like this one? She held up the wisp of pale pink chiffon for Annie's approval. I'm working on the other things. I'll get there. Good girl, Annie repeated with a grin. Chapter 30. Martha on Oxford Street. White and green flowery summer dress, silk thread. Orange sandals, Miu Miu. Orange tote bag, accessorise. Orange flower hair clip, accessorise. Green and silver necklace, Etsy. Estimated cost, £390. You were right. I was spending far too much money on the kids' clothes. Annie? Hello, it's Ed. Oh, Ed, hi. Annie was so pleased to hear his voice. Now maybe she would get the chance to say the things she wanted to yesterday. You must be busy packing. Yes, yeah. Annie, there's something I wanted to ask you. Annie put a hand over her left ear, blocking out the noise of traffic on Oxford Street. Yes, of course, fire away, she said, wondering if this was going to be a which tie goes with which shirt query. She made a quick check on her watch, 9:50 a.m., just 10 minutes before she was due to hook up with Indira Clifford, long-term client, wealthy lawyer, in Selfridges. She quickened her pace along the pavement. Well, it's just, Ed began. I was thinking, you and the children could do with a temporary home, so I understand. Lawrence explained you've moved back to London to a friend's. Anyway, I really need to get my place redecorated because I'm planning to sell it. So while I'm away in the States, I just wondered, obviously totally up to you. It would be a hassle for you, but you'd obviously not pay any rent and I'd pay for all the decorating and I need help with it and I just thought maybe it would tide you over. She understood exactly what he was suggesting and immediately thought it was a perfect short-term solution. Brilliant idea, Ed, brilliant, she exclaimed. We probably won't even be there long, just enough time to sort it all out for you and find a place of our own. Fantastic! Recently, Annie had begun to think that even a few more nights of the heavy drinking, fun and games of living on top of Connor and Hector was going to kill her. But she was still some way from being able to stump up the deposit on a new place. Here was this fantastic, unexpected solution coming at her out of the blue, proof that one should always wear lipstick, perfume, nice shoes, and stay positive. I'd need to see you before I go, Ed was saying. Give you the keys, show you round, ask what you think should be done, see what kind of budget is needed. Yes, of course. Ed should have thought of this earlier, so they could have looked through brochures together, picked out kitchen cupboards, talked colour schemes, all that kind of thing. But never mind, she liked a plan that fell together at the last moment. Her mind was already racing ahead to redesigning the layout, to where Lauren and Owen would sleep in the flat when the damp course was being put in. She told Ed she would come round to his just after 1 p.m, so she would have an hour or two to talk to him before the children broke off from school for the summer holidays. How come you're not at school today anyway? She wondered. They've given me the day off to organise. Maybe they had some idea how long it would take me. Aha! Then Annie almost dropped her phone at the sight of the woman walking, make that sashaying towards her. Was that? Could that be? I have to go, she told Ed. See you later. Hey, Nick girl, Annie shouted once she'd hung up. She gave a vigorous wave. Look at you! Martha Cooper's head turned, and when she spotted Annie, she began to laugh. She'd lost weight. Her hair was even lighter than the last time Annie had seen her. She looked great. Look at you, Annie said, coming up to her. You look fabulous. And it's only, she gave Martha a quick up and down, only the shoes I can take credit for. Wow, good work. I hope you're going to recommend me to all your friends. They are clamouring for your number, Martha told her. After a quick chat about Martha's children, Martha's work, Martha's new exercise regime, Martha thanked Annie sincerely for her advice. You were right, she told her. I was spending far too much money on the kids' clothes. God, I was spending far too much time obsessing over the kids full stop. Me and all the other haggard mothers hanging out at baby gymnastics. Those days are over. Well, not entirely, obviously, she added quickly, but at least I no longer look like their scruffy au pair. Ed answered his battered door and showed Annie into the kitchen. He was wearing trousers and a shirt from the clothes they'd chosen together. His hair had been trimmed rather than hacked off, and she couldn't help thinking how well he looked. She was proud of her handiwork. Fleetingly, she wondered if he might land himself an American girlfriend and maybe not come back to St. Vincent's again. That would be so nice for him, she told herself. She wasn't sure how Owen would take it, but... "What time's your flight tomorrow?" she asked him, stepping well away from the cat's dishes. 4 in the afternoon, he replied. Who's looking after the cats? Was her next question. A good friend. She's coming round this evening to get them. There was something of a restlessness to him she hadn't seen before, because usually he was so calm. His hair rummaging had increased. He spilled water on the kettle's journey from the sink to the hob and couldn't seem to locate a cloth to wipe the puddle away. "I'm fine for tea," she assured him. "Shall we make a start on looking round? I don't want to hold you up. You must have so much to do." Yes, no problem." But his voice sounded uncertain, almost as if he'd forgotten what she was here for. They went into the sitting room, where Annie wasted no time getting down on her knees to lift the peeling wallpaper and inspect the damp again. "This will have to be treated first," she told him. "We can't do any decorating in here till that's been sorted." Then she began her knowledgeable damp talk. Did he want to put in a chemical damp-proof course, or did he want to go the conservation route and look into lime plasters and porous paint? "Oh, right, well, whatever you think is best," was his distracted answer. "If you don't want to finalise the damp issue today, we could talk about kitchen units and subfloor insulation and colour schemes. I need to know your budget, whether you want to repaper, replaster, or just paint over the old stuff. That kind of thing. My plan is to write you a cheque, then I'm going to leave it up to you. I'm selling anyway, and I know you'll make it really nice because your flat is lovely." "That's very trusting, Ed." "Well, I know you, and it won't exactly be enough money to run away to the Bahamas with." This made her smile. "OK, I've seen your kitchen, your sitting room, your bathroom. If it's not too personal, could I see your bedroom?" she asked. Yes, it's obviously fairly untidy, what with all the packing and everything," he warned her. "You seem really nervous about the trip," Annie ventured. "Kind of," was all the response he made. "Hey!" She stood up from the sofa arm she'd perched on briefly and walked over towards him. "You're going to be fine," she reassured him. "You're going to have the time of your life, and I promise I'll take care of everything here, including the careful storage of all your mother's things. I'll look after it all for you." "Thank you. I know you're the right person for this." He gave her a smile that still looked tense, then turned. "To my bedroom," he said, and she followed him into the corridor. She wondered why she was feeling a flicker of nervousness herself now. Watching how he ducked to avoid the low ceiling light in the hallway, she did likewise. Then he had to angle his broad shoulders into the bedroom door. Here we go. Then they were both in the dark green room, standing side by side, arms almost touching. She looked round briefly, taking in the wooden double bed, the jumble of clothes and cases on top of it, the framed posters, piles of books, overflowing cupboard and drawers. It was messy, just like Ed, but it was also welcoming and comforting, just like Ed. A narrow French window led out to a dainty garden in as luscious and unkempt a state as Ed's hair. A rose bush, bent over with heavy yellow-pink heads, was bobbing up and down in the breeze, scattering petals onto the path below. "It's very nice," Annie said, "but maybe in a much paler shade of green?" "Maybe," he replied, and the word sounded as if it had been forced through a dry throat. "It's okay," she assured him again. "You're going to have a great time." And then, in what she felt was a kind and maternal sort of gesture, she put her arm round Ed's waist and squeezed a little. The result of this was that he turned, moved his arms around her, and not for the first time they seemed to be kissing. Mouth against mouth. They touched each other. That definitely counted as kissing, didn't it? She realised he tasted the same as before, and that she had a clear memory of the taste of him. His warm body, pushed against her, was not new or hesitant and awkward. It was welcomingly familiar. She'd held him before, but this time was better. This time they pulled each other close. "How are you doing?" she said, her face very close to his, when they stopped for a moment to pause for breath. "I'm extremely nervous," he whispered back to her. "Where's your sense of adventure?" she asked, landing another quick kiss on his mouth. "It's the trip of a lifetime." With his hands on her shoulders, he pulled just slightly away from her so he could look at her properly. "It's not the trip," he said with a smile. "It's you. I'm in a total state about you." "Oh." This was unexpected, to say the least. Annie didn't know what to say next, so she leaned forward to press her mouth against his again. Her hands moved to the small of his back and held him tightly as his lips parted. Their teeth touched, just slightly. His mouth pushed at hers, and she felt the hungry tingles start to buzz through her body. "Does kissing help?" she broke off to ask. "I think so," he told her. She pulled his shirt from his waistband and put her fingertips against his skin, felt his side goose-pimpling at her touch. He was holding her chin in his hands and kissing down her neck. Strands of his hair were tickling her, and shivers were travelling over her shoulders and down her arms. Gently, he pushed her shirt and bra strap away so he could kiss the top of her shoulders. Everywhere he touched or stroked or brushed against was hair on end, desperate to be felt by him again. Unbuttoning his shirt as quickly as she could, she pulled his warm body against hers. They were both topless and kissing frantically at mouths, nipples, necks and shoulders, feeling each other at once quickly and yet tenderly. When her hands moved to undo his belt buckle, his hands moved on top of hers, holding them still. "Annie," he said into her neck, "I don't want you to rush into, well, I do, if it's okay with you." She gave a more vigorous tug at the belt, which was surprisingly unyielding. "Annie." His hands held on to hers again. "Ed, please." She began to rub against the obvious swelling underneath the fabric of his trousers, causing him to groan against her ear. "Ed," she began, "do you have any idea?" She'd found the fly buttons buried in the fabric below the belt buckle, and her fingertips were busy trying to loosen them. "Do you have any idea how much I want you?" she continued. True. She hadn't realised until the moment they'd started kissing. Well, maybe that last kiss on the stairwell had been an inkling. But now that they were half naked together, there was going to be no backing out. She wasn't going to let him. She had to have him, please. The first button was undone, then the second. Her fingers were already inside his trousers. His teeth were biting gently at her shoulder, but his back was arched away from her. "Ed," she said into his hair, "my husband died when I was 34. I've got to make up for so much lost time, you've no idea." The third button sprang open, and she could fit her hand in now, move past the thin material of his boxers, and feel for him. Firmly, insistently touch him, causing the bite against her shoulder to intensify. "I'm not letting you get away. No way. I can't let you—" The back moved in now, pushing his stomach and his erection in towards her. His warm, bare arms closed in round her, and she was squashed up against him. He'd finally agreed to go with the flow, so they stripped off their clothes as quickly as they could. In the following moments, he transformed in Annie's mind from the person she thought he was into something much more interesting. Before, she'd thought of him as boyish and a little chaotic, but no. It turned out he was much more grown up than that, much more capable and tender, much more practiced, and yet still so very kind. They took off every shred of clothing, although she thought she didn't want to be so exposed to him. She moved her hands away and let him kiss her all the way down her stomach, until he was kneeling in front of her and his tongue was where she thought she wouldn't want him yet. She had to let him keep on moving and touching and moving there until she felt the rush build and knew she was going to come when she hadn't meant to. Not at all. She'd wanted to keep that to herself, in reserve, hold back from him, but he hadn't let her. He wanted all of her. Shuddering over him, hands sinking into his springy hair, she now wanted to know all about him, everything, every little past moment and detail. "You're very interesting to me. Do you know that?" she told him with the edge of her voice. His response was to sweep all the jumble of stuff off his bed so they could fall down on top of it together. Tangling into him, she sniffed at his armpits and he smelled of fresh sweat. She'd forgotten how delicious that smell was. It hit the back of her throat and made her feel warm, dizzy, and turned on. She buried her nose right against him. She sat on top of him and briefly took him inside as they looked at each other with their eyes wide open, still full of surprise. Afterwards, she lay stretched out on the bed beside him, utterly naked, with unself-conscious stubble on her unflung armpit, and remembered how glorious sex could be, because she'd been in serious danger of forgetting. A long, deep, and comfortable silence followed. He tucked her in under his arm, and then they lay side by side, looking at the ceiling, not wanting to break the spell. But finally, Annie couldn't resist lifting her head and leaning over to look at him and to kiss him again, and the kiss broke the spell. He smiled broadly, crinkling the skin round his eyes, and told her, "Parent-teacher relationship? We've really overstepped it this time." "Did you know you liked me?" she asked him, feeling with her hand for his and running her fingers across it. It was a broad hand with big thumb joints and fingertips hardened with guitar playing. Not that this had roughened his touch in the slightest. "Did I know I liked you? Let me see," Ed began, eyes fixed on the ceiling, a fresh smile on his face. "I'm playing Elvis ballads till 2 a.m, not to mention My Funny Valentine. I can't think about anything else except your face and the way you flick your ponytail and walk very, very fast and call everyone around you babes. Yes, I think we can safely say I knew I liked you. But you," he put his finger on the tip of her nose, "you didn't know you liked me, did you?" "I really, really liked you, Ed," she told him, running her hand across his stomach, "but I hadn't realised until today that I fancied the pants off you." "What about that kiss?" he wanted to know. "Before, on your stairwell. The one I've been thinking about maybe 10, 20 times an hour ever since." She let out a shriek of laughter at this, then told him cheekily, "I put that one down to hunger. I was on a detox that week. It can have strange side effects." They turned, rolled into one another, and began to kiss again. "It's after 2, she told him, raising her arm to catch a glimpse of her watch behind his head. "You're going to be very late," he warned her. She put her hands against his cheeks and looked at him properly. "Do I really know you?" she asked him. "You seem so different in bed." "Do I?" he asked, as his hand moved to her tummy button and downwards. After the second time came not a spellbound silence, but tears. Annie curled away from Ed in the bed and couldn't stop herself from crying. "What's the matter?" He leaned over her, stroking her arm, desperately concerned. "Please don't go away now," she heard herself say, although she hated how small and sad her voice sounded. "Don't leave me now. You're going to be away for ages, and what if something happens?" What was she saying? She wanted to stop herself, but instead found she was wailing, "What if I lose you too?" Then general blubbing noises followed. It was horrible, horrible. But Ed's arm was around her, holding her together, just as it had done before. What was it about this man? Without even trying, he seemed to bring her defences down every time. He got to her, connected, got past the shell she'd built tightly around herself, and saw how she really was, drew the inner Annie out and made love to her, in a way no one had since Roddy. That's why it felt so breathtaking, so private and close and real. "I'm away for 4.5 months," he was telling her gently. "I've always wanted to do this trip, and I think I should. I think it's good. For us." He said the word as lightly as possible, hardly daring to use it. "You shouldn't be rushed into anything, Annie," he said, and tightened his grip on her. "You should take things very slowly. I'll come back and visit you halfway through. That's just 8 weeks away," he added. "No time at all. You can come out and see me if you want to." "But I'll miss you. We'll miss you so much." She was still crying, still feeling great confusion about why she suddenly cared so very much about this man. This morning she'd have waved him off happily at the airport. Now she felt prepared to lie down in front of the plane. He brushed her tears carefully away and held her close for several long, quiet minutes. Then he got down from the bed and went round the room, retrieving her clothes. "Time to get dressed," he told her. "Come on, I want to show you where Owen and Lauren can sleep." "I've already planned it," Annie told him, as she pulled on her clothes and tried to sound brighter than she felt. "Owen and I will share your room. Lauren can have a sofa bed in the sitting room." No, Ed told her. "There's some space upstairs." "Oh." This was obviously one of those wonky conversions where neighbours had done deals in the past, and a cupboard full of stairs would lead to a stairwell converted into a poky little room. Once they were both in their clothes, Ed took her hand and led her to a door in the sitting room, the cupboard full of stairs, as she'd guessed. He opened the door and a stone staircase, lit by a window from above, was in front of them. This connected the basement kitchen to the dining room, back in the oldie days, he explained. She followed him up, and they came out into a big, pale yellow room, flooded with light from tall Georgian windows. Plaster from small holes in the ceiling had splattered the bare floorboards, but she didn't dwell on that. It was a fabulous room, and so empty compared with the rest of Ed's flat. "There's a roof problem," he began. "I've had to take loads of stuff downstairs from the other rooms." "Other rooms?" Annie repeated. "Yeah, there's this dining room, well, it was Mum's sitting room. Then there's her kitchen next door, and then her bedroom upstairs, and 2 little attic bedrooms." Annie gaped at him, eyes wide, mouth hanging, not entirely flatteringly, wide open. Finally, when her power of speech had returned, she asked him in utter amazement, "You own the whole house?" "Well, I owe my sister a third. Mum helped her buy her flat, so the arrangement was Hannah would get a third when it was time to sell up." But Annie didn't seem to take this in. "You own the whole house," she repeated. "A whole house on my favourite street." Annie was heading towards the dining room door, eager to see the rest of the rooms. "Ed, baby," she said over her shoulder, "do you realise? All this time, you've been hiding your most attractive feature from me." Chapter 31. The Preppy Returns. White cotton button-down shirt, Brooks Brothers. Slim fit khaki chinos, Banana Republic. Midnight blue cashmere v-neck, Brooks Brothers. Hiking boots. Some things are harder to change. Estimated cost $390. "Are you sure, Annie? I mean, are you really, really sure?" "You look brilliant, Absolutely fantastic, completely shaggable, and take that as a big compliment because I'm a gay man, very gay," Connor added, waving a copy of the Daily Mail at them. Right across the top of page 5 was a photo of him and Hector attending a film premiere in matching kilts, with the caption, "The manners Connor McCabe shows off the new man in his life." "Shut up, will you?" Annie shot at him. "You were supposed to stay in the kitchen with Dinah and keep out of our way." But Svetlana was laughing. "It's fine," she said in her melodious alto. "I miss a man's opinion of how I look." "Okay, come and see in the mirror," Annie instructed, stepping back to admire her handiwork. She directed Svetlana towards the huge 3-sided mirror in the corner of her bright white office. The room, which had once been Ed's tatty sitting room, was now transformed. There was a desk with computer and telephone in one corner, with a filing cabinet next to it, topped with a monumental stack of fashion magazines. The room's centrepiece was a comfortable pink sofa with, close at hand, the mirror and several of the all-important clothes rails on wheels. The rails were for clients to hang up their many, many clothes. The ones they'd bought with Annie, the ones they'd dragged from the back of the wardrobe, the ones they needed help to part with or help to dare to wear. "Oh, this is very good," Svetlana declared as she took a careful look at herself from all possible angles. She was in a tight, white Chanel suit with black trim on the jacket lapels, black and white T-bar shoes, and a small, black patent bag completed the look. The gas baron's soon-to-be ex-wife had her hair pulled back soberly but softly, and her makeup had been under-applied by Annie in a way intended to make her look beautiful but vulnerable. This was a dress rehearsal for her day in the divorce court. Annie liked to clothe her very wealthy divorcees in white Chanel. White is a rite of passage colour. Chanel is as smart and appropriate as you can get. Plus, a couture suit costs reassuringly more than your wedding dress did, and it always seems to have a winning effect on the judge, male or female. "Perfect," Annie agreed with Svetlana, smoothing the back of the jacket down. "You go kick Igor in the balls tomorrow. Just make sure," she added with a twinkle, "that you do it," her voice dropped low, sexy but ladylike. This made both Connor and Svetlana laugh. Then the Russian's eye fell on the big black and white framed portrait photograph that dominated one of the white walls. She walked towards it. "A client?" she asked. "He is very handsome, no?" "Oh, yes, babes, isn't he?" Annie agreed and felt, well. She walked over to stand beside Svetlana, so they were both looking at the photo of the roguish man in a black leather jacket, leaning his chin on a balled-up fist, suppressing a grin and unmistakably hamming it for the camera. "That's Roddy," Annie said, and she felt okay. She was even able to smile proudly and add, "That's a gorgeous photo of my late husband, Lauren and Owen's daddy." She looked at Svetlana and gave a wink. "We were very lucky to have him, weren't we, Connor?" That's how Annie thought of it now. She had made peace with the reality that Roddy was no longer with them. Now she was able to appreciate all the wonderful times they'd had together. She felt blessed to have had him. She tried to think of his life as completed, rather than tearing herself to pieces with the thought that it was unfinished. Only very recently had she begun to believe that just as much happiness as she'd once had would come her way again. There was something else Svetlana wanted to ask. "Are you going to come back to the store, Anna? Or are you staying here in your lovely office where we have to come to you?" In all honesty, Annie hadn't decided. Paula was the one who had phoned first to announce Donna's demise with the words, "Ding dong, the Wicked Witch is dead." "Maybe 2 or 3 days a week," Annie told Svetlana. "Maybe something like that can be arranged, but I don't know yet. I like working for myself. I like taking clients to whatever shop I think will suit them best, and I love bossing them about in my office. When Svetlana had left, it was time to see what Dinah and Billy were doing in the kitchen upstairs. The former dining room had been transformed into a gorgeous, glamorous kitchen, but by using only the finest discount suppliers, Annie had come in under Ed's careful budget. "How's the cake?" "Oh, Billy, what a brilliant idea! Is it a boat?" Annie asked, looking at the grey, knobbly sausage of mulled icing Billy had plonked into the middle of the iced welcome home cake. "No, stupid," came the insulted reply. "It's a plane." "Aren't you changing, Annie? To look your most fabulous?" Dinah asked, expecting Annie to have a whole top-to-toe outfit planned for this big reunion moment. "Something from your New York trip?" Connor urged. "It was 3 weeks ago and you've not shown off a single thing." "Ah, New York." Annie gave a sigh. "I told you, Connor, it was a total shopping disaster. There I was in the shopping capital of the Western world with 3 empty credit cards, and I never got round to shopping. I never even got up the Empire State Building. And all of a sudden she felt slightly shy in front of her 2 best friends in the world. "Should we take that to mean that you and Ed were a little bit too busy to go shopping?" Connor asked. Maybe," was all the answer she made. "Is that the sound of a taxi engine outside?" Annie ran over to look out of the window. "Bloody hell!" she shrieked. It's him! He must have landed early." As Annie flew out of the room and down the stairs, Dinah and Connor looked at each other and grinned. Connor winked and added, "I don't think she's really very keen on him, is she?" They stayed in the kitchen with Billy and listened to the sound of Annie pulling open the heavy front door, the grand, newly painted one with the polished brass handle and letterbox, which was, once again, the entrance to the house. They heard the excited greetings and Ed's gasps of admiration as he saw his transformed home for the first time. "My God, this looks incredible," he told her. "Absolutely incredible." "So do you," she said, arms tight round his waist, so excited to see him again. "Cashmere?" she noticed immediately. "You bought yourself cashmere? The sales assistants over there must be even better than me." "Yeah, they are," he teased, "but you're the one I wanted to rush back to." "Come and see the kitchen. Connor and Dinah and Billy are up there dying to see you. They've baked a cake, and it's a plane on top," she warned him quietly, "just so you know. And you're home? I'm so excited that you're home." Later that evening, Annie curled up with Ed on the sofa. There was still an endless amount to talk about, but it was difficult trying to have a conversation while Owen and Lauren seemed to be trampolining to something loud and blasting in their attic bedrooms upstairs. "Shall I go and tell them to keep it down?" Annie asked. No, Ed insisted. "I like it. They've picked a good song," he said approvingly. "And anyway, it makes this old place feel alive again, like a proper home. I hated it when upstairs was all shut off and empty." "Yeah, well, there's alive and then there's trashed," Annie warned. "You really do like this house, don't you?" she asked. "I love it," Ed admitted. "I absolutely love it, and it's going to be so painful to sell it, especially now that you've made it so amazingly beautiful." "And what if you didn't have to sell?" Annie wondered. "What if someone bought a third of the house so that you could buy your sister out? Sell off the basement and maybe part of the garden as a separate flat, you mean?" Ed asked. "Do you think that would raise enough?" Annie shook her head and waved a rectangular piece of paper in front of Ed's face. "I have a plan," she told him mischievously, as he took the paper from her hand and saw that it was a cheque for a hefty 6-figure sum. "I've sold my flat to the tenants," she began, "and with that money and a mortgage, that's how much I could offer you for a third of your house, which I think is pretty generous," she added, "and then all 4 of us could live here together." She realised her heart was beating very fast as she waited for the enormity of this offer and all its implications to settle on Ed. She felt as if she was proposing to him, and in a way she was. "What do you think?" she finally had to ask when he still hadn't responded. "Oh my goodness," he managed at last, with the hand-in-hair rummage she knew meant he was nervous. "Are you sure, Annie? I mean, are you really, really sure? It's a big commitment. It's huge. And what about the children? What will they think?" Holding his hands tightly, she took the time to explain to him that she'd talked it through with them at length. They were the ones who loved their rooms, who felt at home here, and most importantly, who deeply approved of Ed, provided he acted like their teacher and absolutely nothing else at school. In fact, if he could practically ignore Lauren at school, if at all possible. "They are very, very into the idea," she assured him. "Owen told me the other day that his dad would have really liked you, and Lauren and I agree." There was a pause while Ed took this, their ultimate compliment, on board. "So you all want to live here with me?" he asked, and when Annie nodded at him, she saw that he was moved to tears. "And definitely you?" he asked, just to make sure. Annie nodded. "Oh, definitely me, babes." "That's great," he said, blinking hard. "I really love your children. I mean, Owen is great. I find him really easy to understand and get along with. I'll need your help to get a much better handle on Lauren." "Good grief, Ed," Annie smiled at him. "We all need help to get a handle on Lauren. She's a 16-year-old now. No one understands her, not even Lauren." "And what about you?" she asked him. "Is this what you want?" Ed pulled her in close. Although he'd wanted to say something, he now seemed to be too choked to do anything other than nod. "Excellent. That's all decided then," Annie said against his ear. "Now, apparently, if I make you the children's legal guardian, they get a 50% discount at St. Vincent's." When he laughed at this, she told him, "Hey, babes, I never ever joke about discounts. You should know that about me." In such a serious voice, he couldn't tell if she was teasing or not. His grip on her grew very tight as he asked her very seriously, "So you're going to stay with me then?" She nodded slowly in response to this, then told him gently, "Babes, you are in need of a little modernisation and upgrading, but I think you're an excellent investment with long-term potential." "I'm so glad you spotted that," Ed said, as he held her tightly in his arms. "You're the real deal," she added, "a unique one-off, and you'd been overlooked, so I got you for a song," she giggled. "I'm very glad you got me," he said. "Yeah, well, I've always had an eye for a bargain, babes." That is the end of The Personal Shopper, written by Carmen Reid and read by Julie Maisie. Recorded by Isis Audio 2022. This has been a presentation for Boldwood.